Although he was a reborn soul, he stood at the awakening ceremony in utter despair, for his spirit was foreign to this world, and the road ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. On Blue Star, in the Xinxia Empire's White Dragon City, the plaza of White Dragon Academy buzzed with anticipation. Principal Lu Yunchuan, hair slicked into a glossy middle part and belly round as a drum, occupied center stage and boomed in impassioned address. Students, today is the most important day of your lives. 3 years of toil over 1,000 days and nights have led to this moment. Today you awaken your abilities, and today your future is decided. The crowd below roared, faces alight with longing and excitement. Yuan An stood among them, expression blank, heart unmoved. He had been reborn here for 18 years yet achieved nothing. The schools, the city, even his classmates mirrored his past life. But the curriculum had changed from language and math to beast threats and ability cultivation. At 18, every citizen had to awaken. That was the sole ticket to survival. Beasts ravaged the land, resources were scarce, and humanity fought over crumbs. Only supernatural powers kept one alive. Yuan An knew it well, yet awakening depended on the soul's origin, and his was not native. If he failed, he would be a dead man walking. When the principal finished, the ceremony began. Students lined up and pressed their palms against a one-metal stone pillar topped by a fist-sized crystal sphere, the awakening orb. With each flash, a new power emerged. Elemental, fire, grade C. Elemental, water, grade C. Elemental, water, grade D. Elemental, lightning, grade D. Abilities ranked from S, A, B, C, D, down to E. Only D and above were useful. E was universally despised. They fell into two classes: elemental wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, and fusion branches like wood, ice, and magma, the rarer, stranger special class. The line crept forward, and Yuan An's nerves frayed. He had never felt he belonged. If the world rejected his soul, would he be today's lone failure? A tap on his shoulder. His classmate, Xie grinned. Broen, what power do you want? You don't get to choose, Yuan An said. Dream anyway. My dad says a real man has to dare. And betting on lightning looks awesome, right? He'll save some girl amid thunderbolts, and she'll swoon. More likely she'll save you, Yuan An deadpanned. Hero or damsel, either way works. Xie laughed. On stage the orb kept pulsing. Elemental, earth, grade D. Elemental, ice, grade C. Most students gained elemental powers. A C was above average. B was rare. A was unheard of. S dwelled in legend. Suddenly a pillar of pure white light burst skyward. Special, strength, grade B. Gasps rose everywhere. The awakener was by Tonkuan, heir to a mining fortune. Upgrade special catapulted him to instant stardom. Even Principal Lu beamed. I knew by Tonkuan would shine, he declared. At White Dragon Academy, a B was elite, equal to most instructors. A grades were scarce, and S might show up once a decade. The ceremony rolled on, revealing otter talents. Special, horticulture, grade E. Special, livestock, grade E. Special, culinary, grade E. Though labeled special, these offered no combat value and sat at rock bottom E, condemning their owners to logistics roles far below fighters. Some students froze, some wept, many prayed, dreading they would be next. Yuan An feared as well. He no longer hoped for rarity, just a humble D that would put food on the table. An emptiness settled in his chest, bordering on despair. Next, Yuan An. Next up, Yuan An. The moment the instructor called his name, Yuan An's heart plummeted. This is it. If I fail, he'll just move back home and sponge off my parents. Steeling himself, he drew a deep breath and climbed onto the raised platform. A spotlight snapped on, and the entire hall erupted in hushed chatter. That's Yuan An, right? Yeah. His father, Yuan Jun, isn't a rank lightning user. I heard his mother's ability isn't weak either, and the family's loaded. Like father, like son. His awakening must be insane. And he's handsome, too. Mom, I think I'm in love. The buzz of anticipation swelled, even drawing the attention of Lu Yunchuan at the judge's table, who looked up with open admiration and excitement. Every gaze in the auditorium locked onto Yuan An alone. Except Yuan An's own nerves were shot. Sure, he was Yuan Jin's son, but who said a tiger's cub couldn't turn out to be a house cat? What if he showed no ability at all? None of these spectators felt the weight pressing on his chest. They'd piled all their hopes on him without a second thought. Already standing center stage, he had no choice but to push forward. He lifted his hand and placed his palm against the smooth surface of the ability testing sphere. In an instant, twin beams of red and green light burst from the orb. The crowd went wild. Holy double abilities. Someone actually awakened two elements. This guy's about to soar. Lu Yunchuan and the other instructors shot to their feet, eyes glued to the light columns. Dual abilities were rarer than in a rank. As long as the elements weren't total duds, even a pair of grades, or AC and it could potentially rival in a rank in the future. Lu Yunchuan subconsciously rubbed his bald head, elated. Fortune smiles on Bailong Academy. If we can recruit a dual ability prodigy, will outshine every school in the city. Then he frowned. Studying the lights, the beams weren't particularly bright, so the rank might be low. Still, even low-tier dual abilities were worth cultivating. Yuan An was just as bewildered. Moments ago had worried about being abilityless. Now he suddenly had two. Could he really be a unseen a million genius? The red and green pillars stabilized. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the verdict. Special category Spirit Eye, Frank. Elemental category Wood, Frank. The announcer froze, stunned by his own words. Silence crashed over the hall. Did he say Frank? Isn't he the minimum? F means worse than trash, haha. Laughter exploded, shattering the earlier awe. We thought he was a prodigy. Turns out he's a double F loser. Even stacked together, 2 FS barely equal 1 S still garbage. And a ranks kid with double FS? Maybe he's not even the real son. Sneers rippled through the crowd, setting a new low for Bailong City. Honestly, you'd be hard-pressed to find a second legend like this across the entire Xinxia Empire. The instructors on stage were left utterly speechless. Although the teachers on stage were less obvious than the students below, their expressions shifted in unison from eager anticipation to icy ridicule. In this world, superpowers are your passport. No amount of money can buy true strength. A double F rating, how pitiful. At the podium, Principal Lu Yunchuan stood up, then sank back down with a long, helpless sigh. Because of the Yuan family's wealth, he had high hopes for Yuan An, but double F was a dousing of ice water. The Ling'ai branch and the Wood branch weren't bad in themselves, yet an F rank locked the ceiling tight. No power, however special, can break its grade limit. Yuan An was finished. Double F, I'm finished. Yuan An's face turned ashen. He knew exactly what a grade gap meant. It sets the ceiling and the floor within the same realm. An A will crush a C now and forever. Put an A and a B at first stage first level, and the A will still pummel the B. A brand new low like double F was even more humiliating than having no ability at all. The hope that came with dual powers had become the blade pushing him off a cliff. Fate was vicious. Ding. Host detected. Hokage mission system initializing. A cold yet strangely reassuring mechanical voice echoed in his mind. S system. Yuan An froze. Had been reborn 18 years ago. Memories of his previous life letting him see through every clitcher birth. System. Invincibility. 10 years had passed without the slightest sign of a system. His enthusiasm ground to dust, and had resigned himself to an ordinary life. Now, at his darkest moment, the system finally showed up fashionably late. Ding. Host Ling'ai ability has been converted into the Kekiai Genkai, Sharingan. Ding. Host Wood ability has been converted into the Kekiai Genkai, Wood release. Lines of text flooded his mind, and Yuan An felt his heart about to burst. Seriously? A starter pack with Sharingan and Wood release? This is insane. He nearly shouted aloud but forced himself to stay quiet. The crowd saw the sudden, inexplicable grin on his face and frowned. Laughing after awakening like that? Must have cracked under the blow. How pathetic. The instructor in charge of the records hesitated, wondering whether to haul him away. Unfazed, Yuan An nodded politely at the instructor. Thank you. Then he stepped off the stage. He spared not a sliver of attention for those pitying, mocking, or scornful looks. To them, Ling'ai and Wood are garbage. What do they know of Sharingan or Wood release? Sharingan. Wood release? No one else on earth understands. Let those short-sighted mortals wait. When a Susanoo-clad great Buddha descends, Yuan An will show them what divine power truly is. Yuan An's awakening caused quite a stir. The ability awakening ceremony continued as candidates stepped onto the platform one after another, their cheers and groans rising and falling in turn. Yet no matter what powers came after, none could match the buzz surrounding Yuan An. When the session finally ended and he returned to his spot, people around him pointed and whispered, some openly mocking him. He acted as though he heard nothing, his gaze indifferent. Just then, Xie's son rejoined the group, looking as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. In the end, he merely slapped Yuan An's shoulder and half sighed, half consoled him. Ench, don't take it too hard. Worst case, just go home and live the life of a second-generation rich kid. Lord Yuanzhen can afford it. Yuan An rolled his eyes and asked casually, so, what did you awaken? Heh, lightning crank. Xie's son scratched his head with a goofy grin. Nice. Suits you, right? Real lightning, just like I wanted. Don't worry, engines I'm strong. I'll have your back too. Let's talk about that later. Yuan An brushed him off with a few perfunctory words. His mind was already elsewhere. He hurriedly pulled up the system interface. Host, Yuan An. Age, 18. Stage, Tier 1, Level 1. Spirit attributes, wind, fire, water, lightning, earth. Abilities, Sharingan, Wood release. Sharingan 3 Tomo. Copy, Insight, Jinjutsu. Wood release. No skills unlocked. The layout was simple, yet dazzling enough. A 3 Tomo Sharingan alone was on par with a crank ability. Next, he opened the store, and a sea of ninjutsu filled his view. Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu 10,000 energy points. Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami 10,000 energy points. Mangekyo Sharingan. Koto Amatsukami 50,000 energy points. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kimui phase, 50,000 energy points. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kimui warp, 50,000 energy points. Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo, 50,000 energy points. Forbidden ocular art. Izanagi, 50,000 energy points. Forbidden ocular art. Izanami, 50,000 energy points. Wood release. Deep forest emergence, 10,000 energy points. Wood release. Flowering forest, 10,000 energy points. Wood release. Wood dragon technique, 10,000 energy points. Wood release. Wooden walls, 10,000 energy points. Wood release. Wooden cage, 10,000 energy points. Every powerful ocular and wood-style technique was up for grabs, all waiting for the right price. Yuan An's heartbeat quickened until he noticed the balance in the upper right corner. 0. System, how do I earn energy points? The system replied coolly. 1. Hunt monsters and exchange their cores. 2. Trade spirit stones directly. 3. Complete missions released periodically by the system. 3 options. That's manageable. Yuan An calculated quickly. The world outside was crawling with beasts. Opportunities wouldn't be scarce. A monster core was the essence of a beast, brimming with its power. Spirit stones serve as the universal currency of this world. They are essentially crystals imbued with spiritual energy that can be used for cultivation. Securing ordinary or even supreme-grade stones isn't particularly difficult. The only mystery is their exact exchange rate. After returning home, Yuan An plans to borrow a few from his father and test the conversion himself. The awakening ceremony was drawing to a close. The last one, Zhao Mei, the instructor's voice echoed across the square. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Every breath held as eyes turned toward the girl in a snow-white dress. Her skin outshone fresh snow, pure yet undeniably alluring, as if a gentle halo clung to her. Zhao Mei acknowledged beauty of Bailong Academy, stunning beyond compare, the dream of countless young men. Her singular blend of innocence and seduction made her the star of their midnight fantasies. In class, she sat atop every theory ranking. High-level officials had publicly praised her as extraordinarily gifted, destined for greatness. What ability would such a favored child of fate awaken? The entire plaza bristled with anticipation. Zhao Mei inhaled deeply and laid her jade-like hand on the ability orb. A pillar of blue-white light shot skyward, so bright the crowd squinted. Elemental, Ice Affinity, Grade S. The instructor announced, voice trembling. Silence complete and shattering. Grade S. The first rank awakener in Bailong City's history. Across the entire Xinxiao Empire, those who reached this level could be counted on one hand. Heaven truly favors Bailong City. Principal Lu Yunchuan leapt to his feet, unable to contain his excitement. Moments later the square erupted. My God, and shrank. I can die happy after seeing this. As expected of Zhao Mei, who could possibly rival her talent? Wasn't there talk of marrying her to Yuan An? After this, they're worlds apart. With Yuan An's 2 trash abilities, he's not even fit to lick her boots. Their chatter inevitably dragged Yuan An into the spotlight. The Yuan and Zhao families were both leading clans in Bailong City, equal in influence. Their children were the same age, and their parents had long planned an engagement. To outsiders, they seemed the perfect pair, handsome and beautiful. Yet the situation had just shifted in a subtle but unmistakable way. After thanking the instructor and the principal, Zhao Mei, cheeks still flushed with excitement, bowed slightly to the crowd and stepped down from the platform. Not far away, Yuan An stood expressionless. Others assumed he was reeling from the blow, but he was merely growing impatient, eager for the ceremony to end so he could return home and investigate spirit stone exchanges. Zhao Mei hesitated, then made her way toward him. Like a glowing pearl, she drew every gaze in her wake. She stopped before Yuan An, tilted her elegant neck, and spoke in a clear voice. Yuan An, mm? Yuan An snapped from his thoughts and met her flawless features. The world assumed they would eventually marry, but he knew he felt no true affection for Zhao Mei, only a sense of obligation to their parents. Drawing a deep breath, Zhao Mei finally mustered her courage. Yuan An, from now on, let's keep our distance. Yuan An, we should keep our distance from now on. On the track, the setting sun etched Zhao Mei's slender silhouette in gold. A light blue uniform hugged her graceful curves, black hair dancing in the breeze. She looked like a rose in full bloom, fragrant and dazzling, yet her voice was as frigid as a mountain wind, thick with disdain. Yuan An blinked, clearly confused by the sudden verdict. Zhao Mei gave him no time to react. Iman shrank awakened. You're double F. Our futures won't intersect. So starting today, less contact. It's best for both of us. This time Yuan An understood, and so did the onlookers. She was dumping him for being useless. Only yesterday, everyone had called them the perfect couple. Now the awakening test split them apart. She was 09 million at the top. He was 09 million at the very bottom. Both had made headlines today. One soared, the other crashed. Zhao Mei was destined to rise through the Xinxia Empire's elite ranks. Yuan An was left with the script of a pampered heir inheriting the family business. To avoid any drag from their past flirtation, She needed a clean break. Cold snickers rippled through the crowd. Pathetic lousy talent, and dumped on top of it. Serves him right. After a double hit like that, he might as well die. The jeers buzzed like mosquitoes. Yuan An rubbed an ear, looked at Zhao Mei's flawless face, and said calmly, Zhao Mei, I think you've misunderstood. I never said I liked you, or that we'd end up together. Stop flattering yourself, okay? Did you mistake politeness for affection? Her pretty face stiffened, anger flashing in her eyes. She snorted. Quit bluffing. Yuan and face reality. You awakened a double F dud. Blame yourself for being worthless. The crowd quickly took sides. Exactly. Don't drag our campus queen down. A double F standing next to the school goddess? What a joke. Not long ago no one dared mock Yuan into his face. Now everyone piled on. Yet Yuan and had already bonded with the system. Sharingan and would release stirred quietly inside him. The crowd looked like a troop of clowns. Finished? He asked blandly. Then I'm off. Dad's waiting for dinner. Without waiting for her reply, he pushed through the cluster and headed for the gate. Their taunts continued, but no one dared lift a finger to stop him. After all, no matter how useless Yuan An's awakened ability was, it couldn't change the fact that his father wielded a class lightning power. Zhao Mei had merely wanted to mock him for a moment, yet Yuan An stayed completely unmoved, gave her a faint glance, and turned away. Being ignored so thoroughly stung, and she shouted at his back, Humph, keep acting tough, just don't go home and cry later. Yuan An never looked back. His stride grew faster until he disappeared around the corner. Bailong City's dominant force was Bailong Academy. From the academy sprang three major factions: the Yuan, Zhao, and by clans who divided the city's territory and resources among themselves. The Yuan clan's pillar, Yuan Jun, was a famed class lightning esper at stage 5, level 5. Espers were ranked from stage 1 to stage 6, each stage split into levels 1 through 10. Rising within a stage was relatively easy, but crossing into the next stage was a chasm. Some people stalled at stage 1, level 10 for 20 years, while others broke into stage 2 within just a few. Stages 1 and 2 were common. Stages 3 and 4 marked elites. Stages 5 and 6 stood at the apex. With stage 6 individuals exceedingly rare, stage 5 alone was enough to dominate a region. As a stage 5, level 5 esper, Yuan Jun was a heavyweight across the entire Xinxia Empire, let alone in Bailong City. Because of him, the Yuan clan, though less wealthy than the Zhao and Bai clans, still stood on equal footing with them. When Yuan An walked home, the first sight that greeted him was a sprawling estate the residents Bailong City had granted the Yuan clan to match their status. Before Yuan Jun reached stage 5, the family had squeezed into a cramped, shabby house that hardly befitted one of the city's three great clans. Young master, you're back. Crossing the threshold, Yuan An was met by Huang Yu, his personal maid and one of the household's few servants. She was 16, had yet to awaken any power, and had been adopted by Yuan Jun 10 years earlier, growing up alongside Yuan An. Comfortable living had left her with fair skin and delicate features, not stunning, but undeniably a charming young beauty. Today she wore a black and white maid outfit, a crisp apron tied at her chest. The short skirt flared slightly, revealing long, slender legs sheathed in sheer white stockings that hinted at a hazy allure. Young master, today is awakening day. What power did you get? Huang Yes' watery eyes sparkled with expectation. Mind your own business. Yuan An tossed out the words and strode past her, unwilling to linger. He crossed the main hall and was heading straight for his room when a deep, resonant voice stopped him. Son, where are you rushing off to? Come here. The words boomed like thunder, and his heart skipped. There was no hiding, after all. He turned toward the nearby sitting room. On the large sofa sat a man in his 40s, hair cropped short, skin bronzed, his brows radiating authority. Dad, so you're here. Yuan An walked over with a grin. This was Yuan Jun, head of the family, Yuan An's father, and one of Bailong City's 4 stage 5 espers. Dad, there you are. Warm light filled the living room as Yuan An pushed the door open with a grin. Across the room, Yuan Jun sat upright on the sofa, imposing without effort. He patted the seat beside him, signaling his son to come over. He'll stay right here, thanks. What's up, Dad? Yuan An obediently took the opposite seat, though his heart was pounding. Yuan Jun's eyes were sharp. You know why I'm asking. Today was the awakening ceremony. Report, what ability did you get? No way to dodge it. Yuan An swallowed and forced a smile. I've got good news and bad news. Which one first? Playing that game with your old man? Fine, the good news. Yuan Jun didn't smile. The tension seemed to pull the air tight. As head of the Yuan family and chief of White Dragon City's execution division, he radiated authority. Yuan An cleared his throat. The good news is, I awakened 2 abilities: Spirit Eye and Wood. Dual abilities. Dual abilities? Yuan Jun froze for a beat. Then excitement flooded his face and laughter burst out. Ha ha ha, dual abilities. I knew you were my son. Yuan An laughed along, guilt tugging at his grin. Now the bad news. Yuan Jun reigned in his joy. The bad news is both abilities are ranked F. Yuan An's voice dropped to a whisper. F rank. Yuan Jun blinked. Is that even a ranking? It is now. They added it for me. F is below E, Yuan An explained honestly. The air froze. Only the wall clock kept ticking. So you awakened two abilities weaker than E? Yuan Jin summed up. Yeah. Silence stretched. Suddenly Yuan Jin shot to his feet, voice like thunder. Unfilial child. How can an rank thunder wielder like me have a son like you? A moment ago he was my brilliant son, now he was a disgrace. Yuan An silently marveled at the speed of the turnaround. Old Yuan, what's with the tantrum? You're making a scene and how dare you call Arn a disgrace? A gentle yet displeased voice drifted from upstairs. Following the voice, a woman in a floral nightdress descended the stairs in slippers. Su-Exine, matriarch of the Yuan family. Mom, you're home? I thought you were at the information department. Yuan An sprang up, his voice warm. It's your awakening day. Of course I took the day off. Su-Exine opened her arms and gathered her son into a gentle hug. A faint scent of gardenias drifted from her, and its softness calmed Yuan An's racing heart. After finishing, she shot Yuan Jun a hard look. What were you shouting about? Scolding our Shao and again itching for a smack, aren't you? Yuan Jun fumed, but still snapped back. Me scold? Ask your son what power he awakened today. The words were out, and though anger roiled inside him, he didn't dare throw a fit in front of Su-Exine. He could only sit back on the sofa with a disgruntled thud. Su-Exine turned to Yuan An, her voice gentle. Shaoan, how did your awakening go? What power did you get? Facing his mother, Yuan An didn't hold back. Mom, I awakened Spirit Eye and what abilities, but both are frank, even lower than E. Guilt tugged at him as he said it. 2 francs. Su-Exine froze for a moment, caught off guard. Yuan Jin exploded. Hear that? My son, Yuan Jin's own boy, ends up with 2 francs. People will laugh us out of the room. What's with the yelling? So what if they're frank? You think being an rank lightning user makes you special? Keep it up and get out. Su Zin's fury shut him down in an instant. She turned back, voice soft again. Shaoan, ignore your dad. He's only happy when someone scolds him. Frank doesn't mean worthless, and you've got 2 elements, maybe you'll spark something new. Even if your powers never blossom, you can stay home and live it up. We can afford it. Warmth surged through Yuan An. The system head gained was a secret, but even without knowing, his mother accepted his double F result without reservation. His eyes burned. He nodded firmly. I won't give up. He'll get stronger and prove everyone wrong. That was a promise when a son made to his mother. Even if not for himself, he'd grow stronger for Su Zin's sake. Suddenly he remembered. Mom, do we have any demon cores? I need 2. For him, the first step was earning energy points through the system to trade for powerful arts or with techniques. A little setback like today couldn't shake him. Yuan Jun had barely sat down when the request set him off again. With your current. A single glare from Su-Exine cut him short. If you're bored, go wash the dishes. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he slunk off to the kitchen. Su-Exine patted Yuan An's shoulder. Don't mind your dad. That's just how he is. I know. He's just hot-tempered, Yuan An said with a smile. Besides talking too loud and acting too fast, his father was fine, and only mom could keep him in line. Su-Exine reminded him. Shaoan, remember what the academy taught you, can't use demon cores directly for cultivation. As she spoke, she flicked her wrist. The spatial ring on her finger flashed, and 2 crystal-clear demon cores brimming with pure energy fell into her palm. With a soft clink, she set them in front of Yuan An. A demon core is the crystallized essence of a beast's power. The crimson gem can be used to reinforce or socket weapons, set up arrays, or even serve as a power source, but it is useless for direct cultivation. The reason is simple. Although beasts and ability users both rely on spiritual energy, the power inside a beast is so violent that a human would explode on the spot if he tried to absorb it. The energy is vast, yet it offers no help in training. Warm lamplight filled the living room as Su-Exine examined the 2 excised, fired cores in her palm, a faint crease forming between her brows. And let me ask again, what exactly are you planning to do with these? Just some research, and I swear I won't try to absorb them, the teenager said, each word steady, as though making a solemn oath. Your son isn't stupid enough to gamble with his life, so relax. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he snatched the cores, stuffed them into his pocket, and bolted for his room before his mother could press further. The bedroom door slammed shut. Yuan An set the 2 cores on his desk, then pulled out all his secret savings, 13 low-grade spirit stones. He gathered the translucent stones in his hand, yet his heart bled. It had taken several days of skipped meals to scrape these together. System, convert everything into energy points. A conversion chart appeared on the light screen. Low-grade spirit stone, 50 points. Mid-grade spirit stone, 100 points. High-grade spirit stone, 200 points. Tier 1, Level 1 Beast Core, 100 points. Tier 1 Level 2, 120 points. Tier 1 Level 3, 130 points. Tier 2 Level 1, 200 points. Tier 2 Level 2, 220 points. Tier 3 Level 1, 300 points. Tier 3 Level 2, 320 points. And so on. Seeing the long column of numbers, Yuan An swore under his breath. What, the spirit stones are worth this little? In the outside world, spirit stones, saturated with spiritual energy, served as a universal currency. Their value rose with the density of that energy. No matter how you sliced it, stones were far rarer than the gold coins minted by the Xinxia Empire. Even the Yuan family had only a limited stash, and these dozen stones were all he had managed to save by living on dry rations. Yet in the eyes of the system, they weren't even as valuable as beast cores. Whatever, scraps of meat, are still meat, convert them all. Despite the grumbling, the boy clenched his teeth and confirmed the transaction. Ding! 13 low-grade spirit stones and 2 tier 2 beast cores converted successfully. Total 850 energy points. As soon as the balance flashed 850, Yuan An's fingers trembled with excitement. He immediately opened the system store. A dazzling cascade of skills scrolled past like a waterfall. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Amaterasu 10,000 points. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Tsukuyami 10,000 points. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kagetsuchi 10,000 points. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kodo Amatsukami 50,000 points. Wood release. Birth of the World of Trees 10,000 points. Wood release. Flower Tree World of Trees 10,000 points. Wood release. Wood Dragon Technique 10,000 points. Each sky-high price poured over him like a bucket of ice water, leaving Yuan An speechless. System, let me ask you something. What is it? The mechanical voice was utterly devoid of warmth. Do you offer loans, interest-free installments, buy now pay later, maybe a free trial heck? ID, even take loan shark rates? Apologies. This system operates on immediate payment and provides no credit or lending services. Then how am I supposed to buy anything with this measly balance? Yuan An lifted his face to the heavens in despair, but no tears would come. Money's tight. You could always save up and come back later, or pick up something cheaper for now. Something cheaper? The system's reminder hit him like a hammer. Yuan An immediately sorted the store by price, and rows of inexpensive jutsu filled the screen. Would release wood spear, 200 energy points. Would release tree wall, 200 energy points. Would release wooden rampart, 400 energy points. Would release thorn killing technique, 400 energy points. Would release 4 pillars house, 400 energy points. Would release eternal tree bind burial, 800 energy points. Not bad at all. His eyes lit up at the bargain list, then dimmed just as quickly. Only had 850 points total, hardly enough for more than a few. Even though these lesser techniques were cheaper than the flashy ultimates, they were still a major expense. Every point had to count, ideally covering both offense and defense. After careful thought, he made his choice. Wood spear, tree wall, and thorn killing technique, 1 for offense, 1 for defense, and 1 for control. Best bang for the buck. The moment he confirmed the purchase, his balance dropped to 50 points, and the pain was almost physical. Energy points burn way too fast, he muttered. His savings from the past few years were gone in a click. The quickest way to earn them back was through trade. Spirit stones and demon cores both converted to points, but the Yuan family had few stones left, and the exchange rate was terrible. Demon cores paid well, and were plentiful if you were strong enough to take them. There was only one way to get a core: kill the beast that owned it. Decision made. He set out at once time to hunt. Awakening an ability is a life-changing divide. After the ritual, 1. Support type or failed awakeners stay in the city, find logistics posts, and learn the necessary skills. 2. Combat type awakeners prepare to join Bailong Academy's Beast Hunt. For an awakener, the path to power is brutally simple: real combat. Continuous fighting and relentless hunting sharpen technique, awaken the killer instinct, and build battlefield intuition. On the 5th day after awakening, Academy instructors personally escort the freshmen to a designated beast forest to oversee their first live mission. At the entrance to the beginner beast forest outside Bailong City, mountain winds rustled the brush, carrying a faint scent of blood. Instructors were already lined up while the new students gathered at the gate. Listen up. Teams of 3 to Favino 1 goes in alone, understood? The lead instructor's voice boomed over the rustling leaves. The beasts here were low tier, but the rookies were even lower. Going solo was suicide. Understood. The crowd answered in unison and immediately began forming groups. Yuan An strolled to the edge of the gathering. The moment he appeared, the chatter died away and every gaze swung toward him. Yuan An? What's he doing here? Is he actually going into the beast forest? Come on, a double F waste like him is just asking to die. And who'd be crazy enough to team up with him? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Almost simultaneously, a commotion rose on the other side. It's Xiaomei. The campus goddess is here. She's strength team with her, and you're golden. Dream on. People like us aren't even in the running. Yuan An followed the voice and spotted Zhao Mei emerging from the crowd like a queen among courtiers, radiant and poised. A ring of eager young men surrounded her, bowing and fawning, each desperate to be noticed. The Zhao family was already one of the 3 great clans, and with Zhao Mei's recent awakening of enshrankability, their status was poised to eclipse the other 2. Escorted by her entourage, Zhao Mei reached the entrance to the beginner beast forest. Her eyes swept the area and landed on Yuan An. She paused, arched a brow, and spoke with open contempt. Yuan An? Planning to enter the forest today as well? Just days ago they had chatted freely. Now her tone was icy. Yuan An sighed inwardly but replied calmly, showing concern. Miss Zhao? Weren't you the one who said we should keep our distance? Can't stand the loneliness already? She gave no quarter, and neither did he. Zhao Mei's cheeks flushed. You. Before she could finish, the only young man who could stand at her side stepped forward with a cold laugh. Still dreaming, aren't you? Who would team up with a double-frank heir of the Yuan family? The speaker was Bai Tianquan, heir to the Bai clan, a branch strength user, and second only to Zhao Mei among this year's freshmen. Since the Bai clan was also one of the three great clans, his presence beside Zhao Mei was no surprise. In the past, Zhao Mei always chose Yuan An, leaving Bai Tianquan in the background. Now the tables had turned, and Bai seized the chance to vent his long-held frustration. Yuan An glanced at Bai's smug face, ignored him, and strode toward the forest entrance. The instructor stationed there looked up and reminded him kindly, you need at least 3 people to enter the beast forest. He knew full well no one here would team up with a double franker, even if he was a Yuan. Ding. Mission activated. Solo clear of the beginner beast forest. Reward, 1,000 energy points. The system notification rang out. Yuan An's first mission. He raised an eyebrow and asked the instructor, voice steady. Your advice is to form a trio, right? Is it mandatory? The instructor hesitated, then smirked. Not compulsory, but do you really plan to go alone? Other than Zhao Mei, no one here can solo a beast, let alone someone with 2 frank abilities. Unfazed by the taunt, Yuan An marched into the beginner beast forest while the crowd stared in disbelief. He actually went in? He really went in alone? Does he have a death wish, or what? I've seen reckless people before, but never anyone this eager to die. Outside the portal, the onlookers could already picture Yuan An being torn apart by beasts until not even his bones remained. The moment he stepped through the portal to the beginner beast forest, space rippled around him and his vision spun like a gale. An instant later, he found himself deep inside a lush jungle. This forest was a rookie trial ground set aside by White Dragon Academy. Most of the beasts here ranged from Tier 1 Level 1 to Level 3, the lowest rung of prey. A brand new student who had just awakened an ability typically had only one basic stat, putting them on par with a Tier 1 Level 1 beast. Yuan An was different though, officially still Tier 1 Level 1. He already wielded the 3-Tomo Sharingan and several wood-style techniques, enough power to take on a Tier 1 Level 3 beast Hedon. That was why he dared to come alone. Objective, hunt beasts. Darting through the underbrush, he soon spotted a bloodfang monkey stealing fruit from a banana tree Tier 1 Level 1, and a grade strength-type beast. You'll do. Yuan An formed seals with blinding speed. With style, with spear. Boom! Earth exploded as a thick trunk morphed into a razor-sharp spear and screamed toward the monkey. Whoosh! Its ears twitched. It twisted aside and leapt between branches, dodging by a hair's breadth. So agile? It was Yuan An's first real fight with a beast, and he was surprised. The Academy's bestiary made it clear. At equal levels, beasts were usually stronger than human ability wielders because they absorbed wilder spiritual energy, and a great beast technique could rival a human great. This bloodfang monkey was a textbook example, blindingly fast. Roar! Locked onto its target, the monkey lunged. The meter-tall shadow skimmed the ground, claws flashing in the sunlight. Yuan An sidestepped, but his sleeve ripped and a shallow gash opened on his arm. Screech! The monkey chattered provocatively. Not bad. Brushing off dust, Yuan An's eyes darkened. Blood-red irises swirled with 3 black Tomoeth Sharingan awakened. Let's see if you're faster than my Sharingan. Screech! The monkey flung a handful of dirt to blind him, then shot in from the flank. Every move was laid bare to the Sharingan. Got you. Yuan An shifted just enough to evade and wove another set of seals. With style, bramble annihilation. Swish, swish, swish. Thick, thorny vines erupted from the grass, snapping like steel whips and coiling around the monkey layer by layer. It thrashed wildly, but the vines held tight. Yuan An formed seals a third time. With style, with spear. Thud! 2 needlepoint spears burst from the ground and punched clean through the monkey's chest and abdomen. Squelch! The demon blood monkey's life was snuffed out in a single blow. Crimson gore splattered across vines and fallen leaves, and the warm stench of blood spread through the air. Yuan An stepped forward, drew the cold, gleaming dagger at his waist, and fought down a surge of nausea as he split open the monkey's brow with one decisive cut. With a crack, a beast core the size of a glass marble rolled into view, dull, yet laced with a sinister red glow, its surface still radiating heat. Got it, monster core, he muttered, pinching it free. At the same time, a faint thread of spiritual energy seeped from the carcass, coursing up his arm and into his body. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a Tier 1 Level 1 beast and gained 10 experience points. Experience 2? Yuan An blinked and opened his system panel. Host, Yuan An. Age, 18. Realm, Tier 1, Level 1. Experience needed for next level, 10,100. So killing beasts makes me level up? A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. With the progress bar now visible, he could finally measure his growth in clear numbers. Next target. After dealing with the carcass, he wiped the blood from his blade and slipped deeper into the shadows of the forest. In this beginner beast forest, monsters were far more numerous than he had imagined. Within just 3 hours, Yuan An cut down 10 Tier 1 Level 1 beasts, filling his experience bar to the brim. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached Tier 1 Level 2 and earned 100 energy points. Leveling up comes with rewards too? Yuan An raised a brow, though the amount felt stingy. System, a mere 100 points hardly does justice to your grandeur. If you don't want them, future rewards can be cancelled. The mechanical voice replied, icy and flat. No, I'll take them. 100 still love. He caved at once. As his realm advanced, spiritual energy surged inside him, and his ninjutsu grew noticeably stronger. They had 4 hours in the forest before a forced extraction, and he still had 1 hour left. He figured he could down at least 2 more beasts. In that case, he'll hunt a Tier 1 Level 2 for practice. He whispered, moving off to search for new prey. Outside the beast forest, instructors gathered before a massive projection screen. The display showed every student's live location, while a ranking on the side tallied individual kills. At the moment, the top name left instructors and already evacuated students staring in disbelief. Yuan An, kills, 10. Second place, the highly favored Zhao Mei, had 8. Third place, by Tianquan, had 7. Most others sat at 3 or 4. Many students hunted in parties, and the system divided a team's tally among its members, so individual numbers were generally low. Zhao Mei and Bai Tianquan, both considered the elite of the new class, were expected to lead the board. But Yuan An, how had he reached the top? Instructor, could there be a glitch? Does Yuan An really have that many kills? Someone finally asked. Yuan An hasn't just avoided being devoured, he's vaulted into first place. The spectator stands erupted, eyes locked on the holographic screen. No one could believe what they saw was competing alone, without any team support. The system must be malfunctioning, someone muttered, brow furrowed. The instructors stared at the back-end data, frantically running diagnostics. Moments later the system replied, everything was normal. 10 beasts in Yuan An's segment of the forest had vanished, indisputable proof. Because every team's hunting zone was isolated, those monsters could only have died by his hand. But he's just a double F loser. How can this be? One voice objected, and the doubts multiplied. The remaining competitors had been teleported out for their safety. Most were drank and a few hovered at crank, yet they had been forced to quit. By contrast, Yuan An was not only still fighting, but sitting atop the leaderboard. It was absurd. Maybe the Yuan clan slipped him some kind of cheat item, someone hissed. The accusation spread instantly. Yeah, he must have pulled strings. A double F beating Zhao the campus bell, and by Tianquan? Shameless. While the debate outside grew ever louder, deep in the monster forest Yuan An had already chosen his next prey, a Tier 1, Level 2 waterside shrimp. The drank water beast was 2 meters long, its blue-black shell gleaming with a frosty sheen. Each pincer stretched almost a meter and was as thick as an alloy arm. Even beasts that were not strength types boasted bodies tough enough to rival human power users, and the waterside shrimp embodied that fact. Clang, clang, clang. The creature thumped its chest plate in warning, rumbling at the intruder. An instant later it jerked back and hurled a jet of water at Yuan An. The scarlet Sharingan snapped open. Tracking the beast's spiritual flow, Yuan An sidestepped a moment early. The torrent scraped his sleeve and smashed into the rock wall behind him, spraying shards and mist. Seizing the opening, his hands flashed through seals. Would release, with spear. Boom. 2 massive wooden lances burst from the earth in a pincer attack, aimed at the gaps in the shrimp's armor. Crunch. The monster was just as quick. Its giant claws crossed and crushed the spears to splinters that scattered like rain. Now, Yuan An formed seals again. Would release, thorn kill. Whoosh. Barbed vines shot forward, coiling around the claw joints. The tough fibers creaked against the shell, locking the limbs for a heartbeat. Yuan An kicked off the muddy ground, his body an arrow skimming forward. Splurt. With its claws bound, the waterside shrimp switched to its mouthparts and blasted an even thicker jet of water. Would release, tree wall. A dense shield of entwined vines erupted, blocking the torrent. Water exploded in all directions as Yuan An closed the final distance, stopping right in front of the creature's huge eyes. The tomo inside his Sharingan spun wildly, locking onto the target. Illusion art, Sharingan. Thud. Illusions are classified as mental assaults and can bypass all physical defenses. Within the category of special abilities there is a rare illusion branch. Awakening it is difficult, but once achieved it becomes an unrivaled weapon of the mind. The lower one's cultivation, the weaker the resistance to illusions. A first-rank, second-grade beast like the riverside shrimp has virtually no mental defense. Enveloped by Yuan An's Sharingan illusion, The shrimp suddenly stopped struggling and crashed heavily to the ground. Phew. After chaining several jutsu and adding the Sharingan's ocular technique, most of Yuan An's spiritual energy had been drained. If he wanted to keep fighting, he had to start budgeting it. Steadying his breathing, he staggered over, drew a dagger that gleamed with cold light, and drove it through a gap in the shell. Blood, brine, and hot steam rushed out. With practiced efficiency, he dismantled the carcass and retrieved a first-rank, second-grade monster core. That should be about it. Yuan An calculated the time left before the teleport. He had burned too much energy today. Pushing on would be pointless. He had already harvested plenty on the first day of combat, so he sat cross-legged and began a steady breathing technique to replenish his reserves. Minutes ticked by. When the 4-hour mark arrived, a surge of spatial force rose from the ground, enveloping and stretching him. Being passively expelled within the allotted time was the only way to clear the primary beast forest. Outside the forest, flashes of white light rippled as one figure after another was thrown out. Fewer than a quarter of the original entrants managed to last the full 4 hours. Yuan An had barely found his footing when Zhao Mei and Bai Tianquan landed on either side of him. Their shock was obvious. They never expected Yuan An to make it to the end. Yuan An, I'm surprised you actually held out. Not bad, Bai Tianquan sneered. Yuan An ignored him and brushed the dust from his sleeve. The instructor called out the results in a loud voice. For the primary beast forest trial, first place goes to Yuan An. The crowd erupted. Every eye turned to the big screen. It displayed, in unmistakable lettering, Yuan An, 10 first-rank, first-grade beasts. 1 first-rank, second-grade beast. Zhao Mei, 10 first-rank, first-grade beasts. Bai Tianquan, 9 first-rank, first-grade beasts. The smugness on Zhao Mei and Bai Tianquan's faces froze. Their scores were among the best, yet Yuan An had still outdone them. Impossible. Isn't he a double F ability user? How could he have that many kills? The students who followed were full of doubts, voices overlapping in a rising clamor. Zhao Mei took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. Yet she couldn't help saying, Yuan An, the beast forest is meant to hone our own strength. What's the point of padding your score with your uncle's tricks? Bai Tianquan chimed in at once. If you already need your family's help in a beginner trial, what are you going to do later on? As soon as Zhao Mei spoke, the crowd suddenly understood. So that was there was no way he could have achieved such high marks on his own. He even had to rely on his family's pull for a simple trial. Shameless. Sarcastic voices rippled through the crowd like fine rain crackling against stone. Yuan An lifted his eyes and gave Zhao Mei and Bai Tianquan a fleeting glance, showing no desire to explain. Instead of worrying about me, figure out how you're not going to lose first place to a frank nobody like me. The remark left Zhao Mei and Bai Tianquan livid. The trash they kept insulting was just as sharp with his tongue. Stop meddling in my business, or you might find you still can't beat garbage like me. With everyone watching, Yuan An let out a cold laugh, turned, and walked away, ignoring the mixed looks behind him. Ding! A system chime rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Solo clear of the beginner beast forest. Reward, 1,000 energy points. A bright panel flashed, and his balance jumped by 1,000. He then converted all his loot 10 Tier 1 Level 1 beast cores and 1 Tier 1 Level 2 beast core into energy. Tier 1 Level 1 cores were worth 100 points each, and the Tier 1 Level 2 core, 120 points, adding up to 1,120. With the mission reward and his previous savings, his account now held 2,170 points. Over 2,000 enough to buy plenty of good stuff. On the way home, he eagerly opened the system shop, sliding a finger across the virtual display until he reached the wood release category. Wood release, wood lock wall 400 points. Wood release, exploding tree spear 600 points. Wood release, great forest technique 600 points. Wood release, birth of the tree sea 600 points. Wood release, all-encompassing forest 1,000 points. Wood release, wood clone 1,000 points. Any Mangekyo Sharingan technique costs more than 10,000. No chance I can afford that now. Better pick some practical wood release to boost my overall strength first. Staring at the list, Yuan An wavered between I want them all and my budget is tight. After a long calculation, he decided. System, exchange for birth of the tree sea, great forest technique, and wood clone. Ding. 2,000 energy points deducted. Exchange successful. Skill data syncing. Wood release. Birth of the tree sea, a compact version of tree boundary subjugation that summons a small forest instantly, useful for both offense and defense. Wood release. Great forest technique unleashes a mass of trees from the arms, able to pursue enemies or form barriers against impact. Wood release. Wood clone creates a clone nearly indistinguishable from the user for deception and feints. Great value across the board. Yuan An calculated silently. With his current cultivation, he couldn't fuel high-cost Mangekyo techniques anyway, so these low-consumption wood release moves suited him perfectly. Yuan An took first place in the beginner beast forest trial, and the results stirred up quite a debate. Outside the training ground, the rest area was alive with chatter. That guy's just a double F loser had to have cheated. Exactly. He's a clown. Once he's in a real life or death fight, he's toast. The crowd scoffed at Yuan and confidently declared he was doomed. Yet the target of their ridicule never even looked up. He poured every spare minute into live combat inside the beginner beast forest. Bailong City had prepared 5 beginner forests for new students. 1. Forest 1, Tier 1, Level 13. 2. Forest 2, Tier 1, Level 15. 3. Forest 3, Tier 1, Level 37. 4. Forest 4, Tier 1, Level 48. 5. Forest 5, Tier 1, Level 710. From weakest to strongest, the lineup offered a true, full-spectrum challenge. Originally, Yuan An meant to clear all 5 areas, but the upper limits of Forests 3 through 5 were beyond his current reach. After weighing his options, he decided to settle into Forests 1 and 2 and work up methodically. Forest 1, Beginner Beast Zone. The brush parted as a Tier 1, Level 3 flame burst wolf charged out, its crimson coat glowing like molten iron. Raff. Its throat bulged, and it spewed a fireball more than a meter across. Scorching heat washed over the clearing. Yuan An stayed calm, his hands forming seals in a blur. Wood-style great forest. Thick roots shot from his arms and sprang up in front of him, shaping a wooden wall in half a second. Boom! The fireball slammed into it, splitting into 4 searing waves that the wall absorbed. Without losing momentum, the wood whipped toward the wolf like a giant vine. The wolf's fury only grew. Its jaws snapped, fangs crunching the wooden lash into splinters. In a burst of speed it kicked off the ground, stones spraying as it blurred toward Yuan An. One final leap, its gleaming fangs aimed straight at his throat. Crunch! Its teeth bit into solid wood. The wolf froze the Yuan An before it had turned into timber. Wood-style wood clone. The voice came from behind. The real Yuan An pressed his hand to the ground. Wood-style sea of trees birth. Thud! The earth ruptured, and a tide of vines and trunks surged upward. The wolf tried to retreat, but the shattered clone transformed into a thick tree that coiled around its body, pinning it in place. A heartbeat later, dense vines swept in and swallowed it whole. Ding! Congratulations, host Tier 1, Level 3 beast slain. You gained 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has risen to Tier 1, Level 3. The chimes faded, and the forest fell silent. Splintered wood and a rapidly cooling corpse were all that remained. Brushing off sawdust, Yuan An located the wolf's body and deftly pried out its monster core. It's about time. I've already hit Stage 1. Level 3 next run, I can tackle Beast Forest number 2, Yuan An murmured. The moment the trial timer expired, the air around him rippled. Space twisted, an unseen force yanked him forward, and in the blink of an eye he reappeared at the entrance to Beast Forest number 1. The spot was crowded, as usual, with freshmen farming beasts. Yuan An's sudden arrival made a dozen nearby students pause. He's back again. Who knows? With whatever cheat he's using, he hogs the forest every day and steals our resources. No shame at all. They whispered but didn't dare confront him. Yuan An passed them without a word, his attention drawn to the massive holographic screen at the gate. 2 leaderboards scrolled in real time, today's run on the left, cumulative totals on the right. It was only the 5th day of the new semester, yet an impressive gap had already opened. Cumulative rank 1, Yuan An. Kills, 30 stage 11 beasts, 10 stage 12 beasts, 5 stage 13 beasts. Rank 2, Xiaomei. Kills, 20 stage 11 beasts, 5 stage 12 beasts. Rank 3, by Tianquan. Kills, 15 stage 11 beasts, 2 stage 12 beasts. Zhao Mei and Bai Tianquan had already broken records for freshmen, yet Yuan An was miles ahead, 5 straight days at the top. No one's busted him for cheating yet. The instructors watch every run. If he were cheating, would he still be first 5 days in a row? A few mentors stood nearby. One glanced at Yuan An, then said nothing. Ding! Congratulations, host. 5 consecutive days at the top of the Beast Forest number 1 leaderboard. Mission 5-day streak complete. Reward, 1,000 energy points. The synthetic prompt echoed in his mind. Unfazed, Yuan An left the trial grounds and walked toward the family estate. Evening, Yuan residence. Welcome home, young master. Huang Yu hurried over. She wore a black and white maid uniform that fell just above the knee, sheer black stockings catching the light and lending her an elegant allure. Yuan An's gaze lingered on her legs for a heartbeat, then lifted. My parents aren't back yet. The master and madam said they'll be home for dinner, she replied, keeping pace with him. All right, no need to follow me. I'm heading to my room, tell the kitchen to make a few extra dishes. Yes, sir. Huang Yu dipped a curtsy and hurried off. Yuan An entered his bedroom, locked the door, and switched on the lights. The first thing he did was pour a pile of monster cores from his storage ring onto the desk. They clattered across the surface in a rainbow of colors. Convert everything to energy. Ding. 20 stage 11 cores, 9 stage 12 cores, 5 stage 13 cores. Total sale price, 3,730 energy points. The numbers floated before his eyes. Yuan An frowned. Not even 4,000. Including the 1,000 point mission reward, he had just over 4,000 energy, still far short of the 10,000 he needed. He steadied his breathing, resolve hardening in his eyes. Looks like it's time to grind Beast Forest number 2 tomorrow. At stage 1, level 3, he could survive there. A few more days of hard work and he'd break 10,000 energy points. And once he had 10,000, he could unlock the ocular skill of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just the thought made his pulse race. Hey mom, dad, you're back. Yuan An was just stepping down the stairs when he saw Yuan Jun and Su Xian file into the living room. A trace of wintry air and the scent of leather briefcases still clung to their coats. The two were rarely home at the same time. Yuan Jun, head of the executive department of Bailong City, spent his days buried in urgent paperwork, while Su Xian, an intelligence officer in the information department, was constantly dispatched on field missions that kept her out of town every few days. Being one of the 3 great clans of Bailong City didn't grant the Yuans any special leisure. If anything, the title meant heavier duties and tighter schedules. Shaoan, did you miss mom these last few days? Su Xian shed her coat, spread her arms, and pulled her son into a hug. The faint scent of gardenias on her skin, mixed with the aroma of dinner, warmed Yuan, and his heart family always came first to him. Dinner's ready, Yuan Jun said after changing into home clothes, his deep voice leaving no room for delay, abruptly cutting through the mother-son moment. Come on, let's eat, Shaoan, Su Xian said, releasing him. The 3 soon took their seats. Steam rose from the dishes, braised pork and rich sauce, delicately steamed fish, and glossy stir-fried greens. Yuan An served his parents each a bowl of rice. What have you been up to these last few days? Yuan Jun asked, lifting a piece of braised pork to his mouth while fixing his eyes on his son. What else? Wandering around, Yuan An replied with a shrug. I've already graduated from Bailong Academy, and I don't have anything better to do. Your academy's Beast Forest supervisor came to see me, Yuan Jun went on, laying down his chopsticks. He said you joined the forest trial, beat Zhao Mei and Bai Tianquan, and took first place. Yeah, Yuan An nodded, expressionless. Our Shaoan is that impressive? Su Xin's eyes lit up. The instructor thinks he cheated, Yuan Jun continued in the same, even tone. They suspect he used some trick to clear the trial. Su Xian frowned. Are you doubting your own son? Can't he just be naturally gifted? I need to know the truth. Yuan Jin kept his eyes on Yuan, and Shao An's dual-class abilities are a matter of record. By all previous statistics, even an E-class ability is practically useless, let alone F. I want an explanation. Yuan An tightened his grip on his chopsticks and spoke calmly, each word distinct. The problem isn't the rank, it's the person using it. I'm confident I can train these 2-class abilities until they're stronger than most people's normal powers. Su Xian beamed. I knew our Shaoan was the best. Yuan Jun posed one final question. Did you cheat? No. Everything was my own strength. Yuan An met his father's gaze without flinching. Good. Eat. Yuan Jun nodded, picked up his chopsticks again, and ended the matter there. Oh, Shaoan. Su Xian lowered her voice as something occurred to her. How are things with that Zhao Mei girl lately? I heard you two had a falling out. Even with their busy schedules, they had caught wind of a few rumors about the new graduates. Yuan An didn't hide anything. He told the truth. She just awakened in class ice ability, while I'm stuck with double F powers. Why would she even look at me now? If she's not interested, so be it. I never liked Zhao Mei's attitude anyway. Breaking up is probably for the best, Yuan Jun interjected. We were never together in the first place, so there's nothing to break up from, Yuan An said, rubbing his forehead and correcting his father. Su Xian felt sorry for Zhao Mei. What a pity. You two seem close. I was hoping you'd marry in a couple of years and give me a chubby grandson. Father and son turned to her in unison, equally stunned. Mom, isn't that a little too soon? Yuan An muttered, speechless. Su Xian's face turned stern. Do you think you're still a kid? My only wish now is to see you married with children. I won't rest until that mission is accomplished. You really said that out loud. Yuan Jun shot her a disgruntled look, then turned to his son. Ignore your mother. A man shouldn't settle down this early. Hit stage 1 level 5 first, then join the operations division. Your strength will skyrocket there. Su Xian fired back. Don't listen to your dad. The operations division is dangerous. Come to the intelligence division with me. A desk job is much safer. Safe? Without skills you'll die, without even realizing how. In operations you'll at least know where the danger is. Your operations people know there's danger and still charge in. Bunch of idiots. No sooner had they finished than the kitchen erupted again. Listening to his parents go back and forth made Yuan An's head buzz. He jumped to his feet. I'm going to my room. You two get some rest. With that, he fled, leaving them to argue to their heart's content. The next morning the house was already empty when Yuan An got up. Yuan Jun, head of operations, and Su Xian, deputy director of intelligence, were rarely home at this hour. Breakfast is ready, young master. The maid Huang Yu greeted him at the door, offering warm water for him to wash up. Yuan An glanced at her smooth short hair, a pretty face, rabbit-like meekness, and felt his mood lift. After breakfast, he reviewed the day's plan. Enter Beast Forest number 2. If he wanted to level up quickly, he had to hunt more beasts, earn money, and exchange it for Mangekyo Sharingan techniques. It was the only shortcut. Soon he arrived at the entrance to Beast Forest number 2. Normally, a newly awakened trainee would spend half a month in Forest number 1, reaching stage 1 level 2 before even thinking about coming here. Even prodigies needed 10 days. Yuan An, however, had cleared Forest number 1 several times in just 5 days and forced his way to stage 1 level 3 in unheard-of pace. As a result, Forest number 2 was deserted at this early hour. A chilly morning breeze threaded through the dense canopy, carrying a faint scent of blood. Yuan An took a deep breath, and without hesitation stepped inside. Beast Forest number 2 was a tangle of shadows, the damp smell of earth mingling with the metallic reek unique to spirit beasts. 3 Tier 1. Level 2. Class D golden-furred monkeys shrieked in unison before Yuan An, their cries echoing. Oh ho ho. They lunged from 3 sides at once, moving with the uncanny agility shared by all ape-type beasts. Among spirit beasts, apes and monkeys most closely resembled humans in both movement and intent. Even so, Yuan An had no intention of meeting them with style. Gazing at the trio, he held a single thought. Today I'll temper my Sharingan with you. Scarlet light spilled across his eyes as 3 tomos surfaced and locked onto each target. He drew an 80-centimeter regulation short blade from his back. Boom. His foot slammed into the mud, scattering leaves. Blade held like a gust of wind. He dashed straight at the monkey in the middle. Screeching, it swelled its arms and hammered the air, each punch ripping through with a howl. Sharingan. The 3 tomos spun, dissecting every path of attack, the central haymaker and the flanking strikes alike. In a breath, he slipped between the 3 incoming fists. Cold steel carved a ruthless arc and split the heart of the center monkey. Blood sprayed, its life ending in an instant. The 2 survivors watched their companion fall and shrieked even louder. Muscles bulged beneath golden fur as they pounded their chests and shot forward barely above the ground, crazed for revenge. But nothing outran the Sharingan. Yuan An traced their inevitable paths, raked his blade across the soil, and kicked up a cloud of dust that blinded them. The next heartbeat, his blade punched through the heart of the left-hand beast, painting the air red once more. The last monkey, consumed by rage, lost all rhythm and charged with flailing arms. Against the Sharingan, such openings spelled death. Jinjutsu Sharingan. A flash of killing intent froze the creature where it stood, its pupils glazed. Before it could recover, Yuan An's short blade pierced its heart with clean finality. Against a Tier 1, Level 3 cultivator like Yuan An, the 3 golden-furred monkeys never had a chance. Had he employed with style, the fight would have ended even sooner. Yet he sought only to temper his 3-tomos Sharingan. Without qualification to exchange for the Mangekyo, he still needed constant battle to hone the current form, making it ever more instinctive. The poor monkeys could have died quickly. Instead, they were drawn out for practice. When it was over, Yuan An opened each chest with practiced efficiency and pocketed the 3 beast cores. Then he strode deeper into the forest, searching for his next target. Beast Forest number 2 was said to hold Tier 1 monsters from level 1 to 5, yet Yuan An had seen little beyond levels 1 to 3 so far. Not one level 4 beast had appeared, let alone a level 5. Lead gray mist drifted among the shrubs. Low brambles bristled with thorns, and he bent to part them as he counted the day's spoils. Nothing but low-grade prey. Hunting level 4 or level 5 beasts while circling the outskirts was clearly a waste of time. Tightening his grip on his short blade, he got his bearings and headed deeper into the forest without a backward glance. At the entrance to Forest number 2, it was only day 6. Normally no instructor had shown up yet, and no freshman should have arrived this early. This year, however, there was Xiao Mei. She was the first rank Esper by Long City had produced in decades, perhaps a century. At the start, every freshman's combat experience was nearly 0, so even its rank stood on the same line as the rest. A few days later that advantage burst into view. In just 5 days, Xiao Mei reached Tier 1 level 3, smashing the Academy's record for the fastest promotion. Academy rules allowed Tier 1 level 3 students to enter Beast Forest number 2. Xiao Mei therefore stopped lingering in Forest number 1. Her partner by Tianquan, a mere brank, gained passage by teaming up with her. When they left, Yuan An still held the cumulative kill record for Forest number 1. On that point the two agreed. Aim higher. There was no need to measure themselves against the double F. If they wanted a comparison, it should be with their own progress. They abandoned any thought of farming records in Forest number 1 and rushed straight to Forest number 2, determined to claim the title of first entrance. That way, no matter how dazzling Yuan An became in Forest number 1, he could never take from them the honor of stepping into Forest number 2 first. That's Beast Forest number 2 ahead. Even the instructors aren't here yet, so we have to be first, Bai Tianquan said, weapon in hand, pride thick in his voice. Making it here on day 6, nobody else in the whole academy can match that. Xiao Mei answered with a gentle smile, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. Let's go. From here on, Only this place is worthy of us. Side by side, they crossed the stone arch and looked up at the entrance's holographic display. One name was already lit up: Yuan An. Time inside, 3 hours. Kills, 15 tier 1 level 2 beasts, 3 tier 1 level 3 beasts. The scarlet numbers stabbed at their eyes. Yuan An? He's already in there? Bai Tianquan froze, then his brows drew tight. Zhao Mei bit her lower lip, her knuckles whitening. She had believed reaching forest number 2 on day 6 was glory enough, yet Yuan An had arrived even sooner. She was supposed to be Bai Long Academy's brightest new star, so why was that double F always one step ahead? To anyone unaware, Yuan An might as well have been doubles. Bai Tianquan drew a long breath and lowered his voice. Forest number 2 isn't like forest number 1. Once we're inside, we can track him down. If he's cheating, we'll spot it. If he's the real deal, that'll show too. His words finished, a cold smile flickered across his face. Would release thorn execution. Crunch. Barbed vines burst from the ground like 1,000 blades, skewering the grade 4 first-tier monster in an instant. The beast convulsed and fell. Yuan An retracted the vines with a flick of his hand. His blade flashed once, and he cleanly split the skull to scoop out the searing monster core. Half an hour remained in the trial. With luck, he could still hunt 2 or 3 more creatures. Weighing the hot core between his fingers, he scanned the forest for his next target, only to find 2 figures suddenly blocking his path: Zhao Mei and Bai Tianquan. He raised an eyebrow. They came to Beast Forest number 2 as well? Unlike Forest number 1, where newcomers fought in isolated zones, every trainee was tossed into the same battlefield from Forest number 2 onward. Only a handful of spatial ability elites could carve out private arenas. The academy let freshmen sharpen their skills alone in Forest 1, then hurled them into Forests 2 through 5 for real group combat. In that light, running into Zhao Mei and Bai Tianquan here was hardly strange. A grade 4 first-tier beast? My young master Yuan has really made progress, Bai Tianquan sneered, glancing at the corpse. Yuan An didn't bother responding and stepped aside to leave. Bai Tianquan lunged forward, blocking him with a cold smile. Leaving so soon? Afraid we'll catch you cheating? Yuan An finally looked up. If you're that bored, go home and play in the mud. This place wasn't built for slow kids. Did you just call me slow? Bai Tianquan's face darkened. I never said that. You jumped into the pit yourself. Yuan An shrugged, while Zhao Mei watched in weary silence. Fine. Very fine. Bai Tianquan ground his teeth. Since you're in Forest 2, I'm going to see how a double F reject racks up those scores. He rolled up his sleeves. The arm that had looked like a bamboo pole bulged with knotty muscle and throbbing veins of grade strength ability. The concept was simple. Boost brute force high enough to go from 1 punch, 1 pig to 1 punch, 1 monster. Crude but deadly. Yuan An. His knuckles cracked. Show me what you've got, double F trash. Since awakening, Yuan An's double F rating had been a campus joke, yet he cleared Forest 1 first and broke every speed record afterward, stealing the spotlight. Bai Tianquan and Zhao Mei owned flashier gifts, but Yuan An's results left them in the dust, and Bai Tianquan couldn't stomach that. Duels were forbidden on campus, but in this monster jungle, any mishap could be shrugged off as an accident. Oh, Yuan An sighed, shaking his head in pity. Bai Tianquan assumed he was backing down and readied another taunt, when Yuan An vanished with a sharp whoosh. A blast of wind slammed into Bai Tianquan's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his fists, power surging down his arms and gathering in his knuckles, ready to strike. But Yuan An was faster. At some point, he had snatched up a branch as thick as a finger and swung it across Bai Tianquan's forearms. The sharp crack left a vivid welt and sent pain shooting through him enough to make even a strength-type gasp. You bastard! Bai Tianquan roared. Muscles bulged across his shoulders as he prepared to twist off the other boy's head. Yuan An merely flicked his wrist. The tip of the branch pressed against Bai Tianquan's Adam's apple. A gentle push split the thin skin, and a bead of blood welled up. It's not a sword, but this branch can pierce your throat all the same. Care to test it? Yuan An's tone was calm, his gaze cold as steel. Bai Tianquan froze. Off to the side, Zhao Mei started to speak. Yuan, and she got no further. The teenager spun around, and a pair of crimson Xieluan eyes locked onto hers. Thump. Conscious, yet helpless, Zhao Mei felt herself plunge into a bottomless icy abyss. Every limb was pinned. Even her breath turned to frost illusion art. Xieluan Eye, Class S. Instant kill, no escape. I'm only a little annoyed with you right now, Yuan An said coolly. Stay out of my way, or next time it won't be this simple. With that, he turned and strode deeper into the beast forest. Only after his figure vanished did Zhao Mei break free of the illusion, collapsing to her knees and gulping for air. The memory of being fully aware yet utterly immobile still chilled her. So this is his I-type ability, she whispered. Bai Tianquan swallowed hard. His throat still seemed to feel the icy tip of the branch. I thought he was double F rank. How is he this strong? After facing him firsthand, they had to admit Yuan An hadn't used any hacks or hidden items, just raw power. A Brank and Shrank had been crushed by someone supposedly stuck at double F. Looks like he's fooled a lot of us, Zhao Mei muttered, still shaken. After shaking them off, Yuan An used his remaining time to hunt another Tier 1, Level 3 beast, and was immediately transported out of the instance. Since it was still early, he queued up again. The second run went smooth. Lino Zhao Mei or by Tianquan and Saitan by days and had gathered over a dozen beast cores, trading them all for energy credits. Watching the balance jump higher only fueled his determination. From then on, Yuan An threw himself into a simple but relentless cycle: grind for experience, grind for cash. Every morning, his petite maid greeted him with a warm breakfast. Head straight to the beast forest, one run before noon, another in the afternoon. After nightfall, he returned with a haul of beast cores, where the maid was waiting with dinner and a hot bath. Day after day, the routine never changed, yet it felt satisfyingly full. And every first clear record in the region's beast forests now bore a single name: Yuan An. Number 2 Beginner Beast Forest First Clear Record Holder. Yuan An defeated 5 Tier 1 Level 1 beasts, 7 Tier 1 Level 2 beasts, 5 Tier 1 Level 3 beasts, and 2 Tier 1 Level 4 beasts. Number 3 Beginner Beast Forest First Clear Record Holder. Yuan An defeated 2 Tier 1 Level 3 beasts, 5 Tier 1 Level 4 beasts, and 1 Tier 1 Level 5 beast. Number 4 Beginner Beast Forest First Clear Record Holder. Yuan An defeated 8 Tier 1 Level 4 beasts, 1 Tier 1 Level 5 beast, and 1 Tier 1 Level 6 beast. Number 5 Beginner Beast Forest First Clear Record Holder. Yuan An defeated 2 Tier 1 Level 7 beasts. When the 4 giant light screens flickered on one after another, the trainees behind them froze in unison, as though someone had pressed a giant pause button. Today marked the final day of their first month after awakening their abilities and the last day of the freshman trials. Starting tomorrow, the beginner label would be gone, and they would confront the truly savage, lawless beast jungles beyond the city walls. For an entire month, the vast majority had been trapped in the number 1 beginner beast forest, unable even to step into number 2. Only a handful of crank and above freshmen qualified to challenge the second forest. Even Zhao Mei, the brightest star among them, managed to unlock number 4 only on the very last day, and still failed to clear it. Yet on every forest's entrance screen, only one name ever flashed: Yuan An. Those 2 characters loomed like an invisible mountain, commanding awe from every newcomer. Even Zhao Mei admitted she could not match him. Dusk deepened as students withdrew from their instances and rushed to tally their gains. Only Yuan An remained in the number 5 beginner beast forest, running it again and again in search of his limits. Inside forest number 5, the damp air reeked of cut grass, and startled birds burst from the dense canopy. Standing among the shadows, Yuan An's hands blurred through a rapid series of seals. Woodstyle, thorn strike, crack. Dozens of thick brambles speared up from the earth, twisting through the air toward a Tier 1 Level 8 twin-winged serpent ahead. Hiss! The giant snake snapped its wings, violet scales catching the dying light, and slipped past the thorns with a lazy sidestep. A heartbeat later, its jaws lit with electricity, launching a wrist-thick bolt of lightning downward. Woodstyle log wall. Yuan An's fingers flew again. 2 curved rows of wooden planks burst from the soil, interlocking into a domed barrier that absorbed the lightning. Thunder exploded, and charred splinters sprayed in all directions. Thwarted, the serpent beat its wings hard. Its looming shadow blotted out the light like a descending wall as it lunged, jaws gaping. The creature's raw power rivaled any strength-type beast of the same rank. Can't get careless. His thoughts raced. Another flurry of seals. Woodstyle, great force chains. Whip-like wooden slats shot from his forearms, snaking toward the serpent. Muscles bulged beneath the creature's scales as it shredded the bindings and kept diving. Hiss! Fangs clamped down, tearing Yuan An clean in two. Yet the texture in its mouth shifted abruptly. Crack. The body splintered into chunks of wood, a substitution puppet. Got you. 10 meters away in the grass, the real Yuan An stood with palms pressed together, eyes locked on the serpent. He whispered the final incantation. Woodstyle, sea of trees descent. Boom. Massive wooden pillars burst from the earth, tearing open the ground in crashing waves that swallowed the winged serpent midair in an instant. Wood release, forest spear. Hands flashing through seals, Yuan An summoned 10 towering lances of timber, each as thick as an ancient trunk and sharp as a giant pike. They fired like a rainstorm of arrows, pinning the monster where it hovered. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a Tier 1, Level 8 beast and gained 80 experience. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached Tier 1, Level 6. The system prompt exploded in his mind, washing away fatigue and refilling his spiritual power in a blink. Until now, he had clawed his way through Beast Forest number 5 just to stay at Level 5. Only he knew how hard it had been to step into Level 6. Flying beasts are such a pain, he muttered, bending to slit the snake's belly and fish out a pale green core that pulsed with light. Over the past month, he had battled more than 100 beasts and seen almost every kind. Those that could fly were universally feared as the toughest. He had devised a counter, A wooden clone for the faint, lure the target into a dive, then let his real body ambush with would release. Flying beasts hated humans on instinct once they locked on. They never relented while the clone muddied their senses. So far the success rate was perfect. The only drawback was the time it took. Enough for today, he said, slipping the core into his pouch and wiping away the blood. The allotted time expired, space rippled beneath his feet, and the trial whisked him away. Entrance to Beast Forest number 5. The shimmering gate snapped shut. Yuan An was the only one who had entered, and the only one who came out alive. As he landed, he was met by a dense crowd, so many trainees that even he was surprised. Were they all planning to go in? He gave the gathering a cursory glance and strode off. No one mocked him this time. No one dared block his path. They simply watched in silence as he left. Once his back disappeared, the giant screen at the entrance refreshed. Yuan An Tier 1, Level 7 Beasts. 2 Tier 1, Level 8 Beasts. A stunned hush fell over the crowd. Even Zhao Mei and Bai Tianquan had to grit their teeth and acknowledge the gap. They were still struggling in Forests 3 and 4, while Yuan An had cleared Forest 5 twice and killed 2 Level 7 and 2 Level 8 beasts. Achieving that in a single month made even the instructors at White Dragon Academy click their tongues in amazement. Yuan An will catch up to you. Zhao Mei stared at his fading silhouette, slender fists clenched, eyes gleaming like icy blades. With his class ice affinity, she was sure she had the right to challenge him. Early on the gap might be hard to see, but once her potential fully awakened, her strength would soar exponentially. When that day came, she refused to believe she couldn't outrun him. Double F talents, no matter how special, were still just double F. They couldn't possibly eclipse her class power. The Yuan residence, inside a bedroom. Yuan An dumped every demon core he had painstakingly collected into the exchange panel and converted them all into energy points without hesitation. The number shot up by more than 6,000, and his balance jumped from a little over 4,000 to 11,200. Finally, I hit 10,000. Staring at the figure, he clenched his fists, his chest heaving. He had scoured nearly every monster nest in the area for this moment, and now his efforts had finally paid off. Open the system shop. A light screen unfolded, displaying a list of familiar yet unexplored options. Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu, 10,000 points. Mangekyo Sharingan Tsukuyami, 10,000 points. Mangekyo Sharingan Kagutsuchi, 10,000 points. Mangekyo Sharingan Kodo Amatsukami, 50,000 points. Mangekyo Sharingan Kimui Phase, 50,000 points. Mangekyo Sharingan Kimui Warp, 50,000 points. Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo, 50,000 points. Forbidden Eye Technique Izanagi, 50,000 points. Forbidden Eye Technique Izanami, 50,000 points. The moment his cursor hovered over Kodo Amatsukami, he knew he had no business scrolling any further. 10,000 versus 50,000, an insurmountable gap. Realistically, he could only choose between Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, and Kagutsuchi. 1 out of 3, his mind began a tug-of-war. Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi were similar, so the real choice was Amaterasu or Tsukuyami. Amaterasu, hailed as the strongest physical attack, summoning black flames that never extinguish until the target is reduced to ash, yet its track record was embarrassingly poor, never having burned anyone to death. Tsukuyami, the strongest single-target illusion, granting the caster absolute control over time and space. 72 hours in the illusion pass in a heartbeat outside, and its performance record was impressive. He tapped the tabletop with his fingertip, weighing his options at lightning speed. 1. He would soon be facing a horde of beasts, not a single one. 2. Area damage clearly beat single-target control. 3. The Sharingan already offered basic Jinjutsu. Not as strong as Tsukuyami, but good enough for his level. After a moment of deliberation, his fingertips settled on Amaterasu. Redeem. Ping. Spent 10,000 energy points. Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu acquired. A new window flashed across the screen. Amaterasu's strongest physical attack. Summon inextinguishable black flames that incinerate everything within sight. The fire does not die until the target is reduced to ash. Usage limit, 0.5. Warning. Once the limit is reached, the caster will be permanently blinded and plunged into eternal darkness. Use with caution. What feathers a cap? Yuan An's eye twitched, and his heart skipped a beat. I've been swindled. Only 5 uses for Amaterasu. That's barely enough for anyone. He knew that overusing an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan would eventually lead to blindness, but the reality was still hard to swallow. If he had known, he would have redeemed would release first. At least that technique had no usage limit. Grumbling to himself, he accepted his fate, tapped the exchange button, and dumped the remaining 1,000+ energy points into would release. Great Forest Binding Burial. The system interface unfolded at once, cold blue light flickering across the room. Host, Yuan An. Age, 18. Realm, Tier 1, Level 60700. Spiritual attributes, Wind, Fire, Water, Lightning, Earth. Ability ranks, Sharingan A Tier, would release S Tier, Mangekyo Sharingan Left I S Tier. Abilities: Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu. Would release Great Forest Binding Burial. Would release Birth of a Sea of Trees Expandable. The sight of those lines steadied his heart. In a single month, he had climbed from 0 to Tier 1 Level 6, awakened a single-eye Mangekyo ability Amaterasu and added several potent, would-release techniques. He was confident that even a Tier 2 Level 1 ability user wouldn't be a problem in a heated fight. Young master, dinner is ready. Huang Ye's soft voice drifted in from outside the door. Coming. Yuan An rolled off the bed, slipped on a jacket, and pushed the door open. Huang Yu wasn't in her maid outfit today. She wore an off-shoulder white sundress, and a fresh, youthful scent lingered in the air as she moved. Yuan An teased her lightly. Xiao you look lovely today. Her face flushed the color of a freshly picked apple. Thank you for the compliment, young master. He didn't press further and hurried downstairs. Su Xian was home tonight, and Yuan Jun was probably still at the enforcement division. Warm lights filled the dining room, and the aroma of home-cooked dishes drifted across the table. Mom, what brings you home tonight? He walked over to Su Xian. Today marks 1 month since you graduated from Bailong Academy, and the day you completed your trial, officially ending your freshman status. Of course I had to be here. She clasped his hand, looked him up and down, and nodded in satisfaction. Healthy and safe good. Sit down and have some soup. She ladled a bowl of steaming lotus root and pork bone soup and handed it to him. He took a sip and his eyes lit up. This is amazing one taste, and I know it's mom's cooking. If you like it, have more. You're still growing. Su Xian watched him fondly, then spoke of more serious matters. I heard you were the first in this freshman class to clear Beast Forest number 5, and you did it twice? Yeah, the beasts were tough. I fought for a long time, he replied with a nod. Su Xin's smile deepened. Excellent me good son indeed. That Zhao girl who looked down on you simply lacked vision. So what if she's steer? She still can't match Aaron. Yuan An grinned. Starting tomorrow you can officially leave the city, Su Xian said, her tone suddenly stern. Beyond the walls it's a mixed bag, ruthless people everywhere. Never trust anyone too easily. I understand. He answered earnestly. He had always listened to his mother, and she had never made unreasonable demands. Their bond was stronger than most. Early the next morning, Yuan An woke before dawn. Su Xian was still gone, the sheets beside him already cold. He figured his Shermu had slipped out sometime in the night. Today meant a lot to him. The first time in almost a month, he didn't have to risk his life grinding for experience in the Beast Forest. Now that the new student label had been removed, he could come and go from Bailong City at will, and the first ocular technique of the kaleidoscope Sharingan had finally been unlocked. With those milestones behind him, he could take a day off without feeling guilty. Let's see what the world outside the city looks like, he told himself. Energized by the thought, he rolled out of bed, washed up, and headed straight for the dining table. Good morning, young master. As always, the moment he was dressed and turned around, Huang Yu appeared punctually in the doorway, arms full of freshly pressed clothes. Morning, Xiao Yu. Nice outfit today. She had traded her usual maid uniform for a light blue dress dotted with tiny flowers. The airy skirt framed her delicate features, making her look even more radiant. The maid uniform was eye-catching enough, but in casual clothes she seemed livelier still. Unfortunately, Yuan An had never been into petite, cutesy girl. She preferred tall, gentle big sister, so he could only appreciate her looks from afar. Madam gave me the day off, Huang Yu said, eyes sparkling. Oh, good for you. If you've got plans, go ahead. Though nominally his personal maid, Huang Ye's status was far higher than that of an ordinary servant. Years ago, Su Xian had found the orphan girl and raised her as family, asking her to keep an eye on Yuan An. No one in the Yuan household treated her like hired help, but out of gratitude she insisted on remaining in the role. By the way, why the sudden leave? He asked casually. Because today's my birthday, she whispered. Yuan An's heart skipped a beat, been so focused on training that had forgotten. By tradition, she always spent the day out on her own and returned for a family dinner in the evening. He never pried. It was her little secret. Right. Nearly slipped my mind. Go have fun. Come back tonight, and we'll have dinner together. They'll bring you a gift. Okay. Thank you, young master. Huang Yu nodded vigorously. What do you want? As long as it's from you. They'll love it, she said earnestly. Deal. After a brief chat, Yuan An approved her leave and sent her off. He finished breakfast, then headed for Bailong City's main gate. In this world, rampaging beasts outnumbered order. Under the Xinxia Empire's rule, cities built around academies. Bailong City among them rose from the wilderness. Directly under imperial protection and supplied by the empire, these cities were humanity's safest havens. Besides these imperial cities, there are countless others that fall outside the Xinxia Empire's jurisdiction, collectively known as Wushu cities. In these places, order has collapsed. Renegades, bounty hunters, mercenary bands, and underground auction houses crowd every street, creating a world that is both grim and bustling. Yet chaos brings convenience. Weapons, armor, potions, Yao cores, almost any resource can be traded freely. By contrast, the Xinxia Empire cities are safe and orderly but tightly regulated. The goods sold openly are cheap yet mediocre. while truly sharp or unusual gear never makes it to the shelves. Anyone chasing thrills or rare treasures has no choice but to risk a trip to a wushu city. The danger begins long before that, however. Beyond the city walls lurk countless untamed beasts, and an ordinary traveler with no combat experience might be dead within minutes of stepping outside. Yuan An soon reached the east gate of Bailong City. Two gate enforcers stopped him to verify his identity. Yuan An, 18 years old, Spirit IF class, Wood F class. His exploits over the past month were already the talk of Bailong City, but the paperwork still had to be done. One guard offered the standard warning. It's dangerous out there. Beasts everywhere. Are you sure you want to go? With most travelers, they would have left it at that. But Yuan An's background demanded extra caution. Was the son of Yuan Jun, minister of the enforcement division and their direct superior. I'm sure, Yuan An said evenly. The two guards exchanged a quick, silent glance. Sensing their hesitation, Yuan An added, no need to tell my father. He won't stop me. All right. After a moment's deliberation, they stepped aside and watched him walk through the gate. Outside lay an endless, tangled forest, broken only by a broad highway. Since the revival of spiritual energy, vegetation had gone wild. Anywhere humans didn't tread was a canopy of green, and under that shield the beasts multiplied unchecked. Need a ride, youngster? No sooner had Yuan An stepped onto the highway than a beaming man called out to him. Behind the stranger stood a neat row of hovercars. Each vehicle was a blend of metal and wood, shaped like a pre-revival automobile, but missing its wheels. Powered by Yao cores, they floated half a meter above the ground and sliced through the air in near silence. A single Tier 1, Grade 1 Yao core could carry a car 100 li without producing a trace of pollution. Many hailed them as the greatest invention of the age. Yuan An thought for a moment, then asked, Huaihai City. How much? Huaihai was the largest wushu city nearby, less than 10 kilometers from Bailong. 10 silver coins, the man said with a grin. Yuan An nodded, climbed onto the hovercar, and sped toward Huaihai City. Huaihai City lay 10 kilometers beyond Bailong City in a lawless zone. It was the largest settlement of its kind within a 100-kilometer radius, housing nearly 100,000 people and rivaling Bailong in scale. The crucial difference was that Bailong reported directly to the Xinxia Empire, while Huaihai existed in a power vacuum, its disorder palpable. Little brother, we've arrived. With a gentle jolt, the hovercar stopped before Huaihai's iron-black gate. Yuan An paid the fare, stepped out, and looked up. The 10-meter-high wall, riddled with grooves and weathered cracks, was a defensive line the townsfolk had funded themselves to fend off the ever-looming monster tides. There was no official lord here, yet every resident knew one fact. If the beasts ever breached this wall, they would have nowhere left to run. Huaihai City, Yuan An murmured, then crossed the threshold. Inside, the noise hit him like a wave. A straight main avenue cut through the city, its sides jammed with shops and crowds. Sparks flew from blacksmith forges. Sabers and spears gleamed on weapons-hop walls. Armor merchants displayed breastplates, bracers, and greaves in neat rows. Monster core dealers lined their counters with orbs that glimmered darkly. The sharp scent of potions drifted from apothecaries, while sacks of rations were stacked high outside provision stores. Stalls selling every conceivable trinket clogged what little space remained. Shouts of haggling mixed with the clang of metal and the clink of glass, forging a deafening cacophony that left Yuan An's head buzzing far livelier than anything he had heard in Bailong City. The people were just as varied. 1. Mercenaries reeking of bloodlust, sleeves stained crimson, broadswords still unsheathed at their hips. 2. Lawbreakers with cold, shifty eyes and an aura as sharp as a blade. 3. Slick-smiling traders weaving through the crowd while quietly gauging the market. 4. A tall, long-legged woman in a crop top who walked with careless swagger. A petite, doll-faced girl whose expression stayed frosty. And a seasoned lady spattered with gore, striding past with her freshly killed quarry in tow. Together, these contrasting figures formed the wild, chaotic tapestry that was Huaihai City. Only after a long moment did Yuan An collect himself and begin inspecting the nearest shops. Weapons shop. Ordinary steel arms hung on the walls, but in the central glass case lay weapons set with monster cores of various elements. If a core matched the wielder's own ability, the weapon could unleash power equal to their innate skills, turning it into a true instrument of slaughter. Securing a high-quality socketed weapon could easily elevate one's combat strength by an entire tier. Armor shop. The same principle applied. Armor, bracers, and helmets embedded with monster cores could raise an energy shield at critical moments, greatly improving one's odds of survival. To many adventurers, such gear was a second life. Quality, of course, came at a price. Even the most basic weapon set with a Tier 1, Level 1 core started at more than 100 gold coins, while ordinary armor ranged from a few hundred silver to several gold. With 1,000 silver equaling a single gold, 100 gold coins would cover an average family's expenses for half a year. Yet for those who did not lead average lives, the cost was manageable. Bounty hunters and mercenaries accustomed to living on the edge were willing to pay handsomely for gear that could save their lives or boost their firepower, and they could indeed earn that kind of money. As a result, the trade in socketed weapons and armor was brisk. This money won't stretch very far, will it? Yuan An stood at the bustling intersection and patted the pouch at his waist. The weight under his fingertips was disappointing, barely 2 or 300 gold coins, pocket money he had saved for more than 2 months. Blowing it all on a single weapon inlaid with a core felt reckless, but settling for an ordinary blade might leave him underpowered. He scanned the street and quickly fixed on a weapons shop to his right. The doorway was narrow, yet a whole array of cold steel glittered in the sunlight. What drew his eye most was a wooden crate against the wall, neatly stacked with hexagonal throwing stars whose razor-sharp edges seemed to radiate chill. The Sharingan turned quietly behind his pupils. What use is an eye like this without a proper throwing weapon? Yuan An walked over and picked up one of the stars, weighing it in his palm. The heft was perfect, the balance almost flawless. How much for these? He asked. The shopkeeper, a short, stout, balding man with thick round spectacles, was sanding an edge with fine grit. Without looking up, he answered flatly, 50 silver apiece. The price was surprisingly fair. Yuan An nodded to himself and said decisively, he'll take 200. Do you have that many? 200? Plenty. Help yourself, the man replied, pointing at the crate with the air of someone who had seen everything. Yuan An squatted and carefully picked out 200 of the best stars, then slipped them into the dimensional pouch on his back. Finally, he placed a gold coin on the counter and turned to leave only to catch the shopkeeper's next move out of the corner of his eye. The man lifted one of the same throwing stars, took a first-grade fire-type beast core, and fitted into the recess at the center. As his aura flowed, the core seemed to melt into the metal like liquid flame. A crimson pattern traced itself across the blade, and in moments a new explosive throwing star was finished. That upgraded model was labeled at 500 silver, 10 times the base price. Didn't realize you were a forging adept, Yuan An couldn't help blurting. Keep your voice down, the man grunted, still focused on his work. Clearly, he was used to a bit of awe. Forging adepts belonged to the support branch of special abilities, alongside agriculture, healing, and alchemy. They could not fight directly, yet their value to combat types was immense. By melding beast cores into weapons and armor, they bestowed elemental properties, making smiths as sought after as healers. The shopkeeper made no effort to hide his technique, confident that outsiders could never copy it. But Yuan An was no ordinary onlooker. With the Sharingan active, he memorized every aura circuit, every pulse of spiritual energy, even the subtle temperature shifts during fusion. When the last detail lodged in his mind, he quietly closed the Sharingan and mused, I can inlay beast cores myself now. His coins were nearly gone, and he still needed a birthday gift. With Xiaoye celebration coming up, Yuan An decided to find a decent piece of jewelry. A few steps down the street, he spotted a jewelry shop. Pink silk draped the signboard. Glass cases sparkled under bright lights, and most of the customers were laughing young women, though a few men had obviously been dragged inside to choose presents. Yuan An stepped through the doorway as well. The jewelry boutique was draped with earrings, necklaces, jade bangles, rings, hairpiece, every sparkle imaginable. Shelves and glass cases gleamed under spotlights. Gold blazed, silver flashed, and crystals scattered prismatic shards of light. Colors and materials blurred into one dazzling panorama. And after only a glance, Yuan An's scalp tingled. There were simply too many choices. A few girls, though, were thrilled, trying things on, snapping selfies, their laughter as bright as the jewelry. He drew a deep breath and forced himself to focus on the selling points of each piece. Step 1. Choose a category. Step 2. Pick a style. Jade bangles and rings were out. Necklaces felt too ordinary for a young girl. That left earrings. With his target locked, Yuan An's gaze skimmed across a row of dangling pairs. On a rack level with the counter, he spotted a pair of crescent moon earrings cut from milky crystal. Under the lights, the translucent curves shimmered with a cool glow, like the purest sliver of new moon in a night sky. His gut told him they would suit Huan Yu perfectly. These, he said to the owner. How much? The shopkeeper glanced at the tag. 100 silver coins. That's pricier than my throwing darts. He groused inwardly. Women's trinkets really are moneymakers. Still, he paid without hesitation and asked her to wrap them. The moment the paper bag hit the counter, he reached for it, only to feel another hand pressed down on the top. I'm taking those, said a cool, imperious female voice beside him. Yuan An looked up. The speaker wore a crop top, long wavy hair framed striking features, generous curves, long legs, and a searing presence that was his first impression. Sorry, I already paid for them, he replied evenly, not budging an inch. Pick something else. I said I want them. Do you not understand plain speech? She frowned, clearly irritated. They weren't speaking loudly, yet the exchange had already drawn curious glances from other shoppers. Isn't that Su Yuxuan from the Su family? Someone whispered. Who'd dare fight her for anything in Huaihai City? Exactly. Her brother's a top assassin with the Shadow Bounty Guild. Nobody crosses her. Even the shopkeeper hurried to advise him. Young man, why not let her have them? We've plenty of other lovely pairs. I've paid. They're mine. No reason to hand them over. With a sharp tug, Yuan An yanked the bag from Su Yuxuan's grasp, giving her no quarter. You. Su Yuxuan's face went pale. Someone in Huaihai City actually dared snatch what she wanted? Brat, tell me your name. Hand over the earrings, and I might let you pick a second pair for your little girlfriend. Otherwise, don't blame me if things get ugly. Oh, sorry, these are for our housemaid, not a girlfriend, Yuan An answered, still calm. He wasn't particularly attached to the earrings, but he had zero tolerance for Su Yuxuan's arrogance. He had already paid. Now she wanted to steal them on top of that and expected him to cave? Fat chance. A maid? Su Yuxuan froze as if struck by lightning. Those earrings were only taken back for a maid to wear. Everyone around them stared in disbelief. It was a blatant slap in the face. Rage welled up inside her until she could barely think straight. You little punk, you think you can offend me and just leave? Yuan An had already reached the doorway when her fury exploded. With a sharp crack, the whip at her waist lashed out, slicing through the air toward his back. A month of fighting monsters had honed his reflexes. He sidestepped, seized the whip, and gave it a vicious yank. Su Yuxuan, never one for raw strength, lost her balance and hit the ground face first. The room went deathly silent. Striking Su Yuxuan in public? He had to have a death wish. Unforgivable. I will never let this go. She scrambled up, covered in dust, eyes blazing. The whip snapped back, flames racing along its length until it became a fiery serpent. Die, she shouted, sending it whipping toward Yuan An. His pupils shifted into the Sharingan's crimson spirals, every flaw in her attack laid bare. Lightly tapping his foot, he slipped through the flaming arcs and closed the distance. Alarm shot through Su Yuxuan's heart, but before she could retreat, she met those eerie red eyes. Jinjutsu Sharingan. A pulse of ocular power hit her. Caught off guard, she dropped into unconsciousness, and Yuan An melted into the crowd, leaving the spectators stunned. On the other side of Huaihai City, the streets buzzed with noise. Yuan An kept walking until he reached the district packed with mercenaries and bounty hunters. Walls and bulletin boards were plastered with notices and flickering holograms. Reward: 1 Tier 2, Level 5 Water Element Monster Core. Will trade for a core of the same tier, any element. Reward: 1 Tier 2, Level 7 Fire Element Monster Core. Will trade for a core of the same tier, any element. Team up, hunting a Tier 1, Level 10 Beast. Looking for partners. Team up, hunting a Tier 2, Level 3 Beast. Looking for partners. Hire, Herb Gathering Run in Tier 1, Level 7 Beast Territory. Requires ability user Tier 1, Level 6, or above. Hire, Herb Gathering Run in Tier 2, Level 10 Beast Territory. Requires ability user Tier 2, Level 6, or above. Almost every posting demanded Tier 2 combat strength far harsher than the trials in the White Dragon Forest. Yuan An scanned the entire wall and realized that, with his current power, only a handful of jobs were even possible. These requirements are brutal. This is going to be tough, he muttered, turning to leave. Ding. A system prompt flashed before him. Mission trigger complete. Any reward, team up, or hire contract. Reward: 1,000 energy points and access to the mystery shop. Ding. A sudden chime echoed in Yuan An's mind. Quest triggered complete. Any bounty, team up, or hiring mission to earn 1,000 energy points and unlock the mystery shop. He froze in his tracks. The quest itself was ordinary. What truly intrigued him were those two words, mystery shop. What might it sell? He had no idea, but a reward was a reward, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. The quest requirements were broad. Any bounty, party assignment, or hiring job would do. Standing in the city's central plaza, Yuan An scanned the crowded task board. Dozens of notices fluttered in the breeze: bounties, team quests, hiring contracts, yet only a handful matched his Tier 1 Level 6 strength. After careful screening, one job stood out. A hiring mission to gather herbs in a Tier 1 Level 7 beast territory, open to anyone Tier 1 Level 6 or above. He ignored the low-risk errands meant for Tier 1 Levels 4 and 5. If he had to run the system's errands anyway, he might as well hunt a few beasts and test his own limits. Decision made. He strode toward the stall that had posted the job. The employer was an apothecary desperate for rare ingredients to brew various potions. In this system, alchemists and healers were separate professions. Alchemists had a wider palette: strength enhancers, defense tonics, stamina boosters, almost anything imaginable, and they could brew basic healing drafts. For serious injuries, however, a true healer was still required. At its core, alchemy was about functional potions, not pure healing. Last slot available, 1 gold coin reward. Who's in? The bald, heavy-set recruiter bellowed over the din. Me. Yuan An pushed forward, claiming the spot. You? The man looked him up and down, then thrust a metallic testing tablet into his hands. State your tier and ability type. If you qualify, the slot's yours. A dark gold sheen rippled across the tablet as data flashed into view. Tier: 16. Abilities: Spirit Eye, Grade F. Wood, Grade F. The recruiter blinked in disbelief. Dual abilities, yet both great, rare, and pathetic all at once. Had never seen the combination. Those within earshot burst into laughter. Dual great abilities? Could anyone be more useless? That ability's worse than a cheap household spell. Yuan An heard the snickers all around him, but ignored them. He stared straight at the bald, heavy-set recruiter behind the booth. Your notice says you need someone at Tier 1, Level 6. No cap on ability grade. Correct? Correct. But you're double F. The man pushed up his sunglasses, sounding apologetic. That doesn't inspire confidence. Rank sets the floor, ability grade sets the ceiling. Two people can both be Tier 1, Level 6, yet a double F is miles below a C or a D. If we can pick the strong, why take the weak? Kid, try somewhere else. We really can't sign you. Shrugging at the rejection, Yuan An turned away. In everyone's eyes, double F might as well be stamped trash. Old 8, why isn't the roster full? We're leaving now? A hard-faced man strode over, barking at the recruiter. We're just short a couple. The fat man forced a grin. Check the time. You know the young miss. Show up late and she'll skin you. The newcomer growled. A bloody image flashed through the recruiter's mind. He shivered, then spotted Yuan An walking off and shouted. Hey, kid, hold your in. You didn't want me a second ago, and now you do? Yuan An raised an eyebrow. Still double F, but at least you hit Tier 1, Level 6, the recruiter mumbled. Pays lower, though 800 silver. Deal? Deal. Yuan An agreed at once. He wasn't here for the money. His system simply required him to join a mission posted by someone else. A dozen newly hired mercs stood nearby. When they heard Yuan An was staying, they all pulled faces. Some of them barely cleared Tier 1, Level 6 themselves, yet in their eyes a double F wasn't even worth mocking. Right, follow me. The recruiter waved and led the group off the job square. The team soon reached Wanling Pavilion's apothecary. 3 hovercars waited outside, a 4-seat runabout, and 2 cargo vans. By plan, Pavilion staff took the runabout while the mercenaries and Pavilion guards rode the vans. The recruiter hustled to the runabout window. Miss, everyone's here. We can depart. No voice answered. A slender, snow-white arm emerged from the car and gave a small wave the signal to roll out. With permission granted, the recruiter spun around and shouted for everyone to board. All outside hires, Yuan An included, were crammed into one van. Pavilion guards filled the other. No outfit ever outsources every escort slot when it has people of its own. Thus, the 3 hovercars pulled away from Huaihai City. 5 kilometers outside Huaihai City lay the primary beast forest. Under interlacing canopies and drifting fog, 2 cargo trucks and an olive-green sedan screeched to a halt on the stony forest track. Before the doors were fully open, dozens of mercenaries sprang out like compressed springs, fanning across bushes, trunks, and rocks at every height to seal off all blind spots. Every member of the squad was a veteran except Yuan An, the lone rookie. Following an older soldier's example, he stowed his pack against a root, though sweat beaded in his palms on this first real field mission. The dozen guards from Wanling Pavilion moved in perfect unison, forming a shallow arc around the sedan, as crisp and impenetrable as a wall of black iron. Click. The sedan's rear door pushed outward. A flawless, long, shapely leg swung out first, its skin gleaming even in the shade. The breathtaking curve riveted every man's eyes. Even Yuan An glanced up involuntarily. He had only been told that Miss Wanling Pavilion was in the car, but one glimpse of that leg convinced him she was anything but ordinary. Then the door swung wide. A tall, mature beauty stepped down, perhaps 23 or 24, her peach petal face framed by vivid lips and eyes that held a trace of cool detachment. A fitted white blouse hugged her torso, pale blue shorts clung to long legs, and every curve caught the mottled light of the woods. She was the very picture of a commanding queen, and several mercenaries missed a heartbeat as if the air had been sucked away. Cough. A bald, heavy-set man rumbled a warning. He was Qian Fu, butler of Wanling Pavilion, as Yuan An now learned. If you don't want to die, keep your eyes forward and watch the trail. His growl rolled like distant thunder, snapping everyone out of their trance. However stunning the woman, she was not scenery for idle gawking. While the others looked away, whispered comments reached Yuan An's ears, and he quickly pieced together her identity. She was Qian Mingji, owner of Wanling Pavilion, up-class alchemist type esper. Unlike the hothouse chemists who rarely see combat, she used her gift to brew all sorts of battle serums explosives, fire, mist, lightning, poisons, earning real clout in Huaihai City. Never mind the delicate looks. Her methods were lethal, and at least 50 corpses had proven it. In a city this lawless, a shop without fangs would never survive. Move. Qian Mingzi's voice was cool, yet pleasant. The word had barely left her lips before the formation tightened, and the party advanced deeper into the forest. Their destination lay in the heart of the primary beast forest, where intel predicted first-tier beasts from level 3 to 7. Most mercenaries in the group were level 6 or 7. Among the pavilion guards was a level 9 powerhouse. They tightened grips on gleaming blades and standard firearms, moving with measured steps while their eyes swept every direction. But danger burst from the shadows without warning. Within a few hundred meters, beasts crashed through the undergrowth: a level 3 unicorn bristle boar, a level 4 spike-tailed mastiff, a level 5 crimson-striped wolf, even a level 6 bone-winged serpent, an alarming number of them, all attacking savagely. In less than half an hour, the team had fought off 2 or 3 dozen beasts in rapid succession. Yuan An soon caught the eye of a level 4 beast. Its tusks glinted like ice, and it moved several times faster than the practice targets in White Dragon Academy's training arena, far more ferocious than anything he had sparred with before. No one complained about the barrage of beasts. Every attack was handled without incident. The mercenaries were being paid to protect their employers, and the constant ambushes only proved that the Wanling Pavilion's money had not been wasted. After nearly an hour of hard trekking, the party reached its destination, a secluded valley. The entrance was so narrow that only 2 people could walk side by side. Yet the interior opened into a broad meadow thick with the fragrance of herbs. Rare plants carpeted the ground, perfect ingredients for alchemical brews. The group rested where they stood, posted guards at the mouth of the valley, and planned the return trip in 2 hours. Qian Fu assigned duties on the spot. The mercenaries would keep watch while Qian Mingji led the foraging team. With no guard shift for the moment, Yuan An sat on the grass to rest. He pulled out several diamond-shaped throwing blades and the 3 beast cores he had earned earlier. By custom, whoever killed a beast kept its core. That rule was what drove mercenaries to fight so hard. Yuan An's haul was 3 cores, a Tier 1 Level 4 lightning core, a Tier 1 Level 3 fire core, and a Tier 1 Level 4 wind core. Recalling the weaponsmith's method for embedding cores, he circulated his spiritual energy and copied the process precisely. Moments later, the 3 cores were fitted snugly into the blades, greatly boosting their explosive power. He moved so quietly that no one noticed. Inside the valley, the harvesting continued, and the perimeter guards remained tense. Suddenly, Qian Mingji looked up and called, "Someone give me a hand over here." Everyone knew this was a chance to curry favor with the young lady and began waving. "Me. Pick me." Her gaze swept the crowd and stopped on the only person who hadn't pushed forward, Yuan, and pointing with a slender finger, she said, "You, little brother. Come here." "Me?" Yuan and blinked. The words little brother made the others grind their teeth. Why should a double F nobody get the easy job? When he hesitated, Qian Fu urged him on. "The young miss is talking to you. Move. Pull all of these out," Qian Mingji ordered, indicating a patch of tough, thick-stemmed herbs. "Don't worry about the roots, just take the whole plant." She clearly had no intention of soiling her delicate hands. Yuan and bent to work without a word, soon discovering that the plants were as stubborn as they looked. Standing beside him, Qian Mingji curved her lips and spoke in a voice only he could hear. "The honored son of the Yuan family of Bailong City, reduced to manual labor. Isn't that beneath you?" A jolt went through Yuan. "She knows who I am." He had never been to Huaihai City before. Had she visited Bailong? Pushing the question aside, he answered calmly, "We're all paid workers here. Titles don't matter." Qian Mingji smiled faintly, her expression growing even harder to read. At that moment, a shout rang out from the mouth of the valley. "Beast horde incoming. The beasts are coming." The sentry at the ravine entrance shouted. Beyond the valley, dust billowed as 2 or 3 dozen monsters of every shape and size thundered forward, cracking the stone underfoot, their fangs gleaming like icy blades. "Hold the choke point and hit them from both sides." Round-faced Qian Fu strode into position, voice booming as he took command. Despite his cuddly appearance, he was Wanling Pavilion's veteran gatekeeper on countless trips through the beast forest, and his orders never wavered. Earth users to the narrowest gap-raised defenses. Everyone else, lay down long-range fire. At his command, 3 Earth element wielders inhaled deeply. Yellow light burst from their palms. Earth wall, sand and gravel spun into place, stacking several waist-high barricades across the pass and splitting the charge lane in 2. The others lined up behind the walls and let fly. Orbs of water, fire, and lightning screamed through the air, explosions rocking the canyon. The first wave of beasts staggered under the barrage, but they struck back instantly, loosing wind blades, fire jets, and electric arcs that clashed with the human powers midair, bursting into dazzling sprays of color. Boom! The monsters smashed into the first wall, sparks and rubble flying. A gap opened, yet the gorge was too cramped for them to flood through. Qian Fu yelled, "Hold your ground. Use the terrain, pin them there." The team shifted in staggered rows, hurling one wave of abilities after another, boxing the beasts outside the ravine and stalling their advance. Meanwhile, work in the basin went on. "Faster. The sooner we finish, the sooner we get out," Qian Mingji snapped, her hands moving with practiced speed. Yuan obeyed, uprooting herb after herb and sealing in their moisture with a flicker of spiritual power. Only when the last plant was packed did the task end. "Load everything now?" Everyone rushed the bundles to 2 small trucks, quickly filling them to the brim. At that moment, more beasts appeared along the ridges encircling the basin, green eyes glinting with hunger. A piercing wolf howl split the night. A dozen monsters shattered loose rock and dove from both peaks, black shadows streaking through the darkness. We're surrounded. Protect the cargo, fall back. Qian Mingji ordered the herbalists onto the truck beds. Wanling Pavilion's guards drew blades and rifles, forming a ring around the convoy. Yuan An, a hired hand, had no chance to slip away. Blood-red patterns flickered across his eyes. The Sharingan opened, and every beast's movement slowed to crystal clarity. Roar! A snarling demon wolf lunged, breath rank with blood. Yuan An slipped aside by a hair and flicked two diamond-shaped darts behind him. Clang! The darts struck each other mid-flight, twisting at a right angle before plunging into the wolf's eyes. The creature writhed and howled, blood spraying. The other guards unleashed their own skills. Fierce as the monsters were, each assault met a wall of steel and sorcery. Moments later, all the herbs were secured. Everyone withdraw. Discarding her usual poise, Qian Mingji vaulted onto a truck roof, long hair whipping in the gale. With a sharp wave, she led the two vehicles toward the valley exit. Qian Fu and the others fought as they fell back, tightening their lines step by step. Eventually, the beasts were left behind, the smoke and sparks at the ravine mouth swirling away on the night wind. One by one, the defenders boarded the trucks and sped off into the dark. Roars echoed as more beasts flooded the exit. You filthy animals just don't learn, do you? Qian Mingji growled, flicking her wrist and pulling a crimson vial from her tactical belt. With a snap of her thumb, the finger's-sized tube traced a graceful arc through the air and landed in the middle of the pack. Boom! Blinding fire blossomed, scarlet flames several yards high devouring the horde in one bite. Let's add two more. She hurled a teal vial and a cobalt one in quick succession. A heartbeat later, bang. The wind reagent whipped the flames into a cyclone, while the lightning reagent exploded in crackling arcs. Fire, wind, and thunder twisted into a raging vortex that tore the beasts apart. Yuan An had never seen combat alchemy before. 3 tiny vials had annihilated an entire pack, no less powerful than a grade 1, level 7 esper. The value of a professional alchemist was obvious. The mouth of the valley cleared, the driver floored the accelerator, and the convoy swung around to race back the way it had come. Oh woo! Shadows writhed beneath the trees on both sides. Gray shapes kept pace, their speed undiminished. Squinting, Yuan An recognized dozens of grade 1, level 6 demon wolves. Don't let them reach the convoy. Qian Fu barked. Mercenaries on the roofs opened fire, bullets, fireballs, and ice shards weaving a deadly net to hold the wolves at bay. Then an even larger wolf leapt onto the road ahead, blocking their escape. It was the Wolf King grade 2, level 3, Earth attribute, danger level C. Roar! The Wolf King slammed its forepaws into the ground. Brown-yellow energy rippled outward, and a line of jagged earth spikes surged toward the convoy. The driver yanked the wheel. The skimmer slammed into an ancient tree, metal crumpled, the engine belched smoke, and the convoy skidded to a halt. Inside, everyone was thrown about. The suppressive fire ceased, and the surrounding wolves closed in. Protect the reagent skill, every last one of them. Qian Fu roared, drawing his blade. With the cargo truck disabled, the team spilled out, formed a perimeter, and braced for the assault. Ding! Quest triggered. Slay the Wolf King. Reward: 3,000 energy points. The system prompt exploded in Yuan An's mind. Slay the Wolf King? He looked at the grade 2, level 3 behemoth and felt a chill. A heat-in fight was suicide, but 3,000 energy points were irresistible enough to power up fast. They'll just have to steal the kill, he decided. To break through, the Wolf King had to die. Once the others had it on its last legs, he would strike the final blow, assuming the convoy survived the oncoming tide. If they fell, none of them would have bones left to bury, let alone a shot at the Wolf King. Charge! Weapons clenched, they roared like thunder and rushed the advancing wolves, not a single person retreating. Boom! In the middle of a wide roadway, a pack of beasts and a band of humans were locked in a brutal fight. A demon wolf wreathed in black fire lunged at Yuan An. His fingers flashed through a rapid series of seals as he shouted, would release forest wall. With a thunderous crack, thick vines burst from the ground, weaving into a sturdy barrier that stopped the wolf's claws cold. The beast howled and tore at the wall until it ripped open a gap only to meet a waiting flash of steel. A single, frigid arc of sword light ended its life on the spot. The line held temporarily. Everyone knew the real threat was the Tier 2, Level 3 Wolf King, still watching from the rear. A deafening roar split the air. Yuan An looked up just as the Wolf King blurred into a gray streak. Crash! 2 Tier 1, Level 7 mercenaries on the front line were launched like rag dolls, their armor crumpling before they even had time to scream. The Wolf King didn't need any special power. Sheer physical might was enough to sweep aside anyone below Tier 2, and there wasn't a single Tier 2 ability user in this team. Just as panic threatened to break them, a clear female voice cut through the pressure. That beast is mine, handle the rest. Qian Mingji stepped forward to face the Wolf King, crooking a finger in open provocation. Come on, mutt. Try me. As if it understood, the Wolf King's eyes gleamed. Abandoning all other targets, it charged straight at her. A mere Tier 2, Level 3? You're not worthy of showing off in front of me. Qian Mingji was only Tier 1, level 8 herself, and not even a combat specialist. In close quarters, she'd struggle against a Tier 1, level 5 opponent. But an alchemist's strength lies in her potions, not her fists. Have a taste of this. She flicked her wrist, sending 2 scarlet vials spinning through the air. Boom. They burst into twin fireballs that swelled from fist size to wagon wheels, scorching heat slamming into the Wolf King. The beast roared and spat twin earthen spears that ripped through the air. Thud, thud. The fireballs shattered, sparks spraying in all directions. Not done yet. Qian Mingji stood her ground, loosing a rain of vials from her sleeve. Each one cost more than 10 gold on the market, yet she flung them without a second's hesitation. Explosions followed, ice and lightning, gale and acid, flame and force, every detonation as powerful as a Tier 1, level 8, or even level 9 full strike. Even the mighty Wolf King was driven back, pinned under the relentless barrage. But a storm of attacks will always leave gaps. Her stock was nearly gone, and while she fumbled for another recipe, the Wolf King stamped the ground. Stone shards flew as its body stretched into a blur and closed the distance in an instant. So fast. A chill shot through her. No time left to pick the right vial. Would release forest wall. With a sharp shout, a new lattice of vines erupted between her and the charging wolf. It wouldn't hold forever, but it bought the precious seconds she needed. In those seconds, Qian Mingji snatched a handful of high-grade potions, and Yuan An landed at her side, sword in hand, eyes fixed on the same enemy. You? She hadn't expected his sudden appearance. And Yuan An was only Tier 1, level 6, yet he still dared to step into this mess? You hired me. I don't intend to leave without my pay, Yuan An said evenly, his gaze never straying from the demon Wolf King ahead. What he truly wanted was that priceless head. Qian Mingji wasn't weak. Taking down the wolf would be easiest if they worked together. His goodwill earned him only a light laugh from the woman. If you die, I won't have to pay you. Yuan An glanced at her and couldn't be bothered to explain. Roar. The demon Wolf King ripped through the vine-woven barrier, powered forward on all fours, and leaped, its claws tracing a cold arc toward Yuan An's face. With style great forest creation, Yuan An's hands flashed through seals, and thick wooden beams shot from his arms, coiling around the beast. The beams snapped tight just long enough for him to dodge to safety. Qian Mingji's mouth was sharp, but she didn't stand idle. She whipped a vial of green liquid from her belt and flicked her wrist. Bang! The glass burst into a misty rain, and a vivid green poison cloud spread. The wolf inhaled several lungfuls before stumbling back. The toxin takes 3 minutes. Keep it busy, Qian Mingji warned. Leave it to me. Yuan An surged forward. Cold light flashed between his fingers as diamond-shaped blades flew one after another. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken ricocheted off each other midair, veering like living things toward the wolf's joints, eyes, and mouth. Forced onto the defensive, the beast relied on its needle-hard fur to shield its vitals. The assault didn't let up. Wood-style sea of trees descent. Boom. The ground split, and trees erupted upward, roots coiling like dragons as a living forest swept toward the wolf. A Tier 2, level 3 beast is still formidable. Regaining its footing, it slashed in a frenzy, the wind from its claws shredding swathes of timber into sawdust. Whoosh. 2 shuriken whistled at its head, each set with a fire core and a lightning core. The wolf swatted them aside. Kaboom. Flames roared and lightning cracked, the blast hurling the beast to the ground, scorched fur flying. By then the poison had sunk deep. Its limbs trembled, its roar wavered. Now, this was the moment Yuan An had waited for. He vaulted off a trunk, drew the standard short blade from his back, gripped it with both hands, and brought the gleaming edge down. Splurt. The blade punched clean through the demon Wolf King's skull, and its life drained away. Squelch. With a single slash of his blade, Yuan An felled the demon Wolf King. Steel parted thick fur, blood sprayed, and the beast that had been thrashing wildly a moment ago now lay twitching, utterly still. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Wolf King slain. Reward, 3,000 energy points. The mechanical voice boomed in his mind, and a hefty sum landed in his account. One strike had earned him more energy than a dozen previous fights combined. What a rush. With their leader dead, the pack dissolved. Snarling shadows scattered in all directions, and within moments only shattered branches, scattered stones, and a lattice of paw prints remained. The threat was gone. Clap, 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 clap. Applause erupted, and every eye turned toward Yuan An. Who would have thought someone so young could show such skill and courage? Qian Fu said with a broad grin. A hero in the making. They had all witnessed the scene. It wasn't a formal duel, nor especially bloody. Yet charging a Tier 2, level 3 demon Wolf King Hedon and killing it was remarkable. None of them would have dared. Just luck, really, Yuan An replied modestly. Without me, you'd have been Wolf Chow, Qian Mingji muttered from the side. Quite right, Miss Qian did the heavy lifting. I just helped, Yuan An conceded with a laugh. The mission was done. He didn't care who got the glory. Enough chatting, stay alert. We're not safe yet. Fu barked, slipping back into command. The team regrouped, secured their supplies, fixed the wagons, and the horses took off again toward Huaihai City. The rest of the journey was oddly peaceful. No beast dared approach. As dusk settled, the city walls appeared ahead, and they rolled safely through the gate, stopping before Wanling Pavilion. Good work, everyone. After confirming their safety, Fu paid out wages on the spot. When Yuan An stepped forward, his pay should have been 800 silver coins. Fu handed him a hefty gold coin instead. Excellent work, young man. Hope to see you next time. Thank you. Yuan An took the coin and hopped off the wagon. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed a bounty party employment mission. Reward, 1,000 energy points. Mystery shop unlocked. Open mystery shop. At his command, a brand new holographic interface appeared before his eyes. Spirit summoning, 1,000 energy points. Sealing technique. Fire style heavens prison, 1,000 energy points. Sage mode. First tier, 3,000 energy points. Sage mode. Second tier, 10,000 energy points. Sage mode. Perfect, 30,000 energy points. Flying Thunder God technique. Full version, 50,000 energy points. Yuan An's pulse quickened. The so-called mystery shop sold an array of powerful jutsu everything short of the Sharingan, and with style, and far beyond ordinary elemental arts. Each entry lit up his eyes. He wanted them all. The prices were steep, of course, but after the sticker shock of the regular shop, they no longer felt impossible. Yuan An noticed a small line at the bottom of the mysterious shop's page. Next inventory refresh in 5 days. Every 5 days the entire stock would be replaced, and no one could predict what might appear next. If you fancied something, you had better claim it within that window or risk never seeing it again. With just over 5,000 points in his account, clearing out the shop was impossible. After a brief assessment, he chose the 3 items that suited him best: summoning technique, fire release, celestial prison, and sage mode. First stage, spending exactly 5,000 energy points. 1. Summoning technique. In a world crawling with monsters, contracting several powerful beasts as summons instantly raises one's combat tier. 2. Fire release, celestial prison. Although classified as a fire-style technique, it also carries a sealing effect, capable of trapping an enemy in the blink of an eye. 3. Sage mode. First stage. The system's streamlined version of the classic form. It can be activated instantly, lasts about 10 minutes, and, while its endurance is limited, it is more than enough to turn the tide. With the 3 treasures secured, Yuan An was confident he could defeat the Demon Wolf King in an unknown fight if they met again. The mission had paid off handsomely. He glanced up at the sky, already fading into dusk, and decided he had taken all he needed from Huaihai City for the day. Just as he was about to leave, 5 or 6 strangers appeared and formed a semicircle around him. They radiated a bloody, menacing aura, clearly not friendly. Their cultivation was frightening. 3 at level 10 of the first tier, 1 at tier 2 level 1, and another at tier 2 level 3. Each bore a faint black dagger tattoo, the emblem of the Shadow Bounty Guild. Can I help you? Yuan An asked calmly, giving them an indifferent glance. Instead of answering, they opened a path. A young man and woman stepped forward. The woman was Su Yuxuan, the same person who had tried to snatch the earrings from him earlier. The man, sharp-eyed and cold, carried an unmistakable killing intent, and a golden dagger tattoo gleamed on his shoulder, the mark of a gold-rank assassin from the Shadow Bounty Guild. Passers-by whispered, "People from the Shadow Bounty Guild. That's Sui Dao, the gold-rank assassin. I heard someone tangled with his little sister this morning. This could get ugly. Brat, I finally found you." Su Yuxuan snarled, her face twisted with malice. Yuan An remained steady. "What do you want?" At the same time, he gauged Su Yidio's strength, at least 3rd tier, definitely a powerhouse. "So you're the one who bullied my sister?" Sui Dao asked, his eyes as calm as a still well. Yuan An shrugged. "If paying for something with my own money counts as bullying, then sure. Handing over money doesn't make an item yours," Sui Dao said flatly. "Anything my sister wants belongs to her. I'll give you one chance. Hand it over, kneel and apologize, and I might spare your life. Whatever my sister wants is already hers. Hand it over, bow your head, admit you were wrong, and I might spare your life." The crowd held its breath while Sui Dao kept a mask of indifference. Yuan An was, in his eyes, a 1st tier, level 6 nobody he could crush as easily as an ant. "If I refuse?" Yuan An asked casually, triggering a wave of murmurs. Everyone had expected him to beg for mercy. In this world, pride is cheap and power is the only currency. Kneeling to a gold-rank assassin from the Shadow Bounty Guild was no disgrace, but dying for idle pride would be sheer stupidity. Yuan An's defiance finally shifted Su Yidio's expression from cold to contemptuous. "Fine, then die with your dignity." The blade flashed, its aura so sharp it made Yuan An's cheek sting. Bang! The massive blade carved through a nearby tree, felling it in one strike. Sui Dao Froza was certain he had hit his mark, yet he had only sliced open Yuan An's shirt. In that split second, Yuan An had traced the blade's path with his Sharingan, entered Sage mode, and forced his body to the limit, barely escaping decapitation. Once in Sage mode, Faint golden lines spread from the corners of his eyes, and his strength nearly doubled, pushing him to second tier, level 3. He was still weaker than Sui Dao, but at least he could fight back and he still had the Sharingan. You actually dodged that swing. Lucky, Sui Dao said, still unconcerned. Let's see if you can dodge the second. He tightened his grip on the hilt, killing intent building. Go ahead and try. Yuan An shut his right eye as the 3 tomos in his left spun into a 6-pointed star. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Sharingan layered over Sage mode meant he was no longer helpless prey before a 3rd tier, level 1 foe. Ocular abilities, huh? Don't see those every day, Sui Dao remarked, still dismissive. This strike will end you. The second slash came. The blade was several times denser than before, a white ribbon tearing the air. Sui Dao finally abandoned restraint. Another miss would stain the reputation of a gold rank assassin, yet unleashing full power on a 1st-tier Esper wrist, making him look like a bully. Striking that balance was delicate. He unleashed a slash he deemed lethal enough to kill Yuan, and without seeming excessive. The steel blade howled like a beast, tearing downward through the air. Sui Dao poured his power-type ability into the strike. Muscles swelled, and the burst of force propelled him so fast that an ordinary 2nd-tier awakener would be split open before blinking. But Yuan An was far from ordinary. The intricate pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan spun in his pupils, its ocular power locking onto every twitch of Su Yidio's muscles and every attack trajectory. At the same time, Sage mode pushed his body to the limit. Tendons tightened like drawn ropes, blood roared through his veins, and his reflexes soared beyond human norm. Bang! As the crowd gasped, Yuan An sidestepped a second time. A chip of stone, lifted by the blade's aura, slammed into the flagstones in a puff of dust. Spectators outside the ring stared, while Sui Dao froze. How could the Shadow Bounty Guild's top assassin miss twice and be toyed with by a 1st-tier rookie? Where was his pride? Rage rose to his brow. Just as Sui Dao closed in again, Yuan An flicked several diamond-shaped shuriken behind him. Cold flashes formed a web, sealing every retreat. Clang, clang, clang. Sui Dao whipped the broad back of his blade up like an iron shield, blocking them all. Sparks flew as he sneered. Not bad. No wonder you dared provoke my sister. Since you're that capable, you'll get serious considerate respect. He shed all restraint, arms flicking as killing intent gathered on the edge. At that moment, a cool female voice cut in. Sui Dao, do you Shadow Bounty people think you can wreak havoc on my turf? A woman in a denim jacket and shorts strode from Wanling Pavilion's gate, long-legged and proud. Qianmingji. She had just finished a handoff with Yuan An. The ruckus hadn't escaped her. Sui Dao sneered. We're outside Wanling Pavilion. Not your jurisdiction. Before he finished, Qianmingji grabbed Yuan An, drew him back a few steps, and planted her heels on the pavilion's flagstones. Now he's standing on Wanling Pavilion ground. Onlookers traded puzzled glances. A greenhorn could earn Qianmingzi's personal protection? What was their relationship? Whispered guesses filled the air. Sui Dao narrowed his eyes. So you're shielding him, Qianmingji? He's your pretty boy? Skinny arms, skinny legs, and you fancy him? Arms folded, Qianmingji scoffed. Save it. While he's here, touch him and see what happens. Wary of her influence, Sui Dao sheathed his blade with an icy look. Fine. You can guard him today, not forever. Kid, after today you'd better crawl as far away as you can, or... His frosty gaze lingered on Yuan An. Then he turned to leave with Su Yuxuan. Yuan An took a step forward, crossing Wanling Pavilion's boundary. His voice, calm yet clear, carried to everyone present. No need to wait. Let's finish this today. Don't wait for someday, make it today. Just when everyone thought the storm had passed, and even Sui Dao had turned to leave, Yuan An stepped forward and spoke again. The room fell silent before erupting in stunned cries. Had the kid lost his mind? Sui Dao had already shown mercy, yet Yuan An insisted on ramming straight into the blade. Qianmingzi's face collapsed. She darted to Yuan An's side, yanked his sleeve, and hissed, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" She had worked hard to defuse the situation. With a single sentence, Yuan An had undone everything. Sui Dao stopped, slowly turned back, and fixed them with a cold, puzzled stare. He licked his cracked lips, half smiling. Boss Qian, looks like your pretty boy's got a screw loose. I'm not disrespecting you, but if he wants to die, don't blame me. He drew his blade with a metallic rasp. Under the bar's neon glow, the steel flashed like a white streak. Each heavy step he took seemed to land on everyone's chest. Yuan An stood his ground, not retreating an inch. To bystanders, it was sheer folly, but he had his reasons. First, he refused to be humiliated in public and do nothing. Second, and most important, ding. Mission triggered. Defeat Sui Dao. Reward, 5,000 energy points. The prize was too tempting to refuse. Dangerous as it was, victory wasn't impossible. Sui Dao let out a harsh laugh. Kid, you've got guts. I'll give you a death worthy of that backbone. Before the words finished, he pushed off the floor, soaring into the air. His broadsword came down like a landslide. Whoosh. The wind of the blade blasted toward Yuan An, yet he didn't flinch. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye whirled. Blood tears streamed down his cheeks. He locked onto his airborne foe and barked, Amaterasu. A surge of mortal dread seized Sui Dao. Black flames bloomed soundlessly before him. Instinctively, he hacked at them, splitting the fire in two, yet it didn't die. The blaze splattered onto his chest. Sizzle. The flames spread wildly, heat warping the air. Su Yidio's face twisted as he slapped at the fire, only to drive it up his arms. Within seconds he was engulfed. Agony bored into his bones as though his very soul were burning. At last Sui Dao screamed, a raw, piercing howl. Agonizing heat tore through his very soul, and Su Yidio's scream echoed as his body became a living torch, thrashing on the ground. The brother and sister were like bundles of dry tinder. Black flames swallowed them in an instant. Su Yuan gasped, "Brother, what's happening? Brother!" She lunged forward, but the Amaterasu fire coiled around her as well. The flames spread with feral speed, and she managed only one equally piercing cry before both siblings were reduced to ash in less than a minute. The air reeked of char and drifting dust. All that remained in the onlookers' hearts was raw terror. A gold-rank assassin of the Shadow Bounty Guild, a Tier 3 Esper, had been incinerated in scarcely 3 minutes, and the black flames still flickered. Everyone knew this fate had been meant for Yuan An. Now it had become Su Yidio's funeral, a reversal so shocking that witnesses struggled to believe their eyes. Did Yuan An just kill Sui Dao? A Tier 1 Esper took down a Tier 3? That's headline news, even in Huaihai City. Came the hushed whispers, yet no one dared speak louder. Yuan An let his sage mode fade and drew a shallow breath, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Amaterasu drained him heavily and could be used only a limited number of times, so he had waited until the critical moment, but the result was undeniably lethal. Who says Amaterasu can't kill? He thought, clenching his fist. He wanted this fire burned into everyone's memory. Ding. The system chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Task complete. Defeat Sui Dao. Reward, 5,000 energy points. The surge of energy hitting his account filled Yuan An with solid reassurance. Across from him, Qian Mingji parted her red lips in surprise. Little brother, I didn't expect you to have something like that up your sleeve. Impressive. Yuan An raised a hand, as if to block the words. Correction, I'm not little. Her narrow eyes lifted, sliding down his frame, and she murmured an amused "oh," leaving implications hanging in the air. Yuan An flushed slightly but felt no drop in goodwill. After all, she had confronted Su Dao Heaton, a rare act of loyalty. Besides, with her refined features, generous curves, and endless legs, she was Huaihai City's famous beautiful big sister. Either way, thank you for stepping in today, Miss Qian, Yuan An said, steering the conversation back on track. Qian Mingji smiled. No need to thank me. I didn't do much, you finished it yourself. With that, she waved to the gathering crowd and strolled away. People parted instinctively to clear her path. Yuan An's display of power had earned him Huaihai City's respect here. Everything was decided by the strength of one's fists. Wasting no more time, he strode toward the landing area and boarded a flyer bound for Bailong City. Engines roared, the cabin door sealed, and the glow of fire and drifting ash receded behind him. Without lingering, Yuan An took the flight back to Bailong City and disappeared into the clouds. By the time they returned to Bailong City, dusk had passed and night had settled in. Yuan An pushed open the front door. Under the soft living room light, Su Xian, Yuan Zhen, and Huang Yu all turned to look at him. Tonight Huang Yu hadn't come out to greet him as usual. She must have arrived only moments earlier. And you're finally home. We've been waiting for you, Su Xian called, smiling. Young master, Huang Yu added with a polite nod. A cream-frosted cake sat on the coffee table, its candles perfectly arranged, needing only a flame. Yuan Zhen spoke up, his voice carrying the quiet authority of an executive minister. You knew today is Yes' birthday. What kept you so late? Su Xian immediately defended her son. It's not that late, is it? Did we encroach on your precious time, Minister Yuan? Yuan Zhen never argued with her. He simply fell silent with a sigh. Yuan An ignored the spat. From his pocket he produced a pair of moon-shaped earrings and handed them to Huang Yu. Birthday present. See if you like them. Huang Yu's eyes brightened. Thank you, young master. I love them. Su Xian glanced over and approved. Aaron has excellent taste. He always picks the right gift. Glad you like them. Let's light the candles. Yuan An picked up the lighter, and the four of them set every candle ablaze. Flickering flames danced. Huang Yu pressed her palms together, closed her eyes, and made a silent wish, then blew out the candles in one breath. Happy birthday. Applause and laughter followed. The celebration was simple: cut the cake, share it, chat a little, and soon it was over. After the last bite of frosting, Huang Yu excused herself and went to her room to rest. Only Yuan An, Yuan Zhen, and Su Xian remained. Su Xian tugged Yuan An down beside her. Where were you today? You're back so late. Nowhere special. Just took a trip to Huaihai City, Yuan An replied casually. Yuan Zhen, who had been quiet, immediately frowned. Do you know what kind of place that is? You actually went there? His tone brimmed with reproach. The words ignited Yuan An's temper. He snapped back. What's wrong with Huaihai City? I joined a herb collecting team, went into the beast forest, killed a few first-tier monsters, then took out a second-tier one. Back in the city, I eliminated a third-tier gold rank assassin from the Shadow Bounty Guild. Any problems? His rapid-fire account left Su Xian and Yuan Jin speechless. Yuan Jin snorted. And now you're telling tall tales? Believe it or don't, Yuan An said, unwilling to argue further. Su Xin's eyes lit up. I believe you, and I never knew you were so capable. Yuan An stood. Mom, I'm going to shower and get some sleep. You should turn in early too. With that, he went upstairs. Once they heard his bedroom door close, Su Xian pinched Yuan Jin's thigh and hissed, Yuan, have you lost your mind? Why are you always on An's case? Can't you wish him well? Yuan Jin winced, sucking in a breath. If I didn't care about him, I wouldn't say a word. Su Xian flushed, choking on her words. Huaihai City. That place is lawless, people kill without blinking. She slapped the table. Do you really think that little of your own son? Haven't you noticed he's already level 6, tier 1? All 5 records in the Academy's beast trial arenas bear An's name. So what if that Zhao girl is shrank? She still can't beat him now, can she? Yuan Jun massaged his aching shoulder and lowered his voice. Exactly because he's doing so well, he can't set foot in a place that chaotic. Once people in Huaihai find out he's my son, how many eyes will lock on him? Besides, he killed a gold rank assassin from the Shadow Bounty Guild. Do you think those lunatics will just let it go? Su Xian fell silent. On that point, she had no counter-argument. Their son was strong, but far from untouchable. Enough. Get some sleep. I have other plans for him. The quarrel ended, at least for the moment, in Yuan Jun's favor. At dawn, Yuan An planned to head to the beast forest outside the city as usual. The monsters around Bailong were fiercer and wilder than elsewhere, perfect for honing his instincts with real killing intent. You're awake, young master. Huang Yu waited outside his door, spotless made uniform, thigh-high white stockings immaculate. The only difference today was the new pair of silver earrings on her lobes, catching the light. Already wearing them? Yuan An raised a brow. They suit you. Young master has good taste. She lowered her head, the earrings swaying obediently. After washing up, Yuan An went downstairs and was surprised to find Yuan Jun sitting in the center of the living room, calm and composed. Su Xian had already left. Day off, Dad. Despite last night's clash, he kept his manners. I'm waiting for you. Yuan Jun pointed to the sofa beside him. Sit. Yuan An's heart thudded. Wasn't the scolding over? Seeing no anger in his father's face, he sat. You're level 6, tier 1 now. You'll spend 2 months training with the enforcement division. Yuan Jun got straight to the point. What? Why? In 2 months, Shengjing Academy starts its entrance exams, his father said evenly. It's the largest academy in the southern province. To become a truly powerful Esper, you need advanced abilities. Those are only taught at Shengjing. Bailong Academy stops at tier 2. Anything beyond tier 3, you have to learn there. Shengjing Academy, the pinnacle of Esper training in the south. Yuan An opened his mouth to refuse, when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Shengjing Academy is the largest ability institute in South Province, and the only place where third-tier powers and above are formally taught. It is the ultimate goal for almost every graduate from the ordinary city colleges. On paper, the admission rule is simply reach tier 2, level 1, and you may register for the entrance exam, but only those who pass the test can set foot inside Shengjing. Rank and element do not matter. As long as you hit tier 2, level 1, and clear the assessment, everyone is treated the same. The catch is that the milestone must be reached within the first year after awakening. If you arrive late, you are no longer eligible. Only 3 months separate graduation from the ordinary colleges and Shengjing's entrance exam. Those brief 90 days become a watershed for thousands of newly awakened Espers. The ones who crave Shengjing push themselves to the limit, while the slackers resign themselves to mediocrity. For most ability users rated class or higher, climbing to tier 2, level 1 within 3 months is not the hard part. What really matters is combat prowess, which the exam tests relentlessly. That is why students from support, lifestyle, or other non-combat tracks usually bow out early. In any given city, only a handful of candidates each year have a real shot at Shengjing's gate. Yuan An had never cared about the academy. With his system, he could trade energy points for any advanced ability he wanted, so why bother with a grueling exam? And yet, ding! New system quest. Pass Shengjing Academy's exam and enroll. Quest reward, 10,000 energy points. 2 Flying Thunder God Technique, complete version. Wah! Yuan An froze. 10,000 energy points were already tempting, but the words Flying Thunder God Technique, complete version were the real bombshell. Instant teleportation, stylish entrances, last-second rescues, all rolled into one. What man could say no? Quest accepted. Just then, Yuan Jin sought him out. Join the operations division. We can get you to tier 2, level 1 in 1 month. Give it 2 more to hone your skills, and Shengjing's exam will be a cakewalk. The operations division was famous for its rapid promotions and notorious for its lethal assignments. By tradition, it never recruited fresh graduates, but with Yuan Jun as its chief, that rule was little more than decoration. Ding! System notification. Side quest unlocked. Join the operations division and reach tier 2, level 1 within 2 months. Reward: 5,000 energy points. 2 easy quests and a pile of energy points practically delivered to his door. Yuan and was delighted. He had planned to join operations anyway, so this was free loot. All right, I'm in. He agreed without hesitation. Yuan Jin clapped him on the shoulder with satisfaction. That's my son. When Yuan An finally agreed, Yuan Jin couldn't hide his excitement. Your mother said you'd never join the operations division, he laughed. Looks like I was right about you after all. He clapped his son on the shoulder, pleased that, for once, the boy had lived up to his expectations. Let's report in right now. The sooner you start a mission, the sooner you'll reach tier 2, level 1. So soon? All right. Yuan An's plans completely unraveled, and he could only smile wryly as he hurried after his father. They set off immediately, weaving through White Dragon City's busy main street. Morning lights splashed across the flagstones, their overlapping shadows stretching toward the city wall. The operations division, every city's sharpest blade. Its agents were veterans of countless battles, people who could fight their way out even when cornered by a pack of monsters. White Dragon Academy was the heart of the city, and the operations division was the heart of the academy. To respond instantly to any beast attack, headquarters wasn't on campus, but on Balong City's wall itself. The thick fortifications fended off outside threats while operatives patrolled the ramparts, safeguarding everyone within. They climbed the stone steps to the top of the wall and took in the imposing defenses. Wind howled over the wildlands beyond. Banners snapped in the nearer breeze. Inside, the main hall was spacious and austere, its walls covered with battle reports and maps, the air tinged with the smell of gun oil and metal polish. Gather up. Yuan Jin clapped his hands, and the on-duty agents formed a line within seconds. Yuan An noticed that every one of them wore a different mask, colors and patterns varied, but each hid the wearer's face completely. This is our new trainee, Yuan An, tier 1, level 6. Dual frank, ocular, and wood affinities. In most places a dual frank would have earned Snickers, but here no one made a sound. Yuan Jun was the division chief. Who would dare mock the boss' son? Yellow Viper, you're heading out on a beast hunt, right? Yuan An is joining your squad. Yes, sir. The speaker wore a yellow mask painted with a coiled snake. His voice was young but crisp as he stepped forward, studying Yuan An through the islets. Yuan Jun handed over a mask marked with a crimson ridge. From today on, your call sign is Red Ridge. Yuan An accepted it and fastened it to his face. The cold metal pressed against his skin as he drew a steadying breath. That was it, no paperwork, no ceremony. A few words, and he was part of the division, placed directly under Yellow Viper's command. He'll walk you through our mission protocol first. Yellow Viper led the way, speaking with easy confidence. Judging by his voice, he was barely in his 20s. Their first stop was the armory. The moment the door opened, rows of iron racks appeared, blades glinting under the lightsabers, spears, staves, swords, axes, hammers, throwing spikes, everything imaginable. We usually carry these standard combat knives. He drew a half-meter single-edged blade. A streamlined groove ran along the spine, and the sheath was plain black lacquer. Yuan An took it, flipped it in his wrist, and the blade hummed crisply. Its weight felt perfect, so he nodded and kept it. Looking around, he couldn't help asking, no socketed weapons? Everything here is off the rack, Yellow Viper shrugged. Socketed gear is a forging branch specialty. If you want one, have a friend over there custom make it. We don't stock them. Sliding the knife back into its sheath, Yellow Viper grinned. All right, weapon selected. Time to gear up for your first assignment. He'll introduce you to the rest of the team. The operations division moved with impressive speed. No sooner had the brief introductions ended than Yuan An selected a standard-issue weapon and followed Huangshi up the broad stone steps to the outer ramparts. 2 operatives were already waiting at the windswept lookout. This is Heixiong, Beastmorph class. This is Heyu, Object Control class. Yuan An shook hands with each of them. Heixiong was huge, muscles knotted like steel cables, a walking wall of iron. Heyu, on the other hand, was willowy. Her long hair drifted in the night breeze, and although her expression was calm, her gaze was razor-sharp. Both possessed rare specialties, Beastmorph and Object Control. Remembering the recent awakening rite, Yuan An realized he had met almost no other recruits with similar gifts. Clearly, the division was full of hidden talent. Anyone who made it in was never weak. After a brief exchange of courtesies, Huangshi glanced at the timer on his wrist. Mission starts now. Objective, 10-second tier, fire-type beasts. Extract their cores to restock the armory. Monster cores had countless uses. They could be set into weapons or serve as power sources for barriers and military reserves. Gathering them for Bailong City was the division's daily routine, ensuring the defenses never went dark. Outside Bailong City, on the edge of the monster forest. As they advanced, Huangshi issued orders. Heyu, team up with Chishin, it's his first run with us, so don't get reckless. Yuan An was only tier 1, level 6. Taking down a second-tier beast was routine for the veterans, but still a stretch for him. Besides, he was the son of Yuan Zeno. One dared to slack off. Heyu and Yuan An nodded. while Heixiong and Huangxi positioned themselves for a feint. 10 second-tier cores could be collected in a day. The real goal was to help the newcomer mesh with the team. Mist curled through the trees, and the cries of low-tier beasts rose and fell mostly tier 1. Occasionally a second-tier creature darted across their path, but none were fire-aligned. After half an hour of searching, they finally locked onto their quarry amid a patch of scorched Phoenice's second-tier, grade 1 flame-spitting snake. The serpent was roughly 3 meters long, its body as thick as a barrel, crimson scales throwing off a cold metallic gleam, a textbook python silhouette. Yuan An, you're on point. Get a feel for a tier 2 opponent. Hey, back him up, Huangxi snapped. Copy. They answered in unison, launching forward almost simultaneously. Yuan An drew the short blade at his belt. A crimson light flared in his eyes as he skimmed low over the ground. The flame-spitting snake raised its broad triangular head, its throat bulged, and a fist-sized ember ballooned into a roaring fireball that hurtled toward him. Whoosh! 2 slim daggers screamed out from behind, spinning like twin steel windmills. They sliced cleanly through the fireball, scattering it into a rain of red sparks. Object Control, highest ability. She could infuse her spiritual energy into chosen weapons, deadly at close range, yet just as effective from afar. Yuan An didn't pause for a second. Gripping his standard-issue combat knife, he flashed in front of the fire-spitting serpent and drove the blade straight down. Flames writhed between the creature's scales. The serpent's fiery ability was matched by a body as tough as a power-type evolver's. Its massive tail snapped back with a sonic boom, sweeping sideways in an attempt to hurl Yuan An away before the knife could land. Huangxi and Heixiong tensed on either flank, ready to jump in. Yet the moment the tail whipped across, Yuan An twisted at an impossible angle, as if he had already mapped the strike, slipping cleanly through the gaps of the 3-part swing. Before the tail could recoil, he struck without hesitation. A cold flash of steel, and the knife punched into the serpent's midsection. A shrill hiss tore from the creature's throat. Its huge head lunged, flames spilling from its jaws as it snapped at Yuan An. Would release great force technique. Yuan An thrust out his left palm. A surge of wood-type energy erupted, and rows of rectangular wooden beams flooded into the serpent's open mouth. Boom! The wood burst through its belly. Fire and gore exploded outward, and the serpent crashed to the ground, its corpse a gruesome sight. Ding! Successfully killed a tier 2, level 1 beast. Gained 210 experience points. Huangxi, Heixiong, and Heiyu exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Such nimble evasion and decisive execution were far beyond what a typical tier 1, level 6 evolver could manage. Looks like our new teammate is tougher than we thought, Heiyu murmured. He's Lord Yuan's son, what did you expect? Heixiong answered with a broad grin. Huangxi clapped his hands. Skip the warm-ups. Let's start the real mission. Deep in the dense jungle, the four surrounded a tier 2, level 4 giant iron-armored beetle. Its entire body was midnight black, the shell so heavy it resembled cast iron, and even the slightest movement set off a low metallic scrape. Heixiong, crack its armor. Huangxi barked. Muscles ballooned across Heixiong's frame. Both arms thickened like tree trunks. He charged, drove his shoulders forward, and slammed an elbow into the beetle's head with brutal force. Boom! The impact echoed through the forest, splitting the shell with a jagged crack. Heiyu, pin it down. Heiyu thrust out both palms. 2 inky chains shot from his sleeves, wrapping around the beetle's limbs and locking them tight. Qishan, finish it. The crimson pattern of the Sharingan whirled in Yuan An's eyes. He locked onto the thinnest point in the crack, and his knife shot in like lightning. Squelch, the blade pierced straight through, black ichor splattering everywhere. Ding! Successfully killed a tier 2, level 4 beast. Gained 240 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host has reached tier 1, level 7. Current level, tier 1, level 7. Experience needed for next level, 101,000. As the giant iron-armored beetle collapsed, Yuan An felt a surge of delight. Tier 2 beasts really did offer generous experience. Fighting alongside the enforcement division was far more efficient than grinding through tier 1 prey on his own. Brutal impact. Black Bear hurled himself forward, using his own body as a battering ram that left every monster he struck dazed and stumbling. He was a beast form ability user, and that category splintered into countless sub-branches. Each one depended on the animal a person resonated with, producing wildly different powers. Black Bear fell under Kraid beast form bear. Once transformed, he possessed the raw might of a real grizzly and a hide like reinforced steel. In pure strength, he matched strength type awakened, yet his overall stats were even better. Now, at tier 2 level 5, he was a juggernaut. Trading blows with a monster did nothing to diminish his imposing air. If you hadn't seen it yourself, you'd be hard-pressed to say which of the two combatants was more beastly. With Black Bear leading the charge, the rest of the squad could fight at their leisure. Black Rain stayed on his heels. Tier 2 level 5, Kraid Relicmancer. Relicmancers controlled weapons, and once they channeled their own power into them, their destructive force almost rivaled elemental abilities. He was the team's primary damage dealer. Rain of Steel. Black rain flicked his wrist. 2 diamond-shaped shuriken flew out, then split into hundreds of cold flashes that poured down like a sudden squall, pinning the Tier 2 Level 3 rampaging brown bear from head to toe. Driven back several paces, the beast roared and left itself wide open. The finisher fell to Yuan An. Wood-style thorned execution. He pressed his palms together. The instant he spoke, the forest floor erupted with vines as thick as a wrist. They whipped in from all directions, layering around the brown bear and tightening until a sharp crack signaled its end. Ding. Tier 2 Level 3 monster slain. 230 XP gained. The hunt continued without pause. Body slam. Gale whirlwind. Illusion Sharingan. Ding. Tier 2 Level 5 monster slain. 250 XP gained. Ding. Tier 2 Level 6 monster slain. 260 XP gained. Ding. Tier 2 Level 4 monster slain. 240 XP gained. Ding. Tier 2 Level 5 monster slain. 250 XP gained. Ding. Congratulations, host Tier 1 Level 8 reached. Current level, Tier 1 Level 8. XP needed for next level, 1,500. All day long the trio worked seamlessly together, clearing targets with ease. By nightfall they had taken down 10 Tier 2 fire-type monsters. The beast cores all had to be turned over to the operations division, so Yuan An didn't pocket a single one. The silver lining was that Head delivered the killing blow to half of them, so every bit of experience landed in his account, lifting him from Tier 1 Level 6 to Tier 1 Level 8. If Head been training alone, he could have soloed a Tier 2 monster, but there was no way Head have bagged so many in one day. Teamwork really is the shortcut to efficiency. Mission complete, the squad checked back in at operations. Yuan An happened to be in the lobby. Spotting their return, he put his work aside and regarded his son with a smile. Well, first day on assignment. A bit different from running around on your own, isn't it? Much faster, I'll bet. Can't deny it, Yuan An admitted. Fighting alongside an operations team was definitely quicker. So, Dad, keep sending our squad after monsters. I could use the extra practice. You'd be a fool not to take advantage of a privilege when it's handed to you. Although the relationship between Yuan An and his father, Yuan An, had never been particularly close thanks to Yuan An's double F ability, things had changed. By racking up a string of hard-fought victories, he proved that a double F wasn't a dead weight. He could outshine those self-proclaimed class prodigies just the same. Yuan An, now in excellent spirits, greeted him with eyes that finally relaxed into a smile. As the director of the operations division, his authority was less modest and more immense. A single word from him could redirect entire missions. So you really enjoy hunting beasts? Yuan An leaned against the metal desk, a note of admiration in his voice. He understood that even the most ordinary beast carried hidden danger. No operative could guarantee returning unscathed from every sortie. Most people dodge such missions whenever possible, yet Yuan An requested to go out day after day. Given the boy's upbringing in the beast forest and his clean sweep of all 5 trial grounds, Yuan An had no objections. Fighting beasts makes me stronger, Yuan An answered, crisp and earnest. That's no problem, plenty of missions to go around. Yuan An waved a hand. But that's enough for today. Go rest, and you'll get your new orders tomorrow. Got it. After filing his report, Yuan An left the operations division. Yuan An stayed behind. His office included a sleeping quarter, and he often worked through the night. So did Susanoo, the deputy director of intelligence, treating her office as a second home. Yuan An had long since grown used to it. Late at night, the villa's motion lights flicked on. You're back, young master. The butler, Huang Yu, said right on cue. Yuan An replied with a nod. That day's mission had pitted him against 10 second-tier beasts in a row. Had escaped uninjured but utterly drained. After a quick dinner and a hot shower, he collapsed onto the soft mattress and fell asleep in under a minute. At dawn he reported to the operations division on schedule. You're here? The director's assigning missions, Huang. She just arrived too, the watch officer whispered. Yuan An nodded and pushed through the doors. Inside the spacious command hall, Yuan An was distributing tasks to each squad. Faces were grim. The operations division never handled easy work. Soon, it was Huang Shi's squad's turn. Huang Shi, you're headed to Huaihai City for an escort mission. Yuan An tossed over a black metal scroll. Huang Shi unrolled it, scanned the contents, and nodded. Wanling Pavilion in Huaihai is one of our main potion suppliers, Yuan An added. To keep the supply steady, they need to gather herbs deep in the beast forest. The local mercs aren't strong enough, so you'll be providing escort. Understood. Huang Shi saluted, and the team exited the division. Huaihai City lay a good distance from headquarters, so the 4 of them requisitioned a black hovercar. The cabin was narrow but let them sit shoulder to shoulder. At the controls, Yu fired up the engine and asked offhandedly, Boss, what's the exact job? Wanling Pavilion in Huaihai. They're the operations division's biggest potion supplier, Huang Shi said without turning around, his tone steady. They're going deep into the beast forest for herbs. The local Hierons can't keep them safe, so we will. Wanling Pavilion? Yuan An raised an eyebrow. The place was hardly unfamiliar to him. Outside Huaihai City, a narrow woodland path stretched ahead. A modest sedan led the way, flanked by two trucks piled high with supplies, their tires crunching over fallen leaves as they rolled into a secluded clearing. The moment the convoy stopped, the surrounding brush stirred and four figures Yuan An, Huang Shi, He Xiong, and He Yu slipped from the shadows, eyes sweeping the area in silent vigilance. The sedan's rear door swung open, and a pair of long, fair legs emerged first, exuding a confidence that seemed to weigh on every chest. Qian Mingji had arrived. Widely hailed as the most beautiful woman in Huaihai, she was flawless in both face and figure. Her short skirt fluttered in the breeze, revealing jade-smooth legs under the morning sun. Onlookers were compelled to steal a glance, yet none dared approach her. After all, this young woman ran her own apothecary in Huaihai, and even the Shadow Bounty Guild's ace assassins treated her with respect, evidence enough of the formidable power behind her. Boss Qian, we're the action squad from Bailong City's Enforcement Division, assigned to escort your foraging run, Huang Shi announced, keeping his voice low. Qian Mingji smiled. Captain Huang, we meet again. Clearly, they had worked together before. Her gaze drifted over the group until it rested on an unfamiliar face. Oh, a new member? What's your name? She meant Yuan An. He's Qishan, our newest recruit, Huang Shi explained, then made the introductions. Qishan, this is Boss Qian of Wanling Pavilion. Pleasure to meet you, Boss Qian, Yuan An greeted with a respectful salute. Likewise, Qian Mingji replied, then gestured to the vehicles. Two of you in my car, the other two, each take a truck. Huang Shi decided at once. Qishan, you're with me in the lead car. Hey Xiong, hey you, take the trucks. With no further delay, they boarded their assigned vehicles, and the three-car convoy rolled out once more. Despite its unassuming exterior, Qian Mingzi's sedan was surprisingly spacious. Supple leather seats cushioned its passengers, and with the window cracked open, a cool breeze carried the scent of earth and leaves inside. She lounged in the front passenger seat, hair dancing in the wind, while the driver, a broad-shouldered man with a full beard and earnest eyes, kept his attention on the road. Yuan An and Huang Shi sat side by side in the back, maintaining a watchful posture. Boss Qian, could you share some details about our objective? Huang Shi asked first. We're heading to the Withered Bones Range, Qian Mingji answered calmly. That's a Tier 2 beast zone, though Tier 3 beasts do appear occasionally. Wanling Pavilion can handle scattered Tier 2s, but if their numbers swell or a Tier 3 shows up, we'll need you to step in. Understood, Huang Shi replied with a nod. In this region, Tier 3 beasts already sit at the top of the food chain. Beyond them are Tier 4 and Tier 5 elites lurking deep within the monster forest, places no one visits for mere herbs. For most factions, Tier 3 creatures are fearsome enough. Yuan An knew this well. During his last herb-gathering run with Wanling Pavilion, had seen firsthand that they simply couldn't handle a Tier 3 beast. This time Qian Mingzi's party was almost identical to the squad she had led on the last herb-gathering run, and once again she relied solely on Wanling Pavilion's own guards, hiring no outside mercenaries. Based on their strength, the guards could handle Tier 2 beasts at best. A Tier 3 encounter or a mass assault by Tier 2 creatures would stretch them thin. That was exactly why Bai Longcheng had sent an enforcement team to accompany them. Skeleton Ridge lay nearly 50 kilometers from Huaihai City. The mountain track was rugged and uneven, and minor beast skirmishes slowed the convoy to a crawl. Those 50 kilometers took 2 full hours before they finally reached the foothills. The range rolled off into the distance, its dense forest breathing a humid wind laced with the smell of wet earth, as though warning of dangers hidden deeper within. Beyond human settlements, any stretch of wilderness could erupt into violence at a moment's notice. The targets on the summit. The wagons stop, here everyone on foot and battle ready. Qian Mingji barked. The guards dismounted with practiced ease, weapons drawn, lines forming in an instant. Yuan An and the 3 remaining members of his squad melted to the edges of the column, alert for anything unexpected. Skeleton Ridge was infamous for its beast population. They had barely set foot on the path when snarls erupted from the undergrowth. A Tier 1 beast lunged first, and several Tier 2 beasts followed close behind. Fighting as they advanced, blades flashed, and the tang of blood thickened the stifling mountain air. Yuan An was especially eager. Tier 1 or Tier 2 made no difference. If he could land the killing blow, he took it. Ding. You have slain a level 5 Tier 1 beast. Gained 150 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 7 Tier 1 beast. Gained 170 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 9 Tier 1 beast. Gained 190 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 5 Tier 2 beast. Gained 250 experience points. He didn't care much for beast cores, but those last hit experience points were too valuable to waste, so his blade kept falling with ruthless precision. Ding. You have slain a level 5 Tier 1 beast. Gained 150 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 5 Tier 2 beast. Gained 250 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 5 Tier 2 beast. Gained 250 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. Host has reached Tier 1 Level 9. Current level, Tier 1 Level 9. Experience needed for next level, 2000. They still had a ways to climb, yet he had already leveled up. The pace felt both fast and exhilarating. As the experience poured in, his finishing strikes grew sharper and more lethal, often dropping foes in a single cut, and the guards whose kills he stole even thanked him for the favor. The group pressed forward like a storm, carving a bloody path until they reached the summit. What greeted them there was nothing like the lush scene Yuan An had imagined. In the fading light, the ground was carpeted with bleached bones, twisted human and beast skeletons tangled together. One set overshadowed all others, a rib cage tens of meters across and more than 10 meters high, its massive ribs arching like prison bars to form a macabre domain of bone. From its sheer size alone, one could picture the creature's savagery when it was alive. Yuan An was stunned. He had never seen anything like it. So that's where the name Skeleton Ridge comes from. This field of bleached bones emitted a strange magnetic pull that even the fiercest spirit beasts dared not cross. Enormous ivory skeletons sprawled across the ground like arched bridges. Beneath one of them, Qianmingji had her Wanling pavilion entourage stooped over, harvesting herbs. Sprouting between cracks in bone and stone, lush clusters of medicinal plants pulsed with spiritual energy, perfect ingredients for top-grade elixirs. A few guards, Yuan An among them, did not join the picking. As planned, they positioned themselves at the four corners, eyes sharp for any sign of danger. Guard duty was their real job. Hard labor was not on the list. The trove of herbs was too large to gather quickly. They had already burned hours on the trek here, and by the time the last glow of sunset faded, their work was far from done. According to the schedule, they would camp overnight. Traveling in darkness meant poor visibility, and forest beasts grew far more savage after dusk. Compared with that, this bone-strewn clearing under its odd field was the safest place to stay. Move it. Get the tents up. Haul the herbs inside, and don't bruise a single leaf. Someone barked. To them, the hard-won plants were worth more than people. Tents sprang up among the pale heaps, scattered like gray-brown mushrooms. Surrounded by dead bones and weighed down by the unseen force, many found sleep elusive, but they had no choice. Once the watch rota was arranged, the others doused their lamps and turned in. The camp sank into silence with the night. Yuan An drew the forward post, doubted he could have slept here anyway, so he preferred to keep his eyes open. He and several other guards watched different directions. His spot was well chosen, less than 10 paces from Qianmingzi's tent. Every other light was out, yet a soft glow still seeped through her canvas. Firelight cast her silhouette as she rose, loosened her sash, and changed clothes. Even through the fabric, her enticing curves were vivid enough to stir any man's imagination. That woman's got nerve, Yuan An muttered, forcing his gaze away. Lovely she was, but hardly harmless. Anyone who lost his head over her looks would be in for trouble. The night was pitch black. The campfire crackled, while beyond its circle one could not see an inch ahead. Even the stars were hidden. Yuan An leaned against the trunk of a thick dead tree, gaining a slightly higher vantage point over the clearing. As time wore on, darkness and stillness seeped into his mind, and drowsiness crept over him in spite of himself. He didn't know how long he had been nodding before his body lurched, nearly sliding off the trunk. The jolt snapped him awake. He lifted his eyes, and what he saw made his blood run cold. In the darkness not far ahead, pairs of blood-hungry emerald eyes had appeared, hungrily sizing up the tents inside the camp. Yuan An felt an icy chill crawl down his spine, cold sweat soaking his clothes. In an instant those were clearly savage beasts, and far more than just a handful. No one knew when they had crept this close, but the unique magnetic pressure of the bone field kept them from attacking. Inside the camp, the others caught sight of the same eerie glow and, to their horror, realized the number of green eyes was still growing. Whether the creatures actually charged or not, the danger was already critical. Several sentries slammed the warning gong. Boom. The bronze clang shattered the night. Everyone burst from their tents at once, weapons already in their hands. Beyond the perimeter, hundreds, perhaps thousands soft green eyes drifted against the black backdrop like tongues of greedy flame, enough to make every scalp tingle. Fire element, flares. Qianmingji barked. Several fire wielders raised their hands in unison, hurling blazing orbs that streaked forward and exploded, bathing the sky in light. In the sudden glare, the enemy came into focus. Bloodthirsty tigers, more precisely, a pack of berserk demon tigers. Berserk demon tiger, Class C, power type. The pack ranged from Tier 1 to Tier 2 and numbered in the dozens, maybe over 100. Ferocious by nature and accustomed to hunting in groups, they turned any misstep into a bloodbath. Even the seasoned Qianmingji drew a sharp breath. Huang Shi, hey you, and another operative rushed over to take command. The sheer size of the tiger horde made their hearts clench. A swarm like this was rare even for the execution division. Experience, however, quickly steadied them. They're holding back because they fear the bonefield's pressure, Huang Shi muttered. As long as we stay inside the magnetic zone, they may not dare to charge. Indeed, the tiger pack's attention was fixed on them, Yet the field's oppressive force kept the beasts in a tense stalemate, eager to pounce, but unable. The crowd gradually regained its composure and tightened its formation. Then a thunderous roar split the night. In the middle of the pack, a massive tiger 4 or 5 meters long leapt onto a boulder, overlooking the camp with majestic ferocity. The berserk demon tiger king. Faces paled around the camp. Yuan An whipped his head around, stunned by the overwhelming Tier 3, level 10. It was the most powerful creature he had ever faced, and it shattered everyone's notion of what was possible. Level 10 of Tier 3 was only a step from Tier 4. Huang Shi and the other two felt a crushing weight descend on them. Together they could barely stall a level 3 or 4 beast, and even with Yuan and they might reach level 5 or 6 at best. The Tiger King before them, however, was level 10. Roar. The king's bellow thundered like rolling clouds, igniting every tiger in the pack. They growled in unison, cast aside all hesitation, and surged toward the camp, forcibly suppressing the bone field's magnetic pressure. Brace for impact. Roar. The magnetic field in the land of white bones is only a sensation, not an actual barrier. If a beast overcomes its fear, this graveyard of scattered remains offers no restraint at all. A pack of rampaging demon tigers charged in, fangs flashing cold light. Several Earth-type ability users sprinted to the front, slammed their palms down, and shouted, "Wall of Earth." With a thunderous rumble, thick ramparts shot up, trying to halt the onslaught. To these second-rank beasts famed for brute strength, the walls were paper. Bang! Bang! Skulls punched gaping holes through the barriers. Dirt exploded in every direction, and the tigers kept their measured stride. Stop them! Huangshi barked, leading the defense. Kill! The guards of Wanling Pavilion growled, surging forward. Yet they were badly outnumbered and the tigers were stronger. A frontal clash meant certain defeat. Forget the pack, take down the Tiger King. Huangshi decided instantly, fixing on the rampaging Tiger King ahead. Only with that third-rank monster present could the tigers ignore the field's pressure. Once the king fell, the pack would break. Understood. He Xiong and He Yu replied, Yuan and right behind them. The four tore into the formation. Several second-rank tigers tried to block their way, but the team dispatched them in rapid succession, forcing a gap through sheer violence. Cover them, Qian Mingji ordered, directing the remaining guards to pin the pack, and by the strike team time. Storm of falling petals. Inside range, He Yu attacked first. His arms blurred, and a cloud of diamond-shaped darts whirled out like a metallic cyclone, lashing the Tiger King's striped armor. Roar. The Tiger King lifted its head in chilly disdain, refusing to dodge. Clang, clang, clang. The blades rang off its hide, sparks dancing across the fur, but the strike bought precious seconds. Taishan meteor smash. He Xiong roared. In beast form, he vaulted skyward, both fists hammering down on the Tiger King's spine with mountain-crushing force. Dong. The dull crash sounded like iron on iron. He Xiong felt his knuckles slam into immovable steel. The rebound sent numbness shooting up his arms. Humph! The Tiger King gave a contemptuous, almost human snort, its thick tail sweeping out. Bang! He Xiong was flung several meters, hit the ground hard, and skidded through a cloud of dust, agony twisting his features. Seeing it, Yuan An entered sage mode without hesitation. Natural energy flooded his body as he formed seals. Wood style, great forest. Whoosh. Giant trees erupted from the earth, roots lashing and wrapping layer upon layer around the Tiger King. In the same instant, Huangshi struck. As captain he possessed third rank, Great Sea Wind power. Divine Wind, Rock Breaker. He raised his palm and cleaved downward. A cross-shaped gale ripped through the air, slashing straight at the Tiger King. Boom. The strike finally landed with real impact. The berserk Tiger King took the blow heeding, the boulder beneath it shattering in an instant and forcing the beast to buckle. Seizing the opening, He Yu snatched several diamond-shaped throwing blades inlaid with fire element monster cores from the pouch on his back and flung them without hesitation. Boom. The blades bit into the tiger's pelt and exploded in rapid succession, engulfing its massive frame in fire and concussive blasts. Before the dust cleared, Black Bear barreled back into the fray, roaring as he hefted a rock 3 or 4 times his own size. He leapt high and smashed it down. Crash. Stone, debris, and lingering flames merged in a brutal triple strike that buried the Tiger King beneath rubble and smoke. The violent commotion drew every eye on the battlefield. Both the frenzied Tiger Pack and the Wanling Pavilion guards broke from their clashes to stare at the center. If the Tiger King fell, the tide would turn. If it endured, all their efforts would be for nothing. Did we get it? Black Bear panted, almost whispering. Experience told them that voicing such hope usually invited disappointment. Sure enough, a towering silhouette straightened amid the swirling dust. The berserk Tiger King emerged unscathed, its coat merely dust-streaked. Hey, yes, pupils contracted. It's still fine? A Tier 3, level 10 monster far worse than they had feared. With a deafening roar, the beast charged like an out-of-control dump truck. Black Bear took the first hit and was hurled through the air, raw strength useless against such a gap. The Tiger King stomped, The ground quaked, and earthen pillars shot upward. Caught off guard, Hei Yu was flung skyward. Huangshi was the only one capable of piercing the creature's hide, so the Tiger King showed him no mercy. A claw flashed in a deadly arc gale reversal. Huangshi clapped his hands together, raising a razor-edged wind wall, but the barrier tore like paper slash. The claws carved a grisly wound across his chest and sent him skidding dozens of feet. Last came Yuan An. The beast dismissed him as the weakest, flicking a claw faster than lightning. A Tier 1 human should have had no chance to evade, yet at the final instant Yuan An pivoted back, the talons skimming less than a centimeter from his chest. Surprise flickered in the tiger's eyes. It had no way of knowing Yuan and had already activated his Sharingan's left eye, even awakened the Mangekyo foreman. With Sage Mode sharpening his senses, he barely slipped clear. Normal attacks won't cut it, time for the big move. Yuan An's thoughts raced. The Mangekyo in his left eye began devouring spiritual energy, its crimson wheel spinning. Twin streaks of blood slid down his cheeks, and in their wake a jet-black flame ignited in utter silence. Amaterasu. Amaterasu. If ordinary blows can't crack the savage Tiger King's defenses, then we'll use something extraordinary. Yuan An's Mangekyo Sharingan snapped into sharp focus, black flames flickering like living shadows in the depths of his pupils. Guided by his gaze, a wisp of that dark fire silently locked onto the savage Tiger King across from him. A heartbeat later, a chill of unprecedented danger surged through the beast. The threat came from the very first rank Esper it had always scorned, a fact it found absurd, yet instinctively terrifying. Yuan An's scarlet, otherworldly eyes stared at it like an abyss, and the savage Tiger King's tremor only deepened. Blood-red tears slid down Yuan An's cheeks. Sensing death closing in, the savage Tiger King bolted at full speed, trying to escape his line of sight. But the black flames still ripped through the air and landed squarely on its striped hide. Boom! Amaterasu erupted. Ebony tongues of fire raced along the tiger's spine, their blistering heat clamping down on its very soul. Roaring in agony, the savage Tiger King rolled across the ground, flinging dirt and rocks in every direction in a frantic attempt to smother the flames. Yet with each roll, the inferno only blazed hotter. What kind of hellfire is this? It cried in panic. As a third-tier, level 10 power-type fiend beast, its body was impervious to blades, bullets, and elemental attacks. Wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, even abilities from lower-level power or beast form Esper Skull breach its hide. Only this eerie black fire proved an exception. It seemed on the verge of igniting the spiritual energy within its very core. Yuan An spoke calmly. This is a Matarasuth flame that never dies. Until you're reduced to ashes, it won't go out. Even a creature as formidable as the savage Tiger King could only shriek in torment as the flames devoured it, its cries echoing across the battlefield. Everyone looked on, frozen, while the black fire consumed the massive tiger, yet no one dared step forward. When its life was nearly seared away, the beast's eyes flashed with ferocity. It made a final, desperate choice. Drag Yuan An down with it. With a thunderous roar and flames swirling around its body, it leapt. In a blink, its jaws closed, razor fangs crushing what should have been Yuan An's throat only to split wooden fibers instead. Would clone, Yuan An's voice rang out from a nearby grove. His hands blurred through seals. Would release, thorn killing. The ground split open. Thick vines burst forth like titanic pythons, instantly coiling around the flame-shrouded savage Tiger King. Spikes pierced its flesh, and the vines constricted, pinning it in place. Burning, tearing, and searing pain layered together. The beast's screams grew hoarse until, at last, it crumbled to ash within the black flames. Ding! You have slain a third-tier, level 10 fiend beast and gained 400 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host level up. Current level, first tier, level 10. Experience needed for next level, 2,500. The savage Tiger King was dead. Everyone watched the scene unfold, their hearts surging like storm-tossed seas. A tier 3, level 10 beast had been felled on the spot by a rookie who had yet to step over the tier 2 threshold. They had always heard that Bailong City's enforcement division teamed with prodigies, yet the sight before them still defied belief. The faces of the Wanling Pavilion members paled, and even Huang Shi's trio felt a chill. They had known Yuan and was hiding his strength, but never imagined it ran so deep that a tier 3, level 10 beast could not withstand a single blow from him. No wonder he's Lord Yuan's son, Black Bear murmured, awe shining in his eyes. With their king slain, the rampaging demon tigers scattered in panic. Don't let them get away, leave none alive. Qianmingji shouted, always quick to avenge any slight. She felt that killing the Tiger King alone was nowhere near enough after what the pack had cost her. Yes, ma'am. Morale blazing, the crowd charged through the blood-slicked grass in pursuit. Though Yuan An had spent most of his spiritual energy moments ago, he followed without hesitation. To him, the fleeing tigers were nothing but walking sacks of experience. He refused to let a single one escape. Qishan, After a brief breath, Huangxi and the others surged forward again. Leaderless, the rampaging demon tigers were in complete disarray. The Tier 2 beasts bolted blindly, easier to cut down than Tier 1 monsters. Clutching his standard short blade, Yuan An plunged into their midst. Steel flashed, the stench of blood filled the air, and gore sprayed wherever he passed. The edge dulled in moments, yet he never loosened his grip or slowed his swing. Ding! You have slain a Tier 2, Level 1 beast and gained 210 experience points. Ding! You have slain a Tier 2, Level 3 beast and gained 230 experience points. Ding! You have slain a Tier 2, Level 1 beast and gained 210 experience points. Ding! You have slain a Tier 2, Level 2 beast and gained 220 experience points. Ding! You have slain a Tier 2, Level 1 beast and gained 210 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached Tier 2, Level 1. Current level, Tier 2, Level 1. Experience required for next level, 4,000. When the last tiger fell with a dying howl, the blood mist over the steppe had yet to disperse. Yuan An alone had slain more than 10, earning the most dazzling record of the day and a smooth breakthrough. His spiritual energy was drained and his arms ached, yet exhilaration filled his chest. Thank you all so much. Without you, we might not have made it back alive, Qianmingji said, stepping forward once the fight ended. No need for thanks, Boss Qian. We were just doing our job, Huangxi replied, surveying the surroundings. Before this commotion draws more trouble, let's load up and head back to the city. No problem. Qianmingji immediately directed her people to load the goods, and the convoy rumbled toward Huaihai City. Meanwhile, the mechanical voice rang out in Yuan An's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission, joined the enforcement division and reached Tier 2, Level 1 within 2 months. Reward, 5,000 energy points. Mission accomplished. Yuan An's heart leapt. With the points head saved, his total now topped 10,000, enough to exchange for a powerful eye technique or ninjutsu, and he had already set his sights on one. System, exchange for deep forest emergence. System, exchange points for wood release, deep forest emergence. Beep. 10,000 energy points have been deducted. Wood release, deep forest emergence unlocked. Yuan An sat in the back seat, listening to the voice in his head as he made his choice. With 10,000 points, he could have unlocked one of the Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. Kodoeme Tsukumi or Tsukuyami were both on the list. After weighing the options, he settled on deep forest emergence. The Mangekyo techniques were powerful, but each had glaring weaknesses. 10,000 points would only pay for a few abilities with serious drawbacks. 1. Kodoeme Tsukumi complements Amaterasu nicely, but overlaps too much with the black flames he already wields. 2. Tsukuyomi lethal, yes, yet still only an illusion. By comparison, his current wood release arsenal was limited to small and mid-scale jutsus full for harassment, not for decisive blows. Wood release follows a completely different path from the Sharingan. Until Susanoo arrives, the eyes excel in unknown human combat. Wood release, on the other hand, is tailor-made for wide area suppression and is especially potent against demon beasts. Whether facing a lone giant or an entire pack, demon beasts can't escape the vines of deep forest emergence, which blanket vast areas and drain energy all the while. Even more important, wood release has no usage cap, whereas every Mangekyo technique demands a price. He can draw on Amaterasu only 5 times in total and has already burned through 2 uses. 3 more and he'll go blind. All things considered, wood release clearly outranked the rest. So he gave up on Tsukuyami and the others, spending his points on deep forest emergence instead of decision that would fundamentally elevate his power against demon beasts. The convoy rolled down the highway toward Huaihai City. An SUV led the way, several trucks behind carried seized supplies, with Huangxi standing guard in the middle. Qianmingji manned the wheel of Yuan An's vehicle, the only other occupant. Kid, I didn't think you'd join Bailong City's operations division so fast, she said with a sideways glance and a teasing smile. Typical Yuan family air full of surprises. Yuan An raised an eyebrow. Had she recognized him, or had someone tipped her off? He stayed quiet, letting his eyes do the asking. Don't look so stunned, Qianmingji continued, steering with one hand. I figured it out myself. The black flames that roasted the frenzied Tiger King are identical to the ones that wiped out Sui Dao. Once you've seen them, you can't forget. Yuan An paused, then nodded. He had underestimated her. She had witnessed Amaterasu in Qingshi town. Linking those flames back to him was only logical. Seeing him concede, Qianmingji's smile deepened. Relax. I'm good at keeping secrets. Anyone who's watched those flames at work would be nuts to gossip. Outside, the roadway slipped by under the dying light, wind kicking up dust. Huaihai City's skyline hovered on the horizon, while truck taillights flashed red in the setting sun. Huangxi kept steady watch in the middle of the convoy, ready for anything. The anticipation made Yuan An look forward to deep forest emergence even more. Once they reached Huaihai, his combat system would be complete, the sharp edge of the Sharingan woven with the overwhelming force of wood release. ready for the storm ahead. Sui Dao, Tier 3 Level 1. Frenzied Tiger King, Tier 3 Level 10. The gap in strength was huge, and both of them were far stronger than Yuan An. Yet when the black Amaterasu flames descended, Sui Dao and the Berserk Tiger King were reduced to ashes on the spot. The sight was so unnerving that anyone who witnessed it would remember it for life. I thought young Master Yuan wasn't a fire type. How can you wield fire abilities? Is that part of your ocular power? Qian Mingji asked, unable to hide her curiosity. Yuan An's background was hardly a secret word had long spread that had awakened as a dual Frank Esper. He gave no direct answer, merely offered an example. You don't have to be fire type to use a fire potion, or lightning type to use a lightning potion, or wind type to use a wind potion. Revealing your trump cards is the worst mistake you can make. Letting others know your general ability is one thing. Letting them know every detail is another. I understand, Qian Mingji said, dropping the subject. Smart woman, Yuan An replied with a faint smile. In Huaihai City, you don't survive this long without being smart, she answered, returning the grin. The convoy rolled on, the blurred outline of Huaihai City already visible in the distance. Just when everyone thought they were home free, a series of loud crashes sounded ahead as massive trees toppled across the highway, sealing it off completely. Brakes screeched. All vehicles ground to a halt. In the next moment, a dozen figures leapt from the forest and formed a semicircle around the convoy. Bronze daggers were stitched onto their sleeves, with a few gleaming silver ones mixed in. Shadow Bounty Guild. Someone whispered. Qian Mingji stepped out and focused on a bald, heavy-set man standing at the center. He wore no emblem at all, yet no one dared ignore him. Jin Tianba, Guild Master of the Shadow Bounty Guild. Boss Qian, long time no see. Jin Tianba rubbed his shiny head, his gaze openly roaming over her figure with undisguised greed. What brings Guild Master Jin here today? She asked, forcing a smile despite her disgust. The Shadow Bounty Guild was the strongest power in Huaihai City. Wanling Pavilion was no match for it. Cut the chatter, Jin said with native arrogance. I'm here to settle a score. A few days ago, right outside your Wanling Pavilion, someone killed one of our gold rank assassins. You should know how valuable a gold rank shadow assassin is to us. You protected that man back then, so I'm guessing you're close. So they're here to avenge Sui Dao, Yuan An thought. Sui Dao lost because he wasn't good enough, Qian Mingji replied with a shrug. I don't care about logic only fists, Jin sneered. Leave the cargo and hand over the man, and Wanling Pavilion can walk away. Qian Mingzi's face darkened. You've got quite an appetite, Guildmaster Jin. I always have, he said with a lazy shrug. Of course, if you can't part with the goods, hey race another option turn the man over, and then share my bed for a month. Do that, and we can call it even. I've been craving that body of yours for a long time, and am dying for a taste. If you want hand over the shipment, just hand yourself over instead, and spend a month in my bed. I've been eyeing that body of yours for ages. Everyone in Huaihai City knows you're proud, aloof, and never break your word. I wonder if you'll be just as stubborn between the sheets. Jin Tianba made no attempt to hide his desire or pretend to be polite. He wanted Qian Mingji, pure and simple, and the entire city was well aware of it. Qian Mingzi's expression tightened not because of his vulgarity, but because she sensed he had come to settle accounts today. The strength gap between Wanling Pavilion and the Shadow Bounty Guild was anything but small. I see what you're after, President Jin, she said coldly. I've never owed anyone an explanation, and I certainly won't submit. Wanling Pavilion may not match the Shadow Guild, but if you expect me to yield, forget it. Excellent. True to form, Boss Qian, Jin Tianba replied, clapping slowly. In that case, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Seize her. At his order the assassins behind him drew their blades. The guards at Qian Mingzi's back unsheathed their weapons as well, tension crackling in the air. Just then Yuan An stepped forward, positioning himself before Qian Mingji. He met Jin Tianba's eyes and said evenly, quite the display of power, President Jin. These goods belong to White Dragon City. Planning to rob us too? White Dragon City. You're with the enforcement division? Jin Tianba frowned, studying Yuan An and his companions. Huang Shi and the others stayed silent, moving behind Yuan An as they bared the badges on their sleeves, silver dragons gleaming in the light. At the sight of those emblems, Jin Tianba's face shifted. I know White Dragon City works with Wanling Pavilion. I can do without the herbs, but the woman comes with me. This is between us and Wanling Pavilion. Even White Dragon City has no right to meddle in Huaihai City's affairs. There's also a treaty between our city's no interference in one another's power struggles. Qian Mingji spoke softly. This has nothing to do with you. Take the medicine and go. Her heart warmed at Yuan An's support, but reality remained. Every assassin here was a Tier 2 awakened, and Jin Tianba himself was Tier 3, level 10. There could be even stronger killers lurking unseen. In a straight fight the Shadow Guild would be far tougher than the Berserk Tiger Pack they had just dealt with. Boss Qian, you underestimate me, Yuan An said, making no move to leave. He lifted his chin toward Jin Tianba. You said a moment ago you don't care about reason. Funny thing, I don't either. Today we intend to stand up for Boss Qian. If President Jean is confident enough to challenge the enforcement division of Bailong City, go right ahead, believe me. Our officers will listen to us, not to you. Yuan An's voice rang clear and firm among the trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on his slightly narrow shoulders, somehow making him look even taller. A few paces away, Qian Mingji gazed at him and felt a flicker of bewilderment. She was actually being shielded by a kid brother, and the feeling of being protected was both unfamiliar and strangely touching. Across from them, Jean Tianba's expression was dark enough to drip water. Yuan An's stance could not have been clearer. He intended to protect Wanling Pavilion and had brought the Bailong City Enforcement Division in as backing. Jean Tianba might dismiss the 4 people in front of him, but he dared not overlook the division's position. Are you certain the Bailong Enforcement Division wants to intervene in this matter? Jean Tianba asked in a low voice. For now, I speak only for myself, Yuan An replied steadily. But if things turn ugly, who do you think the division will side with, them or you? Their gazes clashed in midair. Jean Tianba's eyes were icy, yet Yuan An did not yield an inch. After a tense silence, Jean Tianba suddenly lifted his arm, his sleeve sweeping through the air. Fine. Very well. It seems your Bailong Enforcement Division has grown bold. He snorted, then turned to Qian Mingji. Boss Qian, you're lucky today. In the future I hope you can afford a full-time enforcement escort. With that, he swept his wide sleeve and led his men away. The stifling pressure dispersed, and the taut atmosphere unraveled. Qian Mingji immediately took command. All right, back on the road. She ordered the fallen tree cleared, and the convoy rolled once more toward Huaihai City. The carriage was quiet, occupied only by Yuan An and Qian Mingji. Aren't you worried that crossing Jean Tianba will bring trouble down on the enforcement division? Qian Mingji suddenly asked. This mess started because of me, and I should thank you for not selling me out, Yuan An said softly. Jean Tianba was hunting Yuan and Qian Mingji knew it. Yet she had not given him up. She had shouldered the pressure alone. First, she had subdued Sui Dao for him. Moments ago, she had faced down Jean Tianba by herself. Because of that, Yuan An had stepped forward at the crucial moment, even at the risk of invoking the entire Bailong Enforcement Division. Qian Mingji laughed. Kid brother, don't think I'm helping you out of kindness. Her eyes sparkled. I stepped in only because you're Yuan Jin's son. Anyone else wouldn't have gotten such treatment. Her candor surprised Yuan An. He had known the reason, but hadn't expected her to say it outright. He smiled. I understand, but you helped me all the same. Qian Mingji covered her mouth and chuckled. Interesting. Kid brother, stop calling me boss, it makes me feel old. Call me Sister Mingji instead. Let me enjoy a bit of seniority. Then I can tell people I'm your sister, and they'll be more cautious. Her straightforwardness put Yuan An at ease. All right, he nodded. But Sister Mingji, please stop calling me kid brother. Just use my name. I'm not a kid. Wanling Pavilion. Yuan An and his team had delivered every batch of medicinal herbs. Wooden crates were stacked neatly in the middle of the storeroom, forming a small wall. The sharp and fresh scents of the plants blended together, filling the air with a faint medicinal aroma. Bailong City urgently needed these materials, yet what they truly wanted was the finished potion. Without Qian Mingzi's personal touch, the herbs would be nothing but useless plants. Bailong City was not short of alchemists, but most were limited by their innate gifts and never advanced beyond Tier 1, able to brew only the most basic potions. In both variety and potency, their work could not compare with Tier 2 products. Qian Mingji was the only Tier 2 alchemist in all of Huaihai City and Bailong City combined. Every high-grade potion depended on her craft, so Bailong City had no choice but to work with her. The materials are all here, but the formula you want is difficult. Come back in 3 days, Qian Mingji said, studying the list while adjusting her white gloves. Very well, thank you, Boss Qian, Huangshi replied with a respectful nod. He then led his squad out of Huaihai City to report back. Bailong City, Enforcement Division Headquarters. So on this mission, you managed to offend the Shadow Bounty Guild as well? Yuan Jun set down the paper report Huang she had handed him, his brows knitting tight enough to crush a mosquito. Quite a spectacular field log you have there. They were ambushing Wanling Pavilion's convoy to steal the goods. We were on an official assignment. I couldn't just let the mission fail, could I? Yuan An shrugged, perfectly confident. So you waved the Enforcement Division badge at them to throw your weight around? Yuan Jun's face remained expressionless. I was going to invoke your august name, but that felt like bullying, so I settled for second best, Yuan An said with a straight face, making Huang Shi and the others shrink back in silence. To be honest, the name Yuan Jun often carried more weight than the entire Enforcement Division. Yuan Jun snorted and tapped the desk. Fine. Good work. Take a few days off. Pick up the potions from Wanling Pavilion in 3 days. He waved the group away, motioning for Huang Shi to stay behind. Chief, we stirred up quite a mess with the Shadow Bounty Guild this time. Should we make some preparations? Huang Shi asked cautiously. Prepare for what? Yuan Jun scoffed. How much trouble can one Shadow Bounty Guild cause? If that fatso Lu Yunchuan hadn't objected, I'd have led a team to sweep Huaihai City clean long ago. Lu Yunchuandian of Bailong Academy, one of the city's 3 Tier 5 espers, and the Xinxia Empire's official representative. In all of Bailong City, Yuan An was the only one who dared call him fatso to his face. Understood. Huangshi nodded at once and took his leave. Yuan family courtyard. For the first time, Yuan An pushed open the door and didn't see Huang Yu waiting to greet him. Where's that girl today? He muttered while changing his shoes. Warm light filled the living room. Huang Yu and Su Xian sat side by side in wicker chairs, a plate of seeds and pastries on the coffee table. They chatted and laughed, the atmosphere lively. As soon as she saw him, Huang Yu jumped up. Young master, you're back. What are you two talking about that's so funny? Yuan An draped his jacket over the back of a chair. Just catching up. Su Xian looked up with a smile. You're home early. Finished the enforcement division assignment already? She asked. Too early? I was sent outside the city yesterday and only just got back. The living room glowed with soft light. Yuan An tossed aside his jacket, the scent of dust from the wild still clinging to his arms. Hearing his reply, Su Xian, ladle poised over the soup, bristled. Outside the city? How could old Yuan give you such a tough assignment? Just wait till he gets home, I'm going to twist his ear. It wasn't Dad's idea, I asked for it. Yuan An waved her off with a grin, already heading toward the bathroom. You two keep talking, I'm dead on my feet and need a shower. Shaoan, remember, shower first, then eat, then sleep. Su Xian called after him. Got it. Hot water pounded over him, easing the knots in his shoulders. When he came out, the table was loaded with 6 dishes and a soup, their fragrance filling the air. Even Yuan An, usually buried in work, sat at the head of the tableen, uncommon sight. Is today some sort of special occasion? Yuan An pulled out a chair, eyeing everyone in surprise. Su Xian set down the serving chopsticks, joy bubbling in her voice. Shaoan, great news. Starting tomorrow, Xiaoyu will officially enroll at Bailong Academy. Already? Yuan An blinked, only then remembering that Huang Yu had just turned 16, exactly the academy's entry age. Xiaoyu, congratulations. He raised his glass. Thank you, uncle, auntie. Thank you, young master. Huang Yu took a tiny sip, her cheeks flushed pink. Su Xian patted her hand. Once you're at school, you won't be waiting on it anymore. And stop calling him young master. From now on, call him your brother. Yuan An laughed. Right. It's fine at home, but if you call me young master in front of your classmates, they'll laugh. Whether from the wine or the change in address, Huang Yu's ears reddened. After a moment she whispered, brother. Right here. Yuan An answered warmly, affection shining in his eyes. Ever since Huang Yu joined the Yuan family, they treated her as one of their own, but she had guarded her feelings. Now that last layer of formality finally melted away. Yuan An lifted his glass. All right, tonight we celebrate as a family. Hey, race to Xiao Yes, first day of school tomorrow. Laughter rang out. The dishes soon emptied. The opening ceremony at Bailong Academy was always lavish. Every student was seen as a future esper, the backbone of Bailong City. On the first day, banners lined the main avenue and crowds rivaled the awakening celebrations. Today was Huang Yu's registration day. In theory, Yuan An and Su Xian wanted to escort her, but as heads of the operations and information departments, they were swamped with work. The task fell to Yuan An so much for his 3-day vacation. He didn't complain aloud, but he couldn't help sighing. Apparently had been reassigned as an escort. Outside the gate, students from around the world converged, luggage stacked like small hills. Yuan An shielded Huang Yu, guiding her through the crush and blocking the occasional stray elbow. Suddenly someone stepped into their path, voice thick with sarcasm. Well, if it isn't the first double Frank Esper in Bailong Academy history. Well, if it isn't the only double F ability user White Dragon Academy has ever produced. The sun had just cleared the roof of the classroom building, and the main avenue was jam-packed with freshmen waiting to register. Yuan An was inching forward with Huang Yu when a sharp, familiar voice rang out behind them. Bai Tianquan stood there, smirking, the light at his back, his perfectly tailored uniform amplifying his arrogance. Beside him stood a boy who looked strikingly similar his younger brother, Bai Huaizhen. The brothers wore the same expression of lofty disdain. Bai Huaizhen curled his lip. Brother, why waste words on someone like him? Talking to him drags down our class, doesn't it? The younger one had copied his brother's bad habits to perfection. Yuan An cast them an indifferent glance, as if the pair scarcely existed. But Bai Tianquan pressed on, his tone dripping with mockery. Come now. His ability might be trash, but we are acquainted. It would be rude not to say hello. Young Master Bai, with talent as dazzling as yours, I assume you've already beaten the records I left in the Beast Forest, Yuan An replied evenly. Flevel letters on paper mean nothing. True skill speaks for itself. Bai Tianquan snorted and tipped his chin. Don't get cocky. I smashed every record you ever set just a few days ago. All 5 beast trial fields now bear my name at the top. He looked as though he expected a trophy to materialize on the spot. Yuan An chuckled. Those records are more than a month old. If it took you this long to catch up, is that really worth bragging about? Humph. I only just found time to refresh them, Bai Tianquan snapped, forcing the muscles in his face back into a smug smile. I'm already level 10, first rank, and he'll hit level 1, second rank any day now. I'm miles ahead of you. I hear you want to sit for the Shangjing Academy examiner reached second rank, level 1 first. Yuan An's eyebrow lifted in genuine surprise. Even with his system-boosted speed, Bai Tianquan's level ability was clearly faster. He suddenly gave a half-smile. Bai Tianquan, you're not a girl, so why are you so interested in me? Don't tell me you have a crush on me. He wore an exaggerated look of discovery. Huang Yu, who had been silent, looked up with wide, serious eyes. Is Bai Tianquan into boys? The innocent question sent a ripple of laughter through the surrounding students. Bai Tianquan's face went white, veins standing out on his forehead as he raised a hand to strike. Yuan An stepped forward, shielding Huang Yu, his voice turning icy. Hey, did young Master Bai get his sore spot poked? This is the Academido, you really dare start a fight on campus? Bai Tianquan's fist hovered in midair, tendons taut, but he couldn't bring it down. Punishment for private fighting inside the city was no joke. He clenched his teeth, rage twisting his features. Humph, all you can do is run your mouth. I won't stoop to your level. When my power leaves you in the dust, you'll be the one crying. With a final flick of his sleeve he turned, leading Bai Huaizhen away. Yuan An shrugged indifferently and pulled Huang Yu into another line. Amid the noisy crowd he lowered his voice. Xiaoyu, do you even know what that word means? Saying things at random can really offend people. Huang Yes' single remark had almost turned him to stone on the spot. I know. It means a man who likes men, the girl added earnestly. Yuan An's scalp tingled. Where did you hear that? I saw it in a book by accident. Realizing she was in trouble, Huang Yes' voice softened. Stop reading all that weird stuff from now on, okay? Yuan An wished he could pry open her head and dump out every odd idea. Okay. The little girl nodded obediently. The matriculation ceremony was long-winded but straightforward. For most of it, Yuan An merely stood by while Huang Yu signed her name, picked up her school badge, and took the oath. On stage, Yuan Zhen and Lu Yinchuan co-host the event, keeping everything under control so any would-be troublemakers had to back down everyone except Bai Tianquan, who still dared to sneer from afar. Once the ceremony ended, Huang Yu had her first class that very afternoon, so Yuan An left alone. Just outside the gate, he spotted Bai Tianquan and Zhao Mei. He hadn't seen Zhao Mei for quite a while, and her star had only risen. Her rank potential was common knowledge, and her strength had grown with it. She had already stepped into Tier 2, first stage, half a step ahead of Yuan An. Their eyes met. Bai Tianquan's face darkened, while Yuan An regarded him as a street clown, the kind that gets livelier the more attention you give him. Zhao Mei also noticed Yuan An, and a faint look of disdain crossed her cool, pretty face. Even though he had made a bit of a name for himself with his double frank abilities, he still didn't measure up to an strength like her. As Yuan An walked past, Zhao Mei called out, Yuan An, I hear you're planning to take Shangjing Academy's entrance test as well? Got a problem with that? He tossed her a careless glance. No problem at all. I'm just letting you know I received my acceptance letter from Shangjing yesterday. No exam, direct admission. Zhao Mei lifted her snow-white chin like a proud swan. It means the gap between us will only grow wider. Stop clinging to the past. We belong to different worlds now. Bai Tianquan chimed in. What Meyer means is that you, Toad, should stop pining after her. Yuan An scratched his ear, sounding bored. Who's really hung up on whom? I'm not chasing you, it's you two who keep coming after me. Zhao Mei, if you ask me, you're the one who can't let go. Zhao Mei's expression darkened. Keep talking. Once we get to Xingjing, it'll show everyone just how vast the gap really is. With that, she spun on her heel and left, Bai Tianquan trailing after her. For the next 2 days, Yuan An barely left his bed. During the previous stretch he had hunted beasts without a break, nerves wound tight. But now that he had reached Tier 2, Level 1, he felt no guilt about sleeping until night bled into day. On the third evening, rested and clear-headed, he reported to the operations division right on time. Their assignment was simply go to Wanling-gu and collect the batch of potions that had already been negotiated. He boarded another flyer bound for Huaihai City. The landscape streaked past the window, and he knew this route well enough to draw it with his eyes closed. The craft set down in the East District. The moment Yuan An, Huang Shi, Qingya, and Ma Xiao stepped through the gate, they realized Huaihai City was several times noisier than usual. People along every street were being swept forward by an invisible tide, all rushing the same way. What's going on? Why is it so crowded? Huang Shi frowned. The four of them moved with the flow, and when they reached the entrance of Wanling-gu they froze in shock. The once ornate building was in ruins. Walls cracked, signboards smashed, the entire storefront ripped apart, as if by a savage beast. Servants lay amid splintered beams and tiles, clutching wounds and groaning. Qian Mingji was nowhere in sight. Yuan An strode over and yanked the nearest injured servant upright. What happened? Where's your boss? It was the Shadow Bounty Guild. They trashed the shop and took the boss away. The man was slick with sweat from pain, yet forced the words out. Shadow Bounty Guild. Yuan An let go, face darkening, and headed straight for the city center. Qishan, don't do anything rash. Huang Shi, Qingya, and Ma Xiao sprinted after him. The Shadow Bounty Guild's headquarters sat at the very heart of Huaihai City, sprawling across towers and courtyards, universally acknowledged as the city's dominant power. More than 100 assassins served under its banner, ghosts with bloodstained blades. Storming this place was suicide. Inside the central hall, torches blazed. Qian Mingji hung from a tall wooden post, wrists and ankles fettered by heavy black iron chains. Her hair was disheveled, yet her face still radiated haughty frost, beauty bristling with thorns. Jean Tianba lounged sideways in a chair, one leg crossed, leisurely paring a purple-skinned fruit with a dagger. Juice dripped onto the white marble floor. Boss Qian, he said after taking a bite, voice almost lazy, I warned you to be careful. And yet, here you are right back in my hands. Spare me your hypocrisy. Qian Mingji spat blood and sneered. Jean Tianba, treat me like this, and everyone who does business with Wanling Ge will come for you. You mean the Bailong Enforcement Division? Jean Tianba scoffed, flicked the fruit core away, and twirled the dagger so it flashed cold light. You don't really think they turn on us for you, do you? To them it's just a transaction. Whoever pays more gets their loyalty. He gestured toward the wrecked storefront, casual, as if discussing the weather. Wanling Ge is finished. Tell Muho and Huaihai City can cover the profits you were making them? Qian Mingzi's teeth ground together. Her glare promised 1,000 cuts. Relax. I'm not going to kill you. Jean Tianba rose, spinning the dagger at his fingertips as he approached. Like I said, give me a month of your company, and we're square the debt for Su Yidao erased. He'll make sure you feel every single day. A wicked smile tugged at his mouth. Under the torchlight the blade glinted as he reached for the front of her clothes, ready to strip away the last layer of protection. Jean Tianba, I swear you won't die a decent death. Qian Mingji didn't struggle. She knew that powerful arm was an iron vice and resistance was useless. She pressed her lips together, her face as cold as forged steel, her gaze fixed on Jean Tianba, with hatred blazing in her eyes. Save your strength. You'll need it to scream later. Jean Tianba licked his lips. Cold light flashed from his dagger as the blade slid toward Qian Mingzi's collar. Whoosh! A sharp whistle cut through the air. A diamond-shaped throwing blade streaked in, leaving a visible trail behind it. Jean Tianba jerked his dagger up to block, sparks bursting on impact. An instant later, a storm of identical blades filled the room, angles wicked, falling like a violent rain, howling like the wind. Clang, clang, clang. The narrow dagger spun in his hands, weaving a gleaming shield. But the blade's trajectories turned uncanny, one that came heat-in suddenly hooked in midair and stabbed at his back. Two hands weren't enough. The short knife could no longer cover him, and he was forced to retreat several steps. Bang! The main door burst inward under a heavy kick. Qian Mingji and Jean Tianba turned as one. Kid! Yuan An stood in the doorway. Qian Mingji froze. She had never imagined anyone would barge into Wanling Pavilion in the middle of the night, much less that her savior would be Yuan An. You again? Jean Tianba recognized him too. A youngster from the White Dragon Enforcement Division, though he had no idea who Yuan An really was. Yuan An strolled into the hall, voice calm. President Jean, Madame Qian is a close partner of the White Dragon Enforcement Division. We were supposed to pick up a batch of potions tonight. If you do this, are you declaring your displeasure with White Dragon City? Displeasure? Jean Tianba let out a cold laugh and pointed to a corner. The potions you want are right there, untouched, every case accounted for. Several metal crates sat on the floor, each labeled fragile. Jean Tianba had waited until Wanling Pavilion finished refining the potions before making his move. The timing warned the Enforcement Division not to meddle. Yuan An spared the crates a glance, then focused again on Qian Mingji pinned in place. Release Madame Qian. They'll take the goods, and we'll end it here. You want both the woman and the goods? Jean Tianba sneered. Think I'm that easy to push around? No matter how bad your temper is, it isn't worse than ours. Yuan An's tone was mild, yet oppressive. Stop waving the Enforcement Division in my face. Jean Tianba stabbed his dagger into the table, the blade quivering. Don't think I don't see you came for this slut. Trying to play the hero? Come back when you've grown stronger. So you really won't let her go? Yuan An's eyes narrowed. Unless you fetch your division chief, no one's walking out with her. Jean Tianba's voice was icy. That won't be necessary. Yuan An slowly drew the standard-issue short sword from his back, the edge gleaming like snow. If you want release her, I'll kill you and take her myself. Oh, interesting. Jean Tianba chuckled, grabbing the 9-ring broadsword beside him. The iron rings clanged as he rested the heavy blade on his shoulder, killing intent rolling off him. Let's see how you plan to kill me tonight. I want to see how a mere Tier 2 Level 1 plans to kill me. Jean Tianba planted himself in front of Yuan An, feet slightly apart, his left hand on his hip, while the huge 9-ring broadsword rested across his shoulder. The stance was laughably awkward. Attack, defense, even movement were all restricted, but he didn't care. Tier 3 Level 10 cultivation, the pride of the Shadow Bounty Guild's leader, and years of blood-soaked battles made him supremely confident. The man opposite him might be the White Dragon City enforcer famed for his ruthless decisiveness. Yet in Jean Tianba, as an enforcer wasn't worth serious effort. Then watch closely, Chairman Jean. Yuan An lifted his short blade, the tip tracing a lazy circle. Behind the mask, his pupils flared into the Sharingan, and Sage Mode roared to life. A Tier 3 level 10 opponent was the strongest he had ever faced. He couldn't afford to hold back. You can't beat him, don't worry about me, Qian Mingji cried from the side. Yuan An was only Tier 2 level 1. While he had once slain a Tier 3 beast in the forest, not all Tier 3 opponents were equal. Jin Tianba at level 10 was in a different league entirely. She couldn't bear to see Yuan An die for her. Yuan An didn't listen. A tap of his toe shattered the ground, and he lunged forward. Clang. Metal rang against metal. Yuan An's speed exceeded anything a Tier 2 level 1 should manage. But Jin Tianba casually raised his blade, the broad flat blocking the thrust. With a flick, he sent a shockwave back through the weapon, forcing Yuan An to stagger back several steps. What power? Yuan An thought in alarm. Even with speed and strength approaching Tier 3, he was still short. If that's the best you've got, you're far too slow. Jin Tianba figure blurred. He appeared in front of Yuan An, gripping his broadsword in both hands and swinging down with brutal force. Sharingan. Light burst in Yuan An's eyes. He read the gap and slid aside at the last instant, the blade grazing past his shoulder. Boom. The sword struck the earth, carving a deep fissure. Jin Tianba was mildly surprised this blow should have crippled the target, yet it missed. Swish. Yuan An countered, his long sword sweeping upward. Jin Tianba planted a hand on the ground, twisted with fluid agility, and evaded. The two separated again. Wood release. Wooden spear. Yuan An flashed through hand seals. The earth erupted, and two massive wooden lances shot toward Jin Tianba. Child's play. Jin Tianba didn't bother pulling back the blade. Two casual sweeps reduced the lances to splinters. Yuan An's hands blurred again. Wood release. Vine kill technique. Wood release. Birth of the sea of trees. Instantly, vines erupted, trees burst from the ground, and thick branches twisted like serpents, pouring toward Jin Tianba in a tidal wave of living wood. At the sight of the countless trees, Jin Tianba's expression finally grew a shade more serious. Wood affinity ability users were rare to begin with, yet this sea of greenery still failed to impress him. He hefted a guillotine broadsword almost as tall as himself with one hand and ran his other palm down the blade. In an instant, dark teal wind cheek coated the cold steel. Amid the howling gale, he lunged forward. Divine wind. Edgeforge. The arc of light tore through the air like a crescent moon, hacking apart vines and trunks in its path, while splinters flew everywhere. Its momentum unchecked, the razor-sharp wave of energy streaked straight at Yuan An. Clang. Yuan An raised his standard short sword to block, but a brittle crack rang out. The metal shattered inch by inch, and the impact hurled him backward until he slammed into the high wall. Overestimating yourself. Jin Tianba growled, fury undimmed. He gathered the wind once more, swept the great blade sideways, and unleashed an even more savage strike. An immense wind blade, as if a tornado had solidified, roared toward Yuan An with the force to breach city walls and split mountains. Little brother. Qian Mingji blanched and screamed, but could only watch as the blade of air swept past. Bang. Yuan An's body was cut clean in two, yet no blood spilled. The severed torso rapidly turned to wood, finally crumbling into two brown blocks. Wood style, wooden clone. His voice called from the other side as the splinters rained down. A clone technique? Jin Tianba brow lifted. Split body abilities sat among the highest tier of special skills, element free, yet fiendishly hard to learn. He himself had not mastered it. Yet Yuan An could already make one indistinguishable from the real thing. A sharp clap echoed behind him. Jin Tianba spun and saw Yuan An standing in the shifting shadows, palms pressed together. No matter how hard you struggle, the gap between us is still a chasm, Jin Tianba sneered, shaking his head. Yuan An's gaze, however, was sharper than any blade. With sage mode surging through him, his chi erupted wood style, birth of the world of trees. Boom. The floor split apart, and colossal trees burst upward, trunks writhing and twisting like 100 flood dragons rampaging through the hall. In an instant, reinforced concrete became a raging forest. Break for me. Jin Tianba forced down his panic, chi flaring along the blade. Divine wind. Whirlwind slash. A gigantic cross-shaped edge swept through the air, shredding every tree in its path as if fed into a massive grinder. Petty, the word died on his lips. The severed forest regenerated even faster. Tinder sprouts ballooned into thick branches in the blink of an eye and surged toward him like a tidal wave. The terror of wood style lies not in its burst, but in its relentless vitality and binding strength. Boom. Roots cracked the floor as dozens of thick vines coiled around him like iron cables, pinning him tight. Is that all you've got? He roared through clenched teeth, gales whipping around his body, yet the vines kept pouring in and choking off his power. A figure stepped lightly onto a trunk before him. By reflex, Jin Tianba looked up, met a pair of crimson, fathomless eyes. Illusion art, Sharingan. Thud. His mind plunged into an abyss. Whatever resistance had mustered vanished in an instant. Just before his consciousness collapsed, one horrified thought flashed across it: he can use Jinjutsu as well. Then the endless forest closed over him and swallowed him whole. Gasping for breath, Yuan An felt the last traces of sage mode slip away. One world of trees almost drained him dry, and he silently warned himself never to use it lightly again. The great hall was crammed with tangled branches and vines, so dense that a forest had pushed its way outside, an astonishing sight. Though still far from a true world of trees, at his current level it was enough to reverse the tide. After a brief pause to steady his breathing, he strode toward Qian Mingji. Mingji, looks like I arrived just in time, right? Yuan An flashed a confident grin. Qian Mingzi's eyes glimmered, and she nodded slightly. Not bad. Fine chains bound her from shoulders to waist, leaving red welts on her wrists and slender midriff. Yuan An had to admit Jean Tianba's taste was distinctive. The chains crossed her chest, forcing an already impressive figure even higher, a sight that briefly stole his focus. Catching his stare, Qian Mingji spat. You little pervert, what are you gawking at? Hurry up and get me down. Right. Yuan An coughed awkwardly and quickly undid the chains. As the irons clattered to the floor, she rubbed her reddened wrists and muttered, Damn Jean Tianba, that bastard tied me up so tight it hurts. They left the hall side by side. Outside, the air felt unnervingly still. Farther out, assassins of the Shadow Bounty Guild stood in formation, while Huang Shi, He Xiong, and He Yu guarded the doorway. Holding off dozens of killers with only their White Dragon Enforcement Division credentials was impressive. Anyone else would have been chopped to bits. When Yuan An and Qian Mingji emerged, every assassin understood at once only the victor could walk out of that hall overrun with trees. Captain, there are still a few crates of serum in there. They're ours, so take them. Yuan An called out casually. Huang Shi nodded, and He Xiong and He Yu hurried back inside to retrieve the supplies. At the crossroads, the assassins parted willingly. With Jean Tianba dead, they had no reason to resist and could only watch the team depart. In front of the battered Myriad Beasts Pavilion, Huang Shi and the others balanced the crates of serum and said goodbye to Qian Mingji. Boss Qian, we'll take our leave. The serums are with us. If you need anything else, just let us know. Goodbye, and thanks for your business. Come again anytime. Qian Mingji replied with a smile. After seeing her safely returned, Yuan An headed off with the three from White Dragon. Yuan An barged into the Shadow Bounty Guild, defeated Jean Tianba, and rescued Qian Mingji. The news raced through Huaihai City and Bailong City. Jean Tianba, the strongest fighter in Huaihai at Tier 3, Level 10, had been untouchable. Townsfolk had assumed the Myriad Beasts Pavilion was courting disaster, never imagining the White Dragon Enforcement Division would step in and kill him for their sake. The rumor hit like thunder. Huaihai City shook, and awe for the Myriad Beasts Pavilion soared. If the White Dragon Enforcement Division would slay Jean Tianba on their behalf, the pavilion's importance to the division was unquestionable. What they didn't realize was that the White Dragon Enforcement Division had little to do with the incident. It was mostly Yuan An acting on his own, and he already had troubles of his own. At Enforcement Division headquarters, bang! The wooden office door shuddered under a fierce kick. When the crash faded, Yuan An stood ramrod straight, his expression tense. Across from him, Lu Yinchuan, president of White Dragon Academy, slammed his palm on the desk, his voice rumbling like muted thunder. Yuan An, have you lost your mind? You barged into the Shadow Bounty Guild without filing any request and killed Jean Tianba on the spot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Yinchuan was simultaneously president of the academy, lord of White Dragon City, and an imperial envoy appointed by the Xinxia Empire. Authority radiated from him. Yuan An obediently lowered his head, hardly daring to breathe. White Dragon City and Huaihai City agreed to stay out of each other's affairs. Lu Yinchuan rapped his knuckles on the desk. But you marched straight into their stronghold. Are you trying to force open conflict? Even after venting his fury, Lu Yinchuan's voice remained high and sharp, while Yuan An kept his head down and stayed silent. All right, that's enough. Yuan Jin finally cut in, his tone unruffled. You've yelled at him plenty. He's my own son, he wouldn't be that harsh myself. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Yinchuan grew even angrier. Old Yuan, I haven't dealt with you yet. Don't get cocky. You forced your son into the enforcement division without following procedure. You'll take full responsibility for the mess he's made. Full responsibility it is, so calm down. Yuan Jun gave a half smile, pulled a crimson bottle from the desk drawer, and set out 2 small cups. Come on, try this. A rare vintage from my private stash. You've definitely never tasted it. Don't think you can bribe me with liquor. Lu Yinchuan, he broke off, took a sip with his eyes closed, and his gaze lit up. Cough. This is excellent. Why have you been hiding it? It just arrived, Yuan Jin said, taking a small sip himself, his smile widening. Seeing that the wine had distracted Lu Yinchuan, Yuan Jin shot Yuan An a subtle look. Yuan An caught the hint, slipped out of the office, and disappeared down the hall. Once he was gone, even if Lu Yinchuan flared up again, he could only vent on Yuan Jun, and Yuan Jun was never afraid of that. Evening fell, and warm light spilled from the Yuan family townhouse. The moment Yuan An stepped inside, he saw Su Xian waiting in the living room, her face taut with worry. All of White Dragon City already knew that he was Qi Shan, the one who had stormed the Shadow Bounty Guild and killed Jin Tianba. So how could she not be anxious? Mom, I'm home, he said softly, taking a step toward her. Smack! The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the room, and Yuan An's head swayed. Su Xin's eyes glistened red. So you think you're grown now? You ran all the way to Huaihai City looking for Troublito. You really think you're that powerful? It was the first time she had ever struck him. A mother who scarcely ever scolded him had completely lost control. Covering his cheek, Yuan An lowered his head. Mom, I'm sorry. I was wrong. He didn't dare argue. He knew that if his mother had resorted to hitting him, she had been terrified to the core. Su Xian pressed her lips together, her voice trembling. If you ever risk your life like this again, don't bother coming home. The turmoil in Huaihai City lasted only a short while and never became the storm people feared. Yuan Zhen and Lu Yunchuan joined forces and crushed the situation before it could spread. In truth, none of it was earth-shattering. Had Jin Tianba still been alive, the Shadow Bounty Guild might have stirred up more trouble, but with their leader dead, the guild was a headless snake, unable to clash head-on with White Dragon City. The other factions in Huaihai City were too busy fighting over the guild's scraps to stick their necks out. The only lingering concern was a slight drop in trust between White Dragon City and Huaihai City, a headache left to Lu Yunchuan and nobody else. When the dust settled, Yuan An resumed taking missions. Yet under Su Xin's pressure, Yuan Zhen was forbidden to assign him anything high-risk. Most of his jobs became easy runs escorting local cargo or hunting low-tier beasts and turning in their cores. The routines were simple and the danger low, but the rewards were meager. All cores were surrendered to the operations division, so he earned only the modest experience points from each kill. Because the beasts were ordinary, the gains were even slimmer. After a month, he crawled from Tier 2 Level 1 to Tier 2 Level 4, and his system energy barely budged. After weighing his options, Yuan An made a bold decision. Quit the operations division and hunt monsters alone in the wilderness. With only half a month left before the Shengjing Academy entrance trials, Tier 2 Level 4 would easily pass. Yet he wanted much more than a passing grade. He wanted a rapid surge in power. Su Xian applauded the choice. She had opposed his joining the operations division from the start, and his near-death experiences had only hardened her stance. Now that he asked to resign, she was delighted. Yuan Zhen tried to object, but one glare from Su Xian forced him to dismiss Yuan An on the spot. What she never guessed was that Yuan An found the operations division far too safe. He craved fiercer, higher-paying fights. Deep in the beast forest at dusk, the underbrush shook violently. A dozen lone wolves, eyes glowing red, sprang forward the moment their alpha gave a guttural roar, converging on the lean yet composed teenager. Yuan An's breathing stayed calm. Crimson patterns blazed across his Sharingan. Gripping a short blade, he stepped forward. Swish. Cold steel flashed, piercing a demon wolf's throat and slicing through its spine in a spray of blood. Two wolves lunged from either flank. Yuan An vaulted upward, springing off their heads to pull back to a safe distance. The instant he landed, he pressed his palms together and barked. Would release. Nativity of the world of trees. Boom. Thick trunks burst from the ground, branches twisting like 1,000 arms. Each wolf was slammed to the earth and pinned, their bodies instantly absorbed as nourishment for the forest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a Tier 2 Level 5 beast and gained 250 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a Tier 2 Level 5 beast and gained 250 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a Tier 2 Level 5 beast and gained 250 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached Tier 2 Level 6. At Tier 2, Level 6, Yuan An needed a daunting 7,000 experience points for the next upgrade. With no high-ranking beasts in sight, gaining levels had slowed to a crawl. He scanned the area and saw nothing but Tier 2 monsters. Their experience yield never changed, yet the amount he needed had skyrocketed. To advance again, he would have to hunt dozens of these creatures, a tedious and dangerous prospect. After a moment's thought, he chose the only nearby habitat with stronger prey, the waterlogged forest, 30 li outside Bailong City. Up to Tier 4 beasts had been reported there, and Tier 3 creatures roamed freely. At his current strength, he no longer feared Tier 3s, so he set out at once. The waterlogged forest stretched across a flat, flooded expanse with no hills in sight. Year-round standing water had given the region its name. Water element beasts dominated the area, and a few flying species mingled among them. The terrain was tricky, and few adventurers dared to venture inside. Tap. Yuan An's toes skimmed the surface, sending ripples outward as he glided forward, as if walking on a thin film. His divine sense remained poised to catch the faintest disturbance. Boom. The water erupted as a thick tail whipped upward, slashing toward his face. In a flash, he leapt back, flicking several diamond-shaped darts from his palm. Each dart held a fire element core, and the resulting blast hurled a 3-story column of water skyward. Shattered scales and severed limbs rained down with the spray. Ding. Congratulations, host tier 1, level 3 beast slain. Gained 130 experience. Ding. Congratulations, host tier 1, level 3 beast slain. Gained 130 experience. Ding. Congratulations, host tier 1, level 3 beast slain. Gained 130 experience. Ding. Congratulations, host tier 1, level 3 beast slain. Gained 130 experience. When the blast subsided, 24 belly-up piranhas floated on the surface, along with several stunned octopicollateral damage that still counted toward his experience. Looks like the waterlogged forest isn't filled with tier 3 trophies after all, Yuan An chuckled. His toes had barely touched the water again when another splash erupted in front of him. An enormous crab clad in dull silver armor burst free, its shell gleaming and its 2 claws crackling with lightning. The creature dove at him so fast its afterimage blurred. Yuan An sidestepped, but an arcing bolt grazed him, sending a prickling numbness through his limbs. Gritting his teeth, he danced backward across the water. Thud, thud, thud. The crab shattered the surface in pursuit. Yuan An's eyes sharpened as his hands formed seals at lightning speed. Would release Briar execution. Trip. Thick vines shot from the flooded ground and coiled around the crab's legs and claws. Using the tension as a springboard, he vaulted upward, a cold flash glinting in his hand. His short blade plunged straight through the top of the shell. Splurt. The carapace cracked, and the crab crashed back into the water. Ding. Congratulations, host tier 2, level 7 beast slain. Gained 270 experience. Lightning beasts are walking weapons in a place like this, he muttered, flexing the arm still tingling from the shock. Gazing at the crab's massive body, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. Crack. A white bolt of electricity leapt through the trees, skittering across the rain-soaked ground. In an instant the current raced through the puddles, flipping a dozen first-tier piranha beasts belly up. The one responsible was Yuan An. The lightning hadn't come from his own ability but from the regulation short blade in his hand, seemingly ordinary, yet set with a second-tier thunder-type beast core regulation short blade. Thunder. The idea had come from a thunder crab. After prying out its core, he used the inlay technique had secretly copied back in Huaihai City and jammed the second-tier core into the blade. Pale blue arcs now danced along the steel, turning a plain knife into a weapon that spewed electricity. Inlaid weapons shine because they unleash the core's full power, instantly bumping a humble tool up a tier. At this moment Yuan An could only think how brilliant it felt. Water conducts electricity perfect for a flooded forest. Even tougher prey couldn't keep their shells intact once the lightning edge tore into them. Only now did he grasp how amazing inlaid weapons were. He used to stick cores into disposable throwing spikes. The effect had never been so visceral. Feeling the blade crackle in his hand, the thrill doubled. Staring at the sparks, he thought, if I find a higher tier thunder beast and swap the core, the power will skyrocket. Not every element suits a melee weapon. Thunder, wind, and fire top the list, while the others lag behind. Deciding head bag 2 more beasts and head home. He sheathed the knife and trudged on through the shallow water. He hadn't gone far when the thick undergrowth split open to reveal a yawning black cave. Anything strong enough to hollow out a lair deep in the flooded forest was trouble. Common sense said to skirt around it. He was about to detour when a deafening roar erupted from the cavern. Something huge lunged outward, boom, sending a geyser of water sky high. A wolf the size of an elephant burst into view. Its coat was pure white, sleek and immaculate, almost majestic save for the ragged gash on its right foreleg, fresh blood darkening the water. The snow wolf had caught the scent of an intruder. Some beasts are so sensitive to human smell, they can lock on from hundreds of meters away. A devouring snow wolf. Yuan An's eyes narrowed. Lines from the Academy's bestiary flashed through his mind. Devouring snow wolf, special class, devour type. It must consume other beasts or humans to evolve, inheriting every ability of whatever it eats. It is hailed as one of the most powerful monsters alive. Yet in its juvenile stage, it is extremely fragile. Aside from the devouring trait, it has no other abilities, making survival a struggle. Should it reach adulthood, however, its potential is nearly limitless. Few manage to reach that stage, so despite their staggering potential, devouring snow wolves are exceedingly rare. Yuan An never expected to stumble upon a devouring snow wolf here. He immediately sorted the situation into bad news and good news. Bad news. The wolf had reached Tier 3, Grade 5. To climb that high, it must have consumed at least a dozen beasts. The number and strength of its abilities far exceeded others in its class, giving it combat power on par with a Tier 4 monster. Good news. It was hurt. Its right foreleg was missing a large chunk of flesh, the bone gleaming white. More bad news followed. Research showed that wounded predators grew even more vicious when threatened. Yuan An and the devouring snow wolf faced off inside the cave, man and beast locking eyes while the air seemed to freeze. He had intended to leave after assuming the cave housed only an ordinary high-rank monster, but once he confirmed the wolf's identity, he hesitated. He needed a spirit-bound beast. None of the creatures had met before were worthy, and now the perfect target had finally appeared. No matter what, he would bind this wolf. The devouring snow wolf, of course, had no idea it had been marked. To it, the intruder before its eyes was the ideal prey. Each treated the other as already in the bag. Roar! After less than a minute of tense silence, the wolf struck first, launching a massive fireball. Yuan An was prepared. Sage mode, and the Sharingan flared to life, and he blurred aside. The moment the fireball whooshed past, several enormous wind blades locked onto the spot where head landed. Clang, clang, clang. Their edges crackled with silver lightning as Yuan An deflected them one by one. The wolf never let up. The cave floor surged, sending jets of water backward. A thick earthen wall sprang up behind Yuan An to block his retreat. Then arcs of lightning spat from the wolf's jaws, thunder exploding in the narrow space. In just a few exchanges, wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth flashed in succession. A single beast wielding 5 elements, no wonder they call you a devouring snow wolf. Yuan An's eyes gleamed, his fighting spirit soared. I'm taking you today. He pressed his palms together. Would release. Nativity of a world of trees. Boom. The forest outside was already lush, and with a rumble thick vines burst from the soil, lashing toward the wolf. Sensing danger, the beast dodged, but the woods were Yuan An's chosen ground. The trees needed no extra energy to grow, and the number of vines multiplied too quickly to count. At last, one vine coiled around the wolf's hind leg. Where there is one, there will be many. Would release specialized in inescapable restraint. The wolf grew frantic, thrashing with all its might, yet wave after wave of vines flooded in. Within moments, the massive creature vanished beneath a surging green tide, unable to alter the outcome. Would release grants a unique, overwhelming edge against spirit beasts. Even though the devouring snow wolf had already mastered several abilities, the moment Yuan An's vines ensnared it, its spiritual energy was drawn away as if by invisible roots. The harder it fought, the weaker it grew, until it could only watch helplessly while its power drained dry. Yuan An seized the opening, stepped forward, and his Sharingan flared crimson. A Jinjutsu wrapped around the wolf's mind like chains, allowing him to forge a summoning contract with ease. Summoned Beast, Devouring Snow Wolf. Rank, Tier 3, Level 5. Innate ability, Devour Scrade, can level up and steal target abilities through consumption. Current abilities. 1. Wind Lethal Wind Blades. 2. Fire Raging Fireball. 3. Water Water Pillar Array. 4. Earth Earth Wall. 5. Lightning Thunderclap. 6. Strength Power Boost. Wind, Fire, Water, Earth, Lightning, and Strength 6 elements already. Add its innate Devour, and it wielded a terrifying 7 types of power. On this continent, dual element beasts are rare and triple element ones almost unheard of. Yet this creature commanded 7. No wonder it ranks among the strongest. Yuan An clicked his tongue in admiration. With talent like this, it was worthy of being his summoned beast. Once the contract was sealed, Yuan An patted the wolf's neck and released it back into the flooded forest. The area teemed with beasts, perfect hunting grounds for the wolf to level up. As long as it survived the fragile early stage and successfully consumed its first prey, it would snowball into an unstoppable predator. Within its tier, it would be invincible. Unless it met a foe far above its rank, the flooded forest posed no real threat. Such was the devouring snow wolf's frightening potential. With everything arranged, Yuan An left the forest satisfied. Today's gains far exceeded expectations. Besides contracting the wolf, he had slain numerous beasts, reached Tier 2, Level 6, and collected a pile of beast cores. Low-grade cores weren't worth much, so he sold them to the system for energy points in one go. Ding! Sold. 16 Tier 1 LV5 cores, 13 Tier 1 LV6 cores, 7 Tier 1 LV7 cores. Total energy points gained, 13,600. Current balance, 17,500. The sudden windfall made Yuan An's eyes sparkle. Time to shop. Before opening the regular store, he tapped on the weekly mystery shop. This week's mystery shop. Sealing technique. For symbols, seal 5000 points. Sealing technique. 8 trigrams, seal 7000 points. Sealing technique. Reaper Death Seal 10,000 points. Barrier technique. 4 Flame Formation 3000 points. Barrier technique. Uchiha Flame Formation 7000 points. Barrier technique. 4 Adyong Formation 20,000 points. A full page of listings, every one a sealing or barrier technique. Yuan An stared for a moment. A day was apparently seals and barriers day. Powerful as they were, he rarely had a chance to use them. He had hoped the mystery shop would roll out something truly exciting. Instead, it left him sorely disappointed. With no other choice, Yuan An headed to the regular system store. As soon as he stepped inside, 2 items caught his eye. Ding! 10,000 energy points spent. Manjikyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami acquired. Ding! 3,000 energy points spent. Wood release. Cutting technique acquired. Ding! 3,000 energy points spent. Wood release. Multiple with clone technique acquired. The virtual screen flashed the 3 messages in quick succession, the matte blue lettering flickering across his pupils. Tsukimi's ultimate Jinjutsu. It drags the target into the caster's personal illusion, where time, space, and matter bow to the user's will. Any pain suffered inside is reproduced in the real world, 1-to-1. Current usage, 0.5. Once the limit is reached, the caster will lose their sight forever and fall into endless darkness. Use with caution. Closing the screen, Yuan An let out a long breath. The flooded forest excursion had been frighteningly lucrative. His Sharingan abilities and would-release techniques had advanced together, and had even contracted a summoned beast. His combat power had surged. Before returning to White Dragon City, he decided to make a stop in Huaihai City. Huaihai City had changed beyond recognition. The former top dog, the Shadow Bounty Guild, disbanded after Jin Tianba's death, leaving its assassins leaderless. The scattered killers pledged themselves to other factions, creating a landscape with no single overlord but several powerhouses. Mercenary guilds and assassin organizations swelled overnight, yet none reached the height once held by the Shadow Bounty Guild. Ironically, the real shot-caller was now the Myriad Spirits Pavilion. In raw strength, the pavilion barely cracked the top 5, but in influence it sat firmly at number 1. The reason was simple. Yuan An had single-handedly flattened the Shadow Bounty Guild, beheaded Jin Tianba, and rescued Qian Mingji. That battle made him a legend in both White Dragon and Huaihai, and it catapulted Qian Mingji's status. Everyone assumed the White Dragon Enforcement Division had her back, so the Myriad Spirits Pavilion became Huaihai's de facto number 1 force. Today, the pavilion had grown from a holianth wall into a 3-story emporium. Glass curtain walls reflected the afternoon sun, and the name spelled out in spirit crystals glittered above the entrance. The crowd at the door was so thick it left onlookers speechless. Yuan An stepped inside, wove through the throng, and headed straight for the back. "Young Master Yuan, you're here?" "Good day, young Master Yuan." The staff recognized their distinguished guest at once. They stepped aside without question and watched respectfully as he ascended the wooden staircase reserved for employees. By Qian Mingji's personal order, the entire second floor was open to him alone. The second floor was the polar opposite of the bustling ground level, so quiet, he could almost hear the sediment settling inside the glass vials. An oversized workbench held rows of uncapped tubes, packets of powdered spirit herbs, and finely carved rune chisels, while a faint medicinal fragrance hung in the air. Yuan An glanced around and reached for a long-necked vial. A clear, familiar voice rang out behind him. "Little brother, you really shouldn't mess with your big sister's toys." "I'm sorry, but I can't help with that." Yuan An was the concubine they were talking about. Gulp. He swallowed hard. He had to admit that Qian Mingji was stunning, great figure, generous curves, a narrow waist, and long legs. Now that she was standing so close, he could pick up the faint floral scent on her skin. The more forward she was, the more flustered he felt. A moment later, to her surprised cry, he grabbed her wrist, flipped their positions, and pinned her onto the couch. Before she could react, he released her, picked up the vial, and headed for the stairs. "Meng's Haiji, I appreciate the offer. See you next time," he said, waving as he left. Watching his retreating back, Qian Mingji's lips curved into a playful smile. What an interesting kid. Night had fallen by the time he got home. Huang Yu was already there. The moment she saw him, she hurried over. Brother, you're back." Slipping into an elder's tone, Yuan An asked, "How's the academy? Any complaints from your teachers?" It felt great to be the one asking, like the grown-up quizzing a child about grades. The Dragon Slayer had become the dragon. "No complaints. The teachers and classmates are all nice," Huang Yu replied. "And your grades? It's been over a month, so you've had a monthly exam, right?" He pressed, enjoying the role. "We had it. 100 in beast studies, 98 in ability theory, 99 in history, and a perfect score in the comprehensive course." Yuan An nearly choked. That high, back when he started at White Dragon Academy, had been top of the theory classes, yet in his first month his 4-subject average hadn't even reached 90. This girl had practically aced everything. Freakish. Not bad. "Don't get cocky, keep it up," he said, patting her head in what he hoped was a dignified, elder-like way. It was a casual gesture, but Huang Yu leaned in, nose twitching. "What are you doing? You smell nice. Did you meet a woman? Quit talking nonsense." He sputtered. If Su Xian or Yuanjin heard that, they'd break his legs. He sniffed himself and caught a faint floral scent, probably leftover from Qian Mingji. How had this girl noticed? Must brushed past some flowers outside. Nothing strange about it. Besides, you smell nice too, maybe you're just smelling yourself. He leaned closer for a quick sniff. She smelled good, but it was the usual mix of shower gel and a girl's natural scent, not flowers. Her face flushed instantly. Oh, she asked no more and scurried back to her room. Weird girl. Scratching his head, Yuan An let it go. He needed to focus on the upcoming assessment for Shengjing Academy. Shengjing Academy, the largest school for gifted combatants in the southern province, hosts an entrance examination that draws immense attention every year. This test, personally overseen by the Xinxia Empire, begin simultaneously with the exams of Baijian Academy in the Eastern Province, Linghai Academy in the Western Province, and Xinxia Academy in the Northern Province. Together, the four academies embody the empire's finest educational power, turning the day into a nationwide spectacular event anticipated by dozens of cities across every province. By tradition, candidates must register through their local academy, so Yuan and his peers arrived at the Bailong Academy Plaza before dawn. Compared with the thousands who had crowded in for the awakening ceremony, barely 100 students now remained. The drastic drop in numbers was easy to explain. Xingjing Academy had set a hard cutoff at Tier 2, Level 1. Only 2 months separated the awakening ceremony from the exam. For grade and above espers, this bar was manageable. Yet few of those original thousands had awakened at grade, and even fewer could push to Tier 2, Level 1 so quickly. Still, a handful forced their way past the limit through sheer determination. Yuan and chief among them. At the head of the line, Yuan An, Zhao Mei, and Bai Tianquan stood shoulder to shoulder, representing Bailong Academy's top strength. Yuan An Tier 2, Level 6. Zhao Mei Tier 2, Level 6. Bai Tianquan Tier 2, Level 5. Yuan An understood the edge granted by higher tiers. In the past 2 months he had all but lived in the wilderness, slaying beasts until he finally reached Tier 2, Level 6, only to find Zhao Mei closing the gap with apparent ease. Bai Tianquan, upgrade strength type, lagged by just 1 level. For someone branded a double grade esper, Yuan An's rise was as swift as that of many grades, a fact that drew more than a few stares. His solo victory over Jean Tiambetho still doubted the tale meant no one dared underestimate him now. On the podium, Headmaster Lu Yunchuan offered a single reminder. For this exam, remember one thing: follow whatever rules Xingjing Academy announces on site. They change the format every year. Keep calm and do your best. In other words, no real guidance at all. Next, they'll take you to Xingjing Academy. Stay focused and keep quiet on the way. With that, he activated the spatial teleportation array at the plaza's center and stepped through first. Yuan An and the other 2 leaders followed, and the remaining candidates filed in behind them. Inside the array, they entered a bright, silver-white corridor of spatial energy that whisked them rapidly toward their destination. A spatial teleportation array can be programmed in advance, allowing point-to-point transport that is countless times faster than driving. Xingjing City lies nearly 300 kilometers from Bailong City. By car the trip takes 4 or 5 hours, but with the array the group set foot in Xingjing in barely 30 minutes. As the largest metropolis in Nan Province, Xingjing is 3 times the size of Bailong. The examination plaza was ablaze with light. Its surface, paved with seamless slabs of dark gray alloy, stretched wide enough to hold tens of thousands of people at once. Candidates from dozens of cities across the province were being delivered here, one batch at a time. A flare of white light marked the arrival of Yuan An and his companions. Students who had reached the plaza earlier were already crowding together, scanning their unfamiliar surroundings. In the center stood a holographic screen more than 10 meters tall, updating in real time which academies had checked in, how many students each had brought, and the total number of examinees on site. So far, 23 academy names glowed on the screen, but the headcount was only around 1,500. Yuan An did a quick calculation. Bailong Academy alone had brought 130 students. Averaged out, the remaining 22 schools had barely 60 each. Is it really that few, he wondered, forgetting that Bailong ranked near the top of the province, and that the other academies were generally smaller and weaker. Suddenly another pulse of white light flashed beside the Bailong contingent, and a group of equal size stepped out in single file. The display immediately added the name Menghu Academy, 130 students as well. Yuan An knew the reputation. Blunt though the name sounded, Menghu was widely considered the strongest academy in Nan Province, a notch above Bailong. Old Lu, you're early this year. The speaker was Menga's headmaster, Kai Kuan, a man in his 50s who still sported a thick, jet-black middle part. Lu Yunchuan's expression remained calm. Not really, only a minute before you. Kai Kun's smile carried a teasing edge. Come on, we only crushed you a little in the last assessment. No need to sulk. We've been friends for a decade. Don't be so petty. Funny thing is, our 2 schools brought exactly the same number this year. What are the odds? Tell me, old Lu, whose pass rate will be higher? Lu Yunchuan replied evenly. Naturally, Menghu Academy will take first place. Kai Kuan laughed heartily. Don't speak too soon. I hear you've got an strength student this year, must be here already, right? He craned his neck to peer past Lu at the trio behind him. Lu raised a hand to block his view. That's none of your concern, Headmaster Kai. Kai clicked his tongue, feigning annoyance. Fine, keep your precious secret. Still, with an strength rookie on your roster, I'd say the overall crown is yours to lose. Lu remained impassive. We appreciate your confidence, but we know our limits. We can't possibly outdo Menghu. With his provocation going nowhere, Kai withdrew the smile and returned to his own ranks. Time passed, and the remaining academies arrived one after another, the numbers on the screen climbing steadily. Finally, the plaza filled. The assessment was about to begin. The delegations from every academy had gathered. On the plaza, queues from 33 schools stood in perfect formation 34 contestants in all. That figure was less than a tenth of the total student body across the cities. To qualify, a student had to reach at least Tier 2, Level 1. It sounded modest, yet few ever managed it. Take Bailong Academy. 3 to 4,000 freshmen completed the awakening ceremony each year, but only a little over 100 met the requirement and made the trip, and even they still had to survive today's screening. Boom. The blue stone beneath the plaza shuddered as a metal tower more than 10 meters tall thrust out of the ground. Silver runes covered its surface, each face set with massive crystal windows. Several white-haired instructors in Sharingan Academy uniforms stood high above, their expressions severe. The assessment is about to begin. Anyone not involved, please leave the testing area and take your seats. One instructor's voice, amplified by a spell array, rolled across the sky like thunder. Principals seized the last few seconds to brief their students. Lu Yinchuan glanced back at Yuan An and the others. Relax. Just perform the way you always do. With that, he joined the other principals heading for the stands. Atop the tower, another instructor unfurled a scroll and read in a hard, even tone. The rules are as follows. No horseplay, no arguments, and absolutely no fighting. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification. Candidates are divided into combat and support categories and placed in the same scenario. There are 4 rounds. Only those who pass them all will qualify. Is that clear? Clear. More than 1,000 voices answered, the shouts soaring into the clouds. Good. Form your lines and enter the tower in order. All 4 gates slid open, the metal plates sinking into the ground. Students filed forward by number and stepped inside. The interior was a spatial trial ground. The instant each candidate crossed the threshold, pale blue light swallowed them and whisked them into an individual assessment space. Order reigned. However unruly they might be back home, everyone kept a tight grip on their tempers here. Sharingan Academy had zero tolerance for rule breakers crossed the line, and years of preparation vanished in an instant. The queue inched forward. Yuan An was still waiting when a commotion erupted beside him. Get to the back of the line. I want. A boy in a gold-trimmed robe tried to cut ahead. The student in front refused, and the standoff was instantaneous. A heartbeat later, the runes atop the tower blazed. A blinding white beam dropped from the sky and enveloped them both. Buzz, 2 figures were expelled from the field. Rule violation disqualified, the instructor announced, offering no further comment. The 2 boys landed outside, faces drained of color, still struggling to process what had happened. The rest of the candidates stiffened, eyes fixed on the guidelines underfoot. No one dared step an inch out of place. The wait wasn't long. At last, Bailong Academy's turn arrived. Zhao Mei went in first. Just before stepping inside, Zhao Mei turned and declared, Yuan An, I'm taking first place this time. I'm going to leave you behind for good. Yuan An's face remained blank, giving no reaction. He was next to enter the tower. As he lifted his foot, Bai Tianquan, unwilling to be outdone, shouted from behind, Yuan An, they'll be right behind Zhao Mei in second. I'm surpassing you too. Yuan An stayed silent, moving steadily across the threshold. Beyond the gate lay utter darkness, as if nothing existed. The instant his foot touched the ground, a pale column of light fell from above, enveloping him. In a flash, he was transported elsewhere, a beast-filled forest where sunlight streamed through the canopy. Insects buzzed. The air smelled of damp foliage, yet aside from the pristine sky and endless greenery, not a single creature stirred. The rules had mentioned 4 rounds of testing, but gave no details. Knowing this, Yuan An didn't rush. He stayed put, alert to every sound. Meanwhile, in the main command room at Sharingan Academy, more than 100 exam feeds blinked across a giant screen, while dozens of instructors worked in tandem. The one monitoring Yuan An's feed was a young woman, barely 25, instructor Susanoo. Yuan An, White Dragon Academy, Spirit Eye Branch, Frank? What element? Also Frank? She frowned at the profile. Since when do we even have an Frank? Is that new? Students below Drank almost never reached Tier 2, Level 1 in 2 months, let alone with 2 Frank abilities. But then her gaze dropped to the next line. Tier 2, Level 6. Xia Shuling froze, surprise flashing across her eyes. 2 Frank abilities, and he's already Tier 2, Level 6? Is that possible? Curiosity ignited. Though White Dragon Academy had reported the data, it still needed verification, and his combat strength had to be tested. Let's give him a little warm-up. She locked in the first scenario. Inside the arena, space twisted, and a Tier 2, Level 1 berserk black bear crashed down. It stood as tall as a small house, muscles coiled, fangs gleaming. Its forepaws tore up the turf, and each breath carried a metallic tang. A prompt sounded in Yuan An's ear. First round. Defeat the Tier 2, Level 1 berserk black bear within 5 minutes. Sharingan Academy's entrance threshold was Tier 2, Level 1, so the first round was never meant to be overly difficult. Countdown 3, 2, 1. When the timer hit 0, the bear roared forward. 10 meters vanished in a blink. Yuan An had no intention of wasting time. His Sharingan snapped open, crimson tomo whirling. Without a word, he focused his mental power into something almost tangible: Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Bang! After only a few strides, the bear froze as if bound by invisible chains, its pupils glazing over. The massive body pitched forward, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. First round complete. On the big screen, the recorded time blazed. 1 second. Xia Shuling stared rigidly at the number, eyes wide. 1 second kill? The previous record was 11. He did it in 1. Did something go wrong? How could it possibly be 1 second? Xia Shuling stared at the monitor, her heart skipping a beat. The target was a Tier 2, Level 1 Berserk Black Bear. She double-checked the data, but the timer still read 0:01. If the system wasn't malfunctioning, there was only one explanation: Yuan An was outrageously strong. But even strength should take some time to unfold. She had watched the entire fight, yet she hadn't even caught Yuan An raise a hand before the bear crashed to the ground. The test was designed so instructors could study every detail of a cadet's combat ability. Xingjing Academy was training espers who would one day face beast hordes Hedon. Now all those details had been erased by a single second, and it was driving her mad. Yuan An's documented abilities were I-type spirit and wood affinity. If he didn't even have to move, he must have used some instant kill technique through his spirit eyes, but the specifics remained a mystery. Xia's curiosity was unbearable, yet there was nothing she could do. The first round was over, and she wouldn't see him act again until the next stage. The rules were clear. The instructor who supervised a candidate during the entrance exam would keep that student after enrollment. Normally, the better the marks, the happier the instructor. Yet right now Xia felt no joy, only the torment of being both awestruck and utterly confused. The results rolled in as the holographic display updated line by line. First round assessment complete. Participants, 1,234. Passes, 987. Rankings, 1. Bailong Academy Yuan An, 1 second. 2. Bailong Academy Zhao Mei, 13 seconds. 3. Menghu Academy Lin Hai, 14 seconds. 4. Menghu Academy Zhao Lai, 14.5 seconds. 5. Menghu Academy Zhou Jilin, 15 seconds. With that 1 second record, Yuan An was a full 12 seconds ahead of second place. The moment the leaderboard appeared, both the candidates' area and the instructor's gallery erupted. 1 second? Are you kidding me? He must have cheated. Isn't the Xingjing Academy record 11 seconds? Voices of doubt rose everywhere. Even many Xingjing instructors instinctively thought there had been a system glitch. Who's in charge of Yuan An? The overall supervisor, Vice Dean Fong Weifeng, asked with a frown from the control room. I am, Xia Shuling answered, raising her hand quietly. Fong Weifeng walked straight to her. You're sure it isn't a mistake? Before she could reply, the surrounding instructors were already whispering. It's Xia's first time on the panel. A little nervousness is normal. The first round is the easiest maybe, she just fumbled the numbers. The words sounded sympathetic, but the undertone was unmistakably mocking. In the long history of Xingjing's exams, no instructor had ever botched the scores in the very first round. Xia had no choice but to endure the doubts and veiled sarcasm in silence. The mentors who mocked her were all women, most of them barely in their 30s, only a few years older than Xia Shuling. They clung to two complaints. First, the students she trained always finished last, anchoring her at the bottom of Xingjing Academy's instructor rankings. Second, despite those dismal results, she was strikingly attractive, fresh-faced, and lively, winning the attention of many male students and teachers. In truth, the second grievance was the one her female colleagues simply could not stomach. Dean Fong, I followed every step of the procedure. There's no way I made a mistake. Xia Shuling clenched her hands at her sides, nerves taut. Today was her first time in charge of an assessment. Scores for dozens of students had come out fine, yet a glitch had to appear with Yuan An. 1 second. Such an outrageous time made her question herself, but she had executed every step by the book. Bring up the combat replay, Fong Weifeng said, his tone even, free of mockery. Xia Shuling pulled up the video. On the light screen, a raging black bear was teleported into the arena, its massive paw slamming the ground and kicking up dust. The next instant it lunged, then the image froze with the bear collapsed and convulsing. Yuan An had not moved a muscle. Let me see Yuan An's file. What's his ability? Fong Weifeng frowned. Xia Shuling handed over the tablet. Spirit Eye Affinity, wood affinity, dual type Frank. Fong Weifeng paused, but as Vice Dean he quickly steadied himself. A Tier 2, Level 6 student should handle a Tier 2, Level 1 beast easily enough, but finishing it in 1 second? I can't tell how he did it. The interval was too brief to catch any action. Su, Wang, come take a look. Two middle-aged directors stepped over, reviewed the replay and the data, and reached the same impasse. There are plenty of abilities that can drop a beast without a visible move: psychic, control, illusion, soul, Su muttered. But none of those are Spirit Eye or wood. We'll have to watch the second round. Wang nodded in agreement. In the end, the Vice Dean and the two directors agreed on one point. Yuan An's 1 second result was genuine, because they could find no fault. The first round results stand. We now begin round 2. The proctor's voice echoed across the trial grounds. The students remained in the simulated beast forest, mist swirling among towering trees. Moments later, 3 beasts materialized before Yuan An, their auras surging. Tier 2, Level 2. Tier 2, Level 3. Tier 2, Level 4. Each student's test is tailored to their rank and abilities. As a Tier 2, Level 6 candidate, Yuan An must face 3 higher-ranked beasts at once. He has no idea that this setup was decided jointly by 1 instructor, 2 directors, and a vice dean of Sharingan Academy. Round 2 begins now. Defeat all the beasts. The second round begins eliminate every beast in the arena. There is no time limit. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. The moment the signal ends, all 3 creatures lunge at once. Bred and conditioned by Sharingan Academy, they are dangerous but not truly lethal. This stage gauges composure and tactical judgment as much as raw strength. Outside the arena, Xia Shuling, Vice Dean Fong Weifeng, and 2 department heads stand before the monitor, their eyes fixed on Yuan An. The first round revealed nothing unusual. With 3 beasts attacking together, the truth should finally surface. First second, Yuan An draws his standard issue short blade, its edge flashing. Second, he drops low and darts forward, the blade spitting pale sparks. Third second, the knife slits the throat of the first Tier 2, Grade 2 beast, blood unfurls like crimson silk. Fourth second, before the light dies, the tip punches through the brow of the second Tier 2, Grade 3 beast, straight through the skull. Fifth second, he lifts his gaze. A strange pattern blooms deep in his pupils. The third Tier 2, Grade 4 beast falters, as if its mind is torn away, and crashes to the ground. Finish total time, 5 seconds. 5 flawless seconds. No hesitation, no wasted motion. Stunned, Xia Shuling breathes. 5 seconds, she turns to Vice Dean Fong and the 2 directors, wordlessly confirming that everyone saw the same thing and that nothing in the procedure was amiss. On the command room leaderboard, the blank second round column flickers, then displays a single line. Yuan in 5 seconds. The mentors exchange glances. One abnormal reading could be a glitch. A second, witnessed by the Vice Dean and 2 directors, cannot. Vice Dean, directors, please look, Xia Shuling murmurs. Director Su speaks first, crisp and to the point. The first 2 beasts were dispatched perfectly, 1 slash to the throat, 1 thrust through the head, both fatal. Director Wong nods. Those strikes show seasoned experience and precise judgment. But the last kill, just like in round 1, we still can't see what he actually did. All agree. The speed of Yuan An's first 2 attacks is startling for a freshman, yet the real mystery is how the third beast dropped instantly twice now. Exactly the same way. It must be one of his abilities. He's awakened what affinity and a spiritai affinity, Vice Dean Fong decides. Since he can trigger it without moving, it has to be from the spiritai branch. Director Su frowns. But which one? Our records list only photographic memory, physical amplification, and weakness perception. None of them can strike directly. The Lingtong affinity clearly isn't limited to just 3 techniquisomiones, already shown us a brand new one. Outside the testing arena, Fong Weifeng's eyes shone so brightly it felt as though they might ignite the air. He patted Xia Shuling on the shoulder and laughed. Well, Miss Xia, this is your first year running the exam, and it looks like you might land a remarkable student. His praise instantly drew every instructor's gaze, and envy, jealousy, and a faint trace of resentment churned in the air. Thank you, Dean Fong. Xia Shuling bowed in a hurry. Her voice trembled, yet the excitement on her face could not be hidden. She knew that if Yuan An kept up this terrifying pace, breezed through the rest of the exam, and was admitted to Sharingan Academy, her annual performance review would easily jump a notch. With that thought, all her earlier nerves were swept away, replaced by eager anticipation. Even Fong Weifeng and the 2 department heads had nothing to criticize, and the other instructors could only sigh inwardly at Yuan An's score. They were genuinely envious. First place, White Dragon Academy, Yuan An, 5 seconds. Second place, White Dragon Academy, Zhao Mei, 1 minute 59 seconds. The gap was almost 2 full minutes. Zhao Lai of Tiger Academy, in third place, managed 2 minutes 10 seconds. Lin Hai clocked 2 minutes 14 seconds. Zhou Jilin was 5th at 3 minutes 15 seconds. From there, the times grew even worse, several minutes, even more than 10. The cold numbers on the screen became a blistering comparison in everyone's mind. A digital chime sounded. Second round complete. Results flashed up. 987 contestants, 678 passed. Then the system revisited round 1. 1,234 contestants, 987 passed, 247 eliminated. A quick tally showed 556 people knocked out after just 2 rounds, nearly half. With 2 rounds left, and each one harder than the last, many faces in the crowd went pale. There were only around 1,200 of us, and half are gone after 2 rounds. How much tougher can it get? Yuan An muttered under his breath, but his expression barely changed. To him, the beasts in the first 2 stages were nothing like the truly vicious prey head faced in the wild. After hundreds of life-or-death fights outside, These targets felt too weak, fit to be one-shot while he still held back. Where was the challenge? What surprised him instead were the people who had been eliminated. How bad did you have to be to fail something this easy? In the stands, the crowd roared. Tell me, old Luer, you guys at White Dragon Academy planning to dominate this year? The top 2 spots are yours. A headmaster poked Lu Yunxuan's elbow, his tone dripping with envy. Lu Yunxuan grinned from ear to ear, wearing a sham look of humility. Oh, nothing special at all. Those 2 are actually pretty weak. His words said weak, but his puffed-out chest betrayed him. Kai Kuan, the principal of Tiger Academy, gave a cold snort. The exam's only begun. The one who laughs last wins. There are still 2 rounds left. No one's safe yet. Despite the bravado, the 2-minute 10-second mark beside Zhao Lai's name on the screen made his eye twitch. Come on, old Kai. I know you're bitter. My students are stronger than yours. Don't go making excuses. Lu Yunxuan patted his round belly and let out a hearty laugh. Kai Kun's face shifted from blue to green in an instant. Once, he had always mocked Lu Yunxuan, but now the tables had turned, and Lu finally had his chance to gloat. Inside the trial arena, everyone could see the real-time rankings for the second round. The figures on the screen stopped flickering after only 5 seconds, and Zhao Mei froze in place. In the first round, he had cleared the challenge in a single second. In the second, another frightening 5 seconds. Both results left her hopelessly behind. Although she had taken second place in each round, she still felt indignant. As the only Shrank ability user in the entire field, she believed she should stand above the rest. Back in Bailong City, she had been stifled by Yuan An. She had hoped to turn the tables in this assessment, yet she still could not catch up to him. All examinees, attention. The third round is about to begin, so please listen carefully to the rules. The instructor's broadcast broke the crowd's concentration. Students on the floor and principals in the stands held their breath, afraid to miss a single detail. Xingjing Academy's annual assessment was famous for its surprises. Even a minor change could decide the winners. For the third round, you will be teleported to a new proving ground to hunt spirit beasts. 1. Every beast you kill yields points. Final rankings are based on total points. 2. The grounds are divided into 3 tiers. Beginner, 100 beasts, up to Tier 2, Level 5. Intermediate, 150 beasts, up to Tier 2, Level 7. Advanced, 300 beasts, up to Tier 2, Level 10. 3. Beast cores belong to the individual. 4. If you face mortal danger or wish to quit, shout forfeit and your instructor will pull you out, but you will lose the right to continue. 5. The round lasts 2 hours. Prepare yourselves and choose your field. Many hearts tightened after hearing the rules. On paper, the round looked simple. The person who killed the most beasts would win. However, everyone would be thrown into the same monster-infested forest to hunt at will. With bad luck, one contestant could run into a dozen beasts at once. Besides kill efficiency, they also had to survive a full 2-hour an ordeal far tougher than the previous rounds. An interface appeared before Yuan An, listing the 3 options at a glance. Beginner field, 100 beasts, up to Tier 2, Level 5. Intermediate field, 150 beasts, up to Tier 2, Level 7. Advanced field, 300 beasts, up to Tier 2, Level 10. Everyone who had reached round 3 was strong, but after studying the numbers, many hesitated and finally tapped beginner. Tier 2, Level 5 was still manageable. Tier 2, Level 7 was a steep jump, and Level 10 in the advanced zone was another matter entirely. At this point, choosing the right difficulty seemed wiser than showing brute strength. Inside the control room, every instructor fixed their eyes on the monitors, recording each contestant's choice and data. Doesn't Bailong Academy have another Shrank freshman in this exam? How is she doing? Feng Weifeng suddenly asked. The mentor responsible for Zhao Mei hurriedly pulled up her scores and combat footage from the first 2 rounds. On the screen, lightning and steel intertwined, while her silver-blue power slid through the arena like a water snake. Precise, ruthless, textbook perfect. By rights, and Shrank ability user as rare as she was should have been the brightest star of this class. Yet Yuan An's monstrous marks in the first 2 rounds had stolen every spotlight, drawing even the academy coach's eyes to him. Only now did Feng Weifeng find time to browse the rest of the data. When he reached Menghu Academy's list, his brows rose. For the first time, Menghu had been pushed below Belonga Rare's sight. Mengus rookies were still fierce, but Bailong had produced 2 top-tier newcomers, securing the lead. Now that's what I call a real dragon-tiger duel. A back-and-forth like this is worth watching, Director Wang chuckled. Director Su nodded. Let's see which trial arenas they picked. Names scrolled across the holographic screen. Most trainees clicked primary training ground without hesitation, exactly as expected. Only those near the top of the leaderboard had the right to touch the intermediate or higher tiers. The advanced training ground housed rank 2 level 10 beasts, 300 of them in total danger several times higher. Zhao Mei lowered her gaze, weighing her options. Pride she had, but she knew her limits. A heating clash with a rank 2 level 10 monster meant certain defeat. And Yuan An? He had slain a rank 3 beast, yet for safety's sake he would probably choose the intermediate ground. After a brief pause, Zhao Mei decisively tapped intermediate training ground. The three Minghu freshmen who also sat in the top 5 followed suit. Fang Weifeng wasn't surprised. A top 5 choosing intermediate was normal. If anyone had backed down to primary, he would have rolled his eyes on the spot. Yuan An is the only one left. Why hasn't he picked? Fang Weifeng drummed his fingers in midair, staring at the lone name still gray. Logic said Yuan An should lock in intermediate at once, yet the progress bar refused to move. The two directors leaned closer. Even they admitted Yuan An was now the main attraction. As every instructor watched, waiting for that final confirmation, the gray unselected icon blinked. Yuan An had made his choice. Not primary, not intermediate, advanced training ground. The air seemed to vanish. Fang Weifeng blurted, "Is this kid insane?" The advanced ground was practically a display piece. Xingjing Academy never expected anyone to try it. Rank 2 level 10 beasts plus 300 peers made it deadlier than the primary and intermediate fields combined. Every coach privately equated selecting it with a death wish. Yet Yuan and press confirm. Gutsy, Fang Weifeng said at last, shock giving way to admiration. Sheer nerve alone deserved a thumbs up. In a corner, team leader Xia Shuling went pale, then green. Yuan An's performance was tied directly to her bonus. If he died inside, her yearly payout died with him. She looked up at the ceiling and silently prayed, "Just give me 2 hours. Please." While instructors and classmates gasped over Yuan An's boldness, the man himself was doing a different sort of math. Rank 2 level 10 at most. 300 beasts. Still not enough. The third round of evaluations began. Bright lights filled the command center, and a wall of displays streamed real-time footage, making every trainee's choice obvious. 99% of the names flashed beginner arena. A handful of top 10 contenders tapped intermediate, and first place Yuan An, under everyone's gaze, slammed the button for advanced arena. The soul entry lit up in red. That kid really picked the advanced zone. Risky move, Director Su muttered, rubbing his temples. No one understood the arena's true difficulty better than the instructors. The beginner and intermediate arenas were balanced around a single benchmark. Beginner arena passable with Tier 2 level 5 strength. Intermediate arena passable with Tier 2 level 7 strength. Only the advanced arena, while labeled maximum Tier 2 level 10, dropped 300 beasts into the same sized map. That monster count eclipsed the other two arenas combined, pushing the overall difficulty to roughly Tier 3 level 4 or 5, far beyond what a lone Tier 2 level 10 fighter could handle. Everyone knew Yuan An, officially listed as Tier 2 level 6, punched well above his weight. Even so, leaping all the way to Tier 3 level 5 was a stretch. Losing such talent to a bad choice would be a shame. Old Wang's side Yuan An had been his top prospect. Choosing the battlefield is part of the test. He picked it. He owns the risk. Fang Weifeng's face stayed impassive, but he echoed the sentiment. Rules are rules. Fail and you're out. Xia Shuling sprawled across the console, chin propped in her palm, eyes locked on the screen. Let's hope he still has a surprise for us. The instant Yuan An confirmed his choice, his vision blurred, and he was warped into an unfamiliar landscape. A holographic prompt blinked to life. Round 3 arena, advanced. Beasts, 300. Highest rank, Tier 2 level 10. Objective, survive 120 minutes. Countdown, 3:21 start. Rara as the counter hit 0, low growls rippled from the forest ahead. Mist curled between the trunks. Within the few dozen meters he could see, not a single creature appeared, yet menace seeped through the silence. 300 beasts, top at Tier 2 level 10 Yuan and calculated at once. An average core was worth 200 energy points, 60,000 in total. His blood ignited at the thought. What pulled him to the advanced arena wasn't the word test, but the line that read, all monster cores belong to the cadet. Move. He tightened his grip on the short blade, sprang off the ground, and dashed toward the forest's shadowed depths. To everyone else, this was merely an exam. To him, it was both an assessment and a lucrative side gig. All the beasts in the training ground had been domesticated by Sharingan Academy, so even those classified as high-level were far weaker than their wild counterparts. Most of the creatures here were only Tier 2, level 3, or level 4. Hardly a threat to Yuan An's swing of his blade felled each one as he cut a path straight through the field. From the sidelines the scene looked brutally impressive, but inside the control room the instructors were far from optimistic. Round 3 measured not only raw power but endurance. A headlong assault might be flashy, yet it was unlikely to last 2 full hours. Director Su shook his head with a sigh. They could scarcely ignore the frontrunner's performance. Elsewhere on the field, Zhao Mei, Hong Lai, Lin Hai, and Zhou Jilinthi, current 2nd through 5th places, were carefully pacing themselves, weaving in and out, while keeping spiritual energy consumption to a minimum. As Director Wang's gaze swept across the monitors, he confirmed that everyone except Yuan An had adopted a conservative approach. With a 2-hour limit, anyone who burned through their reserves too quickly would be eliminated. The rules were simple: survive first, worry about points later. Yuan An paid no attention. He pressed forward relentlessly. Scoring was tier-based. A Tier 2, level 1 beast was worth 10 points. and each additional level added another 10. In just 10 minutes, he had brought down more than a dozen beasts and rocketed to 200 points. Hong Lai, in second place, had only 70. But high points meant nothing if you couldn't stay on your feet. In the center of the arena, Yuan An frowned. He had been cutting down foes at a furious pace, yet 10 minutes had yielded only a handful of kills far below his expectations. With all this commotion, why hadn't more beasts swarmed him? A sudden idea struck. Wood style, multiple wooden clone technique. After weaving a quick series of hand seals, 5 wooden clones sprang into existence. The instructor stiffened. A replication ability? An extension of his wood affinity, but none of them had seen it in his file. Most clones were decoys with limited combat power. Was he planning to stall for time? Fong Weifeng and the others leaned closer to the screens. Yuan An gave them no time to speculate. Each clone darted away at top speed, heading straight for the densest pockets of beasts. Instead of attacking, they made as much racket as possible, drawing every monster's wrath. Within moments, the entire arena boiled over 5 surging tides of beasts chasing 5 tireless decoys. The clones kept moving, never striking back, simply towing their pursuers along. In less than a minute, nearly 300 beasts were tearing around in chaotic circles, a sight so absurd it left even the veteran instructor speechless. What in the world is that kid up to? Fong Weifeng muttered. If Yuan An wasn't planning to pick them off one by one, why turn the arena into a madhouse? Let the beasts fight each other? Impossible. Directors Su and Wang were equally baffled. Their confusion deepened as the monitor shifted. 5 clones wheeled around simultaneously, converging in a single line and sprinting toward one destination. Yuan An's original body. Nearly 300 enraged beasts thundered after them, surging straight toward Yuan An. Idiot. Was he kicked in the head by a donkey? Why is he so eager to die? Inside the control room, Fong Weifeng slammed the table, the sound echoing off the walls. On the monitor, Yuan An stood alone in the center of the training field, while nearly 300 demon beasts surged toward him like a tide. Even if he picked the wrong arena and wants to quit, he doesn't have to get himself killed in such a stupid way. Fong Weifeng clenched his teeth and barked. Wang, get ready to pull him out. On it. Director Wang nodded briskly and reached for the authorization panel. Just as his fingertip touched the key, Xia Shuling raised her hand. Wait. Dean Fong, directors, look at the screen. The 3 of them snapped their eyes to the monitor. An instant later, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Immortal mode. On screen, Yuan An drew a deep breath, spiritual energy exploding around him until he looked like a beacon set ablaze. Pressing his palms together, he shouted, would release Genesis of the tree realm. Boom. The ground split into jagged cracks. Thick roots writhed like dragons, and towering trunks burst from the earth, fusing in the blink of an eye into a forest that blotted out the sky and smashed into the charging beasts. The monsters roared as they barreled into the woods, razor teeth and claws sending splinters flying. For the first few seconds, they forced their way forward, seeming to hold the upper hand, yet for every tree they toppled, 10 more sprang up. The living forest spread with alarming speed, binding more and more beasts in a deadly embrace. As time ticked by, the beasts' thunderous crashes faded to feeble thuds, while the newborn woods only grew denser. 10 minutes later, the last furious roar was swallowed by the sea of trees, and nearly 300 demon beasts had been wiped out without a trace. The 4 people before the screen were speechless. They had thought Yuan An had given up, lost his mind, been kicked in the head by a donkey to lure every beast at once. They never imagined he simply found killing them one by one too inefficient and had gathered them all for a single wipeout. This guy is insane. Fong Weifeng swallowed hard. Director Wang stared for a long moment before muttering, taking out 300 beasts in one move. If that's not monstrous, I don't know what is. Monstrous? He's the monster among monsters. Director Su folded his arms, thoroughly convinced. I declare him the ultimate freak. Do all young people play this hard nowadays? Director Wang gave a wry smile. Even Fong Weifeng could only call him a monster. Meanwhile, the live leaderboard in the control room and outside updated again. The enormous holographic display flared to life, numbers rolling like a tide. Yuan An's name slipped from the top 3 to 4th place for a simple reason: had sent several clones to lure away the beasts, which slowed his score farming and let the competitors behind him pull ahead. At this moment, the top 3 spots were all occupied by students from Fierce Tiger Academy, their yellow crest glaring on the board. I say, old Lu, what's wrong with your boy Yuan An all of a sudden? Seeing the change, Kai Kuan seized the moment, his grin full of schadenfreude as he looked over at Lu Yinchuan. Lu Yinchuan lifted his teacup and spoke calmly. The exam's barely begun. What's your rush? He appeared unruffled, yet when he noticed Yuan An's score had stalled, he couldn't help but feel a bead of cold sweat. The very next second, the data jumped again. Yuan An's name rocketed back to 1st place. Then came an explosion of numbers. His 200 points skyrocketed to 6,000. The control room fell dead silent. Even breathing sounded loud. Are my eyes playing tricks, or is the system glitching? Kai Kuan blinked hard. 6,000 points? That's cheating on another level. Did the kid wipe out every beast in the field? Another headmaster muttered, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. They were all leaders of their own academies, veterans of countless Xinjing Academy exams. Talents had appeared before, but Yuan An had delivered freakish results round after round, shattering their expectations every time. Kai Kuan had been full of enthusiasm. Now his mouth hung open, words caught in his throat. Impossible. There has to be a mistake. You really think Xinjing Academy would let an error slip in its very first assessment? Lu Yinchuan was shocked as well, but mocking Kai Kuan clearly took priority. The corners of his mouth lifted before he turned his gaze back to the screen. While the outside world reeled, at the far end of the training ground Yuan An was busy with cleanup. The grass was littered with the bodies of 300 beasts, the air thick with blood and burnt flesh. He tossed the final beast core into his storage bracelet. Light flashed inside, followed by the system's mechanical voice. Ding! Tier 1 level 5 beast cores, 45. Tier 1 level 6 beast cores, 15. Tier 1 level 7 beast cores, 15 total energy points, 60,000. The advanced training ground wasn't populated entirely by Tier 2 beasts. Tier 1s made up the majority. Still, exchanging every core netted him an impressive 60,000 energy points, a windfall that instantly fattened his previously empty account. Half an hour remained in the exam, yet he had already cleared every beast. Yuan An sat cross-legged on a boulder, wiped the blood from his face, and opened the system store, eyes gleaming like cold blades in the dark. 60,000 points enough to buy a lot. What should come first? On the interface, the ninja series stood out. The most eye-catching item was Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui intangibility price, 50,000 energy points. As one of the Mangekyo Sharingan's most overpowered abilities, activating it would phase the user into a pocket dimension for a set time, rendering ordinary attacks completely ineffective. As long as he didn't act recklessly, he would be almost untouchable. With this, my safety would be maxed out. Yuan An's finger hovered over the confirm button, but a second later a fatal flaw crossed his mind. The Mangekyo's ocular power has limits. Overuse leads to blindness. Without Hashirama cells, he couldn't spam the technique. If Kamui intangibility came with a hard cap on uses, its value would plummet. Yuan An frowned, finger frozen in midair. Damn, which way should I go? He was genuinely stumped. Let's cash in a Susanoo first. With Kamui restricted, Yuan An stopped hesitating and gave the system a direct order. System, I want to redeem Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. Susanoo came in several forms, and after comparing them he decided Itachi's was the most practical. A Fence Totsuka blade, which carried a sealing effect. Defensiata mirror, able to reflect nearly any attack. Ding! The system's icy prompt snapped him out of his reverie. Because the host has not yet redeemed Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan technique, Susanoo cannot be exchanged. Please redeem Amaterasu Uchiha Itachi Limited Edition first. What the seriously? Yuan An froze. He had already redeemed Uchiha Sasuke's Amaterasu, but now he had to spend another 10,000 energy points because the versions were different. He cursed, yet still paid. Ding! 10,000 energy points deducted. Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu Uchiha Itachi Limited Edition acquired. Dual Amaterasu activated. Usage limit adjusted to 210. Ding! 50,000 energy points deducted. Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo Uchiha Itachi Limited Edition acquired. The third power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, combining offense and defense, the embodiment of a destroyer god. Uses remaining, 0.5. When exhausted, both eyes will fall into eternal darkness. Use with caution. 60,000 energy points disappeared in an instant, turning Yuan An into a textbook grievance magnet. Still, the dual Amaterasu raised his usage cap, so it wasn't a total loss and offered a sliver of comfort. He reopened his personal panel. Host, Yuan An. Age, 18. Realm, Tier 2, Level 7 EXP 5, 5508-000. Spiritual attributes, Wind, Fire, Water, Lightning, Earth. Ability grades, Sharingan A rank, would release S rank, Mangekyo Sharingan S rank. Unlocked abilities, Susanoo, Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, would release Nativity of a World of Trees, would release Advent of a Sea of Trees expandable. After killing the 300 beasts in the training ground, he had just leveled up. Gazing at the now empty field, Yuan An still thought the monster count was too low. If another 300 showed up, he could have made a fortune. Unfortunately, rules were rules, so he let it go. Meanwhile, the other candidates were still struggling to survive the 2-hour limit. Yuan An, by contrast, finished the third round in under half an hour. With 90 minutes to spare, he picked a sunny patch of grass, folded his hands behind his head, and fell asleep on the spot. In the monitoring room, the instructors and directors were speechless. It was the first time someone had slept so soundly in the training ground, and the first time every beast had been wiped out. Had they known, they would have thrown in a few Tier 3 creatures, but the rules were set, and they had to accept them. Time flew, and the third round ended smoothly. Third round assessment concluded. Participants, 678. Passes, 345. First round ranking. First place, Bailong Academy, Yuan An, 6,000 points. Second place, Zhao Lai of Fierce Tiger Academy, 760 points. Third, Zhou Jilin, Fierce Tiger Academy, 700 points. Fourth, Zhao Mei of White Dragon Academy, 690 points. Fifth, Bai Tianquan, White Dragon Academy, 670 points. The moment the rankings appeared, the training field went unervingly silent. 6,000 points. Did he wipe out every beast in the arena? Even the proud prodigies of Fierce Tiger Academy gaped in disbelief. Who is Yuan An? I thought White Dragon's rank was Zhao Mei. A bug in the system? Cheating? Those numbers are insane. The first two rounds had already been shocking, and now Yuan An had redrawn the limits again. Others fought tooth and nail and still failed to break 1,000. Yet he casually claimed 6,000 numbers only possible if every single beast had been slaughtered. He's not human. Many students' confidence crumbled on the spot. Admitting someone else is strong is one thing, but Yuan An's hat-trick of crushing victories shattered the will of elites from every academy. His score was a gulf so high it killed even the urge to pursue it. While everyone else reeled, Yuan An fixed on another column on the holographic screen, the number of survivors. The third round had culled another half, fewer than 20% remained. At this pace, barely 10% would reach the end. Shengjing Academy really is ruthless. What felt impossible to others was absurdly easy for him, which only highlighted how brutal the assessment truly was. Round 3 ended. The proctor's voice echoed from the light screen. Congratulations on making it this far. We now move to round 4, the final test. Only those who pass will become members of Shengjing Academy, so listen closely. His tone dropped, cold and steely. From the dawn of time, humans and demon beasts have been locked in a struggle of life and death. Hunting them is the duty of every esper. The creatures in the first 3 rounds were merely tamed, weakened targets. Real demon beasts are savage, frenzied, wrathful, bloodthirsty, pure darkness and ice. Only by facing that bloodlust heathen can a true esper be forged. In round 4 you will confront the most ferocious of them all, the abyssal beasts. This trial will not cost you your life, but it may deliver the most brutal mental assault you have ever faced. If you cannot endure, you may withdraw. Round 4 began. The world warped. Yuan An blinked and found himself no longer in the forest arena, but on a battlefield raked by artillery fire. Smoke billowed, and the air reeked of scorched explosives and fresh blood. Roar! Ahead, an earth-shaking bellow clanged against heavy chains. A gigantic creature stood bound in thick ceiling links, black miasma swirling around it. Icy air poured from its form, and its eyes glowed blood-red with murderous intent. Abyssal Beast Mutant Black Bear, Tier 3, Level 10. Beasts fall into 3 categories: tame beasts, ordinary beasts, and abyssal beasts. Tame beasts need little explanation. After being subdued by Shengjing Academy, some are stationed throughout the training grounds, while others accompany beast-taming students as contracted partners. Their movements are controlled and their tempers mild. Ordinary beasts live in the beast forest outside the academy. Vast in number, they are the creatures students most often face during routine drills. The ones that truly fill the continent with dread are the savage abyssal beasts. Born in the far northern rift so deep it seems to reach the planet's core, they are fiercer, bloodier, and far harder to command than any ordinary beast. They may be few, but in every war between humans and beasts, abyssal beasts have caused the worst carnage. Anyone who has crossed blades with one carries scars that never fade. In short, abyssal beasts are the strongest of all without exception. The target for Shengjing Academy's 4th examination round is exactly such a creature. There are 2 ways to pass. Either kill the abyssal beast outright, or survive for 30 minutes inside its abyssal domain. Either path counts as success. For safety's sake, the Academy has shackled each abyssal beast with sealing chains to limit its movement and keep it from launching full-scale attacks on students. Yet being bound does not make them easy prey. Defeating an abyssal beast within the time limit is anything but simple. Worse still is their innate domain, a storm of killing intent, bloodlust, frenzy, darkness, and cold that covers dozens of meters and gnaws at the mind. Unless a fighter is truly seasoned, one lapse can crush their will or even shatter their sanity. Enduring 30 minutes inside that domain is every bit as hard as killing the beast itself. The final trial, of course, it's an abyssal beast. At the announcement, the deans watching from outside the arena all wore grim faces. Abyssal beasts had appeared in past exams, so the choice wasn't surprising, but each time, large numbers of candidates fell. Even these veterans who had once fought abyssal beasts in life and death battles still shuddered at the memory. For this year's freshmen, the challenge was unimaginable. Trial Field 7. Zhao Mei's opponent was a Tier 3, Level 1 abyssal beast, a mutant quadruple fin shark. Sealing chains clamped its torso and limbs, yet it still hurled itself against them, making the heavy links clang and spark. What terrifying pressure! Zhao Mei's breath caught. By rank it was only Tier 3, Level 1, but its abyssal bloodline gave it an aura that dwarfed any ordinary beast of the same tier. Worse, even from several meters away, she could feel its domain battering her mind in relentless waves. Icy dread crept up her spine, and a voice inside asked, "Can something this vicious really be killed?" In theory, a bound target could be worn down at range. But the instant she met those blood-red, frenzied eyes, the roaring in her ears, and the murderous intent pouring over her made her legs tremble. She understood with chilling clarity this was the abyssal domain. As long as you're inside the domain, it drags up the deepest fear in your heart and makes you falter before the battle even begins. Lose focus against an abyssal beast, and the outcome is always brutal. Inside the monitoring room, 3 directors watched the exam arena through a holographic display. Old Fong, Director Su asked playfully, "How many candidates will dare to attack an abyssal beast heat in this time?" He turned to Fong Weifeng as he spoke. Fong Weifeng thought for a moment. The top 50 should be able to charge in. The real question is who will strike first. How many will actually kill one? Director Wang joined the conversation. Fong replied at once, "So far, not a single freshman has managed to slay an abyssal beast. Not even Yuan An." Xia Shuling called from the corner, lowering her voice but unable to hide her anticipation. The name instantly drew all 3 directors' attention. Yuan An, hard to say, Fong Weifeng admitted. He dominated the first 3 rounds, but he's never faced an abyssal domain. That's a different beast entirely. Director Wang nodded. Round 4 isn't about killing the monster. It's about withstanding the domain. Unless you're far stronger than the beast or have forged your skills in blood, trying to fight under that suppression is nearly impossible. Trial ground number 23. So this is an abyssal beast. Yuan An locked onto the mutated abyssal black bear. An unseen domain surged over him like a tide, crushing his chest and smothering his will to fight. Tier 3, Level 10? He muttered, cursing the examiners for forcing him to face the domain heathen. Seeing an abyssal beast up close for the first time, an instinctive pressure welled up from his blood, warning him to turn and flee. Stay calm. He drew a deep breath. The Mangekyo Sharingan snapped open, its cold ocular power cutting the pressure in half. A rare opportunity, might as well test myself. Before the thought had faded, he drew his standard issue dagger, pushed off the ground, and blurred forward like a phantom toward the bear. In the monitoring room, Fong and the others murmured their approval. "Oh, he's going in that quickly bold move," Director Su said with interest. But a domain is never that simple. The closer Yuan An came, the heavier the weight on his shoulders. The abyssal domain felt like a solid hammer pounding his nerves. So that's if closer you get, the stronger it hits. Gritting his teeth, he reached the bear and slashed. Clang. The blade bounced off fur as hard as steel, the recoil forcing him back several steps. "I can't even use half my strength at point-blank range. This domain is a real headache." He retreated to the perimeter, panting as his mind raced. Long-range Mokutan, or skip straight to Amaterasu. The ideas flashed by, then an even bolder thought struck him. It'd be a waste to kill such a rare abyssal beast outright. Biting his finger, he formed seals at lightning speed. Kuchios no jutsu. Boom. White smoke erupted, and a colossal creature strode out onto the snow. The devouring snow wolf. A spirit beast? The devouring snow wolf that Yuan An had summoned left Fong Weifeng and the others staring in disbelief. Summoning a beast? Isn't that a beast tamer skill? Fong Weifeng blurted, startled. The files clearly stated that Yuan An was aligned with the spirit eye and would branches, nowhere near beast taming. Director Wang and Director Su locked eyes, their pupils almost popping from their sockets. Shattering the test record was one thing, but this snow wolf completely upended their worldview. How can he summon a beast as well? Spirit eye, wood and beast taming? Director Su muttered, shock filling his voice. Has anyone ever tamed a beast without belonging to that department? Never heard of it, Director Wang replied, shaking his head, a mix of confusion and excitement on his face. How many secrets is that kid hiding? Today's really been an eye-opener. Waves of astonishment rolled through the crowd, and everyone waited to see what Yuan An would do next. An abyssal beast was always troublesome, and this mutated demon bear was rare enough that wasting it would be a shame. Yuan An made up his mind and shouted, "Devouring snow wolf, go." The wolf lunged, a white flash of speed, and plunged into the fray. The abyssal domain's fatal flaw immediately surfaced. It affected only humans, not spirit beasts, a loophole that had earned countless victories for the beast tamer branch. The field was set. A Tier 3, Level 10 abyssal demon bear bound by sealing chains versus a free-roaming, multi-element Tier 3, Level 5 devouring snow wolf. Target locked. A deep teal cyclone rose around the wolf, razor-edged wind blades orbiting it like a ring of knives. In the next heartbeat, it opened its jaws wide and hurled a gigantic fireball. Wind element deadly wind blades. Fire element raging fireball. Wind whipped flame. And the two forces fused into a towering blaze that surged toward the bear. The Tier 3, Level 10 demon bear roared, the sound shaking the air, yet the sealing chains pinned it tight, suppressing every ability. All it could rely on was the armor-like black for covering its body. Crack! Purple lightning burst forth. The snow wolf's fur bristled as an arc slammed into the bear's shoulder, scorching a blackened welt. Using that momentum, the wolf sprang upward, strength-enhanced foreclaws carving a silver arc before hammering down. Boom! The bear's massive frame staggered several steps back, but went no farther. Every strike landed, yet not one pierced the hide. The mutated demon bear's skin was absurdly tough. Within its tier, its defense was nearly unbeatable. The snow wolf, only tier 3, level 5, still struggled to crack that armor even with the bear sealed. This hide is insane, Yuan An muttered, wondering whether he should step in himself. The devouring snow wolf, however, paused for nothing. Water element pillars of the tide. Columns of water shot skyward, forming a cage that clamped shut in a thunderous crash. The immense pressure slammed the raging black bear to the ground. Then the devouring snow wolf sprang forward, jaws gaping to reveal razor-sharp fangs, and clamped down on the mutant black bear's relatively unprotected neck. Roar! Black-red blood spurted from the wound as the abyssal bear bellowed in agony. Its thick forelimbs flailed, trying to swat the attacker from its back, only to discover in growing horror that its strength was being drained away. Its limbs felt as heavy as iron shackles, and after a few staggering steps the huge body crashed to the ground. The instant it hit the earth, a bright, eerie rune circle flickered inside the devouring snow wolf like an abyssal maw greedily consuming the bear's flesh and anima. Seeing his beast's innate ability devourfully unleashed for the first time, Yuan An felt his heart race. This was the blood-soaked, terrifying power of consumption. Within moments, the once towering abyssal bear was nothing but skin and bone, utterly lifeless. Ding! Spirit beast devouring snow wolf has devoured a tier 3, level 10 monster abyssal mutant bear. Devouring snow wolf has evolved into abyssal devouring direwolf, now tier 3, level 10. New abilities acquired, abyssal domain, abyssal frenzy. As the notifications faded, a familiar abyssal aura surged around the wolf. Its fur darkened to an obsidian sheen, its muscles bulged, and an invisible yet oppressive abyssal domain spread outward, though it left Yuan An untouched. He immediately pulled up the status panel. Spirit Beast, Abyssal Devouring Direwolf. Level, Tier 3, Level 10. Innate Ability S rank. Devour upgrades and gains powers through consumption. Abyssal abilities, Abyssal Domain, Abyssal Frenzy. Devoured abilities, Wind Lethal Wind Blade, Fire Frenzied Fireball, Water Pillar, Earth Earthen Wall, Lightning Thunderclap, Strength Augment. The devouring snow wolf had already been a top-tier species. With the added abyssal layer, its combat power had skyrocketed. Yuan An silently congratulated himself his spirit beast had not only evolved, but had leapt straight to Tier 3, Level 10, becoming a new trump card. After confirming the data, he ended the summon and returned the direwolf to the spirit-packed space. At that very moment, the fourth trial was officially declared complete. Outside the command center, he actually killed an abyssal monster, Xia Shuling whispered, hand covering her mouth as shock filled her eyes. Even she had never taken one down alone, yet Yuan An had done it in mere minutes. By contrast, Feng Weifeng and the others remained far calmer. From the moment Yuan An summoned the devouring snow wolf, they had predicted this outcome. He's the first in years to slay an abyssal beast, Feng Weifeng said after a long pause. Looks like Shengjing Academy will be getting a very impressive student. The two department heads exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Only half an hour had passed since the fourth trial began, and Yuan An's task was already finished, while the other candidates still had 90 minutes left. With nothing more to watch, the supervisors shifted their attention to the remaining examinees. Inside the testing grounds, Yuan An, just as he had in the third round, knew he couldn't return early. Seeing that he had plenty of time, he leaned against a tree, closed his eyes, and rested until the trial ended. 2 hours may not be long, but it isn't short, either. When the final buzzer sounded, the fourth trial officially came to an end. Those trainees who had been crushed by the abyssal domain and surrendered early had already been forcibly teleported out, while the few who clenched their teeth and endured until the last minute finally crossed the threshold. Congratulations on completing the final trial. You will be sent out now, and your results will be announced shortly. The proctor's voice echoed across the empty arena. As soon as he finished, teleportation circles flared one after another. Every candidate still on the field was swallowed by white light and swept away like driftwood in a tide, vanishing in an instant. Dazzled by the brightness, Yuan An blinked awake to find himself standing steadily on the plaza outside. Right behind him, Zhao Mei, Bai Tianquan, and the others appeared in quick succession. Unlike Yuan An's relaxed expression, the rest were pale, their sweat not yet dry, and their nerves still taut. The oppressive weight of the abyssal domain had clearly wrung them out. Only after they confirmed that they had been teleported out alive and had passed the test did relief and the thrill of survival bloom on their faces. Atop the lofty trial tower, Fong Weifeng strode through a gate of light with two directors in tow and looked down over the plaza. His steady voice, amplified by magic, rolled over the grounds. First of all, congratulations to the 108 of you who cleared all 4 trials. We will now announce the detailed rankings. One sentence was enough to ignite the tension in the air. The contestants who had passed finally let themselves relax. The outcome was settled, after all. Meanwhile, the dozens of deans in the stands sat ramrod straight. The rankings would directly affect the honor of their respective academies. If they could feel the student near the top, they would have reason to boast to their peers. If they captured first place, it would be a glory worthy of academy history. Every gaze snapped upward. A light screen exploded into view, and lines of pale gold text began to scroll. First place, Bailong Academy, Yuan An. Total score, 700. Rating, Supreme Tier. The result came as no surprise, yet it still detonated the crowd. Supreme Tier? Are you kidding me? I've never seen a Supreme among freshmen. 700 points? The record at Sharingan Academy was, what, 620? That's insane. A tide of chatter surged across the stands. After the trials, mentors, directors, and deans combined the 4 performances to give each candidate a total score and a tier. The score was a straightforward measure, but the tier determined real privileges. At Sharingan Academy, cultivation resources were allocated according to 5 tiers: supreme, first, second, third, and fourth. The lower 3 could be found everywhere. Across an entire class, fewer than 10 students usually made first tier. As for supreme, although it existed in the rules, it had not appeared for decades. Today, they were witnessing its return with their own eyes. No one begrudged Yuan in the top spot. In the first 3 trials, he had left everyone in the dust, and as long as he survived the 4th, the crown was his. Even so, a supreme rating exceeded every expectation. In a corner of the stands, someone slapped his companion on the shoulder and spoke rapid fire. Damn, old Lu, Bailong Academy just hit the jackpot. Not only did you take first place, you produced a record-breaking supreme tier. For the first time in decades, we've seen a rating this high. Looks like Bailong Academy is about to make a name for itself as well. A cluster of principals crowded around Fong Weifeng, their eyes filled with envy and mixed emotions. Lu Yinchuan wore a mask of practiced calm and waved with a smile. Oh, it's nothing special. I've always known Yuan and was extraordinary. His words were modest, but inside his heart pounded like a drum. Being the center of so much praise made him feel as if he could fly. Kai Kuan let out a disdainful snort nearby, not even bothering to lift his eyes. Lu caught the sound at once and fired back with a dazzling smile. Sorry, old Kai, we've already claimed first place this year. We'll leave second place to your Menghu Academy. He raised his voice deliberately, and even the distant academy banners seemed to tremble. Menghu Academy had mocked Bailong Academy more than once over the years, but today Lu finally held his head high. Kai Kun's face darkened. Don't get carried away, he muttered. Scores kept scrolling across the giant screen. Zhao Mei stared at Yuan An's name in first place, emotions churning inside her. She had refused to accept it before, but the outrageous scores from the first 3 rounds left her no choice but to admit she couldn't catch up. Then the golden letters froze. Second place, Bailong Academy, Zhao Mei. Total score, 600. Rating, first class. A score of 600 was exceptional by Sharingan Academy's standards, yet it still paled beside Yuan An's dazzling performance. Lu Yinchuan seized another chance to boast, patting his chest as he laughed toward Kai Kuan. Well now, old Kai, who would have thought Bailong Academy would grab second place as well? Kai Kuan clenched his teeth, chest heaving, but found no reply and could only stew in silence. The screen continued to update. Third place, Menghu Academy Hong Lai, 590 points, first class. Fourth place, Menghu Academy Lin Hai, 560 points, first class. Fifth place, Menghu Academy Zhou Jilin, 550 points, first class. Sixth place, Bailong Academy by Tiankuan, 530 points, first class. The final rankings matched almost exactly the predictions based on the earlier rounds. The spotlight, without question, was on Yuan, and his commanding lead earned him the first ever freshman supreme rating in Sharingan Academy's history. The word freshman mattered. Ratings could still be upgraded after enrollment, but to be granted the supreme grade during the entrance trials since the academy's founding, only Yuan An had done it. Fong Weifeng stepped forward and spoke warmly. Congratulations, everyone. You've passed the Sharingan Academy assessment and are now officially one of us. Report back in 3 days, don't be late. Yes, sir. The new students replied in unison. That concludes the examination. At his declaration, a wave of applause swept the grounds as the proctors left. The crowd dispersed, happiness lingering over each academy's camp. Lu Yinchuan slapped Yuan An on the shoulder, his smile so wide it nearly erased his wrinkles. Well done, Yuan An. He nodded to the others who had qualified. You all performed admirably. The academy is proud of you. More than 130 students from Bailong Academy had signed up, yet only 15 passed, less than 10%. Even so, with only 108 candidates succeeding overall, Bailong students made up a tenth of them. enough to let Lu Yunchuan hold his head high. Come on, let's go home. He raised his arm and led the group back, the flag of Bailong City snapping in the evening wind. At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed inside Yuan An's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've passed the Shengjing Academy assessment. A system panel popped up, and just beneath the bold announcement was the prize list 10,000 energy points, and the complete Flying Thunder God technique. Yuan An exhaled in relief, his heart racing. 10,000 points were enough to redeem any powerful jutsu, and the Flying Thunder God was the real jackpot. It was the Yellow Flash's signature move. Unless he encountered another space-type ability user, he would be almost unbeatable. Perfect. Eager to test it out, he didn't hesitate. This assessment had not only pushed his summoning beast through a major evolution, but also landed him the Flying Thunder God. Striking while the iron was hot, he dumped all 10,000 points into the exchange. Ding. 10,000 energy points deducted. You have acquired Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique. With that, the Shengjing Academy assessment came to a satisfying close. Yuan An, Lu Yunchuan, and the others returned to Bailong City and went their separate ways. At the Yuan residence. Walking through the door, Yuan An first spotted Yuan Jun, unusually relaxed, leafing through a book in the living room. Dad, where's Mom? Yuan Jun looked up and closed the book. She's in the kitchen. How did the assessment go? Piece of cake. Yuan An replied casually, though the pride in his eyes was impossible to miss. He had prepared thoroughly and expected a challenge, but it turned out to be nothing special. Hey, An's back. Did you pass? Su Xin called from the kitchen, apron still on. Of course I passed. Whose son do you think I am? Yuan An grinned. Guess my final score, Mom. 600? First class. Su Xin ventured. Yuan An waved a dismissive hand. Too low. Do you really think that little of your son? All right, 650 then. 700. Supreme class. He laid the number on the table. 700? Supreme class? Su Xin and Yuan Jun exchanged stunned looks. The most outrageous freshman score in Shengjing Academy's history had been claimed by their own kid. That's my boy. Su Xin threw her arms around him, laughing so hard she could barely breathe, planting a kiss on his forehead and turning his ears bright red. Yuan Jun burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Now I've got bragging rights in any conversation. If anyone dares say my son's ability is weak, they'll knock them flat. All his previous worries about Yuan An's awakened power vanished in an instant. Old Yuan, get in here and help. We're making extra dishes tonight to celebrate. Su Xin called. Coming. Yuan Jun answered, springing to his feet. Yuan An watched his parents bustling happily and chose not to interrupt. Instead, he headed upstairs. He wasn't tired head napped during the assessment, but a shower would still feel good. 15 minutes later, clean and refreshed, Yuan An came downstairs. The clang of wok and spatula echoed from the kitchen, and delicious aromas filled the house. A sizable spread was already laid out on the table. And, could you see why you isn't home yet, and bring her back? Su Xin called from the kitchen. On it. Yuan An glanced at his phone 6:30 p.m. Huang Yu should have been home long ago. Hope she wasn't kept after school, he muttered as he stepped outside. He had barely closed the gate when he spotted Huang Yu at the end of the alley, walking home with a boy glued to her side by Tiankin's little brother, by Huaizhen. Let's walk to school together tomorrow. He'll come pick you up, by Huaizhen chirped, sticking to her like gum. No. Huang Yu frowned. Quit bothering me. I don't like you. That's okay. Even if you don't like me, he'll still walk you to school every day. He had followed her all the way from Bailong Academy, ignoring every attempt she made to drive him off, and her patience was gone. Suddenly, a figure stepped into their path. Yuan An. Brother. Huang Yu's eyes lit up. She ran over and threw her arms around him. Kiddo, why are you getting home so late? Yuan An ruffled her hair, then turned a steely gaze on by Huaizhen. This is your first and last warning. Keep pestering my sister, and you won't know which way is up. Even your brother Bai Tiankuan won't be able to save you. Bai Huaizhen had once mocked Yuan An while tagging along with Bai Tiankuan. Yuan An hadn't forgotten. He wouldn't actually hit an unawakened student, but scaring the boy was fair game, especially when the kid dared to hassle Huang Yu. Feeling that pressure, Bai Huaizhen blanched, stumbled back, and fled without a word. When he was out of sight, Yuan An's face darkened. What's going on? Why were you walking with a Bai kid? It wasn't me. Huang Yu spread her hands. He's like glue. I can't shake him. Fine. After that scare he should back off. If he shows up again, tell me and I'll thrash him. You'd hit a student? If he bothers you, I don't care who he is. Heh. Thanks, bro. Huang Yu grinned, linked her arm through his, and the two headed home. In the living room, Su Xin and Yuan Jun were setting the last dish on the table. Seeing the siblings walk arm in arm, Su Xin teased, feeling close today? Wash up and eat. Okay. Huang Yu let go and ran to the bathroom. Yuan eyed the spread and swallowed. Looks amazing. It's rare to have both mom and dad cooking. I made everything. Your dad just got in the way, Su Xin sniffed. In the way? Without me you couldn't have turned out all this, Yuan Jun protested. All right, you get some credit. Their familiar bickering made Huang Yu and Yuan An burst into laughter. 3 days later marked the official start of the first years at Shengjing Academy. Outside the station at dawn, Su Xian clutched the handle of Yuan An's suitcase and reminded him over and over, Shaoan, study hard at Shengjing Academy and take good care of yourself, all right? Beside her, Yuan Jin stood with his arms folded, silent but unmistakably worried. I will, don't worry. I'm off now. With a wave of his hand and a backpack slung over his shoulders, Yuan An said goodbye. Together with the other 14 students who had passed the entrance exam, he boarded the bus under the supervision of Lu Yunxuan. The doors hissed shut, the engine roared to life, and the convoy headed for Shengjing Academy. For the second time, Yuan An stepped onto the grounds of Shengjing Academy and found himself standing in the middle of the familiar plaza. Unlike the sea of people on exam day, the square was almost empty. No, off the more than 1,000 candidates, only 108 remained. The brutal selection process seemed to make even the air solemn. At the front of the plaza, Vice Dean Fong Weifeng waited with a group of instructors. Welcome to Shengjing Academy, everyone. Fong Weifeng, the Vice Dean, he greeted them, his voice hearty and his smile kindly. Fong Weifeng was in his late 50s, tall and thin, deep lines etched into his face. Yet his expression carried the warmth of a spring breeze. Even so, an unspoken authority kept the students on their best behavior. After a brief exchange, he turned to the principals who had accompanied the students. Principals, your task here is done. I'm afraid I can't entertain you today. Not at all, Vice Dean Fong. We should be thanking you, they replied modestly. Back at their own schools they were the ones in charge, but here no one dared put on airs. We'll be heading back then, said the most experienced among them, knowing they no longer had any role to play. They nodded their farewells. Safe travels, Fong Weifeng said with a smile. Only after their vehicles had disappeared did he face the new students again. Once more, welcome. We'll now assign you to classes. When you hear your name, please follow your instructor. Zhang San, Instructor Zhang Mei. Li Si, Instructor Zhang Mei. Wang Wu, Instructor Zhang Mei. Yuan An, Instructor Xia Shuling. The list had been arranged by the academy. The students had no say in the matter. After hearing his name, Yuan An scanned the crowd for his teacher. Xia Shuling looked about 25 or 26. A pair of round glasses framed a gentle, youthful face that made her seem more like a student than a teacher. She wore a light gray cardigan over a white blouse, a skirt that fell just above the knee, and smooth white stockings, everything crisp and neat. Good morning, instructor, Yuan An said, bowing politely. Hello, Xia Shuling replied, her eyes curling into crescents as she smiled and shook his hand, a warmth that stood out among the aloof instructors nearby. The moment their hands met, Yuan An couldn't help thinking that she, like him, looked like a freshman. Instructor, is our class just me? He asked in a low voice. When the names were read, he had been the only student assigned to her and thought there must have been a mistake. That's right. This year I only have you, Xia Shuling answered, a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. The other instructors had received at least 3 or 4 students. She had only 1. She could hardly be blamed. Whether the students passed the trial had nothing to do with her, and she couldn't lend a hand even if she wanted to. Still, the feeling of being left out stung in a way she couldn't quite describe. Oh, Yuan An nodded and dropped the subject. Shengjing Academy prized an elite style of education. Perhaps this was simply the norm. In any case, there were only a handful of other mentors around. All right, follow your own tutors and get checked in. Fong Weifeng waved the group away, happily shirking the rest of the work. Moments later the mentors scattered, each leading their new students in a different direction. Shengjing Academy was vast. A solemn grandeur rolled over him, majestic and powerful, like a slumbering dragon. The moment Yuan An crossed the gate, he felt as if an ancient beast were staring him down, while he was no more than an ant beneath its gaze. As one of the 4 great academies of the Xinxia Empire, the campus was also a symbol of the empire's raw strength. We've already logged all your information. They'll take you to your dorm first and give you a quick tour on the way. Xia Shuling, clutching a thick notebook to her chest, guided Yuan An along a wide flagstone path. Let's start with academics. You've finished all foundational theory, so the academy offers almost no lecture courses. Your schedule will be dominated by practical training. She flipped through her notes as she walked. For now you're not assigned to a fixed class. All studies and cultivation tasks will come through me. They'll fill you in on the details later. Next, your cultivation privileges. Training rooms are limited, especially the top-tier ones, and access is granted according to a first-year ranking system. Her voice rose half a pitch and her eyes sparkled. That's where you have a huge edge. You're the first student in Shengjing's history to enter with an exceptional rating. That rank gets top priority in every training hall. The more she talked, the more excited she became. It was her first year as a mentor, and she had drawn a single student one with an exceptional rating. Plenty of senior tutors were already jealous. Yuan An listened while surveying the grounds. Though the campus covered a massive area, it didn't feel crowded. Along the way he saw only a dozen or so students. Yet none of them felt weak. The lowest aura he sensed was around 2nd tier, level 7 or 8. And he even caught a glimpse of a few 3rd-tier experts. By rule, Freshmen had to be at least second tier, level 1, and most who cleared every test came in at level 3 or 4. Advancing to third tier after a year or two here looked almost effortless. We're here, this is your dorm. Before long, they stopped in front of a two-story cottage. Inside was a living room and 3 bedrooms, spacious, tidy, and completely empty. I only have you this year, so pick any of the 3 rooms. Xia Shuling pressed a ring of keys into his palm. Get settled in. I'm in the next building, turn right when you step outside. If you need anything, come find me. Classes start tomorrow. With that, she turned and left. Living right next to his mentor now, that was new. Yuan An gripped the keys, glanced at the silent corridor, and drew a deep breath. A brand new chapter of academy life was about to begin. On his first day at Sharingan Academy, Yuan An did absolutely nothing. At dawn on day 2, the sky still a pale gray, he had only just swung his legs over the side of the bed when someone knocked softly on the dorm room door. So early? Who could that be? He muttered, slipping into his slippers and shuffling over, still half asleep. Standing outside was none other than Xia Shuling. Professor? Are we starting training already? Yuan An blinked in surprise. When he had checked in yesterday, she had said nothing about a crack of dawn drill, and back at White Dragon Academy had never experienced this kind of schedule. Not training. I brought you breakfast. Xia Shuling's eyes curved in a smile as she produced a steaming meal box. I know guys often skip breakfast, but that won't do. So I made you something. That's really kind of you, Professor. Yuan An was both flattered and startled. This was the first time a beautiful teacher had shown up at his door with food. Go wash up first. Once you're done, they'll tell you what's on the agenda for today and beyond. Oh, right, okay. He nodded hastily and darted into the washroom. Less than 5 minutes later, he was seated at his desk, prying open the box. A wave of warmth and the aroma of eggs, soup dumplings, and soy milk rolled out. While he ate, Xia Shuling outlined the academy's system. Let me give you a quick rundown of how Sharingan works. We use an internal credit system. Want to get into the library to study advanced abilities or buy and sell items at the exchange? You pay in credits. Every freshman starts with 1,000. She handed him a gleaming card. This is your student ID and credit card in one. Keep it safe. His name, Yuan An, and basic details were embossed on the front, his official identity at Sharingan Academy. Feeling the weight of the card, he tucked it away carefully. So how do I earn more credits? Plenty of ways. Xia Shuling ticked them off on her fingers. First, the bounty hall. Pick up missions posted by the academy. Complete them and you get credits. Simple jobs disappear fast, though the ones left are tough. Second, the trial tower. It's the largest training ground on campus, 108 floors in all. You earn credits for clearing a floor the first time and for repeat runs. You'll be spending a lot of time there. Occasionally, the academy assigns mandatory tasks low credit, but you have to finish them. Besides that, your schedule is yours to manage. Got it, Yuan An said, setting down his chopsticks and nodding earnestly. Thank you, Professor. It was Xia Shuling's first time mentoring a freshman on her own, her only student. In fact, she was especially diligent. She had spent half the night mapping out today's and tomorrow's lesson plans, and was probably more nervous than he was. In a bit, it'll take you to the trial tower, so you can get familiar with the place and try a run while we're there. Great. Yuan An's eyes lit up. The trial tower stood at the very heart of Sharingan Academy, its spire piercing the clouds, all 108 floors of it. Through centuries of wind and rain, it had never once toppled. Standing before the tower, Yuan An felt a vast, eerie pressure sweep over him, as if he could hear the growls and heavy breathing of beasts within. So this is the trial tower? Right. It's also called the Demon Suppression Tower, because every creature inside was captured by the academy. On your first trip to the trial tower, clearing the first floor earns 1,000 points, the second 2,000, the third 3,000, and so on. On later attempts, the reward drops to 100, 200, and 300 points. Yuan An listened, nodding as he committed the rules to memory. Before long, he and Xia Shuling reached the tower. The plaza out front was already packed, and a line of 300 to 400 people stretched from the entrance. That many people? Yuan An frowned. Of course, Xia Shuling said softly. The tower lets you rack up points quickly while gaining real combat experience, so everyone wants in. At most 30 people could enter at a time, so the rest had to wait. The queue was divided by rank. The line nearest the doors, and by far the shortest, was reserved for top-grade students, who enjoyed priority entry. Xia Shuling pointed to the dozen or so people standing there. Their auras were razor-sharp and their faces impassive, utterly different from the average student. Are they top-grade freshmen from previous years? Yuan An asked, surprised. He had heard he was the academy's first freshman ever to hold that rating. No, Xia Shuling replied. You're the only one who entered with top grade. They climbed to it through subsequent evaluations. The rating can be upgraded? It can, but top grade is the ceiling, so you don't need to worry. With that, she guided Yuan An into the elite line. Their arrival drew immediate attention. That's Instructor Xia Shuling. Hello, Instructor Xia. The students greeted her warmly, and Xia Shuling smiled back. A young man of about 23 stepped forward from the line, wearing a gentle smile. Instructor Xia, is this the freshman you're mentoring this year? Yes, his name is Yuan An, she said, making introductions. This is Lin Tianqi, the trial tower record holder 60 floors. Senior, pleased to meet you, Yuan An said politely. He could feel the man's deep reservoir of spiritual power, stronger even than Jin Tianba, the Shadow Guild leader he had once faced. Lin had probably reached the 4th tier. So you're this year's top scorer. He heard a lot about you, Lin said with mild surprise. The nearby top grade students turned to look. The first freshman ever rated top grade was standing right beside them. You flatter me, senior. I was just lucky, Yuan An replied with a modest smile. Xia Shuling turned to Lin Tianqi. It's Yuan An's first time in the tower, Tianqi. Look after him, will you? Of course. Lin nodded. He and Yuan An took their places side by side, while Xia Shuling stepped back to wait. Because the elite line was short, their turn came quickly. As they waited, Lin leaned over and murmured, Junior, your entrance results were impressive, but inside this place you'd better keep a low profile. People who act too cocky rarely have an easy time. Junior brother, let me give you a word of advice. Now that you're at Shengjing Academy, remember your place. Lin Tianqi spoke lightly, but the warning in his tone was unmistakable. Yuan An froze. A moment ago the man had been polite. The next, hostility flared without warning. Was everyone at Shengjing Academy like this? Lin Tianqi went on, and don't assume you can do whatever you want just because Shuling is your mentor. Show some self-awareness, or Yuan An suddenly understood. So Xia Shuling was the real reason Lin Tianqi was targeting him. Oh, you've got a thing for teacher Xia? He said outright, nearly choking Lin Tianqi with the question. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Tianqi spun around, eyes blazing. Yuan An shrugged. Am I wrong? Say one more word, and I'll make sure the top freshman can't stay here another day. Lin Tianqi threatened, face dark. Yes or no? Then why the big reaction? Besides, teacher Xia is watching. Yuan An's tone was calm. Outside the line, Xia Shuling really was keeping an eye on them. Lin Tianqi drew a slow breath, forced down his anger, and snorted. Not bad. Top of the incoming class. You're interesting. Thanks for the compliment, senior brother. Don't get cocky. We've got time. They'll teach you the academy's rules, one by one. Yuan An gave a disinterested chuckle. When the trial tower opened, the Supreme Class team entered first. The tower's guardian, Instructor Wu, clearly recognized Lin Tianqi. Back again, Tianqi. Going for the 61st floor today? He greeted with a smile. Thank you for the encouragement, Instructor Wu. I hope so, Lin Tianqi replied modestly. Spotting an unfamiliar face, Wu scanned a student card and raised his brows. Yuan An? So you're this year's top freshman. Greetings, Instructor Wu, Yuan An said with a polite bow. First time in the tower. How many floors are you aiming for? Wu asked, intrigued. I wouldn't presume to set a number my first time. Haha, I'm optimistic. You'll clear at least 10 floors, Wu said, laughing. Nearby students scoffed. 10 floors wasn't easy for a newcomer. They were only first class, yet after years at the academy, they felt more prepared than any supreme rookie. To claim 10 floors on a first try, how clueless could he be? Until he ran into a wall. How would he know his limits? Yuan An ignored the mockery. Entry costs 100 credits. Wu swiped his card, deducted the points, and handed it back. All set, head on in. The moment Yuan An crossed the threshold, the ground vanished beneath his feet, and the scene spun. Like the tower in the freshman assessment, it whisked him straight into a brand new trial arena. Trial Tower, Floor 1. Clear objective, eliminate every spirit beast. Total beasts, 10. Minimum rank, Tier 1, Level 5. Maximum rank, Tier 2, Level 1. Current record holder, Lin Tianqi, 12 seconds. Begin. As the prompt sounded, ripples of spiritual power spread across the gray stone slabs. 10 spirit beasts of various shapes materialized in a row before Yuan An and charged with a roar. Only 10 on the first floor? Yuan An's eyes stayed calm. He refused to waste even a moment. With opponents like these, my wood release isn't worth the trouble. Crack. He drew the standard issue short blade. The embedded lightning-type beast core flared to life, blue-violet arcs dancing along the edge. Boom stamped once, shattering the tiles into a spiderweb of cracks, then shot forward like a black streak. Squelch. A crescent flash of steel moved too fast to follow. All 10 throats opened almost simultaneously, blood fountained, and the beasts collapsed in unison. Creatures at this level didn't merit ninjutsu. Pure taijutsu was enough to finish them instantly. Floor 1 cleared in 10 seconds. First clear reward, 1,000 points. New record set for Floor 1, bonus 100 points. Huh, there's a bonus for breaking the record? Yuan An raised an eyebrow. 10 seconds decent enough. Proceed to Floor 2? Yes. Transferring to Floor 2. Outside on the plaza, the light screen refreshed. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new Floor 1 record, 10 seconds. Whenever someone cleared a floor or broke a record, golden letters flared across the tower for every challenger to see. That guy actually beat senior brother Tianqi's record? 10 seconds, that's 2 seconds faster. Come on, it's only the first floor. Senior brother set that record ages ago. Big deal. He walked in for the first time today and still broke it. Feel like trying? The critic fell silent. Trial Tower, Floor 2. Clear objective. Eliminate every spirit beast. Total beasts, 15. Minimum rank, Tier 1, Level 7. Maximum rank, Tier 2, Level 3. Current record holder, Lin Tianqi 50 seconds. Begin. Another swarm assault 15 beasts rushed in. Yuan An still withheld would release. But this time, chasing extra points, he entered Sage mode. Faint markings surfaced on his skin, speed, strength, and defense doubled at once. Flash. The electrified blade carved the air, crackling as it went. The tip speared the lead beast's chest, and lightning burst outward, dropping several nearby creatures in spasms. The rest never managed a full roar before their throats were severed. Floor 2 cleared in 40 seconds. First clear reward, 2,000 points. New record set for Floor 2, bonus 200 points. Floor 3 cleared in 1 minute. First clear reward, 3,000 points. New record set for Floor 3, bonus 300 points. Floor 4 cleared in 1 minute 25 seconds. First clear reward, for 1,000 points. New record set for Floor 4, bonus 400 points. Golden record notices flashed so rapidly across the tower's face that onlookers could scarcely keep up. Some were awed, some indignant, others speechless, but none dared underestimate the newcomer's name any longer. Trial Tower, Floor 61. While Lin Tianqi was locked in a brutal fight against a swarm of spirit beasts, a string of notifications suddenly echoed in his ears, alerts only he could hear. Yuan An was smashing every one of his records. Your Floor 1 record has been broken by Yuan An. Your Floor 2 record has been broken by Yuan An. Your Floor 3 record has been broken by Yuan An. Your Floor 4 record has been broken by Yuan An. Damn it. For records gone in an instant, and Lin Tianqi couldn't help but curse. To outsiders, he was handsome, warm-hearted, and undeniably top of the class. But those who truly knew him understood how fiercely competitive and how petty he could be. He was the first and only person to clear 60 floors of the Trial Tower, and he owned the fastest time on every single one of them. Those records were both proof of his strength and his proudest badge of honor. Whenever someone edged past him, he would storm back the next day and reclaim the record without fail. Now the freshman champion Yuan An had knocked down 4 of his times in one go, and Lin Tianqi hadn't even taken the newcomer seriously. Rage shot through him, and in that split second of distraction, the claws of a charging third-rank beast slashed toward his chest. Teeth clenched, he twisted aside. A blast of wind lifted his robe as the strike whistled past. Let me finish this floor, then I'll take every record back tomorrow. Steadying his mind, he dove back into the fray. Steel flashed, claws raked, and the clang of metal and snarls of beasts echoed across the high platform of Floor 61. Several floors below, Yuan An continued to clear stages at an unhurried pace. Floor 7 cleared. Time, 5 minutes. First clear reward, 7,000 points. Floor 7 record broken. Bonus, 700 points. Floor 8 cleared. Time, 7 minutes. First clear reward, 8,000 points. Floor 8 record broken. Bonus, 800 points. Floor 9 cleared. Time, 10 minutes. First clear reward, 9,000 points. Floor 9 record broken. Bonus, 900 points. Soon he reached Floor 10. They'll finish this one and call it a day, he murmured, checking the time. Spending all day in the tower was dull. There were plenty of new spots on campus still waiting for him. Trial Tower, Floor 10. Objective, eliminate all spirit beasts. Number of beasts, 10. Lowest level, rank 2 stage 7. Highest level, rank 3 stage 1. Current record holder, Lin Tianqi, 20 minutes. Begin. Higher floors ramped up the difficulty either by numbers or by strength. This one chose the latter. Yuan An preferred sweeping clears, but with only 10 tough opponents, he had to take them down one by one. He drew no ranged weapons, staying entirely in Sage mode. The scarlet Sharingan spun in his pupils, exposing every gap in the beast's attacks. With nothing but taijutsu and footwork, he wove through them like a gust of wind, every punch and kick landing squarely on a vital point. Bang! A rank 2 stage 7 spine-back tiger slammed into a stone wall, rubble spraying outward. A rank 3 stage 1 golden horn rhinoceros roared and charged. Yuan An vaulted over its head, both palms driving into the throat beneath its horn. He burst forth, and the massive creature crashed to the ground. One after another, the 10 beasts fell. Dust still hung over the shattered platform when the system message blinked into view. Floor 10 cleared. Time, 15 minutes. Clearing the 10th floor for the first time earned him 10,000 points, and smashing the floor record added another 1,000. The result was solid, exactly what Yuan An had hoped for. If he had used would release, he could have been even faster, but there was no need. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up, Tier 2, Level 8. Killing beasts granted both experience and monster cores, which was another reason Yuan An enjoyed the Trial Tower. By the time he reached the 10th floor, he had gained 2 levels and topped his system balance back up to 30,000 points, instantly returning to minor tycoon status. I should farm this place a few more times, he muttered. yet he still suppressed the urge to keep climbing. Instead, he ended the run and walked out of the tower. The moment he stepped outside, he felt every gaze in the plaza lock onto him. Shock and disbelief were written on the students' faces, leaving him puzzled. Xia Shuling hurried over, barely containing her excitement. Yuan An, you charged straight to the 10th floor and broke the record on every level? How did you know I broke the records? Whenever someone sets a new record, the whole academy is notified. So that's why? Realization dawned, and the staring finally made sense. Well done, young man. You really reached the 10th floor. Instructor Wu stood nearby, calm and composed, clearly no stranger to prodigies. Just lucky, Yuan An replied modestly. Instructor Wu chuckled and shook his head. The 10th floor isn't something luck can explain. Yuan An still insisted it was only luck, then walked off with Xia Shuling, leaving the upperclassmen in stunned silence. I watched him clear every floor from 1 to 10, and he crushed Lin Tianqi's record each time. Crazy, right? First day on campus, and he wipes out 10 of Senior Lin's records. Enjoy it while it lasts. Senior Lin will probably take them back tomorrow. The plaza buzzed with mixed reactions. Awe, disdain, even a little schadenfreude. Upperclassmen rarely treat freshmen as equals. Yuan An, just how strong are you? Xia Shuling finally asked as they walked. Neither the entrance test nor the trial tower had exposed his limits, which only made her more curious. I'm just a tier 2 ability user. How strong could I be? Yuan An answered innocently. I don't buy it. Your real combat power has to be tier 3, Xia Shuling insisted. Otherwise, how could he keep setting records? Yuan An shrugged. Either way, I'm nowhere near your level, instructor. Despite her youth, Xia Shuling was already a tier 4, level 1, Brank Wind wielder, which was why she could become a Shengjing Academy tutor so early. There's still a gap between us, the young instructor said, chin tilted up with a hint of pride. Yuan An only smiled. Soon the two of them arrived at another place as important as the trial tower within Shengjing Academy, the Ability Library. The Ability Library, as the name suggests, is a place where students can learn supernatural powers. More popular than the trial tower, it is packed with people today. The building has 3 floors, each matching a power tier: basic, intermediate, and advanced. As she led the way, Xia Shuling explained, basic abilities cost 1,000 points, intermediate 5,000, and advanced 10,000. That's steep? Yuan An raised an eyebrow. Fortunately, he had just collected the first clear reward for the tower's first 10 floors, leaving him with tens of thousands of points, enough to cover the entry fee. Xia Shuling added softly, advanced skills are far stronger, and the academy invests heavily in them, so the price can't be helped. They stepped inside. The structure formed concentric rings, with corridors linking each ring to the next, and the 3 floors stacked above one another. The first floor was the busiest, crammed with people. The second was roomier. The third was almost empty, with only a few students scattered about. Feel free to look around. I have something else to handle. Guiding him to the entrance, Xia Shuling turned and left. Thank you, instructor. Yuan An watched her go, then began browsing on his own. The ground floor held only basic abilities, cheap, abundant, and comprehensive, designed for first and second tier users. After flipping through a few volumes without interest, he headed straight to the 3rd floor. This trip, he meant to choose skills that would truly matter. Although he had awakened ocular and wood affinities, his spiritual energy covered the 5 classical elements: wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. In theory, he could therefore learn any derivative art, including ice, magma, and other hybrids. Noise fell away as he stepped onto the 3rd floor. In the vast space, only 20 or 30 students moved quietly among the shelves, the air filled with nothing but the rustle of turning pages. Compared with the market-like bustle below, this level felt like a hidden oasis. Unhurried, Yuan An drifted past the strength, puppet, and illusion sections before stopping at the elemental aisle. Wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, the 5 elemental shells were all present, yet each held only a few books. Advanced abilities were not only difficult to learn, but scarce as well. Even Shengjing Academy, one of the 4 premier schools of the Xinxia Empire, owned only a few hundred advanced volumes in total, barely a dozen per discipline. Not many at all, he muttered, pulling out a random book. The cover read, Water Arts Twin Flood Domain, Advanced. Yuan An opened the ability manual and found a detailed diagram of spiritual energy circulation accompanied by an illusion that served as a tutor. Everything beyond the first page was blocked by a bold pay to unlock notice. That lone page existed merely as a trial, allowing readers to judge whether they possessed the aptitude to cultivate the skill. After clearing 10 floors of the trial tower, Yuan An had saved more than 60,000 credits, yet he was still reluctant to spend them rashly. He decided to compare a few more manuals before making up his mind. As he moved slowly along the shelves, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a sandalwood box. 4 gilded characters were carved on the lid: Water Element Genesis, Star Rain. Beneath them, a bright red warning read, Forbidden. A forbidden level technique? Yuan An's eyebrows twitched. Anything labeled forbidden was never simple. He carefully lifted the box and opened it. A blinding golden light burst forth, making the shelves around him gleam. Resting inside was a thick manual that glowed faintly. Holding his breath, Yuan An picked it up and turned to the first page. An incredibly intricate spiritual diagram filled his vision, its crisscrossing lines as dense as a spider's web. Without sufficient insight, anyone who redeemed this book would be left with an expensive ornament. One glance made his temples throb. He gritted his teeth and activated the Sharingan. The 3D pattern spun to life, and his visual prowess rose exponentially. The once blurred pathway sharpened into focus. His brain still ached, but the map was now legible, which meant it was learnable just extremely difficult. He checked the price tag, 50,000 credits. Yuan An muttered to himself, well, that figures. A forbidden technique comes with a forbidden price. Yet the higher the value, the greater the potential. Without hesitation, he closed the book, tucked it under his arm, and headed for the counter. An elderly man wearing reading glasses was hunched over a novel at the desk. When Yuan An handed him the manual, the old man cast a casual glance, and his cloudy eyes brightened. Adjusting his glasses, he asked in surprise, son, are you sure you picked the right book? This is a forbidden level technique. Do you think you can handle it? The doubt was not personal. Over the years, plenty of students and even instructors had tried to master forbidden techniques, all to no avail. Not even the headmaster had succeeded. And with a price tag of 50,000 credits, failure meant losing everything. The old man pressed on. Are you really not afraid to waste all those credits? Yuan An replied firmly, I'm certain, sir. Seeing the young man's determination, the elder relented. Then give me your student card. He glanced at the name as he swiped the card and deducted 50,000 credits from Yuan An's account. Handing it back, he offered a solemn reminder. The manual is now bound to you by a personal seal. You are the only one who can open it, so don't lose it. Understood. Thank you, sir. Yuan An pocketed both the card and the manual, then turned and left without hesitation. Watching him go, the old man murmured, that's the 13th student this year to buy a forbidden technique. The first 12 all failed Yuan An, top of this year's freshman class. Quite the spirit. He sighed in admiration, then lowered his head and returned to his own book. In his dorm room, Yuan An could barely contain his excitement. The moment the ability manual was in his hands, he flipped straight to the later pages and began to study. The back half of the book was filled with meridian diagrams, 5 pages, 5 illustrations. Each looked like frenzied graffiti, thousands of lines crossing in a dizzying web. In theory, it was simple. Decipher the paths, and the power would be yours. In practice, it was torture. Even a fifth-year Esper struggled to focus on a single diagram, let alone absorb the entire book. No wonder it carried the forbidden class label. Yuan An stretched, then activated his Mangekyo Sharingan without hesitation. His powerful gaze swept over the page like a spotlight. The tangled strokes instantly resolved into a clear network, every meridian laid bare. That was why he dared approach a forbidden ability at all. Without the Sharingan, he would have backed off. But with it, forbidden no longer felt unreachable. The next morning, Xia Shuling knocked as usual, a steaming breakfast in hand. When she opened the door, Yuan An's bloodshot eyes and ghastly complexion startled her. Yuan An, what did you do last night? You look terrible. Huh? Oh, nothing. I was studying an ability and accidentally pulled an all-nighter, he said, stifling a yawn. Once he hit his stride, he couldn't stop, so he stayed up until dawn and finished the entire Genesis Starfall. Xia Shuling frowned. What kind of training needs that much punishment? Ever heard of work-life balance? Eat, then get some sleep. She had no idea he had just mastered a forbidden class skill. If she had, her jaw would have dropped. Got it. Thanks, teach. Yuan An took the food, scarfed it down, and wanted to test his new power immediately, but a wave of exhaustion overwhelmed him and he collapsed into bed. The record you set on floor 1 has been broken by Lin Tianqi. The record you set on floor 2 has been broken by Lin Tianqi. The record you set on floor 3 has been broken by Lin Tianqi. The record you set on floor 4 has been broken by Lin Tianqi. The system's monotone echoed through the dorm, jolting Yuan An awake. It took him 2 seconds to process it. Lin Tianqi? Trial tower records? Wasn't that guy pushing for floor 61? Why was he farming the early stages again? Irritated at being woken up, he checked the time. Noon. 5 or 6 hours of sleep was enough? Since he was awake, he might as well head back to the tower. After washing up, he hurried to the trial tower. The place was always packed, but his supreme rating let him skip the line. The instant he stepped onto the plaza, countless eyes locked onto him. Look, that's Yuan An, the one who dared break Senior Lin's records yesterday? Exactly. Lin just reclaimed the board, and now he's back again. Is he crazy? He actually thinks he can go head-to-head with senior brother Lin? Please, this world is full of idiots. Compared with yesterday's shock, the trainees gathered outside the trial tower looked far more relaxed today. Most were simply here for the show. When it came to Lin Tianqi versus Yuan An, they backed Lin Tianqi without hesitation. Mocking eyes and jeers flew like needles, yet Yuan An's face remained blank. His goal today was simple: farm money, farm points, farm experience. He had no time for ego. Kid, you're back, Instructor Wu. who oversaw the tower, recognized him at once and greeted him with a genial smile. So how are we doing this? Start from the first floor and break every record again, or jump straight to the 11th. 11th floor, Yuan An replied. Records held no charm for him. If he happened to break one, so be it. After paying the entry fee, he vanished in a flash of white light. Trial Tower Floor 11. Objective: eliminate all monsters. Number of monsters: 15. Lowest rank: Tier 2, Level 7. Highest rank: Tier 3, Level 1. Current record holder: Lin Tianqi. 10 minutes. Challenge begins. That 10-minute record had been set by Lin Tianqi only yesterday. Yuan An raised his eyes. 15 beasts fanned out in a semicircle, their roars making the air trembly, a perfect test bed for his new ability. He drew a long breath, hands weaving rapid seals. A water blue magic circle bloomed at his feet. An even larger one appeared overhead, directly above the monsters. Genesis Starfall. The instant the array completed, a downpour crashed from the sky, dark and deep as a pocket-sized galaxy. Every drop became a steel spike in free fall. SCCT boom, boom, boom. Each impact detonated on contact. Flesh and bone were pierced in a blink. Even the thick-armored beasts known for defense didn't last a full second before collapsing. All 15 died in an instant, leaving only scattered bloodstains and rising steam. Floor 11 cleared time, 5 minutes. First clear reward, 11,000 points. Record break bonus, 1,100 points. Wow, that's some firepower. No wonder it's a forbidden grade ability, Yuan An muttered, eyeing the system prompt. Genesis Starfall's damage far exceeded his expectations, and he suspected it still wasn't at full strength. The only drawback was its massive energy drain. At Tier 2, Level 8, one cast sapped most of his power unless he activated Sage Mode. With Sage Mode, cost wouldn't be an issue. Alright, let's see how high Genesis Starfall can take me today. Battle light flared in his eyes as he triggered the teleport again for another sprint up the tower. Outside, the onlookers stared at the freshly updated record on the tower's display. One by one, they fell silent. Congratulations to Lin Tianqi for setting a new record on Floor 11. Time: 8 minutes. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on Floor 11. Time: 5 minutes. The two notices landed less than 30 seconds apart. The metallic female voice echoing through the trial tower's lobby had yet to fade when the second message slammed into everyone's ears, sending heads snapping upward. Faces turned toward one another in disbelief. Lin Tianqi had barely finished updating his own record, and Yuan An had already stomped on it with a far more staggering result. The same thought flashed through every spectator's mind. Talk about rubbing it in. Everyone knew Lin Tianqi was fiercely competitive. He refused to let anyone claim a single level of the tower. Just last night, he had pushed the best times for the first 10 floors to the brink of human limits and thought himself untouchable. No one expected an unknown freshman like Yuan An to not only shatter all 10 records yesterday, but also stalk Lin's heels today, cutting down each fresh record the moment it appeared. To the crowd, this was more than record-breaking. It was a public slap in Lin Tianqi's face. Voices buzzed across the lobby. Yuan An's got some nerve, huh? He's giving Lin Tianqi zero room to breathe. I heard Lin's already Tier 4, Stage 1. Even Tier 3 beasts can't stop him, yet he's still 3 minutes slower? Yesterday Yuan averaged 10 minutes a floor, but today it's 5 flat. Was he holding back, or did Lin Tianqi light a fire under him? The chatter kept rolling while new notices followed. Congratulations to Lin Tianqi for setting a new record on Floor 12. Time: 8 minutes. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on Floor 12. Time: 5 minutes. Congratulations to Lin Tianqi for setting a new record on Floor 13. Time: 9 minutes. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on Floor 13. Time: 5 minutes. Realizing someone was right on his heels, Lin Tianqi went all out. 8 minutes. 9 minutes. She was running at his absolute limit, his ragged breathing visible even through the live feed. Yet from Floor 11 onward, Yuan An's times never shifted. 5 minutes, on the dot, not a second more. That timing is freaky, like he's keyed to a stopwatch, someone muttered. Cheating? Another whispered, then glanced up at the floating overseer. Tampering inside the trial tower was nearly impossible. Even against swarms of Tier 3 monsters, a Tier 4, Stage 1 fighter like Lin Tianqi couldn't guarantee instant kills. But on screen, Yuan An moved like a shadow, slipping through gaps, every strike harvesting a vital point, keeping the clock pinned under 5 minutes. The harder Lin pushed, squeezing one run down to 6 minutes, the more that unmoving 5-minute wall felt like an iron gate. Higher floors meant stronger beasts, harsher terrain, and shaving off even a second was torture. The minute-plus gap might as well have been a canyon. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on Floor 15. Time: 5 minutes. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on Floor 16. Time: 5 minutes. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on Floor 17. Time: 5 minutes. When the notice for Floor 17 sounded, Lin Tianqi's name was no longer on the record board. He hadn't quit. He simply could no longer touch Yuan An's terrifying 5-minute benchmark. On the big screens, Lin was still battling furiously, but his progress bar had been overtaken and was falling further behind with every passing second. From here on, Lin Tianqi can't catch up, and we're only in the teens. There are still more than 10 floors left. Amid the whispering, Yuan An's silhouette grew ever more enigmatic and dangerous. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on floor 18. Time, 5 minutes. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on floor 19. Time, 5 minutes. The rapid-fire announcements hammered at everyone's chests like drumbeats. On screen, monster levels had climbed to the peak of Tier 3, while jungles, lava caverns, and storm-racked plateaus rotated as battlefields. Yet Yuan An's clear time stayed frozen at 5 minutes, as if he had already reduced the entire tower to a solvable equation. After floor 19, Lin Tianqi's name never appeared again. Some noticed his departing figure, shoulders trembling whether from exhaustion or rage, no one could tell. Whatever he felt, it couldn't slow Yuan An's relentless march. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on floor 29. Time, 5 minutes. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on the 30th floor, clearing it in 6 minutes. Not until the 30th floor did his lightning-fast assault begin to slow, as the blanket damage of Genesis Starfall could no longer wipe out the monsters in an instant. Trial Tower, floor 31. Objective, eliminate every beast. Enemies, 10, ranging from Tier 3 Level 2 to Tier 3 Level 7. Current record holder, Lin Tianqi, time 1 hour. Timer started. Silver starlight exploded from Yuan An's palm, and a torrent of Genesis Starfall cascaded over the arena, shredding most of the Tier 3 beasts in a heartbeat. Yet against the heavily armored Tier 3 Level 7 monster, the storm lost its edge. The brute powered through the barrage and rolled out of the lethal downpour. Yuan An's eyes hardened. He flicked his fingers, sending 2 diamond-shaped darts screaming through the air. They pierced the creature's eyes with surgical accuracy, and the giant crashed to the floor. Floor 31 cleared in 6 minutes and 10 seconds. First clear reward, 31,000 points. New record on floor 1 as well, additional 3,100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host advanced to Tier 2 Level 10. In one session he had swept 20 floors, jumping from Tier 2 Level 8 to Tier 2 Level 10, now only a step away from Tier 3. He glanced at the timer. Exactly 2 hours. Points and beast cores alike had piled up nicely. In trial, Yuan An walked out of the tower, and every eye snapped toward him. The shock in the crowd was almost tangible. Instructor Wu was the first to step forward, pressing a heavy points card into his hand with a knowing smile. Kid, you went hard today. From the looks of it, you're still nowhere near your limit. Been hiding your strength, haven't you? Even Instructor Wu had to marvel at the FET 31 floors, record-shattering times, and a streak of first clears, all hinting that the youngster had yet to truly cut loose. Yuan An gave a mild smile. It was all right, just lucky. Just then Lin Tianqi emerged from the tower. He had planned to reset every record and put the summit out of Yuan An's reach, only to find the bar lifted to a brand new height. To him, it was an intolerable humiliation. Under the public gaze, Lin Tianqi's face darkened like a powder keg on the verge of ignition, and everyone waited for the fireworks. Junior brother, not bad today. He stepped up to Yuan An, voice calm on the surface, but the rage and frost in his eyes nearly spilled over. To keep up appearances, he had to choke it down. Yuan An nodded slightly. I should thank you for yielding, senior brother. Lin Tianqi's lips twitched. He swallowed his anger and let out a cold laugh. 30 floors isn't enough. I hope one day you can reach 60 so we can meet at the summit. He raised his voice on the last sentence, and the crowd's eyes burned. The standing record of 60 floors was Lin Tianqi's own, a mark far from easy to break. Thanks, senior brother. He'll surpass you. Yuan An's tone was casual, as though stating a fact. The onlookers stared, mouths agape. He actually said it. Heh, we'll see about that. Lin Tianqi threw out the words and strode away. Ding. All monster cores sold for 50,000 energy points. Current balance, 101,100. The moment Yuan An stepped back into his dorm, he had the system convert every core head earned today into points. The figure on the screenshot passed 100th. The Sanda windfall like nothing had ever seen. He took a steadying breath, closed the pop-up, and tapped into the mystery shop. Rows of exclusive skills lit up like neon signs. Barrier technique, Uchiha blazing formation, 7,000 points. Sage mode, second stage, 10,000 points. Sealing technique, Reaper death seal, 10,000 points. 8 gates, 50,000 points. Skip the Reaper seal for now. He'll take the rest, he decided, placing the order without hesitation. Ding. 67,000 energy points deducted. You have obtained barrier technique, Uchiha blazing formation, Sage mode second stage, and 8 gates. His balance plunged, yet he felt no sting of regret. Riding the momentum, he spent the remaining 30-odd thousand points as well. Ding. 5,000 points deducted. You have obtained wood release, cutting technique. Ding. 10,000 points deducted. You have obtained wood release. Wood golem technique. Ding. 10,000 points deducted. You have obtained wood release. Ranking technique. Ding. 10,000 points deducted. You have obtained Mangekyo Sharingan. Kagetsuchi. Kagetsuchi grants full control over Amaterasu's black flames. Offensive and defensive, the system reminded him. Usage limit, 0.5. Vision will be permanently lost after the limit is reached. Please use with caution. A new prompt followed immediately. Congratulations. You now meet the requirements to redeem the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yuan An's brow shot up. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? He opened the details at once. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, 100,000 energy points. Note, once redeemed, no other Mangekyo abilities can be purchased. If you want additional ocular skills, buy them first, then fuse. So I can grab every eye technique I want, then synthesize the Eternal Mangekyo afterward. The thought sent a thrill through him. Had been at Sharingan Academy only 3 days, yet clearing 30 floors of the trial tower had already earned him over 100,000 points. If he could conquer all 108 floors, he could buy almost anything. Fired up, Yuan An resolved to hit the tower again tomorrow and blaze straight through. The excitement stayed with him through his shower and right into bed. Clutching the blanket, he drifted off planning future purchases. He woke early the next morning, sensing something missing. A moment later he realized it was Xia Shuling's breakfast. For the past 3 days, she had appeared uninvited each morning, leaving a steaming meal at his door. Yuan An had never asked for it, yet had grown used to that warm gesture. Seeing no breakfast today, he paused, then guessed she was busy and thought no more of it. He fixed himself a simple meal: warm milk, a fried egg, and 2 slices of toast, then washed the dishes. After a quick tidy-up, Yuan An set off for the trial tower. He was brimming with energy. The moment he opened the door, the scene outside nearly made Yuan An take a step back. 2 people were waiting for him. Besides Xia Shuling, there was another familiar face, Feng Weifeng, the vice president of Sharingan Academy. The word vice was purely nominal. Within the academy, he was practically the highest decision-maker and seldom appeared unless the matter was as critical as the entrance examinations. Good morning, Ms. Xia, Vice President Feng. Though surprised, Yuan An greeted them calmly. Yuan An, Vice President Feng has an assignment for you, Xia Shuling said directly. An assignment? Yuan An froze for a moment. She had mentioned that urgent missions might come up, but she never said Feng Weifeng would ask for him in person. Yuan An, we meet again. Feng Weifeng's smile was warm. We have a very important task and need your help. Could you come with me? With the vice president standing at his door, Yuan An could hardly refuse. It's an honor to have your trust, sir. Haha, good. Follow me. Feng Weifeng laughed heartily and led the way. The 3 walked down the wide campus avenue. Morning sunlight filtered through the trees, scattering pale gold across the stone path. Whenever students caught sight of Feng Weifeng from a distance, they hurried forward to offer greetings. Yet the deeper they moved into the grounds, the fewer people they saw, until the walkways were empty. Sharingan Academy's true core, the Operations Division, lay hidden in this quiet corner. The Operations Division was a razor-sharp unit found in every top-tier academy. It gathered the best combat power to handle the institution's most difficult affairs. This way, Feng Weifeng pushed open a heavy metal door and ushered them into a spacious conference room. Yuan An glanced around. Several people were already seated. Familiar faces included Lin Tianqi, Zhao Mei, and Bai Tianquan. The other students were strangers, but judging by their auras, they were senior classmates on par with Lin Tianqi. With a dozen elite fighters gathered, the air itself felt heavy. Yuan An's arrival drew mixed reactions. Lin Tianqi's mouth twitched, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Bai Tianquan and Zhao Mei, never friendly to Yuan An, were openly displeased. The unfamiliar students looked on with curiosity. All right, everyone's here, take a seat. Feng Weifeng moved to the head of the table, and the meeting began. 2 masked members of the Operations Division guarded the entrance, while 4 more stationed themselves around the room, sealing off all outside noise. Tension tightened at once. They'll keep the briefing short. Feng Weifeng raised his hand, and a projector lit up. Images of abyssal beasts appeared one after another: ferocious fangs, knotted muscles, savage eyes. You've all encountered abyssal beasts before. Right now, they pose the greatest threat to humanity. The abyss sits at the far northern edge of the world, well beyond the Xinxia Empire's borders, yet its activity has grown increasingly frequent these past years. Recently, its influence began spreading. At the frontier between Xinxia and the Los Empire, a small abyssal teleportation array has formed, and beasts are pouring through without end. The projection shifted to a bleak, snow-covered wilderness centered on a swirling black vortex. Deep violet energy pulsed inside the rift, and every few seconds a beast crawled out. A chill seemed to seep from the screen itself. Feng Weifeng faced them once more, his voice steady but commanding. Your mission is to destroy that teleportation array. We're supposed to fight real abyssal beasts? The moment Feng Weifeng finished speaking, uneasy murmurs rippled through the hall. How savage were those creatures? They had only been at the academy a few days. Could they truly handle them? Bai Tianquan wiped sweat from his palm and whispered to himself. The nightmare of the final entrance test was still vivid. Except for Yuan An. Everyone had endured 2 straight hours in the abyssal domain. The suffocating despair seared into their memories. Now they were being sent against genuine abyssal beasts. It felt far too sudden. Humph. Fledglings are still fledglings, already going soft before setting out? Lin Tianqi leaned against the wall, voice icy and eyes full of scorn. A few upperclassmen behind him folded their arms and laughed. Headmaster, a handful of us is plenty. Freshmen will only drag us down. Lin Tianqi ignored Fong Weifeng's presence, letting his words linger on Yuan An. Since their last encounter, Lin had offered him no courtesy at all. Fong Weifeng remained calm. This operation has 2 goals: destroy the teleport array and temper yourselves. They may be new, but they performed well in the assessment and didn't break in the 4th round of the abyssal domain. Take them and sharpen one another. When facing beasts, unity is essential. He ended the debate with a clap. That's final. We leave in 30 minutes. Yes, sir. Everyone knew the decision was fixed and fell silent. Half an hour later, the team gathered at the operations wing. Fong Weifeng and several instructors already had their gear in place. One last reminder. The mission is dangerous. Everyone's safety comes first. Lin Tianqi, you're in command. Fong Weifeng handed him a palm-sized, gray-silver talisman. A spatial return seal. Activate it once the job is done, and we'll pull you back. Understood. The group answered in unison. The instructors formed seals, and a jet-black teleport circle roared open like a gate swallowing starlight. Hearts pounding with a blend of dread and excitement, the squad stepped through one by one. The world warped at dizzying speed. It felt as if they'd been hurled into a massive wind tunnel. Moments later, the vertigo eased, and they stood in a dim forest. The place reeked of death. Withered trunks, charred and cracked as if scorched by invisible fire, crowded the ground. Not a trace of green remained. The air was thick with decay and a biting chill, the same corrosive abyssal aura they all remembered. Are we already near the array? Bai Tianquan swallowed hard, tightened his grip on his weapon, and scanned the shadowed woods. Beside him stood the other freshmen, Zhao Mei and Yuan An from White Dragon Academy, along with several from Tiger Academy. Hong Lai, Lin Hai, and Zhou Jilin were all ranked in the top 5 overall. What's the matter, scared already? Hong Lai flicked the bangs across his forehead, arrogance etched into his features as he sensed Bai Tianquan's nerves. If you're that frightened, stay put so you don't wet yourself, Lin Hai added with a chilly laugh. They might all be wearing the badge of Shengjing Academy now, but Bailong Academy and Menghu Academy had always been rivals. During the entrance trials, Bailong had edged out Menghu for the first time, a slight that still stung, so a few words were all it took to ignite the tension. Don't look down on me. We'll see who wets his pants first. Bai Tianquan shot back, chin jutted defiantly. Enough. Quit squabbling, rookies. Lin Tianqi, who was leading the group, barked over his shoulder. Arrogant and openly hostile toward Yuan An, he treated the other freshmen with the same contempt, and his shout silenced everyone at once. Glancing around, Lin Tianqi pulled out the map Fong Weifeng had given him. We link up with the delegation from the Ross Empire first. Follow me. For dozens of li, the withered forest looked as if every trace of life had been drained away. Branches were ashen, leaves long since fallen. Mangled bodies of spirit beasts lay along the path, their flesh pitch black and bones twisted by abyssal energy, their death masks frozen in torment as though they had endured hell itself. A howling wind cut through the trees, damp and bone-deep, raising goose flesh. Roar! A handful of beasts burst from the front, eyes glowing crimson, fangs bared, bodies wreathed in swirling black-violet abyssal aura. Abyssal beasts. The group stiffened and drew their weapons as one. Thankfully, these mutants were only Tier 2, far weaker than the ones they had faced during the assessment, and the oppressive field around them was accordingly lighter. Seeing the freshmen's pale faces, Lin Tianqi smirked. Watch and learn, hatchlings. This is how your seniors fight. With that, he and several upperclassmen lowered their stances and rushed into the fray. In fewer than 10 exchanges, black blood splattered everywhere, and every abyssal beast lay dead. For students who had survived 2 or 3 years at Shengjing Academy, fights like this were routine. They wiped their blades with practiced calm, not the least bit rattled. Following the map, the party made its way to the rendezvous point chosen by the Ross Empire. The place was comparatively less eerie. Sunlight even filtered through the broken canopy in spots, easing the mood a notch. We rest here. Once the people from Ross arrive, we move together, Lin Tianqi said, planting himself on a boulder. There was no room for discussion in his voice. The others sank to the ground, but Yuan An remained standing, eyes darting through the dense trees. We can't stay. What? Lin Tianqi arched an eyebrow, thinking he had misheard. Then he snorted. Trying to play captain? I said we rest, so we rest. Still scanning their surroundings, Yuan An spoke in a low voice. Something's off. We should leave, now? Listen to him. Acting like he runs the squad, Lin Tianqi sneered, his voice turning colder. Breaking a few records in the trial tower has gone straight to your head, kid. The very next instant the underbrush thrashed violently, and more than a dozen twisted black figures lunged out of the forest. They were not beasts at all, but humans warped by the abyss. The abyss is a dark force that dramatically augments a beast's power, yet strips it of reason, turning it into a blood-crazed engine of slaughter. Only creatures that are already frighteningly strong can keep the power from spiraling out of control and mold it into the terror known as an abyssal beast. But the abyss does not favor monsters. Alanite can corrupt humans as well. Yuan An's team was now ringed by enemies, humans who had fallen to the abyss. Their pupils burned crimson, a haze of black energy cloaked their bodies, and the temperature around them seemed to plunge to freezing. "Wait there from the Los Empire," a senior sister gasped, voice cracking as she recognized the emblem on the attackers' chests. The others followed her gaze. Every uniform bore the imperial insignia. Allies who should have joined forces with Yuan and had become puppets of the abyss. A bestial roar cut off any further thought. The corrupted soldiers charged, the air splitting with the sound of rending wind. "Engage!" Lin Tianqi barked. The ground blasted apart beneath his feet as he rocketed forward, fist howling toward the leading abyss-touched warrior, a Tier 2, Level 5 powerhouse. The blow hurled the man back several meters, yet he paused only half a heartbeat before lunging again, his strength-type physique now driven to monstrous limits by the abyss. The others attacked in unison. Breath of divine wind. Chains of sacred water. Manipulate. 10,000 span blade. 3-foot frost. In an instant, multicolored powers lit up the night. The mindless foes, however, were no shambling corpses. Abyssal energy reshaped their skills. Abyssal tempest. Abyssal spiral. Abyssal inferno. The two sides collided beneath the forest canopy. Firestorms tangled with sheets of ice, trunks snapped at the base, and scorched earth sprayed in all directions. The abyss amplified its hosts far beyond normal limits. After only a few exchanges, Zhao Mei and the others felt their own essence unraveling under the pressure. Across from Lin Tianqi, the Los Empire squad captain had once been Tier 4, Level 1, but with the abyss surging through him, his combat power climbed to Tier 4, Level 3 or 4. Their clash was brutal and direct, fist against fist. Lin Tianqi's strikes scored 80 points of damage, yet the captain absorbed them and answered with 100 of his own. In less than half a minute, Lin's face was battered and swollen, while the abyss-touched man seemed numb to pain. The rest of the team faced similar suppression by opponents of equal rank. Only Yuan An stood apart, the lone member capable of turning the tables. His adversary, a Tier 2, Level 10 weapon master, controlled 3 flying knives that hovered and darted with near-perfect precision, their edges gleaming in the dark. Against anyone else, those blades would have dictated the fight, but their master had met Yuan An. Whoosh! The trio of knives fanned out, sealing all vital angles. The shrill whistle of steel filled Yuan An's ears as killing intent crackled like static. He tightened his grip on the standard-issue thunder dagger, shifted his stance, and gathered strength in his wrist. Clang! Metal rang through the open valley, sparks scattering in the gloom. The 3 knives shattered under a single sweeping cut. His short dagger now housed a 3rd rank, Level 10 lightning demon core, elevating its power to a whole new realm. Lightning crackled along the blade, snapping like a living creature under Yuan An's fingertips. The man opposite flicked his wrist. The row of airborne throwing knives snapped in half. Unfazed, he yanked the broken shards forward with pure will, flinging them at Yuan An once more. Whoosh! Yuan An blurred into a gust of wind, slipped past every shard, and materialized in front of the man. The silver edge pierced straight through his heart, and electricity detonated. Lightning obliteration. Sparks roared as the core's power poured out. Thick arcs rampaged through the man's body, shredding his life force in an instant. Before the glow faded, Yuan An's hands flashed through seals. Wood style, wood dragon. Boom. The ground split. A ferocious wooden dragon burst forth, knife-edged scales gleaming, and a roar shaking the air. Its massive body swept the field, swatting abyss-tainted humans into bloody mist. It lunged again, biting the fighter who had been battling Lin Tianqi until only shattered bones remained. The fight ended in a heartbeat. Only then did the others look back and realize the rescuer was Yuan, and respect and gratitude flickered in their eyes. "Kid, who asked you to meddle?" The lone ungrateful voice was Lin Tianqi's. Dusting off his coat, he barked, "Think you're some hotshot? Think would have lost without you?" Yuan An shrugged. "Never said that." Lin Tianqi's chest heaved, but a teammate tugged his arm. "Tianqi, we need to report our progress. Do we keep going?" They were supposed to rendezvous with the Los Empire squad, but that team was wiped out. Only their group remained. Lin Tianqi clenched his fist. "Of course we continue. Even without the Los Empire team, we can finish the mission. Move out." As captain, he forced himself to sound confident. Yuan An's earlier heroics still stuck in his throat. The others hesitated, then followed. The rest of the journey was calm. A few ordinary beasts blocked the path and were swiftly dispatched. At last they reached their target, the abyssal teleportation array. The night-shadowed lake was cold and silent. For colossal pillars jutted from the water, their surfaces etched with dense black runes. Energy pulsed from the glyphs, weaving a pitch-black vortex in the center. The very breath of the abyss rolled out, tightening every chest. So that's the array, Zhao Mei whispered. How do we destroy it? Lin Tianqi lifted a hand. Easy. Get close. Toss in the explosive vials. Blow it sky high. Yuan An's gaze sharpened, and he slowly shook his head. We should strike from range with abilities. That thing's deadly, don't get too close. You're not the captain. Lin Tianqi snorted. Want me to follow your plan? Fine, you go first. If you want to die, go alone. I'm not joining. Yuan An's tone stayed calm. Veins bulged on Lin Tianqi's forehead. I'm the captain, how dare you disobey? Orders that stupid aren't worth obeying, Yuan An replied evenly. Lin Tianqi's face darkened. Back at Shengjing Academy, he was always flattered, never contradicted. Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted from the abyssal teleportation array ahead. A deafening boom erupted from the abyssal teleportation array ahead. A colossal hand, so dark it seemed to twist the very air, thrust out from the formation's center. The lines on its palm resembled the abyss itself. The hand alone spanned over 10 meters, and its sudden appearance felt like an ancient seal being torn open. Everyone's breath caught, their faces drained of color. Run! Someone screamed. Instinct took over, and the crowd spun around, sprinting without looking back. Yet after only a step they realized it was already too late. Demon God, a rasping, hollow whisper rolled across the land, slipping into every ear from all directions at once. A semi-transparent, pitch-black field spread from the giant hand, swallowing the battlefield in an instant. Boom! The temperature plummeted. Darkness, cold, and terror surged like a tide, freezing every spine. Descent. The low murmur sounded again, like a deity's verdict. The hand slammed downward, so heavy the ground seemed to liquefy. 3 students from Fierce Tiger Academy, caught at the edge, were flattened before they could move, their bodies crushed into pulp. Panic seized the survivors. They dashed back the way they had come, but after only a few steps Yuan An spotted a shimmering wall ahead, sealing their retreat. A barrier. Faces blanched. Behind them, the abyssal hand advanced once more. Clarity struck Yuan An. Now he understood why the Los Empire had fallen. This array was bait. It appeared to summon abyssal beasts, but in truth it lured defenders into a trap, erasing anyone who tried to destroy it. They had walked straight into the snare. We're trapped, what do we do? Zhao Mei's voice quivered, terror etched on her face. If we can't run, we fight. Lin Tianqi spun around, fists clenched, and roared. He drove both fists into the ground. Stone burst apart as towering pillars of rock shot up, ramming toward the abyssal hand. The remaining senior students attacked in concert. Divine Gale, Rampant Breath. Divine Fire, Qiongqi. Thunder Flash, Lightning Strike. Wind fused with flame, lightning braided through it, and a blazing vortex howled at the monstrous hand. With a thunderous impact it forced the black palm back, even gouging several meters from its surface. So it can bleed after all, Lin Tianqi shouted, triumphant. He never finished the thought. The ground erupted. Jagged obsidian spikes burst outward from the hand's center. Yuan An's Sharingan was already spinning. He tracked each spike's path and flickered through the gaps by a hair's breadth. The 2 seniors beside him weren't so fortunate. A spike speared upward, driving through both of them from below, pinning their bodies in the air like grotesque marionettes. Lin Tianqi's arm was ripped open by a flying arrow. Zhao Mei took a round straight through the shoulder, and Bai Tianqin's thigh was drilled clean through. The last senior, caught mid-dodge, lost his entire left arm in one brutal sweep. Blood sprayed everywhere, the scene almost unbearable. Their agonized screams overlapped, yet the abyssal giant hand above them simply flipped over and came crashing down again. If no one stopped it, death was the only possible outcome. Would release World of Trees creation. At the critical moment Yuan An finally moved. Pressing his palms together, he summoned massive trunks that burst from the ground, twisted into a living wall, and wrapped themselves around each finger of the energy-clad hand, forcing it to a halt. Boom! The living bulwark groaned under the strain, bark splitting as that monstrous power kept pushing. Even wood release couldn't lock it down. Cracks widened, fibers snapped one after another. It's this strong. Yuan An's brow tightened. The direct clash told him the hand's strength was at least 4th tier, level 5, and this was only a hand. Judging by its size, the creature it belonged to had to be colossal. One limb carried 4th tier power. The full beast might reach the 5th tier. At his present level, there was no way he could handle something like that. Call the dean now, he shouted when he saw Lin Tianqi and the rest frozen in shock. For all their swagger a moment ago, they were useless in real danger. Jolted awake, Lin Tianqi ignored the hit to his pride and fumbled out the spatial talisman Feng Weifeng had given him before departure. A burst of spirit energy would signal Feng to open the teleport array and pull them home. He poured power into the talisman. Chunk! Jet black spikes erupted from below. One enormous barb punched straight through Lin Tianqi's heart. More spears followed. breaking the surface in dense rows that left the already wounded team no room to dodge. Yuan An reacted fast, but even he caught a slash across the shoulder. The others weren't so lucky. The spikes impaled every one of them like pincushions. Total wipeout. Though Yuan An had never felt much fondness for them, watching them die so abruptly chilled him to the bone. This was real death. They still had no idea what they were facing, and they were already nearly annihilated. No more holding back. He entered Sage mode in an instant, Mangekyo Sharingan whirling as he locked onto the abyssal hand. The earth split again. Another massive palm had tunneled beneath him unnoticed. It shot up, closed around him, and squeezed. Damn! Yuan An struggled, failed, then shouted, Susanoo. Scarlet chakra flared around him. But before the armor could fully form, the two abyssal hands dragged him down into the yawning portal below. A spatial teleportation array. The talisman on the ground flared and crumbled to ash, and the once calm air rippled as if struck by an unseen fist. A shadowy gateway was forced open, flooding the forest with blinding silver blue light. One after another, figures stepped through the reinforcement squad from Shengjing Academy. Fang Weifeng at the front with Xia Shuling and the other instructors close behind. How long have Yuan An and the others been gone? If they triggered a teleportation talisman, something's seriously wrong, an instructor blurted, hard in his throat as he sprinted. They raced onward, yet still arrived too late. The sight froze them in place. Lin Tianqi and the other students lay in spreading pools of blood, bodies scattered at grotesque angles, the stench of iron thick in the air. All wiped out, a voice quavered. Damn it! Fang Weifeng roared, driving his fist into a thick tree trunk. Bark exploded and with chips flew rage he could no longer contain. These students were Shengjing Academy's brightest stars. Now every one of them was dead. Dean Fang, you said this mission wasn't dangerous. How did it end like this? The demand rang with grief and fury. The instructors stared at their prized pupils' lifeless faces, each breath like a hammer to the chest. Fang Weifeng stayed silent. Kneeling, he examined a wound. His frown deepened. This or a Xinyuan Demon General? Xinyuan Demon General? Faces went deathly pale. Xinyuan Demon Generals are the Abyss faction's sharpest blades, for beings at the peak of 5th tier. Empowered by the Abyss, they outmatch most foes of equal rank and, in every human-demon war, have slain dozens of human powerhouses. Here, aside from Fang Weifeng, anyone who met one would have been cannon fodder. Why would a Xinyuan Demon General be here? Are they trying to infiltrate the human continent for an inside job? An elderly instructor asked, voice trembling despite his effort to stay calm. We can't rule it out, Fang Weifeng said, scanning the area. But the trace's faint hit was projected through a teleportation array. The general itself never crossed over. If it had, other human powerhouses would have sensed it. Someone murmured, we shut down the abyssal gates, so they're stuck for now, but the cost was high. Silence spread through the forest. Shengjing Academy's mission was a complete catastrophe. Suddenly, Xia Shuling frowned. Dean Fang, Yuan and he's missing. Missing. Everyone looked around, but Yuan An's body was nowhere to be found. Everyone else is Hiranli, he's gone. Xia Shuling said, clinging to a shred of hope. Maybe he escaped? Hard to say, Fang Weifeng replied. Getting away from a Xinyuan Demon General, even I wouldn't bet on it, let alone a freshman. Spread out and search. Clear any abyssal beasts nearby, Fang Weifeng ordered. Yes, sir. The instructors scattered, footsteps crunching through dead leaves. None of them knew that Yuan An was indeed alive, but he was already far from this battlefield. Everything around him was blurry. Yuan An felt as though he had fallen into a mire. Thick sludge pressed in on all sides, dragging him downward. He tried to move but couldn't. Cold and darkness surged over him like seawater, pinning him in place. Suddenly a bucket of ice-cold water crashed over his head, the droplets sliding down his neck and into his collar like countless needles that forced him awake. Yuan in pride opened his heavy eyelids and found himself in a narrow, blindingly bright cell. He was strapped to a metal cruciform rack, wrists and ankles bound by chains etched with sealing runes that suppressed his spiritual power so completely he could not even bend a finger. Within a few heartbeats he grasped his situation had been captured. Whether by humans or abyssal beasts, he could not yet tell. Awake? A cool, slightly youthful voice came from the side. Yuan An turned and saw a girl perched on a low stool. His first instinct was to decide whether she was human or demon. He had, after all, fallen into the hands of abyssal beasts. This should have been their lair. Yet the girl carried no hint of the abyss. She was unmistakably human. Who are you? He asked, even as his eyes swept the room. The cell was square. Apart from the thick iron bars in front, the other three walls were smooth alloy plates. To his left a metal table hugged the wall, its surface neatly arranged with interrogation tools, pliers, a steel bowl of chilly water, whips of various widths, a half-burned red candle, everything you could imagine. At last his gaze settled on the girl. She looked 18 or 19, round-faced and petite, skin pale as jade, eyes bright, and teeth like pearls, a budding beauty, but she stirred no improper thoughts in him. Quick one, aren't you? Took you only a few seconds to size the place up. She saw right through him and gave a short snort. But it won't help. You're on abyss territory now. No one's coming, and you're not getting out. You're a human, aren't you? Why aren't you tied up? Yuan An shot back. Indeed, he sensed no abyssal aura from her. Her eyes flashed with mischief. Trying to fish for information? Don't bother. I get to stay here because my interrogation skills are exceptional. With that, she let her gaze glide over the tools, finally picking up a black leather whip. Her wrist flicked crack. The sharp report echoed off the alloy walls. A pretty girl brandishing a whip and volunteering to inflict a bit of pain might have seemed suggestively ludicrous, yet Yuan An harbored no such tastes. He could already tell the whip would not be merciful. You want a confession? Then start asking. His voice was calm. Ah. She hesitated, realizing she hadn't asked a question yet, a flicker of panic crossing her round face. It vanished almost instantly. She drew a breath and cracked the whip again, the sound bright and sharp, forcing herself to look fierce. Talk. Spill everything you know about Shengjing Academy. Our vice dean at Shengjing Academy is Feng Weifeng, a level 5 powerhouse. The moment Yuan An started talking, he couldn't stop. My mentor, Xia Shuling, is a level 4 esper. The academy has 300 to 400 instructors, most of them at level 4. Students are obviously weaker than the faculty. All of us studied at other academies in different cities at first. After multiple elimination rounds and Shengjing Academy's brutal entrance exam, we got in. In my year, over 1,000 applied, but only about 100 were accepted. The campus itself is absurdly large, pretty much a small city. There are hundreds of training grounds alone, and the dorms. He grew more animated, practically spraying saliva. At first the girl took careful notes, but halfway through she realized everything he was saying was useless trivia. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? She snapped. Didn't you tell me to spill everything about Shengjing Academy? I've barely begun. There's lots more. Want to hear it all? Yuan An spread his hands, looking innocent. Logically, such cooperation should merit leniency. I don't need this pointless drivel. I need valuable intel. The girl clenched her pen. Valuable intel? What's that? Yuan An feigned ignorance, then narrowed his eyes. By the way, what's your name? We should get acquainted. Lin, wait, no? The one asking questions. Stop changing the subject. She caught herself and bit her little canine tooth in anger. Oh, Shaolin. Got it. Yuan An nodded as though enlightened. Finally, the girl saw through him had been stalling from the start. Fury blazed in her eyes, her voice turning icy. Fine, you asked for it. My ability is built for interrogation. Even the hardest bones soften under it. She stepped closer. Her once clear eyes flashed gold, the glint oppressive enough to make one dizzy. Spirit Eye class. Yuan An's heart skipped a beat. Had never met another esper of his own subtype. She mistook his surprise for fear, her smile growing brighter. Scared now? Too late. Begging won't help you. Confess illusion, inquisition. Twin beams of golden light shot from her eyes, invisible power drilling into Yuan An's mind. His pupils contracted, his head drooped, and his body went limp. Name and origin, she commanded. Yuan An, citizen of the Xinxia Empire. His voice was hollow, mechanical. Satisfied the illusion had taken hold, she pressed on. Who's the strongest at Shengjing Academy? Current level? I don't know. You don't know? She froze. Her first instinct was that he was still being stubborn, but he was clearly under the spell. How could he still be lying? Looks like he really doesn't know. Then how many 5th-tier espers does Shengjing Academy actually have? Are they all on campus? The girl pressed. No idea. Nothing again. Then what intel do you have on 5th-tier powerhouses? She tried from a different angle, her tone growing urgent. Yuan An's answer was the same. None. How can you still not know? The girl exploded. You're a student and can't answer a single question. What's even inside that head of yours? Fury surging, she lunged at Yuan An, hand raised to slap him. The moment her fingers lifted, Yuan An snapped awake and jerked his head up. Crack. The chains on his wrists tore apart as he wrenched them free and clamped a hand around her pale neck. You weren't under the illusion? Her golden pupils contracted in shock. Yuan An looked anything but controlled. Forgot to mention illusions are my specialty, especially in the I-type branch. He gave a cold smile, his eyes shifting into scarlet Sharingan. Under those eyes, any illusion was a joke. Now it's my turn to extract information. Dark psychic power poured from his gaze as he cast an illusion on her. The girl showed no change. Golden irises flared, forcibly blocking the invasion. So your ocular power isn't weak either. Able to shrug off my illusion. Yuan An raised an eyebrow. Don't underestimate me. She spat, enduring his grip while chopping at him. Quosha razor-edged wind blade grazed Yuan An's shoulder and carved a 1-foot gash in the stone wall. I-type plus wind manipulation, a dual ability. Too bad you're still a step slow. Yuan An caught her wrist. Blue-white flames burst from the fingers of his other hand, and he slammed his palm onto her abdomen. Fire style, celestial prison. Scorching runes branded her skin in an instant. Agonizing heat flooded her, turning her face crimson. What did you do to me? A seal. Force your powers again and you'll burn to ash, Yuan An said flatly. You think I'll buy that? Ruthlessness flashed in her eyes as she tried to summon her energy. The seal fired at once. Searing pain like molten lava tore through her. Shuddering, she had to give up. Told you. She bit her lip, hatred blazing in her eyes. Just then, the iron door outside screeched open and footsteps drew near. Both froze. The girl dashed for the doorway, about to shout, "Hell!" Yuan An blurred forward, clapping a hand over her mouth. MMPH. Quiet, all of you. Stay where you are. Disobey, and you'll learn quickly what pain feels like. Night hung heavy over the prison as two sentries paced the damp, narrow corridor, boots slapping against the flagstones. When they reached Yuan An's cell, they paused to glance inside. "Miss, how's the interrogation going? Need us to lend a hand?" One of them asked politely, stepping up to the bars. Seated at the table with her back to the door, the girl replied coolly, "Almost done. He passed out too quickly, though, so we'll pick it up again once he comes to." Understood. The guards moved on, their batons tapping against iron doors, the metallic clatter fading down the passage and hinting that this was far from the only cell. What they didn't know was that the real girl was tied up beneath the table, while the figures sitting on the chair and the bound Yuan and beside her were nothing but wooden decoys animated by Yuan An's art. The cell was so cramped that the space under the table was the only hiding place, barely big enough for one person. To keep her silent, Yuan An had pinned the girl beneath him, one hand clamped over her mouth. "Listen to me," he whispered, his voice so soft it was colder than ice. "Do exactly as I say. If I'm exposed, you go down with me. Understand?" As he spoke, his fingers hardened into sharp wooden spikes that pressed against the smooth skin of her neck. Fury blazed in her eyes. She squirmed instinctively, trying to break free. Yuan An had been half crouched over her, but her struggling forced him to put his full weight on her, their faces almost touching, their breaths mingling. The softness he felt through their clothes stirred something in him, but he crushed the distraction at once. A faint floral scent rose from her hair, calming in other circumstances, yet now he focused only on the sounds outside. Farther down the corridor, the guards kept rapping on door after door, the echoes bouncing off the stone walls proof they were still making their rounds. If they walked in now, everything would be ruined. The girl's cheeks flushed under the intimate pressure. Shame and anger made her chest heave, but all she could manage were muffled whimpers behind his hand. "Do you want to die?" Yuan An's eyes darkened. The wooden spike nudged forward, nicking her skin. A bead of blood welled up, the sting freezing her in place. She finally understood he wasn't bluffing. If someone burst in, he wouldn't die alone. Feeling her body grow still beneath him, Yuan An allowed himself a silent breath of relief and tuned his attention back to the hallway. About 5 minutes later, the sentries retraced their route. Their footsteps approached, lingered, then faded away. He waited another 3 minutes until the passage lay in complete silence, and only then let out a slow, controlled exhale. But he didn't lower his guard against the girl beneath him. "I'm letting you go now," he warned. "But if you scream, they'll kill you before anyone can help." She made no sound, simply fixing him with ice-gray eyes. Her breathing was steady, as if she had already calmed down completely. Yuan An slowly moved the hand that had sealed her mouth, yet kept the wooden spike at her throat. True to form, she didn't cry out. Instead, once the air flowed again, she said in a cool, clear voice, "Threats don't work on me. Hurt me, and it'll make you wish you were dead. I'm in your hands anyway." He shifted his weight, but still pinned her in the crook of his arm. He knew she had been bound by fire-style sky prison. With her spiritual power sealed, she was no stronger than an ordinary human, so he wasn't afraid of her escape. "I'm impressed," she remarked evenly. "You broke free of both my illusion and the sealing chains. No wonder you're Shengjing Academy's top student." With the roles reversed, Yuan An began his questioning. Her ocular talent was immune to the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, so brute interrogation was all he had left. "First question, where are we?" "The Abyss," she answered without hesitation. "No one's coming for you, and holding me hostage won't get you out." "The Abyss." Yuan An's heart sank. He pressed on. "Then why don't any of you carry the Abyss aura?" "What exactly is the Abyss aura?" She countered. Stumped, he skipped ahead. "I heard the guards call you Mississippi. That means you're more than a simple interrogator, right?" A shadow crossed her face, and her silence confirmed it. "That's all I needed." Yuan An pushed the spike a fraction closer to her skin. "Next question, how do I get out of here?" "You can't," she said calmly. "Not the answer I want." The wood touched her pale throat, and his gaze turned icy. "I'm only human. Swapping my life for yours is a bargain for me. You prize your life more than I do, don't you? Miss Liner, should I call you Saintess?" Either she was the daughter of some abyssal power or a high-ranking Saintess. In either case, excellent leverage. Her expression frosted over, but she swallowed her anger. "I can guide you out of the prison." Exactly the reply had been after. If his Jinjutsu had worked, none of this would have been necessary. "Last question, your name?" "Lin Mingxi." "Beautiful name." "All right, Miss Lin, lead the way." Yuan An knew the next step bristled with danger, but it was the only path left. The fortress was a colossal circle of stone, its heart a broad courtyard ringed by a dim, curving corridor. Braziers were set into the walls, coals crackling as they threw flickering light over the branching passages that led to the cells. Two sentries paced each junction, the soft clink of armor echoing in the gloom. Lin Mingxi held a length of chain in one hand, the other end locked to Yuan An's shackles, and the pair emerged from the shadows. A squad of guards halted, straightened, and saluted. "Miss, where are you taking him?" "I've finished questioning him," Lin Mingxi replied, her voice even. "I'm moving him to the next facility for disposal. The slaughter yard is filthy and brutal." "Miss," one guard said, stepping forward in concern. "Please, let us take him instead." At his words, Yuan An jabbed Lin Mingxi in the side with a shackled finger, a silent threat that he would kill her if she surrendered him. She didn't flinch. "No, I've been there before. Do your own jobs and stop asking questions." "Understood." The guards exchanged a glance, nodded, and withdrew. "So you're not just an ordinary interrogator," Yuan An said with a low laugh. "I thought my captor was a clerk. Turns out my luck isn't so bad." The fortress housed every kind of human, and Yuan An still didn't know what linked their arrests. For now, he could only think of escape. Lin Mingxi warned him, "Even if you take me hostage, we won't get out." Her composure, far beyond her years, fit the daughter of a great power. "Save it. Keep walking," he snapped, unwilling to waste time. They followed the circular corridor. Yuan An covertly noted the number of guards at each junction, the placement of sentries along the outer wall, the braziers, even the cadence of footsteps, committing everything to memory. Every patrol bowed to Lin Mingxi, none challenged her. Soon they reached the main gate, a massive metal portcullis leading outside. Several guards stood before it. Yuan An felt the roiling darkness within them, the aura of the abyss. All were Tier 3, Level 5. So it really is the abyss, he thought, masking his alarm. He logged their numbers, positions, and the blind spots of the high walls. Since leaving his cell, he had been mapping the entire prison. "Miss Lin, what brings you here?" one of the abyssal guards asked as their eyes settled on her. "I'm taking this prisoner out for disposal," she said calmly. "I'm sorry, Miss Lin. Protocol requires that we handle the execution." "You needn't trouble yourself," the guard replied, polite yet firm. "I said I'll take him out myself. Is that a problem?" A flicker of anger crossed her eyes. The guard lowered his head but held his ground. "Forgive me, miss, but without Mojiang's permission, we cannot let you pass. So now I can't even give orders to you anymore." Lin Mingxi glared at the abyssal guards stationed before the city gate, her anger rising until her voice bordered on a roar. The guards stood with heads lowered, neither answering nor budging an inch, their stony silence making the air even more oppressive. Yuan An noticed the exchange and frowned slightly. It seemed Lin Mingxi's standing in this city wasn't as high as had assumed. The demon general the guards had mentioned was most likely the owner of the huge abyssal hand that had captured him, the city's true master. The standoff dragged on until a deep, resonant voice suddenly cut through the tension. "Mengxi, what's going on?" Everyone turned. A burly man, muscles knotted beneath sallow skin, strode forward. A dense abyssal aura coiled around him, prompting Yuan An to furrow his brow. "Greetings, Qinglong Demon General." The guards dropped to one knee. Yuan An narrowed his eyes. That aura matched the one from the hand that had seized him. Their suspicions were right. This was the demon general. Qinglong fixed his gaze on the bound Yuan. "And isn't this the man from the Xinxia Empire I brought back?" Questioning him already finished? "Where are you taking him?" Yuan An's heart tightened. The man's perception was extraordinary. He quickly averted his eyes to avoid revealing anything. Lin Mingxi answered evenly, "I'm done questioning him. I'm taking him to the slaughter yard." "The slaughter yard is bathed in blood. Someone as pure as you shouldn't be there," Qinglong said, reaching to pull her behind him. "Be good, stay away. I told you, mind your own business." Lin Mingxi slapped his hand aside, revulsion clouding her brow. "Don't touch me." Rather than grow angry, Qinglong withdrew, sounding remorseful. "I'm sorry, too impulsive. Still, you're not leaving, and you're not going to the slaughter yard. Guards, escort the human there." His voice toward Lin Mingxi was gentle, but the order was firm. Several guards stepped toward Yuan An. No matter her title, Lin Mingxi couldn't override the demon general. With him present, she had no chance of getting Yuan An past the gate. As two abyssal guards closed in, Yuan An's mind raced. If they moved him, things would only get worse. "What now? Don't move," he barked, ripping off the decorative shackles on his wrists. In a flash, he clamped them around Lin Mingxi's neck, dragging her in front of him as a shield. The guards halted, shock on their faces. Only Qinglong stayed calm, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "A cunning human," he murmured. "Not without skill, either." "Cut the nonsense," Yuan An growled. "Open the gate and let me leave, or she dies. And believe me, can kill her before you get the chance to stop me. I may not be your equal, but I'm certain I can take her with me before you make a move." Yuan An's voice rang with grim resolve. One hand gripped Lin Mingxi's slender neck. The other pressed a sharpened wooden spike to her forehead. His Mangekyo Sharingan and Sage Mode were already active, crimson patterns swirling in his eyes and power surging around him. Against the Qinglong Demon General, a formidable fifth-tier warrior dared not relax for even a heartbeat. The sudden standoff left every guard rooted to the spot. Only the Qinglong Demon General retained a commander's poise. Narrowing his vertical pupils, he growled, Human, you're asking for death. Whether I die isn't the issue, Yuan An replied in a low voice. If you keep stalling, I won't vouch for her safety. He was gambling on the girl's value. From their earlier exchange, he sensed that Lin Mingxi wasn't at the very top, yet she wasn't dispensable either. The Qinglong demon general treated her without warmth, but with a measure of regard. Yuan An needed to know which mattered more, his own capture or her life. The demon general's icy gaze flickered. You may leave. She stays. In your dreams. Yuan An drove the spike deeper, drawing a bead of blood on Lin Mingxi's brow. Once I'm safely clear, they'll let her go. After several tense breaths, the demon lifted a hand. Open the gate. Let him pass. The massive doors groaned wide. As he backed through them, Yuan An tossed a final warning. Send anyone after me, and he'll keep her just as long unless you never want her released. Outside the walls, a thick forest spread beneath a web of shadows. Holding Lin Mingxi close, Yuan An slipped into the trees. Which way? He whispered. I've never left the city. I don't know, she answered calmly. Still captive and already uncooperative? He muttered. Even if you killed me, I wouldn't know. Her tone remained cool. Annoyed yet convinced she was truthful, Yuan An extended his sage mode senses ahead, scanning 100 meters for ambushes. Finding none, he hurried on, dragging her with him. Chaos erupted inside the city. After them. Don't let that human escape, Han. Don't let him take Mingxi. The Qinglong demon general barked. At his command, the Abyss demon guard surged out in force. Yes, sir. Deep in the forest, Yuan An sped forward, yet the snap of branches and clatter of armor echoed ever closer. The demon general had broken his word. The hunt was on. That bastard never intended to let me go. So much for your influence, Yuan An growled. Carrying Lin Mingxi slowed him, yet abandoning her offered little hope against a fifth-tier pursuit. Every option looked perilous. As long as you keep me, I'll chase you, she said quietly. Is that a warning? He snapped. It's a reminder, she replied, her gaze steady and cold. Yuan An didn't bother arguing with her. He concentrated on mapping their escape. Twigs cracked underfoot as they tore through the forest, the Abyss warden's footsteps beating behind them like drums. When the guards saw Yuan An and Lin Mingxi veer right, they bellowed, over here after them. The whole unit changed course without hesitation, unaware they were chasing two decoys. Yuan An's real body had sprinted straight ahead. The forest was immense, choked with scrub and thorns. For 3 or 4 hours Yuan An ran without pause. All he saw were endless tree shadows, and the path grew wilder until even the birds fell silent. I can't run anymore. Lin Mingxi finally stopped, bracing her hands on her knees and gasping for breath. Sweat slid from her forehead along her temples, and her face had gone pale. With her spiritual power sealed, she couldn't draw on her chi. The long flight had pushed her to the brink. Even Yuan An's chest was heaving. They shouldn't be on us anymore. Yuan An forced his breath to steady. Head left decoys along the way. Once discovered, each one would lure the wardens off course. By his count, they hadn't heard a sound from their pursuers in 3 hours. Rest a bit before we move. He didn't press her to run again until they were truly clear. Lin Mingxi was his life insurance. They leaned against a fallen tree for half an hour, then set out again. After another 3 hours, the forest still showed no end and daylight had dwindled to a final reddish glow. Yuan An scanned the surroundings. They won't catch up soon. Let's find shelter. On a low ridge nearby, a second-rank hornback mastiff had claimed a natural cave. The beast barely had time to roar before Yuan An cut it down and dragged the still warm carcass inside. Firelight flickered, filling the cave with the rich scent of roasting meat. Yuan An turned a mastiff leg over the flames, fat dripping and sizzling. Lin Mingxi sat quietly by the wall, hands folded on her knees like an obedient student. She had been strangely cooperative the whole way, and Yuan An appreciated the peace. Here. He tore off a hind leg and handed it to her. He liked to think he was humane to prisoners at least until their usefulness ended. Lin Mingxi took it without protest, bit off a chunk, and chewed in silence. Yuan An watched her, brows slowly knitting. Something was off, seriously off. What kind of captive stayed this calm? Hey, why are you so quiet? Aren't you afraid of being held hostage? Why should I be? She looked up, grease shining on her lips. Honestly, I'm glad to be out. ID wanted to leave that place for ages, but never had the chance. This mess is a blessing in disguise. Yuan An blinked. Had he just become her rescuer? Who exactly are you? Take a guess. Mischief flickered in her eyes. I'm not guessing. Spill it. Yuan An's voice hardened. So fierce no sense of fun. She pouted, then answered obediently, nothing special. I'm merely the Azure Dragon Marshal's fiancé. Cough. Yuan An nearly choked on his own saliva. You're his fiancé? Had just kidnapped the Marshal's bride-tobe? Lin Mingxi shrugged. Only on paper. I don't like him at all. I was trapped there because of my father. The Marshal never even dared touch me, never so much as reached out his hand. Yet I was confined in that citadel, unable to see the sky. Yuan An fell silent, firelight dancing in his pupils. That prison hadn't just locked up its inmates. It had caged the heart of a girl who yearned for the open sky. Yuan An was feeling rather miserable. He had thought Lin Mingxi was just a pampered young lady until he found out she was the Qinglong demon general's bride-tobe. Spiriting away another man's fiancée was anything but a minor prank. No groom would stand by and watch it happen. The idea that the demon general might come after them without rest made Yuan An shudder. What on earth was he supposed to do with Lin Mingxi now? Scared? Lin Mingxi seemed to read his frustration. Her voice was light, edged with playful triumph. Don't get cocky, Yuan An snapped, glaring at her. You're my prisoner. Keep showing off, and I'll make sure you go down with me if I have to make a last stand. His nerves were already frayed. Her teasing only stoked the fire. You want, she said calmly, nibbling at her roast meat with practiced grace. Without me as a hostage, you'll never escape launching alive. Holding on to me is your only safe bet. That's not a reason to gloat, he growled. Even if I can't break free, I still have choices. I'm offering to help you. Let's escape together. She lifted her gaze, sincerity lighting her delicate features. You don't want to go back? Yuan An was taken aback. Of course not. Who wants to stay in a fortress prison? If I could have left sooner, I would have. Just thinking of Longsheng made her frown. The place is one giant cage. No normal person would ever choose to live there. He hesitated, then finally voiced the questions choking him. Where exactly are we? How do we get out? And why did the Qinglong demon general capture me? All he knew was that he had been dragged into the abyss, but where, and how far from the human realm, he hadn't a clue. That prison is called Longsheng, named after the demon general who rules it, Lin Mingxi explained, setting her food aside. It's designed to hold and interrogate prisoners, especially humans. They took you because you're elite students of the Xinxia Empire, and you outshone everyone else, so you became a top target. They've already caught well over 100 gifted espers like you to force information about human cities and study your strengths and weaknesses. She held nothing back. Yuan An tamped down his shock, feeling a heavier dread settle over him. The abyss was now systematically studying humanity. Was this the prelude to something larger? Once they finished their research, would the next step be an all-out invasion? A chill crept up his spine. The abyss had always been humanity's greatest enemy. After the last great war, mankind eked out a narrow victory, and the abyss had lain silent for a century. Now it looked as if that silence had merely hidden their preparations for a counterattack. None of this was good news. Yuan An fixed his eyes on Lin Mingxi. Aren't you one of them? Why tell me all this? We have to stay alert. This could just be a smokescreen. Lin Mingxi lifted her eyes and rattled off a barrage of questions. Who told you I'm from the abyss? Every year, Shengjing Academy sends its freshmen to fight abyssal beasts, doesn't it? Do you feel even the slightest trace of abyssal aura on me? Yuan An frowned, refusing to back down. If you're not from the abyss, then what are you? And let's not forget you're the Azure Dragon General's fiancée. He truly couldn't sense abyssal power on her, but that did nothing to ease his doubts. Because of her connection to the Azure Dragon General, she was born his enemy, and he could never trust her easily. I'm not from the abyss, believe it or not. Lin Mingxi couldn't be bothered to explain further, her tone sharp as gunpowder. After a brief silence, Yuan An dragged the conversation back to the crucial point, his voice low and urgent. So where exactly are we in the abyss? How far is it from the human realm? His survival hinged on the answer. Lin Mingxi brushed the wind-tossed hair from her face and replied calmly. Longsheng, the abyssal city closest to the human world. The nearest human settlement is Qianhan, the city at the far northern reaches of the world, a little over 100 kilometers away in a straight line. 100 kilometers, and you call that close? Yuan An gaped. They had no gear, and their energy was nearly spent. Marching 100 kilometers on foot would be brutal. Worse yet, Qianhan lay more than 3,000 kilometers from Shengjing Academy. He had been dragged from the front line between the Xinxia Empire and the Los Empire deep into the abyss, 3,000 kilometers from home. The distance alone made his vision swim, pain thudding in his chest. Forget 3,000 kilometers, crossing that mere 100 to escape the abyss already felt impossible. Lin Mingxi watched him quietly. Though Yuan An's composure surpassed most people their age, she knew they were peers. An average student would have been paralyzed by fear long ago. Irritated by her gaze, Yuan An spun around and roared, "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll gouge your eyes out." His shout made Lin Mingxi flinch. "Fine, I won't look, no need to be so fierce," she muttered, turning her face away. The situation was anything but hopeful, yet Yuan An forced himself to breathe deeply and cool his thoughts. Panic meant death. Ding. A mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Mission triggered, escape the abyss. Reward, 100,000 energy points. 100,000. The number made his heart pound, and the fire of battle flared in his eyes. To stay alive and claim that reward, he had no choice but to fight with everything he had. 100,000 energy points, she had to secure them. Night settled in, and Yuan An and Lin Mingxi fell silent, each nodding off against the cave wall. Unseen, Yuan sent several wooden clones to lie in wait outside. Their job was equal parts lookout and tripwire. If Lin Mingxi tried anything, they would stop her instantly. Inside, the cave was hushed. Only the faint embers flickered in the dark, as if the night would pass in this crude but peaceful stillness. Bang! A sudden, muffled thunderclap shook the entrance, knocking loose chips of rock. Yuan An and Lin Mingxi snapped awake, their eyes narrowing like blades in the dark. In that instant, an alert flashed through Yuan's mind. Every clone posted outside had gone silent. The pursuers had arrived and they were brutal. The abyssal wardens are here. Move. Before the words were out, he yanked Lin Mingxi toward the exit. But as they reached the mouth of the cave, two towering shadows blocked their way. Tier 3, level 10 abyssal wardens. Crimson veins pulsed beneath their pitch-black armor. Their footsteps were nearly soundless, yet faster than the wind. So quick. Yuan's heart sank. Eyes narrowed. He drew his standard-issue short blade. Crack. Blue-white lightning raced along the edge, illuminating the wardens' menacing masks. The arc lashed out with a scorched air hiss. Boom. One warden merely swept aside the strike with his spear. The lightning split, exploded against the rock wall, and vanished in an instant. They're the strong? Yuan fell back, shielding Lin Mingxi as he retreated deeper into the cave. Hand over Miss Lin, and we'll grant you a clean death, one warden said coldly. Yuan laughed. Ask her yourself. Does she actually want to go with you? Lin Mingxi's heart sank. Yuan had done well so far, but he was still only Tier 2, level 10. She had seen his cloning skill and illusionary eye techniques. Never a real fight to the death. Trapped at the cave entrance, if Yuan didn't use her as a shield, both of them might die here. No? Then you die? The two wardens stepped forward together, spear tips flashing coldly, clearly intent on impaling them both. Seems they don't care whether you live or die, Yuan quipped even in crisis. As the spearheads filled his vision, Yuan formed a one-handed seal-flying thunderstep. Whoosh. His figure blurred and vanished. A heartbeat later, he reappeared with Lin Mingxi on a slope 10 meters outside the cave. Night wind swept across their faces, carrying the chill of crushed grass. Still dazed, Lin Mingxi stared around at the changed surroundings. Spatial ability. Only space manipulation could teleport like that. Yuan offered no explanation. He whirled around to face the cave, hands flashing through seals. Wood style, great forest surge. Rumble. Thick vines and trunks erupted from the ground, rolling boulders aside and sealing the entrance in an instant. The entire cavern collapsed. Stone and roots swallowed the two wardens. But the danger was far from over. Every one of the 5 wooden clones positioned along their route had been destroyed, proof that more pursuers than those two Tier 3 wardens were closing in. Staying meant dying. This way, Yuan barked. In the pitch-black mountains, the two of them plunged into flight once more. Dragged along, Lin Mingxi finally burst out. Can't you release my seal? Then you wouldn't have to haul me everywhere. Nice try, Yuan shot back without turning. Am not stupid enough to unlock it. Who knows if you'd stab me the moment you're free. He wasn't that foolish. Whoosh. A shrill whistle of air split the silence behind him. Yuan spun around to find several pairs of blood-hungry eyes glittering in the darkness. Abyssal beasts. Had wondered why such a vast forest held no monsters. Now the answer was charging after him and in numbers. They had locked onto his scent and were sprinting full tilt, determined not to lose their prey. Damn, no wonder they caught up so fast. He muttered, flashing a one-handed seal. A wood-style clone materialized, hoisted Lin Mingxi, and bolted ahead while the real Yuan skidded to a stop and wheeled around. His hands blurred wood-style, impaling forest. Splat. A barrage of razor-sharp wooden spikes erupted from the soil, sweeping toward the abyssal beasts like a deadly rain. Each spike that struck split apart, detonating into splinters that shredded its target from within. Want to chase me? Come on then. The frustration Yuan had bottled up exploded. Third-tier abyssal guards and beasts were nothing to him. If he weren't carrying Lin Mingxi, had never have bothered to run. With the beast howls came more than a dozen abyssal guards, plus another pack of monsters. Kill him. Seeing Yuan alone, they raised their hands and unleashed their abilities. Abyssal Earth. Abyssal Lightning. Abyssal Flame. Abyssal Flood. Abyssal Gale. Earth, lightning, fire, water, and wind, each shrouded in pitch-black abyssal energy, merged into a roaring tide of destruction. Slap. Yuan pressed his palms together, emerald light flaring in his eyes. Wood style, birth of the world of trees. Boom. Countless ancient trees burst through the ground, trunks writhing like dragons and turning the forest into a surging sea of wood. The instant the abyssal guards touched them, their powers were devoured, and thick vines coiled around them, absorbing them as fertilizer on the spot. Ding. You have slain a Tier 3 level 10 abyssal guard, gaining 3,100 experience. Congratulations, host advanced to Tier 3 level 1. Ding. You have slain a Tier 3 level 10 abyssal guard, gaining 3,100 experience. Ding. You have slain a Tier 3 level 10 abyssal beast, gaining 3,100 experience. Ding. You have slain a Tier 3 level 10 abyssal beast, gaining 310 experience. Congratulations, host advanced to Tier 3 level 2. Experience needed for the next level, 15,000. The experience from abyssal beasts just jumped tenfold? Yuan froze, then felt his heart race. Isn't this my ticket to getting rich? The thought had barely formed when a colossal violet hand of energy materialized overhead, thundering down like rolling thunder. Yuan An reacted instantly, flicking sideways in a blur. Boom. The titanic palm slammed into the earth, carving a 5-meter-deep crater and spraying debris everywhere. Had he been a heartbeat slower, he would have been pulped on the spot. Heart lurching, Yuan An looked up to see a figure descending through the air, the Azure Dragon Demon General. The Azure Dragon Demon General studied the man before him, ordinary at first glance, yet surrounded by an oppressive aura. Yuan An instantly raised his guard. Of all the humans I've captured, you're the only one who's escaped Dragon City so far. He'll admit, that takes skill. A flicker of approval passed through the general's voice before his eyes turned cold. But you involved Mengshi. That will be the cause of your death. He thrust a hand into the air and clenched his fist. Boom! Purple-black energy ripped open the sky, forming a titanic palm traced with abyssal runes. It dropped toward Yuan An with overwhelming force. Fast! Yuan An's pupils narrowed. He pivoted off the ground, retreating hard. Silver-blue sigils flared across his palm as he finished a seal in one breath. Forbidden Art, Genesis, Star Shower. A watery blue array burst open before him, launching thousands of droplets like a monsoon against the demon's palm. Sizzle the Star Shower, lethal enough to erase swarms of third-tier beasts, only ate away a thin outer layer of the giant hand. It couldn't pierce through. Even so, the brief gap let Yuan An sidestep the strike, and the palm slammed into empty earth, hurling dust sky-high. No wonder he's Demon General class, Yuan An thought grimly. The unseen pressure crushed his chest, making each breath a struggle. Normally, only a 4th-tier fighter like Feng Weifeng could stand against a Demon General was far from that mark. The Azure Dragon Demon General eyed the fading blue traces with interest. A forbidden class ability? That's quite a surprise. All the more reason you can't leave here alive. A 3rd-tier fighter wielding a forbidden art, if he ever reached the 4th tier, he could spell real trouble for the abyss. The general would not allow that seed to grow. Your journey ends here. He raised his hand again, fingers snapping shut. Another violet palm crashed down faster, heavier, as if dragging the whole sky with it. Sweat beaded on Yuan An's brow. Power surged through him as his hands blurred through another seal. Flying Thunder God technique. Swish. An instant before impact, his body vanished, leaving the abyssal palm to strike nothing but air. He slipped away. The Demon General froze. Twice now, a 3rd-tier human had evaded him. Closing his eyes, he sensed the lingering distortions and frowned. Spatial manipulation, a forbidden art, and space-type abilities? His gaze iced over, murder simmering beneath. He shot through the forest as a streak of emerald light. A human like that must never leave the abyss alive. 50 kilometers from the city of Thousand Frosts, deep within the forest. The wooden clone was rushing Lin Mengshi forward when, in the blink of an eye, Yuan An caught up with them, using his flying Thunder God technique. So fast. Lin Mengshi stared at him, wide-eyed, fascinated by this teleport-like power. The Azure Dragon Demon General's aura was already roaring toward them like a storm. Only 10 kilometers lay between the clone and Lin Meng's, a distance that fiend could erase in a heartbeat. Yuan An knew that fleeing in a straight line with her was like waving a torch in the dark. Sooner or later they would be caught. Stop. Yuan An and the clone halted almost together. Lin Meng's face changed. She grabbed his arm. You can't leave me behind. Shut up, he snapped, unwilling to argue. A direct escape would be obvious, and the Azure Dragon would never quit. They had to blur his sense of direction. Yuan An's hands flashed through a run of seals. Wood-style multiple wood clone. 10 figures burst from the earth, bark-patterned skin gleaming in the night wind. He ordered 5 to transform, and at once 5 identical Lin Mengshi appeared. The 10 split into pairs and sprinted away in different directions. Yuan An's real body dragged the true Lin Mengshi toward a nearby ridge, taking a winding route. It was slower but would confuse the pursuit. Lin Mengshi whispered, "Clones alone won't fool him." "Then be ready," Yuan An said coldly. "If he catches us, you die with me." After a pause she murmured, "I know a hidden passage he doesn't." "Where?" "Over there." She pointed to a dark ravine on the left. Yuan An wavered, then chose to trust her and slipped into the gorge. Waist-high weeds filled the floor, the rock walls were slick and black, and even wild beasts avoided the place. Peaks rose sheer on either side, mist hugging their crowns, hiding the valley from above. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon Demon General reached the spot where body and clones had diverged. That aura, he focused on the scattered energy. Trying to fool me with doppelgangers? The harder he listened, the deeper his frown became. He couldn't tell them apart. Every signature was identical to Yuan An's. Ordinary clones were empty illusions he could pierce at a glance. Had seen every variety on countless battlefields. Yet Yuan An's wooden doubles were perfect. So he's mastered an advanced clone art too? Murder gleamed in his eyes. Forbidden powers, space bending, high-level clones, anyone was trouble. Yuan An had them all. If the man reached human territory, had become a deadly threat. Today, you're not getting away. Locking on the nearest figure, he shot after it in a streak of azure light. If he couldn't tell real from fake, Head simply sees every last one clone and original alike. Baigaway River spanned more than 100 meters from bank to bank. Beyond its waters lay the frostbound capital of Qianhan. Skirting treacherous cliffs and broken valleys, Yuan An and Lin Mingxi reached the river first, mere moments before the Qinglong demon general could overtake them. The rolling current barred their way. Yet when Lin Mingxi looked across, a hint of relief flashed in her eyes. Hold on a little longer, and hope awaited them on the opposite shore. The demon general was still on their heels, and Yuan An dared not relax. An hour earlier, every wooden decoy he had set had already been smashed to pieces, meaning their pursuer could appear at any moment. Cross, now, he urged. An ancient stone bridge stretched over the river, and they raced onto its weather-worn span. Halfway across, mist billowed upward, and the roar of the rapids thundered in their ears. The moment they stepped onto the far bank, a cutting wind slammed into them, snowflakes forming in midair. Yuan An instinctively tensed. The temperature just plummeted. Have they caught up already? Not the pursuers, Lin Mingxi muttered, rolling her eyes. This is the far north, right outside Qianan. It's always this cold. You've spent too long in the abyss and gone numb to real weather. Only then did Yuan An realize the abyss' constant climate had dulled his senses to the northern chill. As the snow thinned, the landscape opened up. 3 or 4 kilometers ahead loomed an unbroken city wall that was Qianhan, the line between humanity and the abyss. Once they passed its gates, they would be safe. But the last stretch of open ground would be deadly. Move. Lin Mingxi suddenly sensed danger and dragged Yuan An forward, but they were a heartbeat too slow. Boom. The earth erupted. A towering figure slammed down before them, an icy spear thrust deep into the ground. The Qinglong demon general had arrived. Yuan An's face tightened, but his reaction was swift. He yanked Lin Mingxi close and pressed a short blade to her pale throat. Didn't expect you to catch up, he growled. Same rules as before, let me walk, or she dies. They had fled side by side, but he had never forgotten that Lin Mingxi was the demon general's fiancée's most effective hostage. Your fiancé is in my hands. What now? The demon general advanced, eyes like ice. I underestimated Utabu powers, spatial abilities, advanced clones, and probably more I haven't seen. Someone like you cannot be allowed to return. Ignoring the threat, he kept moving, raising his spear inch by inch. Yuan An's gaze hardened. You'll strike even with your fiancé's life on the line? Lin Mingxi is my personal concern, the demon general said flatly. Killing you matters to the entire abyss. Sacrificing the small for the great is no difficult choice. As his words faded, the azure dragon demon general struck. His spear ripped through the air, clearly meant to skewer both Lin Mingxi and Yuan An at once. The icy glint closed in. Cursing, Yuan An yanked Lin Mingxi aside and rolled them clear, the spear's wind slicing his coat. He shoved her towards safety and vaulted back into the fray. The killing intent in that thrust had pressed against his throat half a heartbeat slower, and they'd both be pinned. The idea of using a hostage to restrain the general was dead. Yuan An inhaled sharply, dismissed every stray thought, and prepared to face him head-on. The Azure Dragon Demon General, one of the Abyss 4 Demon Generals, was a Tier 5, Level 5 ability user. Yuan An was only Tier 3, Level 2, an ordinary human. The gap was glaring, but the frozen capital lay just ahead, and the system still demanded 100,000 energy points. He had no choice. Wood release cutting shoot. Hands blurred through seals. Earth bulged, saplings burst upward, then hardened into dozens of spikes that shot forward. A chill flashed in the Demon General's eyes. He twirled his spear, metal ringing as every spike exploded into splinters. To strike first against Mayor already above most humans. Appreciate the praise. Which is why I'll send you off properly. Before the last word settled, the Demon General vanished. Only the spear's cold gleam streaked toward Yuan An's throat. So fast. Yuan An had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and Stage 2 Sage mode, yet the speed still stunned him. He twisted aside. The spear grazed his neck, its chill slicing skin. Oh, still dodging? Then take this. The spear snapped back, carving a vicious arc toward him. Yuan An's eyes tracked it, but his body lagged. He whipped out a short blade to block. Bang! Crack! The spear's weight was a mountain. The blade shattered inch by inch, the recoil flinging Yuan An several meters. He hit the ground on one knee, blood spilling from his lips. The Demon General's power was monstrous. But surrender wasn't in him. While airborne, Yuan An slammed his palms together. Would release birth of the forest. Boom. The earth split. Thick trees erupted, branches weaving into a tidal forest that surged at the Demon General. A wood ability of this caliber impressive, the general said icily. Which means you cannot be allowed to leave. Abyssal spear flame. He leveled the spear. Violet fire roared forth. Whoosh. A sheet of purple flame erupted from the tip, and in an instant the forest became an ocean of fire. Whoosh. Violet flames coiled like living dragons around the spearhead, cleaving the entire forest in an instant and erupting into roaring walls of fire. The remaining blaze gathered into blinding streaks that shrieked toward Yuan An and swallowed him in the blink of an eye. Crack. When the fire cleared, only a charred wooden stump stood where he had been. He actually produced a clone right under my nose. The Qinglong demon general muttered, eyes narrowing. The clone itself meant nothing. What unsettled him was that he had completely missed the moment it was created. Did he split it off while using his wood ability? He calculated silently. Against such a vast gap in power, this human could still remain calm and meticulous impressive, but he whipped around, his spear flashing like lightning and pinning the ground in front of Yuan An's true body, splitting the earth and cutting off every escape route. We're only a few kilometers from the city of Thousand Frosts. Whatever tricks you try, you won't slip past my senses. Found after all. Sneaking away was wishful thinking. Yuan An cursed under his breath. If you want to leave, defeat me first. The Qinglong demon general clapped his hands. A tide of violet fire surged out, wrapping him in armor more than 10 meters tall, its blazing scales turning him into a war god descending. Huh. He pressed downward through the air. A mountain-sized palm print of energy appeared out of nowhere and slammed toward Yuan and with suffocating weight. Boom. The imprint struck, carving a crater dozens of meters wide as frost and dust billowed into a gray-white storm. A cold smile tugged at the demon general's lips. He was sure that blow had reduced Yuan into pulp. Yet when the smoke thinned, a crimson giant of pure energy stood in the pit, flames seething around it, its aura as solid as a mountain. Susanoo, third power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Qinglong demon general whispered, heart tightening. Yuan An was still weaker overall, but the oppressive presence of that scarlet armored giant sparked a flicker of fear. That was close. A moment slower and I'd be done for, Yuan An thought, pulse still racing. Cornered with nowhere to run, he could only stake everything on a fight. How many secrets are you hiding? Once I cripple you, you'll enjoy uncovering them one by one. The demon general sneered, forcing down his unease. Violet fire gathered again, forming a suit of armor the same height as Susanoo. The sizes matched, yet he was convinced his strength far exceeded Yuan An's. Let's see if your armor can withstand my fist. Before the words had faded, he surged forward, gauntlet thick as a pillar. He drew back and punched, the blow tearing through the air with a sonic crack, as though ripping a gash in the sky. That punch carried the demon general's full might, aimed at shattering Yuan An's Susanoo in a single strike. He didn't just take the hit. In a flash, Susanoo raised a circular shield before him, the Yada mirror. The Qinglong demon general's thunder-wreathed fist smashed into the mirror without restraint. Boom. The sky boomed like muffled thunder as a shockwave ripped outward, flinging dust and stones in every direction as though the air itself had been torn open. Remarkably, the paper-thin shield remained intact, swallowing the full force of that brutal blow. Before the echo died, ripples of light shimmered across the Yada mirror bang. The same power rebounded at once. In a heartbeat, the energy armor on the general's left arm shattered, shards and sparks flying. The arm itself, fused to the armor, was violently wrenched apart. Agony cut through him, yet he didn't utter a sound. Clutching the stump, he staggered back a few steps, his gaze locked on the shield, eyes dark and murderous. That mirror, it reflected my own strike. Shock surged through him. He could feel it clearly. What tore off his arm was precisely the force of the punch he had just thrown, returned without the slightest loss. Seeing his severed arm, Lin Mingsa, watching from nearby, gaped in disbelief. A moment ago, she'd been sure Yuan An was doomed. Even if he escaped, he'd pay a terrible price. She never imagined the first to bleed would be the Qinglong demon general. But the battle was far from over. Amaterasu. Blood filled Yuan An's right eye as spiritual energy surged. Foom. Pitch-black flames climbed over the general's ruined armor, tongues of fire gnawing at the energy-woven plates, impossible to extinguish. Alarm flared in the general's heart. His armor was melting at frightening speed. Yuan An pressed the advantage. Wood release. Birth of the forest. The ground roared, and towering trees burst skyward, roots like iron whips coiling toward their target. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. A huge dragon covered in wooden scales lunged out, jaws clamping around the general's throat and locking him in place. Susanoo. Yasukani no Magatama. Crimson Magatama spun through the air, tracing a blazing arc into the forest's heart. Boom. Explosions erupted in waves. Trees, wood dragon, and black flames intertwined, completely engulfing the general's massive silhouette. That should finish it, Yuan An panted, yet he didn't relax for a moment, eyes fixed on the raging inferno. You think that's enough to kill me? A low, calm voice drifted from the smoke. An instant later, a figure burst forth, blood still streaming from his stump, but speed undiminished. Empty left shoulder trailing gore, the Qinglong demon general pressed two fingers together, forming a blade that stabbed at Susanoo's chest with lightning speed. Crack. A clear fracture spidered across the armor in an instant. Susanoo shattered, the giant bone carapace dissolving into countless motes of light that slammed into Yuan An's chest. Thud. He was hurled dozens of meters back, skidding along the ground. His ribs felt splintered, a hot taste filled his mouth, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Suspended in midair, blood dripping from his stump, the Qinglong demon general's aura remained as unfathomable as a bottomless abyss. Impressive power, he said coolly, but if you think that's enough to kill me, you're still far too weak. Your speed, your strength, your power's impressive. But unfortunately, there's still not enough to kill me. Qinglong Mojian's voice stayed icy, his towering silhouette motionless in the moonlight. Yuan An's savage combo had lopped off the demon general's left arm only by rebounding the strike with the 8-span mirror. Beyond that, not a single wound marked the enemy. In return, Yuan An's Susanoo shattered beneath one thrust, several ribs cracked, and blood sprayed into the night as he was flung dozens of meters away. He'll give you one chance, submit to the abyss and live. How about it? With one arm clasped behind his back and a ragged sleeve dragging, Qinglong Mojian advanced step by step. Clutching his throbbing chest, Yuan An struggled upright amid the rubble. If the system's quest and reward weren't dangling before him, he might actually agree now and escape later, but at the moment he had no way out. Yet it seems you have no intention of yielding. The demon general lifted his hand, and the fallen spear by his severed arm hummed back into his palm. Only 200 meters separated them, while Qianhan City lay nearly 2 kilometers away, far beyond the reach of Yuan An's battered body. To shear off one of my arms is a feat worthy of your life story. It will stand as your greatest glory, your final glory. In respect, they'll fight at full power and escort you to hell. He raised the spear one-handed. Blue-black energy swirled at its tip. Yuan An formed hand seals as well, prepared to battle to the death. At that instant, threads of piercing cold drifted in from every direction, visibly converging on the field. Crack! Frost snap froze over the spear point. Qinglong Mojian's eyes narrowed. He retreated more than 10 paces, the rock underfoot splintering in the chill. The mighty Qinglong demon general, barging alone into my Qianhan City, did you think would simply look the other way? A clear, cool female voice rang out. Cold air spiraled and solidified, revealing a woman in a white cloak before Yuan An. Her features were sharp, her presence glacial. Qinglong Mojian narrowed his eyes. Mistress of Qianhan, Qian Hangxiu arrived quickly. I thought you'd finish and leave without a hitch, Qian Hanqi replied. Looks like even the great Qinglong demon general can capsize in a gutter. Her gaze swept over his missing arm, a glint of surprise flickering before she turned to study Yuan An, eyes deep and searching. She well knew the demon general's dread power. Even at her own level, 5th tier grade 5, she could only fight him to a stalemate. Severing one of his arms bordered on impossible. Yet this young man, merely 3rd tier grade 2, had done it, an achievement unheard of. Yuan An, in turn, took a good look at her. Bright eyes, flawless features, yet frosted with aloofness. She resembled a Tianshan snow lotus, beautiful and untouchable. She looked 25 or 26, yet she was Qianhan City's guardian and likewise 5th tier grade 5. Her strength was undeniable. Most importantly, Qian Hanqi was here. Yuan An was saved. If you'd arrived a few seconds later, I would have killed him and been on my way, and you wouldn't have had to show yourself. The Azure Dragon Marshal gripped his bloodstained spear with one hand. Dark red blood trickled from his severed shoulder onto his armor, yet his expression remained indifferent. You expect me to stand here and watch you butcher one of my own? Qian Hanxi's voice was frigid. As she spoke, a wave of cold surged outward, and half-mental ice spikes formed on the ground, their razor tips aimed at the marshal. Leave now, or I'll happily give the abyss one less commander. Feeling the bone-deep chill, the Azure Dragon Marshal narrowed his eyes, quickly weighing the odds. With one arm gone, he held no advantage in a direct clash. After a brief calculation, he chose to retreat. Kid, you're lucky today. Don't let me catch you again. He shot Yuan An a frosty glance, then reached for Lin Mingxi, intending to drag her away. His fingertips never touched her. She had already slipped behind Yuan An, using his slight frame as her final shield. Mingxi, why are you hiding back there? Let's go home. The marshal softened his tone, trying to coax her as he once did. You just tried to kill me along with him. Do you really think I'd go back with you? Lin Mingxi peeked out from behind Yuan An, resentment seething in her eyes. Moments ago she merely disliked the marshal, now she hated him. If that spear had fallen, both she and Yuan An would be dead. After coming so close to death, she would never again stay beside someone who might strike her down at any moment. At that time, the marshal opened his mouth to explain, but Qian Hanqi cut him off. Azure Dragon Marshal, you've lingered long enough. More crystalline ice spikes sprouted around her, and the very air seemed to freeze. The marshal's expression shifted several times. At last he gave a muffled snort, turned, and shot into the sky, vanishing into the black mist over the abyss. Qian Hanqi did not pursue him, not because she didn't want to, but because she knew that even one-armed, he might not be subdued quickly. If they truly fought, the outcome was uncertain. Only then did Yuan An and Lin Mingxi exhale, their heartbeats pounding like war drums before slowly easing. At last they were safe. You too, come with me. With the chill withdrawn, Qian Hanqi turned toward the walls of Frosthold. Neither dared hesitate. Supporting each other, They hurried after her. Ding. Quest complete. Escape the abyss. Reward, 100,000 energy points. The sudden system notification filled Yuan An with joy, dulling his pain. 100,000 points finally in his account. After days of outwitting the marshal and scraping by with his life, all his struggle had paid off. Stepping through Frosthold's gate, Yuan An truly felt the magnitude of the wall that separated humanity from the abyss. The ramparts seemed to touch the sky, and wind scoured the battlements, sending shards of ice rattling to the ground. What are your names? Qian Hanshi asked without turning. Yuan An, Lin Mingxi. They answered honestly. Qian Hanshi nodded and continued leading the way. The three stopped before a massive iron-hued gate at the base of the wall. City Lord. The gate swung open, and dozens of fully armored guards formed ranks. Qian Hanshi would never confront an abyssal marshal alone. If battle broke out, these guards would join at once. That was why the Azure Dragon Marshal dared not linger. He had been facing an entire city, not a single opponent. As the trio stepped inside, the heavy gate thundered shut behind them, shutting out the cold, black haze. Qian Hanshi did not break stride, but her voice chilled without warning. Seize the two of them. Seize them both. Qian Hanshi ordered the moment the gate slammed shut. What? Yuan An and Lin Mingxi barely had time to blink before guards rushed in, forced them face down, and yanked their arms behind their backs. Cold iron shackles snapped shut, and the city lord's boots stopped inches from their heads, her voice calm, yet unyielding. Lord Qian, what's the meaning of this? Yuan An demanded, craning his neck to look up at her. You're survivors from the abyss, Qian Hanshi replied, her gaze as sharp as a blade of ice. You may not carry its taint right now, but I can't rule out the chance you're spies. Cooperate with the investigation. Once your identities are cleared, you'll be released. With a flick of her hand, the guards dragged them along a stone corridor, and the iron gate boomed shut behind them. As the ruler of Qianhan City, Qian Hanshi never let compassion cloud her judgment. One misstep could doom the entire fortress. Qianhan Dungeon. Clang. The heavy door locked. In two cells facing each other, Yuan An and Lin Mingxi stared through the frigid bars. Yuan An, why are we in a cell again? He muttered, clicking his tongue as he leaned against the wall. They had barely escaped the abyssal cage, stepped into a human city, and landed in yet another prison. This is your fault. I got locked up because of you. Lin Mingxi folded her arms and glared at him. How is it my fault? The Azure Dragon Warlord told you to go back, and you refused. Who else can you blame? He was going to kill me. Why would I follow him? She huffed. If it weren't for you, then we deserve to rot here together. Yuan An cut her off and closed his eyes. At least they were on human soil and safe for the moment. He could use the time to recover. More important was the 100,000 energy points that had just hit his account. The thought of that fortune set his heart ablaze. System, open the store. Redeem the dual Kimui Mangekyo Sharingan. The prompt flashed at once. Ding. 100,000 energy points deducted. You have acquired Mangekyo Sharingan Kimui Phasing and Mangekyo Sharingan Kimui Warp. Note, each Mangekyo ability can be used a maximum of 5 times. Do not overuse. His balance vanished in an instant, leaving only 8,000 points. Grimacing, he kept going. Also redeem with style, Signless Healing. Ding. 8,000 energy points deducted. You have obtained Signless Healing. Signless Healing, no hand seals required. With sufficient energy, it automatically repairs any injury short of total heart destruction, decapitation, or other fatal damage. Please cherish your life. The balance dropped to 0 and the interface faded. Yuan An opened his eyes. Brilliant red patterns flickered deep within his pupils. The loss hurt, yet exhilaration surged through him. Signless Healing was reputed to be one of the strongest recovery arts. His version wasn't as outrageous as Senju Hashirama's, of course, but it would still mend most wounds with ease. We made it out barely, but we did. After stumbling from one crisis to the next, the outcome was acceptable, and Yuan An was content with the current situation. To escape the abyss alive, he had run as if his life depended on it. Although he was still under guard, at least he was safe. The two of them were detained for an entire day. At dawn the next morning, Qian Hanshi appeared in person to conduct the interrogation. She took Lin Mingxi first, and half an hour later the girl emerged. No one knew whether torture had been used, but Lin Mingxi showed no visible injuries, only a dazed look as though the light had drained from her eyes. Then it was Yuan An's turn. The interrogation room was an empty cubicle with nothing but a table. Detainee and interrogator faced each other from opposite sides. Sit. Yuan An took the chair. Qian Hanshi sat across from him. Today she wore a black coat over a stark white turtleneck, the contrast making her features even sharper. Her almost expressionless face was the very picture of an ice-cold beauty. Name? Yuan An. Age? 18. Place of origin? Xinxia Empire, Bailong City. After a few basic questions, Qian Hanshi cut to the point. Why were you in the abyss? I was abducted while on a mission, would you believe that? Yuan An kept his tone earnest. He knew that surviving an escape from the abyss sounded suspicious, yet it was the truth, and he hoped she would accept it. I believe you. The simple reply caught him off guard. Qian Hanshi went on. Tell me everything you saw and discovered down there, and how you got out. Leave nothing out. She sat quietly, eyes fixed on him, applying no overt pressure as though she could read the truth straight from his expression. Puzzled by this approach, Yuan An nonetheless recounted every detail. The sights in the abyss, the anomalies had noticed, each step of his escape. It was no secret, so he held nothing back. She never interrupted. When he finished, she nodded lightly. Understood. It appears you're telling the truth. You're free to go. What? That's it. Yuan An couldn't quite grasp how a few questions were enough to set him free. I said you can leave, so go. Don't linger. Her tone remained flat. With permission granted, he saw no reason to stay. Outside the interrogation room, he noticed Lin Mingxi being led back in and asked, she can't leave yet? Her situation is complicated. For now, no? You go on. Qian Hanqi answered. Lin Mingxi looked up at Yuan An but said nothing. Okay. Yuan An nodded. Though curious, he didn't dwell on it and walked away. Whether Lin Mingxi would be released was none of his concern. Qianhandu, a city built on the continent's far northern frontier. In most people's eyes, such a brutal environment should be uninhabitable, yet hundreds of thousands choose to stay because the other side of the wall houses humanity's greatest enemy, the abyss. To watch and resist that darkness, they have forged their home into a living bulwark, unbreakable and ever vigilant. Ice-blue streets lie under a film of hoarfrost, their surfaces gleaming eerily in the sun. Yuan An leans into a knife-edge wind, knees knocking. Even with righteous qi shielding him, the 100% armor-piercing chill drills straight into his bones. Fortune smiles in the form of a clothing shop on the corner. He rushes inside, pulls on the thickest quilted robe he can find, and finally stops his teeth from chattering. This place is lethal, he mutters, already planning his escape once he warms up. Remembering recent events makes his blood run colder still. A routine mission had ended with his squad wiped out, and him nearly swallowed by the abyss forever. He wants nothing more to do with that darkness. Yet returning to Bailong City is no simple matter. Qianhandu sits more than 3,000 kilometers from Shengjing Academy, and because the city lies outside the Xinxia Empire, Imperial teleport talismans are useless. Even reaching the border means another 2,000 plus kilometers. With no teleportation and an air car that would need a month of non-stop travel, he still has to worry about losing his way, monster ambushes, and every sort of disaster. Add it up, and 2 or 3 months might not be enough. The thought makes Yuan An curse the Azure Dragon Demon General who dumped him in the far north until his stomach growls. He hasn't had a proper meal since fleeing the abyss days ago. A small, steamy diner soon appears. He orders several hearty meat dishes. Before he can lift his chopsticks, the seat opposite him slides back the mayor of Qianhandu, Qian Hanqi, takes the chair. Cough, cough. Yuan An nearly drops his utensils. Lady Qian, I've told you everything. You said I could leave. Please don't tell me you've come to haul me in. I'm not here to arrest you. Qian Hanqi replies evenly. Eat. Yuan An studies her for a moment. Her expression is calm, her frosty beauty free of hostility, so he returns to his food. All right, what can I do for you, Lady Qian? As long as I'm not being detained, I'm listening. I'd like to strike a deal. Qian Hanqi says without preamble. A deal? What kind of deal? We've discovered an abyssal beast nest and need someone to destroy it. Her tone remains steady. An abyssal beast nest? Yuan An's eye sharpen. You overestimate me, Lady Qian. I'm just a third-tier, second-grade esper. He sets his chopsticks down and exhales. A beast nest is no picnic. Not to mention a deep abyss beast lair you could go in and never come out. Qian Hanqi stood in the flickering candlelight of the study, her voice low but clear. You escaped from the Qinglong Demon General and even severed one of his arms. If you call that luck, it's luck that defies the heavens. Her gaze swept over Yuan and like a frozen blade, all suspicion gone, leaving only keen curiosity. A man who had fled the abyss and survived the Demon General's grasp must be harboring something extraordinary. If it was really all luck, he could walk into the capital's lottery and claim the grand prize. I know your strength runs deeper than it looks, she continued. That's why I'm here to make a deal. Her words jogged his thoughts, and he asked, as the other party in this deal, what payment can you offer me? Whether a bargain succeeds always depends on what each side is willing to pay, not on how hard the job is. If the reward is high enough, someone will take even the most dangerous task. For the first time, a faint smile softened Qian Hanxi's icy features. She reached into her sleeve and produced a talisman. I know you want to go home. I have a spatial transfer talisman that can send you straight back to the Xinxia Empire. Is that tempting enough? Yuan An narrowed his eyes, calculating. Trekking from the frostbound capital to the Xinxia Empire meant thousands of kilometers of wilderness, and icy it could take forever. With the talisman, he could arrive in an instant. After only a few seconds, he nodded. All right, I accept. But reason quickly smothered his excitement. How can I be sure you'll hand over the talisman when the job's done? What if you change your mind? You deserve a guarantee. Qian Hanqi tore the talisman in half and gave him one piece. Deep blue spatial runes glimmered across the palm-sized yellow paper. This is only half. Finish the job, and he'll give you the rest. The talisman can't tear open space until it's whole. Yuan An took the fragment. The spatial ripple pulsed under his fingertips. After weighing it for a moment, he nodded. If it gets me home faster, I'm in. Just a deep abyss beast den, he told himself. I handled the Qinglong demon general. Why fear a few beasts? Qian Hanshi pocketed her half of the talisman. Good. Meet at the city gate at dawn, then we leave immediately. Got it, Yuan An replied. Ding. A system notification exploded in his mind. Quest triggered. Complete the deal with Qian Hanshi and obtain the full spatial transfer talisman. Reward, 50,000 energy points. Outrageous. Delighted, Yuan An instantly grew wary. The bigger the reward, the deadlier the quest, and 50,000 points spoke volumes. Even so, compared with escaping the abyss, this mission felt easy. If he could crawl out of the abyss alive, what could possibly stop him now? Good. Finish the job early tomorrow, then go home. Night had fallen. Yuan An picked a hotel at random and checked in. As the pampered son of a wealthy family, he never had to worry about food, clothing, or shelter. Swipe of the keycard, door shut, luggage tossed aside, he headed straight for the shower. The moment the hot water hit, he remembered had spent days fleeing through the abyss. Sweat and grime had long since congealed into a sticky layer that made his skin crawl. The scalding stream beat against him, as if it were washing that whole wretched episode straight down the drain. Ah, that's better. Running a hand through his dripping black hair, he felt instantly lighter. Knock, knock, knock. 3 brisk raps, no greeting. Who is it? He called. Me. Open up. A clear female voice, familiar, somehow. He wrapped a towel around his waist and opened the door. Lin Mingxi stood there, pretty face cool, arms folded, travel-worn. Let me in, quick. Wasn't Qian Hanshi holding her prisoner? How had she gotten out? Yuan An forced a grin. Miss, I didn't order room service. Maybe you've got the wrong door. Lin Mingxi rolled her eyes and shoved past him. Move. He closed the door, voice turning wary. How'd you get out? Did Qian Hanshi release you? Or did you break loose? If Shed escaped, he wouldn't mind hauling her back to earn Qian Hanx's trust and the other half of that spatial transfer talisman. She saw right through him and snorted. You think I'm like you? They cleared me and let me go openly and legally. Like me? I walked out legally too, he shot back. Save it. I need a shower, and you'd better not peek. She grabbed her toiletry kit and disappeared into the bathroom. The door slammed. Yuan An rubbed his temples. He should never have let her in. He was out of the abyss. He didn't need Lin Mingxi as a bargaining chip anymore. She was mixed up with those Azure Dragon marshals. Keeping her around could only mean trouble. He had to find a way to send her packing. Half an hour later, the bathroom door slid open. Steam rolled out, and Lin Mingxi stepped into the room in a white cotton robe. Damp hair clung to her neck. Her cheeks glowed pink from the heat. One bare shoulder and a pair of shapely calves flashed a soft, dewy sheen. Yuan An gaped, then snapped upright, defensive. What's with the outfit? Trying to seduce me? I'm a man of sterling virtue. I'm immune. Oh, please. Who wants to seduce you? She shot him a glare. I'm out of clothes. Go downstairs and buy me something. How is that my problem? Letting you use the shower was generous enough. You should have planned ahead. He spread his hands. You. Lin Mingxi was seething but didn't dare curse. In the end, her tone softened and she whispered, I was just released. I'm all alone, and you're the only person I know. Hey, don't start with that. We're not that close. Yuan An cut her off. Just do me this one favor, please. Lin Mingxi lifted her pretty face and looked at him pitifully. Yuan An sighed inwardly. He knew she was acting, yet that look still pierced his defenses. Fine, stop making that face. They'll go buy it for you, all right? I really need to learn to be more hard-hearted. Let me see what size clothes you wear. He looked her up and down, then asked, and how big is your chest? What? You pervert. Lin Mingxi almost exploded. Yuan An rolled his eyes. Pervert? I'm asking your size so I can buy you a bra. Or do you usually go without? You. She clenched her teeth, torn between outrage and the fact that he had a point. Yuan An raised an eyebrow. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably an A cup, right? You're the A cup. Your whole family's A cups. Get me a B. Seriously? Don't force it. Pretending to be bigger is pointless. He acted as if genuinely concerned. Flushed with both shame and anger, Lin Mingxi raised her hand to smack him. Yuan An darted out the door. They'll go get it, all right? Filthy pervert. Even after the door closed, she was still grinding her teeth. Half an hour later, he returned with 2 large bags of clothing and dumped them on the bed. 10 gold coins in total. No credit. Humph. Lin Mingxi tossed the coins at him, grabbed the clothes, and slipped into the bathroom. Yuan An crawled back under the covers. Her lingering warmth and a faint floral scent clung to the bedding. He inhaled reflexively and thought, not bad. Before long, Lin Mingxi emerged in fresh clothes. Yuan An's eyes went straight to her chest. She bristled instantly. I told you I'm not an A. I didn't say a word. He spread his hands. You've showered, you've changed. Can you leave now? I want to sleep. Not yet. What? You don't plan on squeezing into my bed, do you? I'm warning you. I know I'm handsome and it's normal for you to like me, but a girl should have self-respect. Forced love never tastes sweet. He wore a serious face while spouting nonsense, and Lin Mingxi wanted to crack open his skull to see what was inside. She wrinkled her nose in disgust. Gross. Even if you stood in front of me stark naked, I wouldn't care. Have you forgotten the seal you left on me? They'll leave, but you have to remove it first. Oh right, I almost forgot. I do need to remove it. Yuan An nodded. Take your clothes off. Take off your clothes, Yuan An said offhandedly. Lin Minx's eyes flew wide. She reflexively crossed her arms over her chest and took a guarded half-step back. What do you think you're doing? It was the first time anyone had so blatantly asked for benefits, and she was stunned by how little he bothered with even a token pretense. Yuan An arched a brow and pointed at her coat as if she were an idiot. Didn't you beg me to lift the seal? How am I supposed to work through all these layers? If you want it undone, raise your shirt and show me your stomach. His tone dripped with impatience, as though she were the one trying to take advantage. Trust me, your modest little BS don't interest me. You. Lin Mingxi ground her teeth, silently vowing to punch him the moment the seal was gone. Still, business came first. She stripped off the heavy overcoat, then her snug sweater, until only a thin undershirt remained. No need to take that off, just lift it. Worried she'd accuse him of being a pervert, Yuan An added the line deliberately. Mengxi relaxed a fraction, but when she bunched the fabric under her chest, her cheeks flushed hot. Exposing her midriff to a man for the first time felt unbearably awkward. Her slim stomach was smooth and pale, broken only by a black, cruciform burn mark that resembled interlocking chains, the fire-style heaven prison seal Yuan An had etched there himself. He checked the glyphs, then couldn't help his gaze slipping upward to the edge of her white bra, the one he had bought for her. Quit staring, Mengxi snapped, mortified and furious. Look anywhere you shouldn't, and it'll cave in your skull. Yuan An shrugged. It's just a pair of BS. Even if you tried to show them off, I wouldn't bother looking. You. Enough talk. Get ready. I'm breaking the seal. He cut her off, fingers flashing through a rapid series of signs. Heat flared in his palm as he pressed it to her abdomen. Heaven prison, release. The fiery mark dimmed inch by inch. A searing wave rolled back into Yuan An's hand, and Mengxi felt the binding dissolve, her inner power surging free once more. You prepay for this. She spun, hurling a wind-sharpened palm strike that carried all the frustration of the past few days. Yuan An slipped aside and, impressed despite himself, remarked calmly, so you're a dual type, spirit, eye and wind. Interesting. Then he raised a hand and caught her attack hidden. 1 minute later, Lin Mingxi lay pinned to the bed, wrist trapped above her head, utterly restrained. Give up? Yuan An asked lightly. I did escape from the Azure Dragon Demon General, you know. A mere tier 3, rank 1 isn't taking me down. Let me go? Mengxi writhed helplessly, fury blazing in her eyes. You started it, Yuan An said coolly. Maybe undoing your seal was a mistake. Want me to slap on a stronger one? He lifted his hand, as though ready to strike again. Lin Mingxi froze for a heartbeat, then used Yuan An's momentary lapse to wriggle free and dash to the door. She turned and glared at him. You can only bully me while I'm like this. That's good enough for me, Yuan An drawled, lounging against the bed frame. Stay 1 second longer, and I'll seal you for real, believe it or not. He raised a hand in a mock sealing gesture. Lin Mingxi sputtered, then huffed. Fine, I lost this round. Next time we meet, you'll pay? With that threat, she slipped out. A smart fighter knows when to retreat. She really couldn't beat him right now. The door clicked shut, and silence settled over the room. Yuan An looked after her and chuckled. Thick-skinned, that one. Their scuffle had left the quilt in disarray. He smoothed the brocade, straightened the corners, and lay back. A faint floral scent lingered, soft and lulling. Tomorrow he had to join Qian Hanqi on a mission, so an early night was wise. The next morning, mist still clung to the city gate. When Yuan An arrived, Qian Hanqi was already in the shadow of the wall, silver armor gleaming, posture sharp. Four masked operatives stood beside her, their presence quiet yet intense. Glad you could make it, Qian Hanqi said evenly. You never set a time, Yuan An replied with a shrug. I came as soon as I woke up. She let it pass and gestured the group closer. Briefing. Beast forest outside the east gate shows abyssal traces. One nest has been corrupted and may spawn a tier 4 abyssal beast. We eliminate it before the corruption spreads. Heiyun has command. The man whose mask bore a black cloud stepped forward and accepted the order with a curt nod. Yuan An goes with you, Qian Hanqi added. Yuan An waved. Morning, everyone. In position, the operatives answered as one. 2 flyers waited beyond the walls. Including Yuan An, they were 5. They boarded and shot off the stone road toward the east. Up front, Heiyun glanced back with a friendly grin. Planning to join the operations division, little brother? What makes you think that? Yuan An asked innocently. The city lord only assigns newcomers to us when they're being groomed, especially if their first run is against an abyssal beast, Heiyun said lightly. Yuan An spread his hands. Maybe the city lord just trusts me. Inwardly, he calculated. Finish this mission, earn the other half of the teleport talisman, and he could finally go home. Confidence is good, but abyssal beasts are far nastier than regular ones. Stay sharp, Heiyun warned. From the back seat, a girl with a yellow cloud mask leaned forward, her voice bright. Relax, we'll keep you safe. Her code name was Huang Yun, her manner as sunny as her mask. Thanks, Yuan An replied, warming to the team. The flyer skimmed past the city wall, gray stones blurring into a ribbon. Inside, conversation was brief and purposeful. In the city of cold thousands, everyone knew they faced a single foe, the abyss. Anyone who remained here had no time for intrigue, only the shared resolve to fight it. Outside the east gate lay the beast forest. The vast woodland on the outskirts of Qianhan City was buried beneath deep snow. Swirling flakes formed a silver curtain that swallowed the horizon. 1,000 meters from the target, Haiyun's voice came through the earpiece, low and steady. Everyone, get ready. This was an all-Tier 4 strike team. Captain Haiyun was Tier 4, Level 2, and every other member held the same rank first-class elites in any branch, drilled to move as one. Little An, stick close to me, Huang Yun joked from the rear, her tone bright and teasing. Thanks in advance, Sister Huang, Yuan An answered, drawing a laugh from her and lifting the mood. The vehicle's wheels crunched through the snow until they reached the destination, a mountainside cave half hidden under a white drift. The doors sprang open. Haiyun hit the ground first, signaling positions. The squad fanned out behind trees, some near, some farther back. Yuan An stayed obediently behind Huang Yun. He wasn't part of Qianhan's operations division and knew little of their tactics. With firepower this strong, he was here mainly for real combat experience. Intelligence reported a pack of mutant abyssal amethyst lions inside the cave. The pride's king was estimated at Tier 3, Level 10 up to Tier 4, Level 1, with the others hovering around Tier 3, Level 5. Huang Feng, Haish, Zixing forced them out, Haiyun ordered, wasting no words. Yes, sir. The three answered in unison. Divine water, torrent. Divine lightning, blitz. Divine earth, stampede. A pillar of water laced with violet lightning roared into the cave. The ground shook, a broad fissure raised from the entrance, and part of the cliff face collapsed, burying the mouth in rock and spray. An instant later, the rubble exploded outward. Deep purple lions leaped free, 7 ordinary abyssal amethyst lions bristling and snarling, each between Tier 3, Level 5, and Level 7. At their center towered a lion twice the size of the others, the king, its aura locked at Tier 4, Level 1. 8 in total. They'll take the king. The rest are yours, Haiyun said without hesitation. The team was clearly used to such divisions of labor. Roger. The squad moved, and the fight erupted. Haiyun Tier 4, Level 2, dual affinities, strength and fire, both grade. Abyssal Amethyst Lion King Tier 4, Level 1, fire affinity, grade. Though the Lion King commanded only a single element, every beast was born with muscle and bone rivaling a human strength type. The physical gap was minimal. Divine fire, meteor. Haiyun slashed a short tactical blade, tracing a fiery arc. A crimson fireball condensed in midair and hurled toward the Lion King. Foolish human, you dare ambush us. The beast roared, gathering a larger fireball of its own and smashing it forward. The two fireballs collided. Black Yun's was blown apart, while the Lion King's only shrank slightly and kept barreling toward him with lethal momentum. Boom. The near-detonating flames exploded into a shockwave that sent shards of rock flying. Black Yun tapped the scorched ground and vaulted into the air, his right fist sheathed in fire, and a sonic boom as he shattered the lingering blaze and shot toward the Lion King like a bolt of black lightning. The regulation dagger in his hand suddenly flared, the blade glowing molten red. Every slash carved a crescent of fire, driven by brutal force energy. In mere heartbeats, the storm of blade light came one after another, forcing the Lion King back again and again. When its claw blades met the dagger, they threw off shrill sparks of metal, and the beast dared not trade blows directly. Meanwhile, Huang Yun, Lu Ping, Lu Lan, and Chu Jian had engaged the remaining 7 common abyssal amethyst lions. 4 against 7, yet they held their ground. The clash of techniques and bestial roars blended into a single cacophony. Why 4 against 7? Because Yuan An was not in the fray. As a mere Tier 3, Level 2 fighter, he stood no chance against beasts above Tier 3, Level 5, so Huang Yun told him to stay on the perimeter and jump in for a couple of kicks if the chance arises, his exact words. So Yuan An obediently leaned against the rock wall and watched. He felt a touch of guilt, but the commission only required him to help ensure completion, not personally do the killing. If Black Yun's team finished the job, it still counted, or so he told himself. The fight in the pit grew bloodier. Huang Yun's squad were seasoned veterans, yet the abyssal beast's savagery was real. A single lapse meant being torn apart by hooked claws. Amid blood and fire, minutes slipped by. After 20 relentless minutes, the 7 common amethyst lions lay charred and lifeless on the stone floor, leaving only the Lion King locked in a duel with Black Yun. The captain looks like he's struggling, Lu Ping said, wiping blood from his face. The group stopped to patch themselves up while watching, even betting on how long before Black Yun finished it. They soon sensed something was wrong. Earlier Black Yun had held the upper hand, but now the Lion King was forcing him back step by step, its massive claws shattering his blade arcs. Something's off, assist him now? Huang Yun reacted first, and they charged. At that moment, the Lion King threw back its head and roared, vomiting a torrent of purple flames that swelled into a sea of fire, forcing them back. Stay sharp. This beast is stronger than Tier 4, Level 1, Black Yun warned grimly. Foolish humans. Did you really think a handful of ants like you could slay me? How arrogant. The abyssal Lion King bellowed. Violet-black energy surged as its aura climbed Tier 4, Level 2, 3, 4, 5. It vaulted 4 levels in a single breath, the blast of power compressing the air and stealing their breath. The intel said Tier 4, Level 2. Has it been hiding its strength all along? Huang Yun muttered. Die, pitiful humans. Boom. The Lion King stomped, shattering the stone. Thick pillars of fire as wide as barrels erupted from the ground, scattering Black Yun's team. Black Yun and Huang Yun rolled clear, but the other 3 were caught fooling, hurled toward a distant cliff, and landing with a sickening burnt stench. This is bad, fall back. Black Yun barked, but before he could move, the Lion King turned into a streak of violet fire and appeared in front of him, as if teleporting. Its fangs gaped in a chilling grin, and a massive claw wreathed in raging flames came slamming down. Bang! Bang! The beast's claw carved a brutal arc through the air and slammed into He Yun. Even with his strength-type abilities, quick reflexes, and tough defenses, He Yun could only raise his short blade in time to block the blow. The raw force still hurled him backward, man and blade snapping a tree as thick as a bowl in half, splinters flying everywhere. The Lion King chuckled coldly. With a powerful kick from all 4 limbs, its massive body flashed in front of Huang Yun. Its maw yawned wide, aiming straight for her head. At the same moment, the chill of the abyssal domain settled over her mind, amplifying her fear until it felt suffocating. They had fought abyssal beasts countless times and believed they had built up resistance to domains hold back fear, and the domain has nothing to exploit. Yet now, images of her teammates being taken down one after another swirled through her thoughts. Terror seeped in before she even moved, and the abyssal power punched through her defenses, flooding her with dread. The Lion King's fangs were inches away, death rushed toward her. In the next instant, a figure flashed behind her. Yuan An planted one hand on her shoulder, activated Flying Thunder God, and the two dissolved into afterimages. Less than half a second later, the Lion King's bite snapped shut on empty air. Huang Yun, you okay? Little brother? Huang Yun finally regained her senses, sweat drenching her back. For a heartbeat, she had been sure she would die. Yuan An's gaze locked on the purple crystal Lion King. No wonder Qian Hanshi insisted, I come along this nest of abyssal beasts isn't simple. If the Lion King hadn't mutated, He Yun's squad could have wrapped things up easily, but the enemy had hidden its true power from the start. A 4th rank, level 5 monster was far beyond what 5 level 1 4th rankers could handle. He sighed softly, pressed his palms together, and entered Sage mode. The second stage now triggered instantly and would last half an hour, boosting his power 5-fold. As vast natural energy poured in, his level jumped from 3rd rank, level 2 to 3rd rank, level 7, though his real combat strength far exceeded the numbers. A puny human dares seek death? The Lion King sneered, purple light swirling around its body as it lunged straight at Yuan An. In its eyes, this 3rd rank Esper would be even easier to kill than Huang Yun. Yuan An didn't dodge. He raised one hand. Taboo, Genesis, Star Shower. A surging blue array spread from his palm. Countless droplets merged into razor-sharp ice needles, pouring down like a torrential meteor shower toward the Lion King. Clang, clang, clang. Needle after needle exploded against the purple crystal armor, ringing like metal on metal. A web of fine cracks spread fast, the crystalline layer flaking away bit by bit. Feeling its carapace breached, the purple crystal Lion King sensed danger for the first time. It had never expected the human it had dismissed to tear open its defenses. Abyssal flame. End of worlds. The crystal plates covering the amethyst Lion King flared with a blinding light, and a searing fireball formed between its massive fangs. When the sphere dropped, it carried crushing pressure, scorching the ground into cracked charcoal in a heartbeat. Clap. Yuan An brought his palms together without a hint of panic. Wood style, birth of the tree realm, he called. With a deafening roar, thick trunks speared from the earth, impaling the fireball and splitting it apart before surging toward the amethyst Lion King like a tidal wave. Humph, Merewood magic. The lion sneered and slashed with both claws, icy afterimages shredding the trunks into sawdust. Yet even as the wood splintered, new branches burst forth faster still, unfurling into a lush forest in the blink of an eye. This wretch, realizing things were turning bad, the lion roared and unleashed a torrent of flame. Abyssal fire, chaos. It bellowed. The rolling inferno swallowed the forest instantly, warping the very air with its heat, and only after burning through a massive reserve of power did it reduce the sea of trees to scorched earth. Yuan eyed the barren ground and raised an eyebrow. You are the first beast ever to burn down my entire tree realm. Not bad. The lion's instincts screamed in alarm. Yuan was no mere 3rd rank adept, his strength eclipsed even that of the enforcers. Elsewhere, Huang Yun and the others watched, slack-jawed. Yuan An was holding his own against the lion, even forcing it back. No wonder the city lord insisted he travel with them. Clearly they weren't guarding Yuan Anha, had been protecting them all along. I can't afford to be careless. He has to die now. The lion snarled. Its aura erupted, violet light stabbing into the sky. Abyssal fire, devour the heavens. Concentrated energy gathered before its jaws, forming a basketball-sized orb of deep purple flame that pulsed with a soul-freezing pressure. So this is your strongest move? Yuan An murmured. He brought his hands together once more. Wood style, wood golem. Boom. The fireball blasted forth, but a colossal wooden hand erupted from the ground and caught it mid-flight. A towering wooden giant rose after it, bark-covered muscles creaking as if alive. While the amethyst lion king stared in shock, the golem whipped its arm around and hurled the orb straight back. Boom. A massive ring of fire blossomed across a kilometer of land, a mushroom-shaped blaze shooting into the sky and turning night into day. After all, true art is an explosion. Crack. Spiderweb fractures spread across the lion's amethyst armor before huge pieces crumbled away. Yuan An cast him a calm glance. Turn a spear against its shield, they say your offense is stronger than your defense. And it seems they were right. You damned human, the gravely wounded lion glared with bloodshot eyes, but it had no fight left. No need for resentment. Humans and beasts have always been mortal enemies. Either you die today, or I do. Yuan An stepped forward, drew the short blade from his back, and drove it through the lion's throat in a flash of cold light. A wet gurgle escaped the lion's throat, blood frothing as its limbs trembled, powerless to resist. Yuan An offered a comforting word. Deep breaths, the dizziness is perfectly normal. Ding. You have slain a tier 4, level 5 abyssal beast, and earned 4,500 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. Host, your level has risen to tier 3, level 3. Did we win? A chill mountain wind swept past as the massive Lion King crashed to the ground. Yuan An sheathed his blade and stood tall. The members of Black Cloud Squad stared. Speechless, the boy they were supposed to protect now stood alone before the fallen beast, victorious. How is a tier 3 supposed to guard a whole group of tier 4s? Huang Yun scratched his head, still baffled. Only now did he realize why Qian Hanshi had insisted on placing Yuan An in their team. She must have already known the boy's true strength. Captain Heiyun, does that mean the mission's done? Yuan An asked casually as he deftly dug out the Lion King's monster core, its glow an eerie blue-green. Oh yeah, it's done. Heiyun snapped out of his daze and hurriedly ordered everyone to gather the spoils and clear the field. Once the work was finished, they piled into the transport and headed back. Night had settled over the mountains. And how are you this strong? Huang Yun leaned over the seat, eyes sparkling. It's nothing special, Yuan An replied, scratching his head shyly. Around others, he still seemed like a modest teenager. You hit it well. We almost thought we were dead back there. Huang Yun winked, then clutched her chest in mock distress. Should I repay you with my hand in marriage? No, that's really not necessary. Yuan An waved his hands, flustered by her enthusiasm. Boom. From the opposite slope, a boulder the size of a house came hurtling down. Heiyun slammed the brakes. Metal screamed as the front bumper scraped past the rock. Crash. More stone spheres rained from above, each as wide as the vehicle, shattering the road in explosions of debris. A beast tide. Huang Yun's face went pale. Beyond the falling rocks, the forest erupted with thunderous roars. Hordes of monsters burst through the canopy, surging toward the convoy. This is bad, punch it. Heiyun floored the accelerator, the hover truck spitting a plume of fire. Huang Yun kicked open a window, flipped onto the roof, and took position. Black Snake and the others followed. One remained at the wheel, while two climbed up to help. Divine Ice, scatter blossoms. Heiyun spread his arms. 3 ice blue sigils spun above him, launching massive spears of ice that collided head-on with the falling boulders, exploding into shards of frost and stone. Yuan An vaulted out of the cargo hold. Chaos reigned. Rocks rained from the sky while the beast tide closed in on all sides. I knew Qian Hanshi wouldn't send me on something easy, he muttered, hands flying through seals. Wood style, wood clone technique. 4 identical clones flashed into existence and leapt from the roof, charging into the flanks of the advancing horde. Wood style, nativity of the world tree. In an instant their palms struck the ground. Thick trunks burst upward, branches weaving into a vast green sea. 2 immense wooden walls sprang across the mountain road, cutting the beast tide off completely. Roars tore the night air as monsters slammed into the walls, claws gouging bark, yet failing to move them an inch. The convoy seized the opening and roared out of the encirclement. Glancing back, Heiyun saw the newly born forest holding the tide at bay and felt a chill at Yuan An's command of wood style. Under the cold moonlight, the hover truck trailed a ribbon of flame, pulling farther and farther from the howls and falling stones. Heiyun's team had broken through the encirclement and left the beasts behind. So many beasts. Huang Yun burst out of the trees and glanced back. Splintered branches snapped in his wake, while a sea of black shapes thundered after him, fangs and claws glinting coldly. By a rough count, there were at least 1,000 of them, far more than he had ever seen gathered in one place. On his very first mission outside the city, he had stumbled into something this bizarre, and a chill crept through him. If Yuan An had not been beside him, they would never have escaped that frenzied tide. Even after slipping the Amethyst Lion King's pursuit, they ran flat out for miles before finally shaking off their hunters. The road home was strangely silent. Not a single beast showed itself. When the team reached Qianhan City, the guards on the wall could see the blood, grime, and exhaustion clinging to them, tempered only by the relief of returning alive. Without stopping, they headed straight for the east gate, where Qianhanchi had been waiting. "You're back. Looks like the mission was a success." She studied them closely. He stepped forward, clasped his fists, and rattled off everything that had happened. Abyssal beasts in disguise, an ambush laid by a prepared hordite, all felt deliberate, as if someone had waited for them to bite the bait. When he finished, the air turned heavy. Qianhanchi nodded slightly and spoke in a low voice. "Disguised abyssal beasts, an ambush by a beast tide, just as I suspected. The abyss must be planning something big." "What exactly?" Ian asked. "Possibly a grand beast tide." Her words were soft, yet they froze every heart. A grand beast tide. Several people blurted out. Such a catastrophe meant monsters from every direction would swarm human settlements. History recorded too. 700 years ago, the first 7th-rank Esper and founding god king of the Xinxia Empire died along with that era's abyssal king to secure victory. 300 years ago, the 3rd god king led the greatest 6th-rank warriors against the 2nd abyssal king, winning only by sacrificing his life and half the elite forces. The phrase grand beast tide was forever tied to blood and sacrifice. Hearing it now left no one calm. Noticing their ashen faces, Qianhanchi tempered her tone. "It's only a possibility. Even if it never comes, the abyss and its beasts are acting strangely enough to stay on guard. Go and rest." She waved them off. The group saluted and departed, everyone but Yuan An, who remained because his payment was still outstanding. "City Lord Qian," he said bluntly, "you knew we'd run into powerful abyssal beasts and a horde. That's why you dragged me along, isn't it?" Qianhanchi chuckled. "And didn't you handle it beautifully? A man who can fight the Azure Dragon Demon General Hedon shouldn't be wasted on trivial errands, should he?" That was as good as an admission. Yuan An saw no need to argue further. "Enough talk. The job's done. Hand over the other half of the teleport talisman." "Of course. A deal is a deal." Smiling, Qianhanchi produced the remaining half of the spatial teleport talisman. The tattered half of a spatial teleportation talisman dangled between Qianhanxi's fingers, its frayed edges still glimmering with a faint silver light. Yuan An reached for it, but the instant his fingertips brushed the paper, Qianhanchi tightened her fist and trapped it in her palm. "City Lord Qian, let go, will you? Are you having second thoughts?" Yuan An dared not tug, afraid the fragile charm might tear, so he could only glare at her. "I'm not backing out," Qianhanchi replied calmly, her gaze locked on his. "I just need you to hear me out." She pointed toward the window. "You've seen it. The abyss keeps stirring, monsters run rampant, and another beast tide could strike at any moment. Stay and help me defend Qianhan City, will you?" Yuan An paused, the corner of his mouth twitching. "You're giving me too much credit, City Lord. The abyss and a beast tide, those aren't things I can handle alone. With you here, our options multiply," Qianhanchi said, eyes resolute while her grip remained firm. Yuan An was among the city's top fighters, young, capable, and exactly the ally she needed. Yuan An shook his head. "I'm done fighting. I just want to go home." The talisman suddenly slipped free. Off balance, Yuan An lurched forward, almost falling. Steadying himself, he hurried to check the charm for damage. Satisfied it was intact, he looked up, voice sincere. "I'm sorry, City Lord. I don't share your sense of duty. Right now all that matters is going home. I was dragged into the abyss long agamy. Parents probably think I'm dead. I have to get back." With that, he turned and walked away, and nothing could stop him from going home. Ding. The system chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Quest complete. Deal reached with Qianhanchi. Spatial teleportation talisman obtained. Reward, 50,000 energy points." As the 50,000 points landed, Yuan An arched a brow, considering what to buy. In the store, one Mangekyo Sharingan technique remained Koto Amatsu Kamiprist at exactly 50,000. The strongest single-target illusion, able to rewrite a person's will without them ever sensing it, sounded beyond broken. The drawback was just as extreme, a colossal cooldown. In the original lore, a user waited over a decade between casts. Spending 50,000 on something usable once every 10+ years felt like daylight robbery. Yet wielded well, it could overturn fate itself. After a long deliberation, he made his choice. Ding. 50,000 energy points deducted. Item obtained. Mangekyo Sharingan Koto Amatsukami. Skill description. Completely overwrite an opponent's consciousness without their awareness. Cooldown, 1 year. Uses remaining, 5. Damn, that cooldown's still brutal, Yuan An muttered. The system had trimmed it from more than a decade to a year, but once a year was still precious. he would have to ration each use. Yuan An murmured to himself, already planning how to spend his new trump card. The spatial teleportation talisman was finally his. Yuan An pulled out the two half-seals and pressed them together. The instant they touched, a visible ripple spread outward, warped space shivered like water, and the two pieces locked together with a crisp click, fusing into a single, flawless talisman. He wasted no time. Pinching his fingers, he channeled spiritual power through his meridians into the seal. The runes flared, a silver-white column of light shot upward, then shattered into countless sparks that coiled around him. Familiar spatial currents surged. He could feel his body peeling away from reality, ready to be dragged into the distortion. And then, boom. High above the city of Thousand Frosts, a colossal mushroom cloud punched into the sky, the blast making the air rumble like rolling thunder. The city's defensive barrier snapped open, a translucent dome that swallowed the shockwave. Even so, the deafening roar bored into every ear, and the ground quaked as if the whole city had been lifted off its foundations. Once the barrier was raised, every inch of nearby space locked solid. The starlight around Yuan An froze. The flowing spatial energy pinned in midair. The transfer was forcibly cut off. Damn it, one more second. He cursed, clenching the talisman, frustration knotting in his chest. He looked up. Across the heavens, massive energy spheres trailed fiery tails, slamming into the dome and blossoming into chains of smaller mushroom clouds. Though triggered automatically, the shield was frighteningly tough. Even under such a barrage, it didn't waver. Whoa! A shrill siren, eerie as a ghost wail, swept through every street. Its pitch carried a single message: enemy attack. In that instant, literally everyone dropped what they were doing and sprinted toward the walls. The citizens of the city of Thousand Frosts lived by a single creed: be ready to fight. The alarm had barely sounded before they gathered without orders. Inside the walls, ability users rushed to their assigned posts. The elderly, the children, and ordinary folk without powers stayed to the rear, their eyes fixed on the backs racing for the battlements. In this city, logistics was another arm of war, and every person had a role. Yuan An had no wish to be caught up in the city's troubles again, yet the siren's cry held his gaze. Beneath a nearby gate, Qian Hanshi had already assembled the garrison, calmly guiding troops onto the wall and into position. Beyond the ramparts, a black tide of beasts tore across the frozen plain, roaring as they slammed against the light curtain. Long-range powers screamed toward the barrier beams, fireballs, streaks of raw energy only to detonate against the shield in dazzling rings of flame. A beast tide. Level 1 battle stations. Full defensive counterattack. The order rippled through the ranks. For the city of Thousand Frosts, a beast tide was nothing new. Sieges large and small erupted with grim regularity. This horde wasn't the biggest they had faced, but it was more than enough to demand full readiness. Ability users manned the cannons, flooding them with power, and the line of counterfire roared alive. Boom, boom, boom. Artillery thundered along the parapet, hurling destruction into the swarm. Firelight turned the sky crimson, concussions pounded the ears, and shards of stone and smoke billowed through the snow-laden air. The cannons thundered, deafening and relentless, and the battlefield drowned in smoke and flame. A beast tide was sweeping in. Though Yuan An had fought his share of spirit beasts, he had never seen a full-scale horde before. From a high perch inside the inner city, the massive walls blocked his view, yet the non-stop boom of artillery and the faint but furious roars outside told him there had to be 3, maybe even 10,000 demonic beasts battering the defenses. He had never faced anything this large. Should he go or stay? While he wavered, a familiar figure slipped through the crowd. Qian Hanshi had spotted him. You're still here? She came closer, light-hearted yet probing. Changed your mind about helping? Yuan An spread his hands. I meant to leave, but your barrier has even sealed space. My teleport talisman's useless. If the system assigned a quest, he would gladly stay and help repel the horde, but it remained silent no matter how he called. There is currently no need to assign a mission. The cold mechanical reply left him at a loss. Had the system crashed? After hearing his explanation, Qian Hanxi's expression eased. The barrier around Qianhan City locks space itself. You'll have to wait until we lift it before you can teleport, and that won't happen soon. If you're in a hurry, you'll have to walk out on your own. Yuan An nodded, paused, then asked, so this beast tide? He couldn't just turn his back on the city. A bright smile bloomed on her snowy face. I almost thought Shengjing Academy students were that heartless. If so, I'd report you to Dean Fong myself. Her grin was dazzling, but Yuan An failed to see the joke. Never mind, she said, growing serious. We've handled tides like this 8 or 9 times. We know the drill. But remember, humanity is anything but safe right now. One day, I hope you'll become strong enough to protect us all. There was no jest in her clear eyes. Moved by her sincerity, Yuan An nodded solemnly. I will. A heavy sense of purpose settled on his shoulders. Leave through the west gate, she said. Go straight for about 15 kilometers, and you'll reach Suya City. Use your talisman there. Understood. This time he didn't argue. He turned and sprinted toward the west gate. Climbing back onto the battlements, Qian Hanshi barked. Hit those beasts with everything you've got, don't let a single one escape. Yes, ma'am. The soldiers answered, and the barrage grew even fiercer. Hearing the steady commands behind him, Yuan An felt a measure of relief. Leaving through the west gate, he followed the main road straight ahead. But he quickly encountered another problem. Although Qian Hanshi had shown him the way, Suya City was still about 30 li away, nearly 15 kilometers. With no flyer at hand, walking would take far too long. He wished he had asked her for a ride earlier, but she was already beyond the mountain gate, and turning back would be humiliating. All he could do was pace beside the path, kneading his brow in frustration. A crisp, piercing cry suddenly cut through the clouds. A Tier 3, Level 4 storm bird swooped from the sky, its massive shadow racing across the ground. Gold and emerald wings beat out razor winds as it sized Yuan An up for prey. His eyes gleam at perfect timing. Wood arts, grand forest. He pressed his palms together and channeled his spiritual power. Thick vines erupted underfoot, lacing the air like chains. Caught off guard, the storm bird's wings were bound tight, and after a few moments of futile flailing, the beast was subdued. 2 minutes later, the storm bird served as his makeshift mount. Yuan An reclined against its broad, downy back, wind roaring past his ears even faster than a flyer. He closed his eyes and dozed, lulled by the bird's rhythmic rise and fall. He didn't know how long he slept before a vast gray outline surfaced on the horizon. Suya City. Under the setting sun, its towering walls looked like a colossal blade lying across the land. Yuan An patted the bird's neck, about to signal a descent, when disaster struck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows wrapped in wind-type aura streaked out of the forest beyond the walls, piercing the storm bird's wings and chest. Blood-flecked feathers scattered, and the beast lost lift, dropping fast. Yuan An's brows knit. He flipped off its back, borrowed the dying updraft, and landed lightly. By the time his feet touched the ground, the storm bird lay lifeless. Bushes rustled as 7 figures emerged. Ragged leather armor, bloody blades, greedy grins bandits. Their leader was Tier 3, Level 7, the rest between Level 5 and Level 7. Every aura fierce and unruly. Riding a Tier 3 beast? Must be a wealthy beast tamer, the leader sneered, spinning his blood-stained spear. Hand over your valuables, and we might let you live. Yuan An's mouth quirked up. So this is a robbery? It was his first time being ambushed, and he felt oddly curious. Spears, bows, and crossbows flashed as the 7 closed in. Quit stalling, the leader spat. Surrender, or we get rough. Arms folded, Yuan An smiled. I'm in a hurry. Block my path and pay the price. Have it your way, get him. The leader roared. 5 minutes later, dust still swirled among the trees. The 7 bandits bruised, swollen, and kneeling in a row looked pitiful. The leader, missing both front teeth, whistled as he spoke. Boss, spare us, please. Gold, spirit stones, monster cores, leave everything, Yuan An said, brushing dirt from his sleeves. We only rob to feed our family, scout you. Yuan An merely lifted his gaze, wood-type energy roiling in his palm. Trembling, the bandits hurriedly offered up their storage pouches. After counting his spoils, Yuan An pocketed everything and strode towards Suya City, his figure swallowed by the evening light. Behind him, the unlucky bandits slumped to the ground, groaning and propping each other up. They had set out to rob someone, only to end up being robbed themselves. Xinxia Empire, White Dragon City, the Yuan residence. I don't care. Yuan, if you don't bring him back, I'd rather die too. In the living room, Su Xin was nearly hysterical, tears streaming down her face. 3 full months had passed since Yuan An vanished. The joint mission against the Abyss had been touted as a sure win, elite students from Shengjing Academy and the Los Empire working side by side. No one expected the whole squad to be wiped out. When word reached the capital, the Empire was shaken. 1. Abyss forces had infiltrated this deep into the heartland, exposing a deadly gap in intelligence. 2. Both nations lost their best freshmen and seniors overnight, cutting away half of their future potential in a single stroke. To bystanders, it was a costly defeat. To the families, it was an unbearable tragedy. White Dragon City was in uproar. Yuan An, Zhao Mei, Bai Tianquan, and several others had been the brightest stars of White Dragon Academy. Now, their names were marked with black crosses on the casualty list. Instructors such as Lu Yunchuan went speechless at the sight. The only good news was the absence of Yuan An's body among the dead. For a brief moment, Yuan Jun and Su Xin found relief in that fact. Over the next 3 months, they searched every inch of the battlefield, but nothing turned up. Was he swallowed by a beast? Is that why there's no body? Su Xin muttered, eyes unfocused. She grasped at every shred of hope, only for it to be torn apart by darker thoughts. Steady now, and his blessed hell pull through. Yuan Jun wrapped an arm around his wife. His voice was firm, but his knuckles were white. 2 possibilities remained. Either Yuan An had died in some monster's belly, or had been taken by the Abyss. Neither offered much hope, yet as head of the family, he had to stay strong. Shengjing Academy, headmaster's office. The other three principals of the Empire's four great academies had gathered. Fu Lingtian, head of Baijian Academy in the eastern province, patted his beer belly and opened fire. Old Fong, Shengjing really botched this, only so many fine students gone at once. Ning Shi, head of Linghai Academy in the western province, lounged on the sofa, graceful and alluring, a faint smile on crimson lips. The intel was supposed to be airtight. How did things end up like this? Bad information. Wan Yu, head of Shunming Academy in the northern province, wore a hard expression and spoke in a steely voice. Missions fail, it happens. Don't lose your composure over a single setback. Old Fong, your priority should be the academy tournament next month. Ning Shi nodded slightly, eyes bright. Fu Lingxian's belly quivered as he chimed in, exactly. This year's tournament is crucial. It concerns the glory and future of the Xinxia Empire. Fu Lingtian echoed the point once more, eager to show his agreement. Fong Weifeng's face darkened slightly. The three colleagues in front of him claimed they were here to visit, yet their eyes clearly showed they had come to watch the drama unfold. 1 month from now, the Academy Grand Tournament personally overseen by the Xinxia Empire Alliance would begin. Held once every 3 years, the champion received a lavish reward from the Alliance and earned the highest honor for their academy, while the losers were forced to pay a steep fee. The money went toward fighting Yao beasts and maintaining the Alliance's defenses. Noble as the cause was, no one wanted to pay if they could avoid it. The four great academies had always been evenly matched, each taking its turn at the top, but this year everything was different. Shengjing Academy had just been dealt a crippling blow, losing more than half its elite students. Before the competition even started, they had already sacrificed half their strength. Old Fong, if you ask me, Shengjing should just sit this one out, Fu Lingtian said with a mocking grin. It's only money. With your resources you can cough it up in no time. Fong Weifeng's fists tightened, yet his voice stayed level. Thanks for your concern. Shengjing may lose, but we will never forfeit. The Academy's dignity was not something he would allow anyone to trample. Ning Shi twirled her teacup, smiling faintly. Didn't you pick up a new prodigy lately? She awakened her ability before even graduating from another school, and you recruited her on the spot. The usually taciturn one, you pushed up his glasses and added, I hear she's a double-strength ability user. Don't laugh too soon. Maybe old Fong is counting on her to turn the tables. Drawing a rare breath of confidence, Fong Weifeng swept his gaze over the three of them. Save your questions. The grand tournament will answer them for you. Well, look who's getting cocky, Fu Lingtian snorted. Hanging your hopes on one rookie? Don't come crying when you have to concede. You'll be the one crying. The air between them crackled, the scent of gunpowder rising through the fragrance of tea. Meanwhile, at the northernmost edge of the continent, in Suya City, nestled behind the capital of the Frozen Realm, the city's defenses were far laxer than the front lines. Yuan An entered almost unchallenged. After confirming there was no spatial barrier overhead, he pulled out a teleport talisman. A faint silver light traced the talisman's edge as spatial energy wrapped around him like water. Satisfied that nothing blocked his way, Yuan An took a deep breath and activated the charm. His vision stretched into a corridor of flashing lights, and his body was flung into a silver-white passage, racing along the raging current of space. Teleport talismans are graded by distance. The one he had used earlier at Shengjing Academy only needed to jump within Shengxia's borders a matter of minutes. This time, however, he had to travel nearly 3,000 kilometers from the extreme north back to the Empire's heartland, and even the finest talisman couldn't bridge that gap in a blink. Even with this teleport charm, it would take an entire day to get home. Dawnbreak City, the Xinxia Empire's eastern stronghold, shoulders the vital task of guarding the province's border. At its center rises a straight, towering teleportation spire, the first stop for anyone arriving via spatial talisman. With a silver flash, Yuan An, fresh from Suya City, materialized at the base of the tower. After drifting in a spatial tunnel for an entire day, his mind felt hollow, his senses foggy. Stepping outside, he drew a lungful of cool, clean air and finally regained his bearings, exhaling with contentment. Nothing compares to the air of the Xinxia Empire. He stretched, surveyed his surroundings, and listened to his protesting stomach. Food came first. Dawnbreak City was vast and bustling, its restaurants packed wall to wall. Yuan An picked the most lavish establishment he could see. Months on the road hadn't emptied the air's deep pockets. Inside, the gilded hall glittered with gold fittings, a sharp contrast to the street outside. Welcome, sir. How may I help you? The host asked, hurrying over. A table for one. Private room, Yuan An said crisply. Certainly, sir, though only the last suite remains, and it is rather pricey. Money isn't an issue. Just give me good service. He shrugged. The host's smile widened. Right this way, please. It pays to have money. Yuan An followed him up to the third floor and stopped before the final private room. Just as the host reached for the door, a clear voice rang out down the hall. Wait, we'll take that room. Yuan An turned. An 18 or 19-year-old girl was striding toward them, several well-dressed attendants in tow. Miss Fu. The host bowed at once. Chin lifted, the girl spoke with effortless command. There aren't any other rooms left, are there? If this is the last one, it's mine. But, Miss Fu, this gentleman has already, the host faltered. Her brows arched, irritation flickering. What? I can't even reserve a room here now. She looked Yuan An over, a hint of a smile on her lips. You're handsome enough. Be a dear and wait for the next one, will you? Yuan An returned the ancien pretty face, generous curves, long legs under a short skirt. No question, she was stunning, though the attitude spoiled the view. Probably a pampered heiress, he thought. He knew the trope. Heated argument, tension rising, maybe fists flying. Had shut her down, only to provoke some even bigger patron. It would take half the day, and he was starving. Fine, just give me any seat that's open. In the end, he surrendered the room to the young woman too hungry to bother with a fight. Even a mighty dragon knows better than to bully the local snake. This is Pixiao City, not Bailong City, Yuan An reminded himself. I'd better keep my head down. Back in Bailong City, he would never have let anyone steal his room. In fact, he would probably have helped himself to theirs. Since he was on someone else's turf, caution seemed wise. Softening his voice, he told the waitress, forget it, and she exhaled in relief. Nodding repeatedly, she hurried ahead to show him the way. A clash between Yuan An and the rowdy youths would only hurt the restaurant's reputation, no matter the outcome. He had just started to follow her when the ponytailed girl behind him suddenly called out. Wait, are you from Sharingan Academy? Yuan An glanced back. The azure dragon crest on the scabbard slung across his back was hard to miss. In this upscale restaurant, weapons were common enough most patrons were espresso, he hadn't bothered to hide it. The scabbard was, in fact, empty. His short blade had been snapped in half during his fight with the azure dragon general. Can I help you? He asked mildly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. So you really are from Sharingan, the girl said, moving closer with her companions. This is Pixiao City Baizhan Academy territory. What are you doing here? Did you clear it with anyone? Her tone dripped with superiority, and her friends wore matching smirks. Yuan An knew Baizhan Academy well, one of the Xinxia Empire's 4 great schools. Relations between their 2 academies were notoriously tense. Rumor even claimed a former Sharingan principal had run off with the Baizhan principal's wife, further souring things. I don't recall needing permission to travel inside the empire, Yuan An said evenly. And if I did, it wouldn't be from you. He spoke lightly, but hunger gnawed at him. He had no patience for a squabble. Listen to the mouth on this kid, a buzzcut youth behind the girl scoffed. On our turf, talking big? The academy tournament is this year, and Sharingan's bound to lose. Still got that attitude? How tough I act has nothing to do with you, Yuan An replied, stepping past them. If that's all, I'll be going. His casual dismissal left the group, flushed with anger. The buzz-cut youth lunged forward, seizing Yuan An's shoulder. You punk, do you even? He got no further. Yuan An turned slowly, and the youth found himself staring into eyes honed by life-and-death battles, cold, steady, lethal. The words died in his throat, and sweat immediately slicked his palm. Everyone nearby felt it. The pressure rolling off Yuan An wasn't a bluff but the lingering killing intent of a man who had survived real combat. Yuan An brushed the hand off and spoke quietly, every syllable leaving no room for debate. I'm here to eat. Anyone who tries to stop me will regret it. I just want to eat. Get out of my way. Yuan An's voice was calm, but carried an icy finality. For an instant his gaze seemed solid, as cold as the Reaper's touch. The young man opposite him shivered and stumbled 2 steps back. A second later he snapped out of it. Why am I afraid? This guy is only tier 3, level 3, while the weakest of us is level 6. Why let someone 3 sublevels below scare me? The realization made his face flush with angry embarrassment. Students from Sharingan Academy really are rude, he growled. This isn't your turf, don't act so high and mighty. The girl beside him snorted and stepped forward, ready to put Yuan An in his place. Yuan An lifted his eyes. His scarlet Sharingan flared, a blood-red vortex boring straight into the girl's pupils. Thud. She jerked. Her gaze went vacant, and she fell into the illusion he cast. Within 3 seconds her breathing turned ragged. Soft moans spilled from her lips, her cheeks burned crimson, and she crumpled to the floor, chest heaving as if she'd survived an unspeakable storm. The hall went dead quiet except for the ragged breathing. No one knew what had happened, and no one dared touch the girl or stop Yuan An. Let's go, he said, withdrawing his gaze and nodding to the stunned waiter. She lay limp and dazed on the floor while the crowd traded nervous glances, unwilling to approach her or chase him. Second-floor restaurant, window seat. Yuan An sat at a spotless wooden table, watching the throngs outside. A waiter hurried over with appetizers and whispered, Sir, won't that stunt get you in trouble? They're from Baizhan Academy, aren't they? I'm from Sharingan. He took a bite of rice wine cake. It tasted decent. The waiter leaned closer. They're not ordinary students. That young woman Fu Zuamias, the dean's daughter. Oh, Yuan An said, not even arching an eyebrow. That explains the attitude. I'm not from Baizhan, and I wouldn't flinch even if her father showed up. Hey Race, everything you ordered. Enjoy your meal. Seeing he was unperturbed, the waiter backed off. Confident his illusion would keep Fu Shumei trapped for a good while, Yuan An finished every dish at ease. After the last spoonful of soup, he wiped his mouth and settled the bill. He left the tavern and strolled halfway around Dawnbreak City, bought a brand new flyer from a garage, then an off-road map from a corner shop. Spatial gates and teleport talismans linked the major cities, but those were academy perks, closed to outsiders. He'd have to drive back to Bailong City himself. Dawnbreak to Bailong was roughly 1,000 kilometers far from close, yet not exactly distant. Unlike routes from Frosthold or the Shinsummer capital, this leg had no teleport talismans, widening the gap in pure travel time. No one guaranteed the safety of wilderness highways. A beast could lunge out and shred a steel hull at any moment. Even with the flyer maxed out, he would have to slow off and stay alert. 10 to 15 days on the road wasn't unheard of. The engine roared as the flyer shot through the city gate. Sunset flowed across the roof like molten gold. Yuan An brightened the NAV screen, spread the map on the passenger seat, marked a string of supply stops, and punched the accelerator. Only 4 words filled his mind. He was ready for the long haul. While on the road, Yuan An had his 2 wooden doppelgangers take turns at the wheel, while he stretched out in the back. The SUV tore down a highway overrun by weeds and riddled with cracks, its tires sometimes grinding loose gravel with a shrill scrape. Inside the cabin, the only sound was the roar of the engine, yet danger outside never let up. Every so often a fiend beast would leap from a pile of rubble or from behind a fallen sign, screeching as it lunged at the vehicle. The wooden duplicate kept the wheel steady, while Yuan An sprang upright, his blade flashing coldly outside the window. Prey that came to him never went to waste. What others saw as threats, he saw as energy and experience. Ding. Slayed a Tier 3, Level 4 Fiend Beast. Gained 340 XP. Ding. Slayed a Tier 2, Level 5 Fiend Beast. Gained 250 XP. Ding. Slayed a Tier 3, Level 4 Fiend Beast. Gained 340 XP. Ding. Slayed a Tier 3, Level 7 Fiend Beast. Gained 370 XP. Ding. Slayed a Tier 2, Level 4 Fiend Beast. Gained 240 XP. Ding. Slayed a Tier 1, Level 4 Fiend Beast. Gained 140 XP. The tang of gasoline mingled with the coppery sweetness of demon blood in the night breeze, and the system prompts continued to roll in. Ding. Congratulations, host has reached Tier 3, Level 4. Ding. Congratulations, host has reached Tier 3, Level 5. Ding. Congratulations, host has reached Tier 3, Level 6. An ordinary caravan would have chosen a detour long ago. Most traders on inner-city routes spend a fortune hiring awakened escorts and steer as far away from fiend beasts as they can. Yuan An did the opposite. Wherever the monsters were thickest, he would deliberately swing by, just to harvest a few more beast cores and rack up extra experience. Unfortunately, his current level was already high, and the XP from ordinary Tier 3 beasts barely nudged the bar anymore. He calculated that he would have to cut down 20 or 30 Tier 3 beasts in a row to gain another level. So he found himself missing the abyssal beasts. Their XP reward was 10 times that of normal monsters. If he could run into a few dozen abyssal beasts, he could practically level up on the spot. Sadly, abyssal beasts were rare. Even back when he had been captured by Longcheng, the Qinglong Demon General's forces were mostly abyssal guards, with precious few true abyssal beasts. The beast tide that hit Xinhan City had been nothing but ordinary monsters. Had they all been abyssal beasts, leaving aside the added danger, the rewards alone would have convinced Yuan An to stay and help. For now, he could only sigh at the lack of opportunities. The car kept moving, and the beasts kept showing up. Yuan An casually wiped the blood from his blade and exchanged every core he had collected in the system. Ding. 3 Tier 1, Level 7 Beast Cores, 4 Tier 1, Level 8 Beast Cores, 1 Tier 2, Level 3 Beast Core, 1 Tier 2, Level 5 Beast Core. Sale successful. Gained 48,888 energy points. With more than 48,000 energy points in the bank, he was quite satisfied. For now, he had only one goal: save up 100,000 energy points, redeem the Mangekyo Sharingan, and soar. Once he possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would no longer have to scrimp on ocular techniques. He could unleash them at will. To slay more beasts, he had spent an entire month on the road, meandering from Paxiao City to Bailong City, half a month longer than planned. Yet he had no regrets. There was no way he would let all those energy points and XP slip by. Up ahead, the familiar city walls finally emerged in the dawnlight. Yuan An closed his eyes for a moment, picturing the worried faces of Yuan Jun and Su Xian. The two of them had probably been frantic during his months of disappearance. Guilt welled up inside him, and he hurriedly urged the wooden doppelganger to step on the gas, racing toward Bailong City. At the Yuan home, Yuan Jun pulled the sobbing Su Xian into his arms. Su Xian, we have to stay strong. If Shaoan saw you like this, it would break his heart, he whispered, using his broad shoulders to shield her from the cold. Her grief overflowed. Why does our boy have to suffer so much? He's still so young. Why did he have to leave us? I never got to watch him grow up, to see him start a family, to build a life of his own. Why couldn't heaven give him a little more time? Her voice cracked, her body trembling. Yuan Jin gently patted her back, but the words meant to comfort her stuck in his throat. As head of the operations division, he had faced the deadliest missions without shedding a tear, yet now silent drops slid down his cheeks because before all else, he was a father. Few things can make a father weep. The loss of a son is one of them. Amid the muffled sobs in the living room, a slightly breathless voice drifted in from the doorway. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Did you hear that, old Yuan? It sounded like Shaoan. Su Xian whispered, eyes blurred with tears. Is it a hallucination? Maybe grief is playing tricks on us, Yuan Jun answered, his chest tightening. Officially, their son had been dead for months. Hearing his voice now had to be an illusion. Then the call rang out again, clear and close. Dad, Mom. Su Xian tore herself from Yuan Jun's arms and stared at the entryway. A tall, slender young man with gentle eyes stood there. Yuan An. Old Yuan, am I seeing things? It's really Xiao, and Su Xian murmured. It's not a hallucination. I see him too, Yuan Jun breathed, shock and joy colliding in his eyes. Yuan An crossed the room in 3 strides and threw his arms around them. Dad, Mom, you're not imagining anything. I'm back, he said, pulling them close. The familiar warmth and heartbeat convinced them he was real. Su Xian choked on her words, clutching him even tighter. Shaoan, you're alive? I'm fine, Mom. I'm right here, Yuan An replied, his rough voice light with relief. Su Xin's restraint crumbled. She burst into tears, soaking her son's shoulder. Yuan Jun removed his glasses and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, unable to hide his emotion. Yuan An patted his mother's back, murmuring comfort, his own eyes shining. During those days in the abyss, he had pictured this moment countless times, fearing not death itself, but the thought of his parents burying their only child. Each wave of despair was a blade to his heart. Family ties run deep. They may lie quiet in ordinary days, but the prospect of eternal separation makes their strength and their pain unbearable. Mother and son clung to each other and cried until their sobs finally subsided. Stroking her back, Yuan An whispered, That's enough, Mom. Don't cry anymore. I'm home safe and sound, you should be happy. Su Xian drew a long breath, wiped away her tears, and managed a faint, exhausted smile. Xiaoyan's right, this is a happy moment, so let's stop crying. Yuan Jun offered the same comfort. The 3 finally wiped away their tears, the living room echoing only with the occasional sniffle. After a few minutes, their emotions began to settle. Su Xian recovered first. Gripping her son's arm, she examined him closely. Shaoan, where have you been these past few months? Are you hurt? Did anyone bully you? As she spoke, she checked the backs of his hands, pinched his cheeks, and lifted his sleeves as if she wanted to inspect every inch of skin. Relax, I'm perfectly fine, Yuan An replied with an easy smile. I was dragged into the abyss for a while, but I stayed sharp. I took one of them hostage, slipped away in the chaos, looped through the Thousand Frost City in the far north, and hurried home. The trip was long, that's why it took me so long. He revealed the essentials, but skipped the grisly details so his parents wouldn't fret. Still, the single word abyss made Su Xian and Yuan Jun trade stunned looks. We suspected you might have been taken to the abyss, Yuan Jun said, voice trembling, but we never imagined it was true. Shaoan, escaping from the abyss must have been brutal, Su Xian added, her icy fingers clasped around his hand in worry. It honestly wasn't that hard. I just got lucky, Yuan An said with a shrug. I grabbed a hostage and bolted. Su Xian half believed him, yet she still praised him. Our Xiaoan is the cleverest. The tension eased a little, and Yuan An suddenly remembered. Where's Xiaoyu, by the way? It's late, shouldn't she be home? Well, Xiaoyu isn't here. It's complicated, Yuan Jin said, scratching his head as he shifted on the couch. After word came back that you died on a mission, she was heartbroken. She quit the academy and locked herself in her room. We were worried sick, and then one day, he drew a deep breath, as if about to drop a bombshell. She awakened her powers on her own in years early. It's never happened before. Su Xian nodded vigorously. And she didn't awaken just one element. She gained wind and water, then fused them into ice, 3 elements in all. Yuan Jun went on, the craziest part is that every one of them is skrayed. Xiaoyu awakened 3 skrayed abilities at once. Silence fell over the room. Yuan An was dumbstruckerly awakening, triple elements, all skrayed. Genius didn't even begin to cover it. Across Blue Star, there were fewer than 10 single-element skrayed users in the Xinxia Empire. Dual element skrayed? Only 1. Triple element skrayed? In the entire world, none had ever existed. This is unreal, he muttered, thinking only 4 words, unparalleled in history. So, where's Xiaoyu now? He asked, snapping back to the moment. After she awakened, she pulled herself together, Yuan Jun replied. She said she'd avenge you and one day wage war on the abyss, so she applied to Shungjing Academy. Naturally, they couldn't refuse, so that's where she is. Yuan An nodded. With triple skrayed talent, even the Xinxiao Alliance would roll out the red carpet for Huangyu. She was a true prodigy, a future of humanity. This girl, she really is gifted. Warm light filled the living room as Yuan An cradled the communicator he had just received. staring at Huang Ye's test results on the screen. He couldn't decide whether to feel glad or simply amazed. She's gone to Xingjing Academy. Since I'm heading back tomorrow anyway, I might as well check in on her. Who could have imagined that Huang Yu would awaken 3 class abilities and be recruited by Xingjing on the spot? The buzz she stirred up is probably louder than the uproar when I took the entrance trial. You won't see her tomorrow, Yuan An said, slipping off his reading glasses. His voice carried both relief and regret. The academy tournament started a few days ago. Huang Yu and the others left for the arena yesterday. She's not on campus now. The tournament? Already? Yuan An frowned. He had planned to return to Xingjing as soon as possible, but there was no longer any need to rush. Su Xian set a cup of hot tea beside him. Dean Fong had counted on your group to lead this year's team, she explained softly. But the Abyss mission went wrong, and everyone except you was lost. Xingjing's chances plummeted overnight. Huang Ye's awakening is the only ray of hope. For this year's tournament, she's the academy's best shot. Yuan An shook his head. The tournament's a team event. No matter how brilliant one person is, she can't decide the outcome alone. Missing 10 core members is more than a disadvantage, it's crippling. Images of the failed mission flashed through his mind. 5 top seniors and 5 outstanding freshmen, none of them coming back except him, delayed by a twist of fate. Even if he returned now, registration was closed. Xingjing's weakness was already set in stone. Let Huang Yu get some experience, Su Xian said, patting her apron. Yuan Zhen nodded in agreement. Exactly. That night, to celebrate Yuan An's return, the couple cooked nearly every dish they were good at: fried, simmered, steamed. The air filled with the scent of sauces and Sichuan pepper as the 3 of them sat around the table, laughter and clinking glasses turning the room into a pocket of warmth. At dawn the next day, Yuan An shouldered his pack and decided to go back to Xingjing Academy after all. The mission had failed, but he was still a Xingjing student. He had to face whatever awaited him. Just before he left, Su Xian gave him a serious look. Take this as a lesson. From now on, no matter what task the academy assigns, your safety comes first. Understand? I know, Mom. I've gotten stronger through this, and I can take care of myself, he answered, resolve firming in his eyes. That's good. They parted. The high-speed train sliced through the morning mist, and cities and wastelands blurred past the window. The main gate of Xingjing Academy was still imposing, its iron-gray walls engraved with ancient crests. The moment Yuan An stepped onto campus, several students lifted their heads, more than a few recognized him. His duel with Lin Tianqi in the trial tower had once shaken the entire school, and the casualty list from the failed Abyss mission had been read and reread. Seeing a name presumed dead walking through the gates caused an instant stir. Are my eyes playing tricks? Isn't that Yuan An? Seeing a ghost in broad daylight. They said he died. Maybe his spirit's back for revenge. Shock, doubt, fear, confusion, all kinds of emotions flickered across the onlookers' faces. Yuan An ignored every startled glance and strode straight toward his dormitory. His dorm room had been left untouched, perhaps no one had had time to assign it to a new resident yet. After all, the whole building was meant for Xia Shuling's graduate students, and as far as Yuan An knew, he was still her only one. Since the room was still his, he decided to report to Xia Shuling first. He had glimpsed movement in her apartment on the way in, so he headed down the corridor toward her door. The room was stifling. Xia Shuling had rolled up her sleeves and was squeezing lemon into an oversized glass, adding ice, then pouring in black tea. The crisp clatter of the cubes alone made the heat seem bearable. She took a sip, the sweet tart chill sweeping away the summer swelter and bringing a satisfied smile to her face. It faded quickly, replaced by a sized glass of lemon tea was hers alone now. Thinking of her only student, whose fate was still unknown, she murmured, it took me so long to get a student. Why did things have to end up like this? Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Who would show up at high noon in this blistering sun? Cradling her drink, Xia Shuling went to answer. The door swung open, and searing sunlight spilled in along with a familiar, delicate face. Xia Shuling's eyes widened as if she were seeing a miracle. She gasped and promptly choked on her lemon tea. In her panic, she stepped on a stray baton, lost her balance, and toppled backward. Careful, Professor. Yuan An darted forward, slipped an arm around her waist, and hauled her upright. The oversized cup was crushed between them, its wall bending inward and sending icy tea splashing over their faces. I know it's been a while, but this seems a bit over the top, don't you think? Yuan An joked, water dripping from his hair. Honestly, even his parents hadn't reacted this dramatically. His advisor was clearly in shock. Xia Shuling coughed until her face turned crimson before she finally managed. You. It's me, Professor. I'm not dead, I'm back, Yuan An said lightly, steadying her. Yuan An, is it really you? How she still couldn't believe her eyes. I'm fine, alive and well, he replied with a grin, letting her go. Xia Shuling opened her mouth, but couldn't find words. Yuan An suddenly reminded her, Professor, your shirt is soaked. She glanced down. Her thin blouse was drenched and clung to her skin, the pale blue bra beneath outlining every curve. Heat rushed to her cheeks. She threw both hands across her chest and squeaked, Sit down. He'll go change." With that she fled, head down and mortified. Yuan An shrugged, took a seat on the sofa, and dabbed the lemon tea from his face with a couple of tissues. "I can't believe your luck, you even managed to crawl back from the abyss." After listening to Yuan An's brief account, Xia Shuling stared at him, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, clearly in shock. They were standing in the corridor beside the training ground, sunlight streaming through the tall windows onto her. She had changed into a casual shirt printed with a cartoon kitten, the fabric hugging a striking figure that made Yuan An's heart skive. Had never realized his instructor had such curves. She had to be at least AC. Though everyone called her instructor Xia, she was only 25. She had taught at Shengjing Academy for 2 years and, on merit alone, become its youngest mentor. That title still commanded Yuan An's respect. "Yeah, pure luck," he said calmly, as if describing yesterday's weather. "Without it, I'd still be stuck down there." "It wasn't luck alone," Xia replied firmly. "Without real strength, luck would never have been enough." She had always held a high opinion of her first and best student. Yuan nodded, then got to the point. "Since I'm back, when can I resume classes in cultivation? I heard the academy tournament's already started. I'm afraid I'll miss it." The reminder sparked in Xia's eyes. She seized his wrist. "Well, you're still in time." Almost dragging him, she sprinted down the corridor toward the academy's operations division. "Wait, how can we possibly make it?" Yuan asked, half running, half stumbling after her. "Fong Weifeng and the rest left 2 days ago. According to the schedule, the first round begins today. But if we use the teleport tower, we still have a shot," she rattled off. In the afternoon bustle of campus, their dash drew every eye. "Isn't that Instructor Xia? What's the rush? Who knows, maybe something's happened." With her reputation as the most beautiful mentor on campus, Xia attracted attention wherever she went. Now she was even hauling along a teenage boy. "Who's that she's dragging? Looks familiar." "Yeah, I recognize him, just can't place the name." The whispers faded behind them. Moments later, they skidded to a stop in front of the operations division's teleport tower. "Instructor Xia," the guard began. "No time. Activate the portal to Lihua City. We have to reach the tournament," she ordered. "Now. The matches have already started." "I'm afraid." "Do it." Her raised voice and sharp gaze cut him off. The guards silenced instantly, fingers flying over the array controls, and waved them inside. Yuan had arrived in Dawnbreak City by teleport before, but he had never experienced the jump itself. Curiosity fluttered in his chest. The tower's interior was narrow, just wide enough for two to stand shoulder to shoulder. Runes on the floor flared, and silvery spatial energy rippled like water, swallowing them in an instant. Enclosed in a cramped pocket of shimmering light, they were hurled into a rapidly moving tunnel of space. After stepping into the spatial corridor, Xia Shuling finally allowed herself a small sigh of relief. She turned to Yuan and explained that although the academy tournament had already begun, he could still enter. "The event is long, with plenty of disciplines, and substitutes are allowed. As long as you show up in time, you can register on the spot." As she walked, she projected the updated schedule onto a light screen so he could see it. "I'm not really eager to compete," Yuan muttered, scratching his head. Since accepting that he wouldn't be able to fight, he had thrown himself back into routine training. Had come today only to say hello to Xia Shuling before heading into seclusion, but she had dragged him into the spatial corridor before Head even had time to brace himself. "How can you skip it?" Xia Shuling halted and shot him a glare. "Our last field mission was almost a wipeout. The academy lost a whole batch of top students. In events we once dominated, we can't even field a single third-tier, levels even contender." "But I'm not third-tier, levels even either," Yuan whispered. "He was only third-tier, level 6. You're still the top freshman." Xia Shuling raised her voice. If a sudden triples prodigy hadn't shown up this year, would have no hope at all. But even with her, one person can't carry the entire team. "If you want help, we're finished." "Triples prodigy?" Yuan instantly pictured Huang Yu. The idea of Shengjing Academy relying on that girl alone felt unreal. Realizing she was being thrust into the spotlight the instant she enrolled, his hesitation vanished. "Fine. He'll compete." Ding. Quest triggered. Enter the academy tournament and finish in the top 3. Rewards. First place, 100,000 energy points. Second place, 70,000 energy points. Third place, 50,000 energy points. The system prompt detonated in his mind, and Yuan's spirits surged. The requirements were easy, yet the rewards were generous, especially the 100,000 energy points for first place. "If I'm going in, I'm taking the top spot," he thought, clenching his fists, the greedy, straightforward intent plain on his face. "Get ready mentally." Noticing his shift in expression, Xia Shuling warned him again. "The academy tournament isn't the same as our internal trial tower. You'll face the best students from the other 3 major academies and all the smaller schools. They're at least as strong as you, maybe stronger." Within Shengjing Academy, Yuan An's rank and combat record were among the best, but the other academies had deep reserves too. "No problem. I know what I'm doing." Strong competitors from other schools? How strong could they be? Stronger than the swarms of monsters in the abyss, stronger than the notorious abyssal demon generals. Head crawled out of the abyss alive. Dealing with a few sheltered academy elites would be child's play. Lihua City sat at the very heart of the Xinyai Empire, and it existed for one purpose: the Academy Grand Tournament. Held once every 3 years, the contest always unfolded here, and today it officially began. The main arena was an immense circular coliseum. Layer upon layer of stone terraces, nearly 100 in all, rose like the walls of a valley, providing seats for several thousand spectators. This year, 23 academies had entered. In addition to the famed 4 great academies, lower-tier schools were encouraged to compete, a policy the Xinya Alliance used to spur rivalry. Inside the arena, each academy occupied a numbered section, its banner snapping in the wind. The 4 great academies held the 4 cardinal corners. The other 19 schools filled the remaining stands. Every academy had 30 or 40 teachers and students present, and a few dozen alliance officials oversaw the proceedings. The rest of the seats, thousands of them, were packed with eager spectators who had traveled from distant city-states to witness the triennial spectacle. Shengjing Academy's section. Dean Fong Weifeng had come in person. The first round was a team hunt. Each academy sent 10 students into a sealed trial zone to slay spirit beasts within a set time. Every kill converted directly into points that determined the rankings. 8 enormous crystal screens hovered in midair, cycling through live feeds from the 23 trial zones, flashing blades, splattering blood, and every parry and thrust captured in vivid detail. To the right, a golden leaderboard flickered with constant updates. 1. Xinya Academy, 3,190 points. 2. Baijian Academy, 3,050 points. 3. Linghai Academy, 3,000 points. 4. Shengjing Academy, 2,080 points. 5. Jinhai Academy, 1,800 points. 6. Jinshan Academy, 1,750 points. 23. Wuyue Academy, 1,450 points. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The 4 great academies filled the top 4 slots. But a closer look exposed the problem. Shengjing Academy trailed Linghai by almost 1,000 points and led 5th place Junhai by only 200. Their chances of breaking into the top 3 were slim, while the threat of being overtaken from behind was all too real. The outlook for Shengjing Academy was decidedly grim. Dean Fong, the situation doesn't look promising, Director Su muttered, eyes locked on the board. He knew that in past tournaments their score had always kept pace with the top 3, never had the gap been this wide. An unforeseen setback this year has crippled Shengjing Academy's competitiveness. Forget challenging the other 3 elite schools, just hanging on to 4th place would be a blessing. Fong Weifeng stood at the viewing platform, his expression so dark it looked almost liquid. Depending on Huang Yu alone was proving far too risky. A massive holographic display hung over the arena, broadcasting every detail of the trial ground in real time. At the front of the formation stood a slim girl in a fitted teal jacket, a short dagger glinting in her hand. Though clearly younger than her teammates, Huang Yu was the unquestioned core of Shengjing's squad. The lineup Shengjing could field this year was far from ideal. Huang Yu had awakened 3 rank abilities within a matter of weeks and had only just reached Tier 3, Level 2, yet she could already fight on par with enemies at Tier 3, Level 5 or 6. Unfortunately, she was the team's ceiling. Of the remaining 9 members, 2 were Tier 3, Level 5, 3 were Level 4, and 4 were Level 3. Under the strict within 3 years of enrollment rule, this was the strongest roster they could assemble. The prodigies of Old Lin Tianxi and the others had fallen on the front lines. What remained was a patchwork squad that simply did not belong on the same playing field as the other 3 academies. Still, forfeiting was not an option. They had to fight. Inside the trial ground, wind and sand roared. Senior Brother Chu, take the wings and pinch them from both sides. They'll hold their aggro up front and end this in one sweep. Huang Yu spoke calmly, every word crisp and clear. Racing toward them were more than 20 Tier 3, Level 1 iron-armored mastiffs, their fangs bared. If they plunged straight into a melee, the fight would drag on far too long. Got it, Chu Tianming answered, signaling the team to split and take their positions. The mastiffs thundered forward. Alone in the center, Huang Yu drew a deep breath, channeling energy from her core. Rise, Windbind. 2 invisible walls of air shot upward and clamped together, trapping the mastiffs in a narrow corridor. Come, Waterflood. Torrents burst from the ground, surging up to the beast's knees. Her palms snapped together, ice cold as ice. Frozen expanse. Crack. A sheet of frost raced across the water, freezing solid in a blink. The mastiffs were locked in glacial shackles. Their snarls died beneath the ice, leaving only futile struggle. Now, Senior Brother Chu, she shouted. Chu Tianming understood at once. Lightning, fire, metal blades, and rock spikes detonated in the beast's midst, fireworks of flame and ice ringing out across the field. Boom. Chain explosions tore the mastiffs apart, limbs and steel-hard hides scattering in every direction. Don't get complacent, Huang Yu ordered, voice steady yet unyielding. Finish the stragglers and move on. It was basic combat doctrine, yet everyone obeyed instinctively. First, the girl's composure and edge commanded trust. Second, her power was the squad's lone anchor in the storm. She was the youngest among them, but no one dared underestimate her. Many were already captivated by her decisive, efficient grace. Chu Tianming kept his eyes on Huang Yu. Amid swirling frost and embers, her small figure moved with unfaltering poise, unyielding, precise, and fierce. Admiration welled within him, and with it a quiet wish. One day he would grow strong enough to shield this resolute yet delicate girl in his own arms. Huang Yu and her teammates' coordinated strike did not go unnoticed. To the spectators, the halo above the young woman's head shone all the brighter. The first triples esper in human history, the earliest to awaken her powers, the sole remaining hope of Shengjing Academy. Whether because of her raw talent or the mission on her shoulders, she was destined to become the focus of every crowd. Unfortunately, that pack of monsters had netted them only 435 points. The gap with the top three remained obvious, and even fifth place was breathing down their necks while they were fighting for every second. So was everyone else. Staring at the live scoreboard, Huang Yu clenched her jaw but still called out, "Come on, everyone. At the very least, let's hold on to fourth." Right. Morale reignited. The team readied themselves and charged toward the next battlefield. On the far side of the VIP platform, Fu Lingtian, headmaster of Battleborn Academy, laughed openly, his tone dripping with ridicule. "Old Fong, your prodigy really is something, but Xingjing is going to lose this year." Fong Weifeng met his gaze, expression blank. "Don't speak too soon. This is only the first round. There's plenty of time left. We might overtake you yet." Fu Lingtian shrugged. "Confidence is fine. Just watch the people behind you getting past later would be a real embarrassment." Fong Weifeng snorted and turned back to the trial field. Huang Yu might be dazzling, but one person couldn't change the entire outcome. His greatest wish now was simply to keep hold of fourth and spare the four academies any shame. Just as he sighed to himself, hurried footsteps approached. "Headmaster Fong." Fong Weifeng looked up in surprise to find Xia Shuling. "Professor Xia, what are you doing here? I thought you weren't on the mentor roster." "I just rushed over from the academy," she said, stepping aside, "and I brought someone you need to see." A young man emerged behind her. "Yuan An." Even Fong Weifeng's iron composure cracked. "How did you come back from?" Xia Shuling recapped what she had learned on the way. When she finished, Fong Weifeng nodded slowly, shock still plain in his eyes. "I see. I never expected you to escape the abyss alive. Most people drag down their never return. But you made it, and that's what matters." A hint of relief finally softened his features. Only Yuan An had survived, but one survivor was better than none. Xia Shuling said, "Dean Fong, I brought Yuan An along because I want him to enter the academy tournament. Is there still time?" Director Su spoke up first. "If had arrived a day sooner, maybe. The first round is nearly over, the roster is locked, and we can't add anyone now." Official competitors and alternates were finalized in advance. Once the matches start, no changes are allowed. So even with Yuan An here, he can't compete. "Not necessarily." Fong Weifeng lifted a hand to interrupt, his voice firm. "We can't replace anyone during the first half, but there's still a chance in the second." Director Su frowned. "The first half carries the most weight. Even if we swap someone in later, turning the score around will be hard." "I know what I'm doing," Fong Weifeng said, motioning for silence. "Having an option is better than none. The first half is settled. For now, we observe." Had Yuan An arrived a day earlier, Fong Weifeng would have been thrilled. His strength could have secured a strong finish for the academy. But with the first half already underway, they could only wait and see. Escorted to the stands, Yuan An looked up at a massive wall screen divided into 23 live feeds. He quickly located Shengjing Academy's squad and spotted their captain, Huang Yu, at the center of the formation. 3 months had transformed her. Her orders were crisp, her movements sharp, and the explosive power of her abilities was stunning. With triple affinity class talents, a casual strike left others in the dust. The once obedient girl now radiated confidence, and Yuan An couldn't help but marvel. She's become incredible. The academy tournament is split into 2 main halves. First half 3 rounds. 1. Team Hunt. Every student enters a vast trial zone to battle beasts, earning points for each kill. 2. Solo Hunt. Students enter alone, scoring points individually. 3. Duo Hunt. 10 designated students form 5 pairs that continue racking up kill points. This half focuses on real combat experience against beasts and carries the highest weight in scoring. Second half 2 rounds. 1. Singles Duel. Each academy fields 10 fighters for head-to-head bouts. A loss means elimination, and rankings are based on wins. 2. Elite Team. Each academy sends a 5-member squad. Losing teams are knocked out, winners advance, and points are awarded by final placement. The second half shifts from hunting beasts to direct clashes between academies, laying their true strength bare and creating the tournament's biggest spectacle. Many spectators attend specifically for this portion. For the academies, prestige matters as much as final ranking. They fight just as hard in the first half as in the second. In short, every stage of the tournament is an all-out battle. The first round of the morning finally wrapped up after a grueling 6 hours. The massive holographic scoreboard froze, its glaring numbers clear for all to see. 1. Xinxiao Academy, 5,000 points. 2. Baijian Academy, 4,700 points. 3. Linghai Academy, 4,650 points. 4. Shengjing Academy, 3,500 points. 5. Jinhai Academy, 3,450 points. 6. Jinshan Academy, 3,440 points. 23. Wuyue Academy, 2,080 points. The order itself raised no eyebrows, but the margins made several spectators suck in a sharp breath. Shengjing had once enjoyed a comfortable buffer above 5th place, yet the moment the round ended they led Jinhai by a mere 50 points, essentially nothing. Falling short of the top 3 was tolerable. Being overtaken from behind could be catastrophic. The culprit was obvious. The entire lineup was leaning on one person, Huang Yu. No matter how formidable, a single fighter was still mortal, and spiritual reserves inevitably ran dry. Early on she had forced their score upward through sheer firepower, but as her energy waned her pace slowed, and the team's advance stalled along with it, no one could replace her output, so the points stopped flowing. Given her current form, these 3,500 points were already the product of an all-out sprint. Close behind, Jinhai and Jinshan were hardly inferior. Every member on both rosters was Tier 3, Level 4 or higher, and each squad's ace reached Tier 3, Level 8, full tier above Huang Yu. By average level, Shengjing had entered the tournament a step behind them. Huang Yu's Herculean effort was the only reason they still clung to 4th, and even that gap was flimsy at best. Spectators cared little why Shengjing failed to field a fresh substitute. They saw only this. One of the 4 great academies might drop out of the top 4 for the first time ever. Old Fong, that prodigy of yours is something else, holding your whole academy in the top 4 by herself. Baizen's headmaster, Fu Lingtian, said as the round concluded, his tone dripping with mockery. Baijian and Shengjing had sparred for years. The two principals rarely traded blows, yet never missed a chance for verbal jousting. Old Fu, stop teasing Principal Fong. Keeping 4th place is hard enough. Ning Shi, head of Linghai Academy, chimed in with a light laugh. She wore a scarlet cheongsam with a daring slit, her sleek black-stockinged legs catching the stage lights and more than a few wandering eyes. At 29, Ning Shi was the youngest leader among the 4 academies. Fong Weifeng's face darkened at their taunts, but he held his tongue. The competition has only just begun, it's far from over, and the one who laughs last laughs best. Fong Weifeng's voice was steady, tinged with a hint of frost. Standing beside him, Yuan An seized the lull in conversation to survey the nearby deans. Among the 23 academies, only Ning Zai's long legs wrapped in black stockings drew the eye. The rest looked decidedly ordinary. Fu Lingtian threw back his head and laughed, his voice booming like a bell. Old Fong, nothing rattles you, does it? Keep that up, just don't let yourself slip out of the top 4 and disgrace the 4 great academies. With that jab, he led his group briskly into the trial grounds to greet the students who had finished the first round. Fong Weifeng composed himself and told the people behind him, let's go. The exit of the trial ground sat at the foot of a dark gray stone tower. In no time, 230 students streamed out of the tower, crowding the exit. Instructors from each academy had already lined up. Once they collected their own students, they quickly led them aside to rest. Yuan An stood by the Shengjing Academy banner, his gaze roaming the crowd. Soon he spotted Huang Yu and her companions. Covered in dust, Huang Yu, Jiang He, Zhou Yi and the others kept their formation, located the team at a glance, and hurried over. Dean Fong, you've worked hard, well done. Fong Weifeng smiled and gave each student a firm pat on the shoulder. When it was Huang Yu's turn, he pressed a little harder. Good work, Huang Yu. The girl's face was pale, but her eyes shone. She forced a smile. Just doing my duty. Her goal flashed through her mind once more: grow stronger. Only a higher ranking in the competition would earn her the resources she needed. Only true strength would let her challenge the Abyss and avenge Yuan An. When she had first learned that Yuan An had died on an Abyss mission, she felt herself plunge into darkness. Awakening her abilities showed her a new path: strike back at the Abyss. She joined Shengjing Academy, where Yuan An had once served, and pushed herself relentlessly. Seeing the exhaustion on their faces, Fong Weifeng nodded. All right, you're all tired. Go rest. Lihua City had reserved an entire inn for the academies. That night, they stepped into the brightly lit corridor and split up toward their rooms. Huang Yu, her legs aching, shuffled toward her door. Rounding a corner, she looked up and saw a figure standing quietly ahead. A familiar face, wearing a gentle smile. Xiaoyu, you're back? Long day. Huang Yu froze, her breath caught in her throat. That face she had yearned for day and night. That deep, gentle voice, she could hardly believe it. Yuan An feigned casualness. What's wrong? A few months apart, and you don't recognize me? Once she was sure he was really there, she lunged forward and threw herself into his arms, locking her arms around him and refusing to let go as tears streamed down her face. At the other end of the hallway, several people in the know stopped in their tracks, wearing relieved smiles. Yuan An patted her back gently and soothed her in a low voice. All right, you're not a child. Don't cry. But the girl in his arms was like a feather that had lost its support. She clung to him and wept uncontrollably. Inside the dorm room, Huang Yu was supposed to have the place to herself. She was Shengjing Academy's one true hope, and the school treated her accordingly. Yet tonight there was a second person in the room, Yuan An. Huang Yu buried her face against Yuan An's chest, her shoulders shaking hard. Yuan An gently patted her back, his voice soft. All right, don't cry. They hadn't seen each other for a few months, and the girl's emotions had completely unraveled. Her sobs were heartbreaking. Yuan An sighed half teasingly. It's only been a few months, and you've turned into such a crybaby? I never knew you could cry like this. The moment the words left his mouth, pain shot through his chest. Huang Yu had bitten him, a wordless protest, and a sign she was starting to calm down. He went along with the joke. If you stop crying, you can bite me twice more, I won't complain. Who told you to call me a crybaby? Her voice was hoarse and thick with tears. Okay, you'll stop. Easy now. He stroked her long hair, patient and soothing. The sobs gradually faded, but Huang Yu still kept her face hidden in his embrace. Another 10 minutes passed before she finally dared to look up. The eyes that were usually bright were now swollen and red, like two little peaches. Look at you, your eyes are all puffed up. If your makeup smears, it won't be pretty. Yuan An wiped away the tear tracks, indulgent, yet helpless. So what if it's not pretty? She pouted, the tiniest hint of temper showing through. He laughed and teased her. I'm back, aren't you happy? Give your big brother a smile. His finger gently lifted the corner of her mouth, but the moment he did, fresh tears welled up in her eyes. He quickly pulled his hand back. My fault. No more crying. Huang Yu sniffled, finally holding back the tears. Her small face was still wet and glistening. They stared at each other without speaking. Yuan An feared that anything he said might set her off again, while Huang Yu was simply exhausted from crying. The silence stretched for about 10 minutes until her emotions fully settled. Then Yuan An spoke softly. Little one, go take a shower. You've had a long day. Wash up and get some rest. Huang Yu nodded, stood, and gathered her change of clothes. At the bathroom door she suddenly stopped, a plea in her eyes. Brother, don't leave. He froze for a heartbeat, then smiled reassuringly. He'll be right here when you come out. Only after that promise did she disappear into the bathroom. Water splashed behind the door while Yuan An lay back on the bed, staring up at the warm yellow ceiling and running through the next steps in his mind. The academy tournament had only just begun, and 4 more rounds lay ahead. Fang Weifeng had already said he could enter only in the second half, meaning the 4th and 5th rounds. Normally the match wouldn't pose much of a challenge, but the system had set him a new mission: had to finish in the top 3 if he wanted the reward. Given the current situation, Shengjing Academy is struggling just to keep 4th place, and catching up to the top 3 is next to impossible. Yuan An sat on a wooden chair in the dorm, his head against the wall, jiggling his leg while staring out at the dark night sky. The biggest problem was that he couldn't compete anytime soon, so he had to watch helplessly as the other academies widened the gap. If I'd known the tournament came with rewards, I'd have shown up a day earlier and at least made the first half. The thought made him click his tongue in annoyance, and he raked a hand through his hair. With the first half already a mystery, Shengjing's chances of breaking into the top 3 could only be described as extremely slim. Determined not to dwell on worst-case scenarios, he closed his eyes, leaned back, and flopped onto the bed as if he were dead. Time crept by until the bathroom door clicked open and a wave of steam rolled out. Huang Yu stepped into the room, wrapped in pale pink cotton bunny pajamas. The thin fabric clung to her skin, making her look both adorable and a bit self-conscious. All done. Yuan An looked her over. Bro, you should shower too. Your shirt's soaked. Her voice was as light as a feather. She eyed his damp dress shirt, and a faint blush rose to her cheeks. Those wet patches were all from the tears shed earlier. Right. Yuan An didn't say more. He got up and went straight to the bathroom. In under 5 minutes the water shut off. He brushed aside the curtain and came out with half-dry hair, moving so fast that Huang Yu did a double take. Bro, you always shower that quickly? First time you've noticed? Yuan An rubbed his head with a towel. According to science, guys finish a shower in under 10 minutes when nothing gets in the way. In rough conditions, 3 minutes is plenty. Huang Yu frowned in doubt. That quick? Are you sure you're actually clean? What can you even wash in 3 minutes? Of course I'm clean. Yuan An never accepted doubts about his shower habits. He tossed the towel onto the desk and straightened his shirt. I'm done. You should rest. I'm heading back. Before he could go, Huang Yu tugged on his sleeve, eyes wide and pleading. Bro, can you stay and talk with me? And tell me where you've been all this time, please? Yuan An sighed quietly. Had known anyone who cared about him would want details of his disappearance. Judging by her look, she wouldn't let him leave otherwise. Okay. He sat on the edge of the bed, shifted to get comfortable, and began. Had prepared different versions of the story for different audiences. With Su Xian and Yuan Jun, he highlighted the trip's safety, omitting any life-or-death moments so family wouldn't worry. With Xia Shuling and Fong Weifeng, he amped up the danger, portraying himself as escaping by the skin of his teeth to discourage them from assigning him risky missions again. For Huang Yu, he used yet another angle. He kept the tension but added flashes of clever counterattacks, presenting himself as a fearless, resourceful hero setting traps to slow the enemy, seizing chances to strike back in close quarters, and ultimately getting out unharmed. Huang Yu listened, hands clasped on her knees, scarcely breathing. As the story unfolded, her eyes grew brighter. I can't believe you made it out of that abyss. You're incredible. Naturally. The praise made Yuan An feel a bit lightheaded. He reached over and gently ruffled her silky hair. That's the story. Don't worry. You have a test tomorrow, so get some sleep. But Huang Yu didn't let go of his hand. The soft tremor in her palm was unmistakable. She lifted her small face, eyes full of timid hope. Bro, could you stay and sleep here with me tonight? Could you sleep with me tonight? Huang Yu looked up at Yuan An, her eyes shining and uncertain, brimming with hope. Yuan An paused, surprised. It was the first time she had ever asked for something like this. Although she always called him brother, that was only a title Huang Yu was an orphan the Yuan family had taken in, with no blood ties and no childhood bond between them. Until recently, she had merely been his personal maid, nowhere near close enough to share a bed. You're not a child anymore. What's wrong, afraid to sleep alone? He teased lightly. No. Huang Yu gripped his hand, her voice soft and pleading, yet she refused to let go. I'm scared I'll fall asleep and discover this was only a dream, and when I wake up tomorrow you'll be gone. What would I do then? Though she spoke calmly and quietly, Yuan An caught the fear beneath her words, and it pricked at his heart. All right, his voice softened without him realizing, and he finally nodded. Great. The girl broke into a radiant smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Get some rest. We have the match tomorrow. Yuan An lay down first, tugging the quilt up to his shoulders. At once his left arm was seized. Huang Yu had pressed her body against him, holding his arm in a tight embrace. What are you doing? If I hold you like this, you can't sneak away, she declared solemnly. Yuan An couldn't help laughing. He tried to free his arm, but she only tightened her grip. During the tug-of-war, Huang Yu suddenly stiffened, her face flushing crimson. Yuan An understood and immediately stopped moving. Enough. Shall you be good? How can we sleep if you cling so tightly? He put on a mock-stern face, laced with helplessness. Didn't the girl understand the difference between men and women, that she should protect herself? No. Huang Yu shook her head stubbornly, burrowing her flushed face into the crook of his arm. I just want to hold your arm while I sleep. You sigh fine. Seeing her insistence, he relented and let her hold on. After all, he was hardly the one at risk. Night deepened, and the room fell silent. Yuan An stayed awake for a while, but soon drifted into sleep. At dawn, warm sunlight streamed through the lattice window. Yuan An woke first to a serene profile, long lashes resting, breath steady, like a sleeping sprite. Not wanting to disturb her, he carefully tried to slip his arm free, but the girl in his embrace opened her misty eyes first. Good morning. She greeted him with a sweet smile, as if the air itself had turned to sugar. Morning. Up you get, little sleepyhead. Yuan An smiled back, lifting a hand to pinch her delicate nose. A faint blush spread across Huang Yu's cheeks, like a freshly picked apple, crisp and sweet. The second round of the morning's matches was set for the afternoon, so everyone enjoyed a leisurely morning to wander about. Lihua City was built specifically for the Academy Grand Tournament. Beyond the sprawling arenas and the inns set aside for competitors, the city's unique charms are worth exploring. Normally, contestants only find time to wander before the event begins or after it ends. Once the tournament is underway, every academy is too busy preparing to spare a moment. Huang Yu had planned to drag Yuan An out for a stroll, but just as they stepped outside, a messenger summoned them to an impromptu meeting room, and every other team member received the same notice. More than 30 teachers and students from Shengjing Academy packed the room, with Yuan An and Huang Yu slipping in last. Once everyone was seated, Fong Weifeng scanned the group and got straight to the point. First, a quick recap of yesterday's opening round. Despite the overall gap in strength, we're still holding fourth place. Well done. He paused, his voice hardening. But you all know that if we fall out of the top 4, no one will care why. They'll just mock us. The pressure is on, so stay focused and keep bringing glory to the academy. The students nodded silently, tension etched on their faces. Director Su, standing nearby, added, this afternoon is the second round of individual matches, a crucial test of your personal strength. Reset yourselves and be back here by 1 o'clock sharp. Yes, sir. Everyone answered in unison. As the meeting adjourned, Fong Weifeng called out, Huang Yu, Yuan An, stay behind. After the others filed out, only the two of them and Director Su remained. Fong Weifeng turned to Yuan An, speaking more slowly. It's confirmed. You won't compete until the 2 rounds in the second half. The first of those is another individual match, but it only covers a small segment. Where we truly need you is the final team event. He was blunt. We're glad you returned safely, but you arrived a day late, so you can't serve as a starter in the first half. He then faced Huang Yu. There are still 2 matches left in the first half, and the burden is on you. If our opponents widen the gap now, Closing it later will be tough. You're the Academy's greatest hope, so hold firm. Huang Yu drew a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I'll do my best. After a brief silence, Yuan An asked, Headmaster, what exactly do the top 4 teams receive? If we're pushing for rank, there must be a payoff, right? Absolutely, Fong Weifeng replied firmly. Every competitor on a top 4 team gains access to the Shinya Alliance's domain of the gods for a trial that boosts their power. The champions get personal guidance from the Divine King himself. The runners-up train under the first Grand Commander, and the third-place team under the second Grand Commander. In addition, the 5 standout individuals overall earn admission to the Alliance's library for advanced study. Although Yuan An had no idea what the so-called divine domain was, he knew it had to be a prize of enormous weight, otherwise the Shinya Alliance would never put it on display alongside the other awards. He had never met the Alliance's God King, its first or second commander, nor had he set foot in the arcane library, and that very unfamiliarity drew him in all the more. So, he tilted his head to double-check. To claim those rewards we have to stay in the top 4? Exactly. Fong Weifeng nodded, then scratched his buzz cut. But it isn't only about the prizes. If we place poorly, our academy will have to pay a hefty fee to the Alliance. Yuan An froze. We have to pay if we lose. In his mind, tournaments were always about winning rewards. He had never heard of paying for a bad finish. Seeing his confusion, Fong Weifeng explained that subsidy applies only to the 4 major academies. Whoever ends up in last place among us has to bankroll the next tournament for the Alliance. It's a bit of motivation. The other schools don't face this penalty. Yuan An thought. This makes it trickier. If we barely cling to 4th, we still pay. And if we slip below 4th, the punishment is worse. No wonder the dean keeps hammering home that 4th is our lifeline. So, Fong Weifeng said with a rueful smile, the Academy is counting on you all. At the very least, save us some money. Tell the dean not to worry. We'll do our best. Huang Yu lifted her chin, determination blazing in her eyes. Ever since Yuan An rejoined the team, her mood had visibly improved. Her fixation had softened, but her fighting spirit had not. That afternoon, the second round began on the dot. This stage was an individual event. Each contestant was dropped into a personal trial zone and had to hunt spirit beasts within a set time limit. The more points they earned, the higher they ranked. Yuan An had faced a similar test when he enrolled, but this version lasted longer, unleashed far more beasts, and demanded far greater skill. 23 academies, 230 students, everyone went live at once. The main display split into countless windows, each showing a competitor's feed. Beside them, 2 leaderboards flickered, one tallying school totals, the other tracking individual scores. While the tournament weighed both team play and solo prowess, this round offered the clearest snapshot of raw ability. In the opening minutes, every score hovered between 10 and 20, and the rankings shuffled by the second. As time passed, gaps emerged. Individual leader, Huang Yu, 300 points, a commanding lead. Her trio of class abilities sent her score curve soaring. Second, Xiahai of Shinya Academy, 250 points. Third, Wan Feng, also from Shinya Academy, 240 points. Fourth, Fu Xuemei of Battlefront Academy, 220 points. In 5th place was Zhao Lin from Linghai Academy, with 200 points. A massive holographic scoreboard hung in the center of the arena, its numbers flickering while pulses of light swept across the spectators' faces. Although Huang Yu still led the individual standings, Shengjing Academy's overall position was far from ideal. They were stuck in 4th place. The reason was obvious. Huang Yu was the only one truly carrying the team, while the rest of the roster was merely average, the gap between them painfully clear. As the match wore on, that fragile balance was torn apart. Headmaster, things aren't looking too bright, Director Su whispered to Fong Weifeng, worry thick in his voice. I'm not blind, Fong Weifeng muttered, eyes locked on the big screen, his brow tightly furrowed. Yuan An understood exactly what they meant after being targeted in quick succession by several top contenders. Huang Yu had slipped to 6th in the individual ranking. Her powers were outstanding, but she lacked real combat experience. Against the higher-ranked, better-trained elites from the other 3 academies, her edge was quickly erased. The academy leaderboard was even worse. Shengjing had just 3,000 points, putting them 5th. Jinshan held 4th with 3,400, while Jinhai trailed close behind at 2,900 and was steadily closing the gap. More than an hour had passed since the start, and the scoreboard's fluctuations were settling down, making any comeback increasingly difficult. Jinshan Academy had no star as dazzling as Huang Yu, but their entire team's average level was a full tier higher than Shengjing's. That slight difference had been invisible early on, yet the longer the contest dragged, the deadlier it became. During the previous team round, Huang Yu had single-handedly raised their ceiling. Now that it was individual play, her advantage kept being diluted. Shengjing was finally overtaken by Jinshan, with Jinhai pressing from behind and the pressure mounting. Well, old Fong, looks like you're out of trump cards this round. Can't hold on, can you? Fu Lingtian, headmaster of Baijian Academy, chuckled lazily. His school was still sitting comfortably in 2nd. Fong Weifeng snorted. Don't judge the whole war by a single skirmish. You of all people should know that. Oh, I know, Fu Lingtian said with a shrug. I just felt like mocking you. TCH. Fong Weifeng ignored him, but the irritation in his chest refused to subside. Time kept ticking, magnifying Shengjing's lack of individual firepower and widening the gap. When the second trial ended, the board updated again. Shengjing had fallen to 7th. Both Jinshan and Jinhai had surged past them, drawing a wave of gasps from the stands. The only consolation was that Huang Yu steadied herself in the final moments and clawed back to 2nd place individually. Yet her brilliance alone couldn't budge the Academy's overall ranking. Sighs rippled through the noisy arena. Yuan An stared at that glaring 7th, his face twisted as if he had swallowed bitterness itself. We're finished. 7th? How am I supposed to claim the top 3 prize now? He didn't care if the Academy lost money, but if they failed to make the podium, he wouldn't complete the system's task or earn his reward. Shengjing Academy, 7th place. The words blazed crimson at the very bottom of the giant screen, a muffled thunderclap that stunned the crowd. Everyone knew Shengjing's strength had dipped this year, but no one expected them to tumble all the way to 7th. Even Jinshan and Zhenhailong, regarded as their brother academies, had overtaken them. Snickers were already rippling through the stands. Fong Weifeng stood at the arena exit, face calm. The second round results were disappointing, yet he offered no reproach, only a quiet directive. We did our best today. Rest up and give it everything tomorrow. Huang Yu and the others trailed after him, heads bowed in guilt, but Fong Weifeng waved them off. Stop dwelling on it. Get some sleep. Night settled over the dorms. Huang Yes' door clicked shut. The shower had just fallen silent when Yuan An, leaning against the frame, shook droplets from his sleeves. Xiaoyu, I'm heading back. Get some rest. You've got matches tomorrow. Wait. She caught his sleeve, eyes wide. Go, stay with me tonight, okay? A prickle ran up Yuan An's scalp. Again? We agreed, nothing's going to happen to me anymore. What are you afraid of? Since the accident, she had clung to him constantly. No. Huang Yu rocked his arm, her soft voice impossible to refuse. He sighed, conceding. All right, but how are you getting more timid as you get older? Her smile blossomed. Because I like being with you. Liar. You never said that before. Well, I'm saying it now. Your credibility is questionable, he teased, slipping under the covers. A faint sandalwood scent uniquely hers lingered in the quilt, and Yuan An's heartbeat stuttered. Xiaoyu, how'd the individual round feel today? She slid in beside him and nestled close. Easy. Nothing tricky. But the Academy as a whole really is weaker. Not much we can do about that. In the first round, she had fought hard for points to earn the Xinxia Alliance reward, planning to power up quickly and dive into the deep abyss to avenge Yuan An. Now that he was back, the obsession had faded. The ranking felt secondary. At this rate, cracking 4th would be a win, Yuan An said, gazing at the warm-lit ceiling, frustration edging his voice. You really want 1st place? Of course, but I can't compete until the second half. Not sure I can turn things around in time. We need at least top 3 for a chance. Whatever, let's just do our best. He closed his eyes. A moment later, his arm sank into something soft. Huang Yu had pulled it to her chest again. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? I want to hold your hand while I sleep. Huang Yes' timid words drifted out like a breeze, her pretty face slowly blooming crimson. What I mean is, why do you have to hold my hand to sleep? Yuan An tugged the quilt higher, feeling a wave of panic. This girl was getting bolder by the day. Having her cling to his hand left him more flustered than she could ever be. I like to hug something when I sleep. I can't very well hug you, so we'll just hug your hand. Huang Yu blinked her bright eyes, cheeks red as ripe apples, her smile soft as spring. You could grab a pillow instead. Don't you want me to hold you? She suddenly looked up, the light in her eyes dimming. She was like a rain-soaked kitten, small and pitiful. No, that's not it. Fine, keep holding on. Yuan An sighed and let her little hand wrap around his arm again, silently vowing that tomorrow night he would not share a bed with her. On the 3rd day, the 3rd round kicked off. This stage was a group event. Every 10 competitors were split into pairs, forming 5 mini-teams to test close-range coordination, simulating the 2 or 3-person squads used in real missions. From the start, it looked like a rerun of round 2 despite the pairings. Shengjing Academy's average duo was still slightly weaker than those from Jinshan and Jinhai. An explosive opening from Huang Yu put Shengjing in 4th, but as time passed, the combined force of Jinshan and Jinhai surged ahead, pushing Shengjing down to 7th halfway through. The gap never closed. The silver lining. Huang Yes' individual performance climbed even higher, locking down 1st place. Her towering score, however, couldn't lift the Academy's overall rank. In the stands, Mockery trailed them like a shadow. Old Fong, looks like you won't even hold on to 4th this year, sneered Fu Lingtian of Baijian Academy. Ningxi from Linghai Academy covered her red lips and laughed. Don't blame old Fong. Jinshan and Jinhai are just too strong this year. They nearly toppled us last time, too. Surrounded on both sides, Fong Weifeng could only turn away, his face dark with frustration. At the same time, the Xinxia Alliance released the mid-tournament rankings. 1. Xinxia Academy, 80 points. 2. Baijian Academy, 75 points. 3. Linghai Academy, 73 points. 4. Jinhai Academy, 68 points. 5. Jinshan Academy, 65 points. 6. Shengjing Academy, 60 points. Individual leaderboard. 1. Huangyu, Shengjing Academy, 80 points. 2. Xiaohai, Xinsha Academy, 75 points. 3. Wan Feng, Xinsha Academy, 70 points. 4. Fu Xuemei, Baijian Academy, 68 points. 5. Zhao Lin, Linghai Academy, 65 points. A fourth-place finish in the first round had barely kept Shangjing in sixth overall, yet sixth was still a painful sight. The first half of the tournament counted for 60% of the total score, the second half only 40. To claw their way back to the safety of fourth place, Xingjing would need at least one second place and one third-place finish in the next 2 rounds. Inside the conference room, the air felt solidified, like it had forgotten how to move. 2 spreadsheets lay in the center of the long table, the glaring red words 7th, 7th, final 6th stabbing at everyone's nerves. To lift that 6th place up to the target of 4th, they would have to take 1 second and 1/3 in the last 2 rounds. There was no wiggle room. Fong Weifeng circled the numbers with the tip of his pen, his voice dry. That means we have to clash head-in with the top 3 academies. Director Su looked up with a rueful smile. They had already added Yuan An's name to the reserve list, prepared to swap out a shaky teammate at the last minute. Yet everyone knew 1 or 2 people could not turn the tide. The tournament was decided by the whole team. Our overall strength is right there, he sighed. If we want second or third, what are we going to fight with? Silence fell. The first round of the second half would be single match format, 1 of 3 academies, 1 match each. The league would group schools of similar strength. Each group would send 10 contestants into 10 individual bouts, earning 1 point per win. If the win totals tied, the team with the faster overall time earned bonus points. Among those 23 teams was one by slot worth 5 free points. For mid-tier schools, that buy was a lifeline. For them, it was a burden they would have to decline. Tradition paired the 4 major academies against each other. Their ranking had slipped, yet the bracket still pointed to a likely clash with current number 3, Linghai Academy. Fong Weifeng tapped the table. Jinshan and Jinhai are stronger than we are, so by seniority the league will throw Linghai at Shengjing. The moment he spoke, everyone saw the problem. Under normal circumstances, Shengjing and Linghai were an even match, but right now Shengjing had only Huangyu and Yuan An who could barely count as aces. The rest could not stand up to Linghai's starters. No matter how cleverly they shuffled the lineup, cracking the top 3 looked impossible. If they lost this round, any hope of a comeback would vanish. In the tense silence, Yuan An suddenly sat up straight, eyes steady. Dean, I have an idea. He had not even finished before the stagnant air seemed to stir. Every gaze snapped to him. On the eve of the second half matches, Yuan An decided he could no longer share a room with Huangyu. Whether the girl was clueless or just playing dumb, she treated his arm like a body pillow every night, hugging it so tight he feared she might never let go. Huangyu did not mind, but Yuan An did. If she kept taking advantage of him, he would eventually lose control. Tonight, no matter how she pouted or begged, he steeled himself and left, prompting her to slam the door in a fit of pique. It was still early, so he shrugged on a jacket and stepped outside. Night had settled over Lihua City, the streetlights stretching like strings of orange sparks into the distance. Not every academy carried the same burden of expectation. Lower-ranked teams treated the tournament as a vacation, their students crowding food stalls, laughing and bantering at full volume. Blending into the throng, Yuan An watched steam rise from sizzling skewers, saw a vendor flick noodles into a pot with casual grace, and heard hawkers shouting in accents from every province. The lights and voices gradually loosened the knot in his chest. Tomorrow would be his first time in the arena, and he was nervoso. He was here to let the tension melt away. At night, the locals of Lihuoqing fill the streets with stalls, selling everything from food and clothing to toys and trinkets. Yuan An strolled through the maze of lanterns more than once, yet never felt the urge to buy until a silver crescent moon pendant caught the light and winked at him. Perfect for Huangyu, he thought. Money changed hands. The necklace disappeared into his pocket, and he turned to leave only to be blocked by a figure radiating anger. Fu Xuemei. The last time they met, in Poxiaching, she had fallen into one of his illusions and left humiliated. The grudge was still fresh. Finally found you. She snapped, eyes sparking. Yuan An slipped the necklace deeper into his robe. What do you want? This is Lihuoqing. If you throw a punch, you're out of the grand tournament. Fu Xuemei knew the rules. She lifted her chin and scoffed. Can't fight, but I can talk, right? Shengjing Academy's a joke this year. Might even get kicked out of the 4 great academies. Do yourself a favor, concede early before your ranking drops even lower. The onlookers hooted with laughter. Yuan An didn't bother to answer. He simply turned away. Yuan An, she shouted. Pray we don't draw Baijian Academy tomorrow, or you're finished. Back at the inn, moonlight slanted across the corridor. Stopping outside Huang Ye's room, Yuan An knocked. Xiao Yu still awake? Silence. I brought you a gift. No door, no gift. He counted to 10. On 10, the door cracked open. A small face, cheeks puffed in mild outrage, appeared. What gift? She was clearly still sulking. Yuan An chuckled and opened his palm. A delicate crescent moon necklace swayed, casting soft silver light. Huang Yes' eyes sparked to life. Saw it on the street and thought it matched you. Like it? It's okay, I guess. She turned away, but joy danced in her gaze. I bought it, so even if you don't, you're wearing it. He donned a stern mask, while gently fastening the chain around her neck. They stood close, her subtle fragrance curling around him. Suddenly Huang Yu rose on tiptoe and pressed a fleeting kiss to his cheek. Yuan An froze. By the time he recovered, she was half hidden behind the door, face flushed. Go, thank you. The door clicked shut. Alone in the corridor, Yuan An touched the spot on his cheek and let out a laugh. That girl bold enough to steal a kiss from me. The first round of the afternoon stage began right on schedule. Sunlight streamed through the vast glass dome and spilled across the arena floor as every eye fixed on the central platform. The drawing ceremony was underway. According to the rules, just one of the 23 academies would receive a bye, giving each school a 1 in 23 chance. Underdogs prayed for this life-saving ticket, which guaranteed at least half the possible points for the round and a shot at a mid-table finish. Powerhouses, meanwhile, preferred to fight. Settling for only half the points could drag down their overall score. The host gently shook the bamboo cylinder, the sticks clacking with a crisp rhythm. When the final slip was pulled, the announcer's voice rang out. Wuyue Academy bye. In an instant, Wayu's section erupted. Thunderous cheers, flags waving, whistles piercing the air. Several other bottom-tier schools watched with a mix of envy and disappointment. After 3 rounds spent hovering near the very bottom, Wuyue had just locked in a top 15 finish for this stage, likely jumping 3 or 4 spots over a windfall for them. With the bye settled, the remaining academies drew lots and paired off. Most matchups pitted teams of similar strength against each other, preventing lopsided duels and keeping things fair. As for the worries of the Thailanders, few in the crowd cared. What really set the arena buzzing was any clash among the big 4 academies. The top 10 competitors on the leaderboard all belonged to those 4 teams, and every meeting between them was automatically a headline event. The draw delivered exactly that intra-league carnage, though not quite in the way most had predicted. Xinxia Academy versus Linghai Academy. Baijian Academy versus Shengjing Academy. Many were sure it would be Xinxia versus Baijian and Shengjing versus Linghai. Even Fong Weifeng and the others hadn't expected to land Baijian as their opponent. By overall strength, Xinxia remained the clear number 1 among the 4, while the other 3 were tightly grouped. Shengjing had taken a hit this year after losing several seeded players, but its foundation was still solid. Baijian and Linghai were perennial equals. Either matchup would have been tough. The long-running feud between Shengjing and Baijian simply made the story juicier, and the Xinxia alliance, ever brilliant at steering public opinion, was happy to watch it unfold. Haha, old Fong, what are the odds? Looks like we're meeting again this year. Baijian's team leader, Fu Lingtian, boomed with laughter as the crowd dispersed. Yeah, here we are again. Fong Weifeng of Shengjing replied calmly, the earlier rumors no longer ruffling him. Spreading his hands, Fu Lingtian launched into an exaggerated recap. We've traded wins the last few times, each of us getting our share of glory. But this year, if my math's right, Shengjing needs to finish 4th overall to keep that Big 4 reputation. 2 rounds left. Safest bet is a 2nd and a 3rd. Worst case? 5th this round, 1st next round, and you might still scrape 4th place in total. He lowered his voice, yet somehow made it louder, as if conspiring in public. Your roster's not in top form this season. Want us to ease up a bit? Help you stay in the Big 4? Fong Weifeng shot back without hesitation. No need. My worry is that if you really ease up, our students might not judge the margin and end up sweeping you 6-0. That would be awkward, wouldn't it? Fu Lingtian practically shouted his secret plan so everyone could hear. Fong Weifeng parried just as loudly, saying he feared they might blank Baijian entirely if their opponents held back. How embarrassing that would be. They traded barbs before the match even began, and the air was already crackling with tension. As soon as the draw was over, the host waved his hand, and each academy rushed to get ready. Every bout in this round would take place in the main arena, so the fighters only had to step up in turn without changing venues. Apart from Mount Wuyue Academy, which advanced automatically, the remaining 22 academies were split into 11 pairs and would fight according to their ranking from the bottom up. Steel clashed and blades flashed non-stop on the platform, one match after another. Most duels ended in 5 or 6 minutes, and when true experts met, it was over in 2 or 3. The grandstands were packed, the roar of the crowd rising and falling, while the academies still waiting scrambled to submit their final lineups to the league officials. At this point, Shengjing Academy handed in its sheet, and Yuan An's name appeared boldly in the substitute column, cleared to go in at any moment. Dean Fong, are you sure this roster is correct? The co-referee asked, peering at the form and then eyeing Fong Weifeng suspiciously. Absolutely, Fong said, adjusting his glasses. Our starters aren't feeling well, so the substitute will have to play. The paperwork's in order, right? The paperwork's fine, but are you really quite sure? Use this list, Fong replied, leaving no room for doubt. The official could only nod and take the sheet away. Matches rolled on like clockwork. 11 groups meant 110 bouts, running from dawn until late afternoon. When the sun tilted west, the first 9 groups were finally done. The big screen is switching Group 10, Sharingan Academy versus 100 Battles Academy. The electronic board lit up with the names. 100 Battles Academy, Zhao Wei, Fu Xiaomei, Lin Su, Shilin, Wang Yang. Sharingan Academy, Huang Yu, Yuan An sub, Yuan An sub, Yuan An sub, Yuan An sub all the way down. The same name repeated Yuan An sub. The arena erupted at once. Huang Yu, number 1 on the individual leaderboard and Shengjing's ace, surprised no one. Seeing Yuan An replace a starter in the second slot was still reasonable. But why did the next 7 spots also say Yuan An? Could one person really fill 9 positions? Was the list wrong, or was this some kind of joke? The announcer delivered the official explanation. All starters from Sharingan Academy are unwell, so every match will be fought by their substitute. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. The list was correct. Yuan An would have to fight 9 times in a row, carrying the team alone. The rules placed no limit on how often a substitute could appear, so back-to-back entries weren't illegal. Still, fighting 9 opponents in succession would drain anyone, even with short breaks between rounds. Fong, are you out of your mind? You're sending a student to his death, 100 Battles coach Fu Lingtian muttered under his breath. Fong Weifeng spread his hands and patted Yuan An on the shoulder. We're short-staffed this year, so we have to squeeze every bit out of the one student we've got. Then he raised his voice so everyone nearby could hear. Don't worry, my kid's tough as nails. He's not easy to kill. Tell your students they can hit him as hard as they like. Fong Weifeng shook his head helplessly and patted Yuan An on the shoulder. Old Fu, you know how rough things are for us this year, he said to Fu Lingtian. Nobody's available, and our starters are all feeling under the weather, so this student has to pull double duty for us. Don't worry, he added with a grin. Tell your kids to hit him as hard as they like. Mine's tough as nails can't kill him. Yuan An's shoulder rocked under the blows, and in his heart he cursed his mentor's ancestors. So noble of you, making it sound righteous while feeding me to the wolves. It had been his own idea to stand in for 9 matches, but coming from Fong Weifeng's mouth it felt like a betrayal. Arms folded, Fu Lingtian snorted. I'm curious to see what trick you're playing. Whatever it is, don't expect it to work. The draw finished, and the preparations began. On the 100 Battles Academy side, 10 starters were stretching, their breathing like drum beats, while the medical team neatly stacked potions in wooden crates. In Sharingan Academy's warm-up area, there were only 2 figures, Huang Yu and Yuan An. They'll take the first match and you handle the next 9? Huang Yu stared at the bracket, worry written all over her face. Bro, can you really do that? She knew the depth of 100 Battles Academy's roster. When she heard 9 in a row, she almost dropped her canteen. 1 fighter against 9 starters, this was no playground spar. Yuan An ruffled her hair. Relax. If I'm not scared, why should you be? I've cleared abyss dungeons before, this is just a little trial. Truth be told, if he hadn't wanted to gauge Huang Yu's true strength with his own eyes, he'd have taken the first bout as well. 1 man covering all 10 slots, instant legend. But that was too flashy, and Huang Yu wasn't weak. No need to steal her moment. So he settled for substitute for 9. Yuan An, the Academy's hopes all rest on you, Fong Weifeng said, unusually solemn. Succeed, and you'll be Shengjing's greatest hero. And if I fail? Yuan An raised an eyebrow. Then you'll be its greatest culprit, Fong Weifeng replied, every word heavy. Yuan An fell silent, then shrugged in acceptance. At the center of the arena stood a tall tower of bronze and spirit stone, home to the Xinxia League's judges. From its windows, they could oversee the entire stage. Bai Jingtian, one of the chief referees, noticed Sharingan Academy had listed only 2 names. He leaned toward the redrobed Elder Mu. 1 person filling 9 substitute slots, does that meet the rules? Elder Mu stroked his beard and smiled. Starters and substitutes can't be the same person, that's a hard rule. But the number of times a substitute may enter has never been capped. No one ever did this before, so no one ever wrote a limit. He cast a meaningful look at the young man below. Nothing wrong with the rulebook, but 9 hard fights in a row, no rest, no chance to replenish spiritual energy, won't be easy. Bai Jingtian nodded, eyes returning to the stage, as if already foreseeing the coming bloodstorm. Even if he can cover 9 matches, 9 consecutive bouts with no rest or chance to recover spiritual energy will be anything but easy. Elder Mu looked down at Yuan An, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Let's see what this kid can do, he thought. If Fong Weifeng is pinning all his hopes on him, there must be something special about him. The other leaders exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and fixed their gaze on the arena. In the center ring, staff cleared the floor, and the light screen flashed the matchup. Sharingan Academy versus Baijian Academy. First bout, Tier 3, Level 2 Huang Yu, Wind, Water, and Ice Affinities, Triple Rank. Versus Tier 3, Level 6 Zhao Wei, Wind Affinity, Rank. By level alone, Huang Yu trailed by 4 grades. But her triples aura and top ranking told everyone this fight would be anything but ordinary. Combatants ready begin. The referee's hand chopped downward and the timer began. Zhao Wei moved first. Two fingers stabbed skyward, palms slapped the floor. Divine Gale, heaven sweeping. A 5-meter wide azure array burst from the ground, runes rippling as countless broad wind blades shot forward like a torrential downpour. Huang Yu stayed calm. She traced a circle in front of her, tapped it lightly. Divine Gale, heaven sweeping. An identical array flared to life, sending dense blades of wind slashing outward. Clang, clang, clang. The two storms collided in midair, ringing like clashing steel. Within seconds, Zhao Wei's blades were shaved away, while Huang Yu's barrage kept rolling. The gulf between strength and rank was obvious. Scowling, Zhao Wei formed a new seal. Divine Gale, downfall. Boom! An enraged tornado exploded from the floor, its howl rattling the rafters. Huang Yu echoed him. Divine Gale, downfall. A denser vortex roared upward, whipping tiles and debris into the air. The two cyclones met, and Zhao Weiss was torn apart instantly. Same element, but triple strength is absolute domination. The crowd gasped. Atop the tower, Mu Lao nodded approvingly. The girl is impressive. A triple strength is the future of our Xinxiao Empire. Bai Jingtian added, the first triple S in history. If she develops smoothly, greatness is guaranteed. After 3 grueling minutes, Zhao Wei's energy was spent, and Huang Yu's pressure never let up. The referee called the match. The audience had hoped for a showdown of equals, but they had witnessed near total domination and gained a new respect, even awe, for strength power. Huang Yu hopped off the platform. Yuan An greeted her with a thumbs up. Nice work, little you. Hee of course. She beamed. You're up next, big brother. Do your best. Don't worry, Yuan An replied with a slight nod. For the second match, the screen refreshed. Tier 3, Level 4 Yuan An versus Tier 3, Level 4 Fu Xuemei. They had already fought twice, and the rivalry was well kindled. On the stage, Fu Xuemei twirled a vermilion whip, arching an eyebrow with a sneer. What did I tell you last night? Of course, wed meat. Still want to play hero and take on 9 at once? Today I'll have you kneeling beneath my skirt. Yuan An's expression didn't flicker. He couldn't be bothered to reply. He glanced at her, then shut his mouth again, calm as ever. The best way to handle someone who loves the sound of her own voice is to ignore her, let her stew with nowhere to vent her anger. Match 2 between Shengjing Academy and Baijian Academy. Yuan An, Tier 3, Level 6 Wood Affinity, Frank, Spirit Eye Affinity, Frank versus Fu Xuemei, Tier 3, Level 10 Ice Affinity, a rank. The instant the referee finished speaking, a giant holographic screen magnified their stats, and the arena grew so quiet that the drop of a pin would have echoed. Did I hear that right? Double Frank? Shocked voices cried. No way, there's actually something lower than a rank. Frank was just announced as rock bottom. Haha, someone finally broke through the floor. Laughter and heckles rolled through the stands in waves. A double Frank, what a waste. Seriously, can a Tier 3, Level 6 with 2 Franks beat a Tier 3, Level 1 with a crank? Where'd he get the nerve to sub in for 9 people? Liang Jingru must have lent him the courage. The sarcasm drew scattered applause. Amid the noise, a few spectators spoke in hushed tones. Level mattered, but power rating could be decisive. Everyone still remembered the last match. Huang Yu, for levels behind, had crushed Zhao Wei with strength lightning power, while Zhao wielded only brank wind. If S against B was mountaintop versus foothills, then F against A was sky versus earth. The rank was already called trash. No one dared imagine F. Not everyone was laughing, though. Fu Xuemei narrowed her eyes, frost gathering at her fingertips. She had seen Yuan An's real tricks and knew he was anything but simple. That didn't mean he was strong. Why not just surrender? Yuan An rested one hand on his hip and spoke as casually as if they were chatting over tea. You lost to me last time, go ahead and do it again. I'd rather save my strength for the next 8 rounds. Fu Xuemei snorted, snow-bright light flashing in her eyes. Last time you got lucky, I wasn't ready. This time I'll show you my true power. Don't worry, I'll finish you fast so you won't need those 8 matches. Trash talk was routine. After confirming both fighters, the referee snapped the mechanical stopwatch. Begin. The words still echoed when Fu Xuemei moved. Icebound expanse. Boom. Freezing mist surged across the platform, frost racing over the floor. Hundreds of ice lances, each as thick as an arm, fanned outward. Lightning answered. Yuan An drew a regulation short blade from his back, the once silver steel, now veined with blue-white arcs, as a Tier 4 high-grade lightning core poured energy into the edge. One sweeping slash braided cold steel with thunderlight. A swath of ice lances shattered midair, bursting into glittering powder like a crystal wall blown apart. Yuan An ran the numbers. 8 fights to go, save strength, hide a few cards. The standings showed 7 wins at the top. Xinxia Academy still had to face Linghai Academy, and they were evenly matched. Odds favored a 6-4 split, worst case 7-3. If 2 teams reached 7 wins, Shengjing had to do the same to stay in contention. With that in mind, he stepped back. sheathing the blade while quietly steadying his breath. Shards of ice rained down like sand, clinking against the barrier above the stage. You dare space out while fighting me? Fu Xuemei snapped. A chilly voice sounded behind him, and Fu Xuemei flashed forward, conjuring a long sword of ice that thrust straight for Yuan An. With a tap of her toe, frost burst into a ring of white mist across the floor. The blade resembled early winter rime, its chill biting. But Yuan An had no intention of yielding close quarters combat, was his specialty. His 3-mo Sharingan flared scarlet, the spinning tomo locking onto every subtle cadence of Fu Xuemei's breath. His short blade flashed from its sheath, the tip deflecting the icy sword at the smallest angle, bleeding off its force. He snapped his wrist, slashing at the weakest gap in her guard. Fu Xuemei was equally seasoned. She pulled the sword back and accelerated, thrusting several times in under a second, cold surging like a tide to force Yuan An onto the defensive. Yet every flicker of steel and every curling draft of frost was laid bare to the Sharingan. Crack the lightning core embedded in his blade spat arcs of electricity, silver snakes writhing, turning the icy mist to sizzling steam. The lightning tore through the chill. His counterstroke came down with a clang, knocking Fu Xuemei's sword from her grasp. Startled, she pivoted away, palms slapping the ground as ice blue energy surged. Frozen purgatory. Crack. The arena's temperature plummeted. Rime crept outward, engulfing the whole field. Spectators outside the barrier shivered despite the protection. A rank ice user with a 3rd tier, level 10 foundation impressive indeed, Elder Mu remarked from the tower, stroking his beard. The stands erupted in awe. The strongest student of 100 Battles Academy truly lived up to her reputation, her chill nearing a solid 4th tier. Inside the ring, frost crept over Yuan An's boots. His gaze sharpened within the haze. The entire arena had become his opponent's domain. Fu Xuemei's fingers danced. The ice rose and shaped itself into more than a dozen ferocious beasts that howled and charged. The trial ground is mine now, take this. Yuan An sighed and slid the short blade back into its sheath. So much for taking it easy, he muttered. With the Academy's ace before him, holding back was no longer an option. Clap. He pressed his palms together, letting power surge. Wood release. Birth of the forest. Violent vitality burst from the ground. Gigantic trees punched through the frozen crust, trunks thick and brimming with green, transforming the area into an ocean of forest in an instant. The ice beasts were ensnared by vines and shattered into glittering shards. Fu Xuemei's eyes widened in disbelief. A wood ability. Unwilling to concede, she roared, flooding more power through her body and trying to freeze the entire forest. But the wood release pulsed with life. The moment the cold touched it, bark split it apart, and thick limbs lashed toward her. Bang! The blow sent her flying like a dead leaf, flinging her beyond the ring. Impossible, I can't lose to you, she whispered through clenched teeth as she landed, but the judging barrier had already flashed its verdict. Round 2. Victory to Yuan An of Shengjing Academy. Round 2. Victory to Yuan An of Shengjing Academy. No sooner had the referee's voice echoed through the arena than Fu Xuemei found herself shoved off the platform by a tidal wave of towering trees. Roots surged like surf, filling the ring. Since when did an Frank ability look this overwhelming? What kind of Frank could suppress an rank ice wielder so completely? The crowd erupted. How can Yuan An, lower in both rank and level, knock Fu Xuemei out in a heartbeat? What just happened? In the high tower's VIP gallery, Elder Mu gazed at the lush forest that had sprung up, his eyes unusually bright. Such vast wood-type power, I haven't seen anything like it in years. This boy is interesting. Bai Jingtian was equally stunned. The scale and vitality of Yuan An's wood style hardly resembled anything in Frank should manage. Whatever the truth is, he's definitely entertaining. Elder Mu pointed toward the stage. He still has 8 matches in a row. He might actually set a record one substitute, taking 9 fights and winning every one. You really think he'll sweep them all? Bai Jingtian arched a brow. Baijian Academy's other fighters weren't weak. 8 straight wins sounded impossible. Care to bet? Elder Mu chuckled. Fine. I say he doesn't go undefeated. Then I'll wager he does. Fu Xuemei was still dazed. She hadn't even gone all out before that forest shoved her out of bounds. Well fought. Yuan An offered, which only made her grind her teeth. I'm not convinced. The referee cut her off. A loss is a loss. Leave the stage, don't interfere with the next match. Fuming, Fu Xuemei retreated to the Baijian lineup. The moment she stopped, she hissed, crush him, no mercy. Her teammates answered at once. Don't worry, senior sister. We'll teach him a lesson. Yeah, we'll get your revenge. Yuan An remained on the platform. His next bout was moments away. Third match, Shengjing Academy versus Baijian Academy. Tier 3 Level 6 Yuan An, Wood Frank and Spirit Eye Frank, against Tier 3 Level 8 Lin Su, Illusion A rank. Another wave of commotion swept through the audience. Yet another A rank, this time from the ever-troublesome mental branch. Yuan An had to admit it. Baijian Academy was strong. In 2 matches they had already fielded 2 A ranks. Shengjing, aside from Huang Ye's surprise triples awakening, didn't have a single rank to its name, while Baijian had just unleashed its second. Lin Su is a class illusion specialist whose power is widely acknowledged. Even without his illusion arts, any ordinary fighter would struggle to handle him. Below the stage, Fong Weifeng and his teammates stared at the holographic screen, rapidly trading information and opinions. Their final hopes rested on Yuan An, yet they still dissected every ounce of their opponent's strength. Across the arena, Battlefront Academy's headmaster Fu Lingtian wore a thunderous expression. He had just watched his own daughter lose and was already seething. Now that Lin Su was up, his eyes swept coldly over Sharingan Academy's seats, and he let out a mocking laugh. A non-illusion user against an illusionist is at a natural disadvantage. Once your fighter is crippled by illusions, how will you play the later rounds? I can't wait to see how Sharingan Academy plans to save face this time. Lin Su stepped onto the platform with his arms folded, his voice ringing clearly through the stands. Kid, I respect the guts it takes to challenge all 9 of us alone, but don't think a few tricks at the world tournament make you invincible. I'm an illusionist. Have you ever fought a real one? Do you know how terrifying illusions can be? His gaze turned icy, and a smirk curled at his lips. The sharpest edge of illusion is that it needs no distance. No contact seconds are enough to end a fight. And my illusions are the strongest in Battlefront Academy. Consider yourself lucky to witness them, but don't expect mercy. You embarrassed our senior sister and made us lose face. Someone has to settle that score. As he finished speaking, Lin Su spread his arms and released tangible waves of mental energy from his palms. His fingers blurred through seals, and ripples barely visible to the naked eye spread through the air. The next instant, a unique psychic pulse detonated illusion art, Mind Devour. An invisible mental net unfurled, blanketing the platform in a black vault and trapping Yuan An inside an unseen cage. Mind Devour was Lin Zu's signature move, dragging the target's consciousness into endless darkness and stripping them of their combat ability in a heartbeat. No equal-rank fighter had ever escaped it on their first encounter. In the stands, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Fu Lingxian's face. Lin Su was one of Battlefront Academy's 3 top students. The first had been Fu Xiaomei, another would come later in raw strength. He was in no way inferior to her. Yet none of them knew that illusion was also Yuan An's specialty. In the center of the ring, the approaching psychic storm merely made a cold light flash in Yuan An's eyes. His Sharingan tightened, Crimson Tomo spun at high speed, and a surge of overwhelming ocular power erupted. Thud! With a muffled sound, Lin Zu's pupils shrank. The Mind Devour he had crafted so carefully was forcibly reflected by the Sharingan. He let out a scream, as if struck by lightning, and the man who had been boasting a second earlier collapsed on the platform, unconscious. It had taken less than a second. The arena was so silent you could hear people breathing. What just happened? Why is Lin Su on the ground? I have no idea. Spectators, commentators, even the referee were frozen. No one had caught the exchange. They thought Lin Su was still setting up some follow-up technique. Only when Yuan An spoke calmly, the match is over. What are you waiting for? Did they snap back to reality? All right. The referee hurried over, confirmed that Lin Su was merely unconscious, then raised his hand and shouted, Round 3. Victory to Sharingan Academy's Yuan An. The announcement had barely landed when the stands erupted in thunderous cheers. We didn't even see anything, and it's already over? No, we missed it, but everything already happened. An illusion. It had to be an illusion. Yuan An must have used one too. This guy can fight with illusions as well. Lin Su was carried off the stage. The logistics team from Baijian Academy rushed up, lifted his rigid limbs, and only during the jolting ride did he shake free of the illusion. His mind was blank, but his voice came back first. What's going on? What are you people doing? I'm not finished fighting, so why are you hauling me off? He kicked and shouted so loudly that everyone in the stands could hear him. Up in the seats, his classmates covered their faces, wishing they could crawl under their chairs. The third challenger stepped up. Yuan An still stood at the center of the platform, not having moved an inch. When the third round ended, there wasn't even a speck of dust shaken from his shoes. The crowd's mood shifted from doubt and ridicule to surprise and shock, and finally to utter disbelief. Beating Fu Xiaomei could have been chalked up to luck, but taking down Lin Su right after? Could back-to-back wins still be luck? The real climax was just ahead. Sharingan Academy versus Baijian Academy, Round 4, Stage 3, Level 6, Wood Element, Grade F with Auxiliary Clairvoyance, Grade F Yuan An, versus Stage 3, Level 8, Fire Element, Grade B Sherlin. The referee's hand chopped down. Sharingan Academy, Yuan An wins. Sharingan Academy versus Baijian Academy, Round 5, Stage 3, Level 6, Yuan An, Wood Element Grade F, Clairvoyance Grade F, versus Stage 3, Level 6, Wang Yang, Beast Mastery Grade C. Again the referee shouted, Sharingan Academy, Yuan An wins. Round 6, Round 7, Round 8, Round 9, Round 10. Each time Sharingan Academy was called, the next 2 words were always the same. Yuan An wins. The referee's voice grew hoarse, but his verdict never changed. The spectators' nerves went numb, yet their shock kept doubling. Yuan An, originally just a substitute, was now a one-man army, taking on 9 opponents and staying undefeated. Rank, element, it didn't matter wood, fire, beast mastery. Even a clairvoyance mirror match, all of them were reduced to straw on his path. Including Fu Xiumei, none of Baijian Academy's 9 starters lasted 5 minutes against him. For this round, Shengjing Academy earned its first perfect score. Baijian Academy suffered its first total defeat. No one thought Baijian was weak. Every gaze was locked on Yuan An. This guy was a monster. 1 against 9, in a relay format, and every bout ended in a lightning-quick victory. Not a single match turned into a tug-of war. Almost every fight was a complete rout. Ha ha ha, Jing Tian, didn't I tell you? The kid was going to sweep the board. Elder Mu threw back his head and laughed. Bai Jingtian stood there stunned. In decades of storms and stresses, he had never seen anything like today. One person toppling 9 and leaving with a perfect record. Say it out loud and no one would believe it. Yet Yuan An had just done it. Old Fu, why the long face? Too much rich food last night. Fong Weifeng finally seized the chance to strike back, each mocking word hitting the mark. Thanks for taking it easy on us. Our first clean sweep, your first shutout. That makes us both number 1, doesn't it? The harder they had been mocked before, the sweeter it was now. The tension pent up in every teacher and student from Shengjing Academy burst free, and the arena rang with raucous cheers. Yuan An's savior. Fu Lingtian was so furious he couldn't get a single word out. He had mocked Fong Weifeng with such relish before. Now he felt just as stifled. The tables had turned. The arena was still buzzing when the final bout Xinxiao Academy versus Linghai Academy began. The two teams were evenly matched. Fists flew, flashes of energy streaked across the stage. Yet no one came close to Yuan An's Ani against 9 miracle. The cheering never stopped, but every so often the crowd's eyes drifted to the rest area, to the boy who had already finished his battles and was calmly sipping water on a folding chair. There was no doubt about today's leading man, Yuan An. 9 wins in a row by a single fighter was unprecedented, and after today, it would be nearly impossible to repeat. During the break, the Xinxiao League rushed through a new rule. From now on, one substitute could cover only one teammate per team match, preventing any solo clean sweeps. It was simple domination that lopsided wrecked the spectacle and shredded everyone else's morale. When Xinxia edged out Linghai, the giant screen updated instantly. In the first round of the afternoon team battles, Shengjing Academy seized the top spot, 10 wins, 0 losses, a massive lead in points. The sweep catapulted their overall rank from 6th to 4th in one jump. Seeing 4th place, Fong Weifeng finally exhaled in relief. Holding that position should all but guarantee their finish. The individual leaderboard caused equal shock. Yuan An's name appeared for the first time straight at number 2. Huang Yu still held number 1. Yuan An's burst was spectacular, but her steady brilliance across 3 rounds had built a formidable cushion. For now, her throne was safe. That concluded the day's program. After the judges dismissed the venue, the competitors headed back to the dorms to rest. Tomorrow would bring the final match, the grand finale of the entire tournament. Yet, even before lights out, the hallways and cafeteria were buzzing with one named Yuan An. The boy himself returned to his room, shoveled down a quick dinner, and stepped into a hot shower. 9 straight bouts hadn't drained him, but tomorrow's fight was crucial. He couldn't afford the slightest slip. Steam washed away the smell of sweat and smoke. He toweled his hair, left his slippers on, lifted the quilt, and slid into bed. A girlish yelp erupted beneath the covers. Yuan An jolted upright as if shocked, flung the quilt aside, and found Huang Yu curled in a ball, cheeks burning red. Xiaoyu, when did you sneak in? Not a sound trying to scare me to death? His voice dropped, brows knitting tight. I just wanted to say goodnight, and maybe spook you a little, she whispered, wide-eyed and sheepish. Jump scares can kill, you know. If there's nothing else, go back to your room and sleep. He pointed at the door, voice sharper than intended. Okay, she pouted, slipped off the bed, and shuffled toward the exit. Halfway there she spun around, mustered her courage, and locked eyes with him. Go, can I have a goodnight kiss? A goodnight what? His frown deepened. Where'd you get that nonsense? Seeing no sign of mercy, she rose on tiptoe like a mischievous kitten, planted a quick kiss on his cheek, and giggled. Then I'll give you one instead. Sleep tight. With that she dashed out, beaming ear to ear, leaving Yuan and touching his cheek. Certain had just been ambushed again. Inside the tower, Bai Jingtian, the sole chief judge of this year's academy tournament, spent his days watching the matches and his nights debriefing with the other judges and officials from the Xinxiao Alliance, reviewing the day's events and arranging the schedule for tomorrow. The night was deep and still. Harsh white light poured from the ceiling fixtures, illuminating a long conference table where the latest frontline report lay open at its center. Bai Jingtian raised a hand for silence, unfolded the report, and spoke in a steady, low voice. Elder Mu, the front lines say the abyss has been unusually active, and Xianhan City reports larger and more frequent beast tides. This could be a prelude to an abyssal swarm. Should we be making preparations? Every gaze shifted to the head of the table. The old man seated there, his beard snow-white and his eyes as unshakable as bedrock, was Elder Mud anchor for them all. He tapped the tabletop with a ringed finger, the metal clicking a measured rhythm against the wood. The abyss, HM? He lifted his eyes. Our vigilance has never relaxed, so well maintain the current defenses. But some extra preparation wouldn't hurt. Tomorrow, cancel the final round's planned event and replace it with the Abyssal Tower. A single, casual sentence detonated in the room. Bai Jingtian blurted, the Abyssal Tower? Elder Mu, are you certain? Yes, Elder Mu. This is only an academy tournament. Isn't the Abyssal Tower a bit too dangerous? A deputy judge added. Elder Mu smiled lightly and raised a hand to halt the rising chatter. I understand you're worried about those youngsters. But the Abyss is our greatest enemy, and they'll have to face it sooner or later. Let them start adapting now. It's settled the trial tomorrow will be the Abyssal Tower. The people around the table exchanged looks and finally nodded in silence. Once Elder Mu decided something, he rarely wavered. Should we inform the academies tonight? Someone asked softly. No need. Tell them when everyone's assembled tomorrow. It's late, get some rest. Elder Mu waved them off, bringing the meeting to a close. Dawn crept in, and the final match of the academy tournament drew exceptional attention. It would decide the overall rankings and serve as the event's finale. Some competitors hoped to shine in the closing act. Others only wanted to finish quickly and crawl back to bed. By early morning, students were already crowding the arena, and the stands were even more packed than the day before, yet conspicuously quiet. In the team event, only 5 of us can go in. Just follow Yuan An and Huang Yes lead, understood? In the preparation area, Fang Weifeng kept his voice low while reviewing the rules with his 3 teammates. Only then did he notice the odd atmospherino cheering in the stands. Just low, restless murmurs. At that moment the tower gates swung open. Bai Jingtian strode out, his voice amplified across the arena. Is everyone present? Today is the final round of our tournament, and I know you've all been looking forward to it. Before we begin, there's been a change. The planned team event is cancelled. Instead, you'll face the Abyssal Tower. The words hit like thunder. Silence fell for a heartbeat, then rippled into startled exclamations. Most were shocked simply because the schedule had never been altered mid-tournament. Fang Weifeng and a few others were stunned for another reason. The substitute event was the notorious Abyssal Tower. The Abyssal Tower? What is Elder Mu thinking? Fang Weifeng muttered, clenching his fists. Across the stands and on the arena floor, countless eyes turned toward the tower, a single question echoing in every heart. What exactly is the Abyssal Tower? The other students all looked bewildered. Fang Weifeng explained patiently. The Abyss Tower is much like the trial tower at our academy. The contest is still about climbing as high as you can. But there's one crucial difference: the tower is filled exclusively with abyssal beasts. He lifted his hand toward the gray-black tower nearby, his voice grave. Every beast inside was captured for our abyss research over the years. Some of them couldn't be killed, only sealed. With that single sentence, the crowd's expressions darkened in unison. All abyssal beasts? Creatures you can't kill, only seal? Gasps rippled through the students, and a heavy mood spread. The principals leaned in to reassure their groups. But the more they spoke, the clearer the oppressive weight became. These students had seen real abyssal beasts before and knew their horror all too well. On the raised platform, Bai Jingshan's voice boomed like a bell. The abyss is humanity's enemy, and battle is unavoidable. The best way to conquer fear is to confront it head-on. If you've already faced the real thing, don't dramatize this. The beasts in the tower are no different in essence from any others. He swept his gaze across the field and announced the rules. All academies will send 5 competitors apiece, and everyone will enter the tower at the same time. Each of you will be separated into an individual space to fight abyssal beasts. Clear a floor, and you earn points: 1 point for the first floor, 2 for the second, 3 for the third, and so on. Rankings are determined by total points. During the trial, you'll carry a space stone. If you're in danger, crush it, and you'll be transported out immediately. Understood? Understood. The unified reply exploded in the silence. Good. You have 5 minutes to prepare. The trial starts on the dot. In those brief 5 minutes, the deans pulled their students close for rapid instructions. Remember, Fang Weifeng said quickly, the key to fighting abyssal beasts is shattering their abyssal domain. Break that, and you're halfway to victory. If you really can't win, crush the space stone at once. No one will blame you. Clear? The students nodded in unison. Yuan An felt little anxiety about the Abyss Tower. If anything, he welcomed the challenge. He had ventured into the real abyss and long since trampled his fear. Just then, a small, soft hand slipped into his palm. Startled, he looked down to see Huang, usually carefree, clinging to him tightly. So the tough girl gets scared too? He was about to tease her when she kept her voice low. Brother, when you face those abyssal beasts, don't let them scar your mind. Push through. Her delicate fingers tightened, clearly comforting him rather than seeking comfort herself. She wasn't afraid. She was worried about Yuan An. She knew his tales of the abyss were anything but light. This girl warmth flooded Yuan An's chest. He squeezed her hand back. Don't worry, it'll be fine. You stay safe too. MMHM. Huang Yu nodded firmly. The final round was abruptly switched to a trial inside the Abyssal Tower, and no one was prepared for it. Caught off guard by the announcement, the contestants exchanged uneasy looks while the deans of each academy hastily explained that the tower was packed with abyssal beasts far stronger than anything seen in the entrance exam. Just hearing the name Abyssal Beast was enough to make hearts race, let alone facing creatures said to be a full tier stronger. This was no joke. Time's up. All students, enter the Abyssal Tower in an orderly fashion and begin the trial. Bai Jingshan's voice echoed before the towering spire. With a deep rumble, an opening slowly appeared at the tower's base. Though tense, the students filed in one by one. Yuan An and Huang Yu joined the queue and were soon swallowed by the darkness. White light flashed, and the scenery shifted. Yuan An found himself alone in a testing ground. The sky was ominously dark, lightning snaked across the clouds, and rolling thunder pressed down as though it could crush him. Directly ahead coiled a third tier, Stage 3 Abyssal Serpent, its inky scales glinting with a cold sheen. A Stage 3, Tier 3 beast right out of the gate? Brutal, Yuan An muttered. Combat-wise, an abyssal beast of this rank matched an ordinary magical beast of Stage 3, Tier 4 or 5. Students from the 4 great academies might handle it, but those from the dozen lesser schools were in trouble. Their best fighters were only Stage 3, Tier 5 or 6, and some were merely Tier 1. Many would likely be eliminated in the first round. The familiar aura of the abyss surged toward him. While others shrank back, Yuan An welcomed it like an old friend. Compared with the Azure Dragon Marshal he once faced, these creatures were nothing. Since the opponent was an abyssal beast, he decided it wasn't worth lifting a finger himself. He formed seals with both hands, spiritual power surging, then pressed his palm to the ground. Summoning art. With a bang, white smoke billowed out, revealing a towering demon wolf, the Abyssal Devouring Wolf, Stage 3, Tier 10. It had been some time since Yuan An last released the wolf. Able to gain abilities by devouring other beasts, it had advanced to the abyssal rank after swallowing one during its previous outing. Ordinary beasts no longer offered it any benefit. Only abyssal prey could help it grow. When Yuan An once wandered into the abyss, it was the perfect feeding ground, yet he had been too busy escaping to summon the wolf. Now, with the abyssal tower brimming with suitably ranked targets, the devouring wolf could finally level up. A long howl split the air as the devouring wolf lifted its head, blood-red eyes locking onto the abyssal serpent like a hunter eyeing a feast. With a hiss, black mist erupted from the serpent's body. In an instant, the massive snake split and reformed into a three-headed giant that lunged forward, the air shrieking in its wake. The wolf's muscles bunched, and it sprang, leaping high to clamp its jaws around the vulnerable spot beneath one of the serpent's heads. Agonized screeches tore from the beast as the remaining 2 heads whipped around in fury and, in the next heartbeat, sank their fangs deep into the wolf. The devouring direwolf's body surged with newfound power, shrugging off the abyssal viper's strikes. Its claws and fangs ripped the serpent apart, devouring flesh and blood without pause. Ding! Contract Beast Devouring Direwolf has consumed a Tier 3, Level 3 Monster Abyssal Viper. New ability unlocked, Abyssal Doppelgangers. Abyssal Doppelgangers, split into up to 3 clones, each wielding 80% of the original strength. Ding! Tier 3, Level 3 Abyssal Monster Slain. 3,300 experience gained. Because the contract beast dealt the killing blow, Yuan An receives the same experience. First floor cleared. Outside the tower, the spectators were as tense as bowstrings. The Abyssal Tower had been opened on short notice, so the Xinxia Alliance hadn't finished calibrating the internal cameras. All anyone could see on the light screen was the floor each contestant occupied. The tower has 10 levels, yet nearly 30 contenders fell on the first, someone whispered, sucking in a breath. Atop the spire, Elder Mu stood with his hands behind his back, eyes sweeping the display. Jingtian, who do you think can break through the 5th floor? Bai Jingtian considered. The beasts on the 5th floor are already Tier 3, Level 10 roughly equal to Tier 4, Level 2 in overall difficulty. A few near the top of the individual rankings might manage it. Elder Mu nodded slightly. If 5 reach that far, we can call it a success. 2nd floor. Yuan An's next foe was a Tier 3, Level 5 Abyssal Twin-tailed Wolf. A direct jump to Level 5? He raised a brow. It wasn't a problem for him, but for most contestants it was a chasm. Go. Yuan An kept his hands in his sleeves. At his command, the devouring direwolf charged. The 2 wolves squared off, and contempt flashed in the direwolf's eyes. A decent wolf, ruined by 2 tails? In the blink of an eye it split into 3 shadow black clones, its newly gained abyssal doppelgangers. Surrounded on all sides, the twin-tailed wolf never even struggled. A final, cut-off howl. Flesh was torn to shreds. Ding! Devouring Direwolf has consumed a Tier 3, Level 5 Monster Abyssal Twin-tailed Wolf. New ability unlocked. Rending. Rending greatly boosts claw damage and penetration. Tier 3, Level 5 Abyssal Monster Slain. 3,500 experience gained. The dire wolf stood ferocious and unchallenged. Yuan An hadn't lifted a finger. Third floor. The enemy. A tier 3, level 7 abyssal shadow cat. The feline flickered like a living shade, but the four wolf forms locked onto it the instant it appeared. Ding. Devouring dire wolf has consumed a tier 3, level 7 monster abyssal shadow cat. New ability unlocked. Sprint. Sprint. Dramatically increases speed and evasion. Tier 3, level 7 abyssal monster slain. 3,700 experience gained. Fourth floor. A tier 3, level 9 abyssal vampire bat swooped in. Scarlet wings filled the air, but the wolves were faster. Blood spattered. The bat was torn apart and devoured. Ding. Devouring dire wolf has consumed a tier 3, level 9 monster abyssal vampire bat. New ability unlocked. Blood drain. Blood drain. Absorb an enemy's blood and spiritual energy to recover rapidly. Tier 3, level 9 abyssal monster slain. 3,900 experience gained. Congratulations, host has reached tier 3, level 7. Inside the abyss tower, everyone was advancing at a different pace. The first floor had already eliminated a large group of students. The second floor wiped out dozens more, and casualties only mounted with each ascent. Most contenders were still locked in battle on the second floor, while top talents like Huang Yu and Fu Xuemei had cleared the third and earned admiring glances. Yet the fastest of all was Yuan An had already blasted through the fourth floor and was now storming the fifth. He's already through the fourth floor. This kid's got some speed, Elder Mu said, nodding in front of the monitoring screen. In his book, reaching the fifth floor was the real benchmark, and Yuan An had just hit it. Bai Jingtian was equally stunned. Looks like we misjudged Shengjing Academy's lineup. Their true ace isn't the triples Huang Yu, but the double F Yuan An. In the previous round, Yuan An had single-handedly filled in for 9 teammates, forcing the 2 instructors to take him seriously. Now, his blistering climb through the abyss tower exposed the frightening potential he had been hiding. The leaderboard refreshed. First, Shengjing Academy, 35 points. Second, Xinxiao Academy, 34 points. Third, Baijian Academy, 31 points. Fourth, Linghai Academy, 30 points. Fifth, Jinhai Academy, 22 points. Sixth, Jinshan Academy, 20 points. This round made the 4 powerhouse schools look untouchable. Xinxiao, Baijian, and Linghai were piling up points with balanced rosters. But Shengjing's lead rested squarely on Yuan An. Every floor he conquered dumped a hefty bonus into their total. Casualty report. Shengjing lost 3 students on the first floor, 2 more on the second, and another 3 on the third. Only Huang Yu and Yuan An remained. Xinxiao had 4 students left, Baijian 3, and Linghai 3. Points on the early floors were meager. Everyone knew that final rankings would hinge on how many climbers reached the upper levels. Inside the 5th floor, jagged cracks split the dim stone walls, and the air reeked of corrosive acid mist. Yuan An stood at the tunnel's edge, eyes calm, studying a tier 3 level 10 abyssal spider ahead. Once again, he chose to watch and let his contracted beast the devouring Der Wolf do the fighting. The 2 tier 3 level 10 monsters collided, webs and claws screeching as they clashed. The dire wolf had already swallowed a dozen abilities and hit far above its weight. In less than 5 minutes, momentum shifted. It snapped off all 8 of the spider's legs, ripped open the bloated abdomen, and feasted on the gushing flesh. Even with deep cuts of its own, the wolf activated its vampiric trait, absorbed the spider's blood and energy, and sealed its wounds in an instant. Ding. Contract beast devouring dire wolf has consumed a tier 3 level 10 abyssal spider. New ability acquired spider domain. Spider domain. Weave a colossal web field. Any target caught in the strands will find escape nearly impossible. Defeated a tier 3 level 10 abyssal beast. Gained 4,000 EXP. Ding. Abyssal devouring dire wolf has advanced to tier 4 level 1. Ding. Congratulations. Host has reached tier 3 level 7. Abyssal creatures offered a windfall of experience about 10 times that of ordinary beasts. After this round, not only had the devouring dire wolf leveled up, but Yuan An had gained a level as well. Abyssal beasts really were the perfect targets for grinding. He flexed his stiff legs, looked up the shadowy staircase, and said, "Next floor." Yuan An powered through the 5th layer in one push. When the clearance prompt appeared, Elder Mu outside the tower finally showed a gratified smile. Only by passing the 5th floor did a run count as acceptable. Every student and faction watching the live feed stared at the progress bar. No one could see the monster's levels, but the speed of each clearance spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Huang Yu and the others were still stuck on floor 4, where the difficulty had clearly spiked. Yuan An, however, had already stepped onto floor 6. Is the gap really that huge? That kid's abilities are only double F rank. The crowd exclaimed. With Yuan An setting a new record, Huang Yu gritted his teeth, cleared the 4th floor, and moved on to the 5th. Other contestants reached floor 4 one after another, only to be blocked by the beasts there. 3 more were eliminated. Current standings. Xinxiao Academy, 3 contestants left. Each of the other 3 academies, 2 contestants left. 9 challengers remain. The other 221 are out. Floor 6, Tier 4, Level 1 Abyssal Crab. Its shell black as iron. Floor 7, Tier 4, Level 3 Abyssal Lobster. Its twin claws snapping the air. Floor 9, Tier 4, Level 7 Abyssal Scorpion. Its huge tail raised, venom churning. From Floor 6 on, each level ramped up the pressure. The devouring dire wolf alone was no longer enough. Yuan An had to fight himself. Man and wolf battled side by side, stumbling all the way to Floor 9. The scorpion's stinger gleamed violet in the gloom. Yuan An swung his blade and hacked it off. The beast shrieked, and the wolf devoured the entire tail on the spot. The abyssal tower had 10 floors in total. Floor 9 was already a summit of difficulty. What kind of boss would be waiting on Floor 10? Yuan An wondered. He cleared the 9th floor too. Outside the tower, jaws dropped. Inside, Yuan An now stood alone. Leaderboard, top 5. Yuan An, far ahead. Huang Yu cleared Floor 5 after a hard fight, but stalled on Floor 6. The other 3 all fell on Floor 5. Inside the Xinxiao Alliance, the debate grew frantic. They knew better than anyone how terrifying the tower's beasts were. Even they would struggle to bring down a Tier 4, Level 7 Abyssal Scorpion quickly. Yuan An had done it, and he was still pushing toward the 10th floor. A burst of clearing light flared, and Yuan An was transported to Floor 10. Thunder rolled around his ears, dark clouds pressed low, and a wind as sharp as blades cut across the ground. Yet what truly shocked him was the sight ahead. Dozens of massive crosses rose from scorched earth. Humans and monsters were chained to them, iron spikes driven through bone, yet a flicker of life still clung to their bodies. Withered faces twisted into manic grins, and their shrill cries echoed amid the lightning. Fresh meat, haraha. Boy, come closer, let us eat you. Boy, get over here. Let me taste you. It's been 3 centuries since I last fed on living flesh. The raucous roar slammed into his soul like an iron hammer. The instant it reached him, Yuan An felt as if tens of thousands of ants were gnawing at his mind. What is that? A vast, icy prison spread before him. Rows of pitch-black crosses stood upright, bound by sealing chains as thick as barrels. On every cross a different creature was shackled. 2-headed, 3-eyed, 4-legged, bloodthirsty beasts. Humans with twisted faces, limbs severed, torsos alone still writhing. Monsters reduced to a single head, even amorphous lumps of meat. No matter the shape, each radiated the same terrifying abyssal aura, thicker and colder than that of the Azure Dragon Demon General. Simply facing them felt like carrying a collapsing mountain on his back. He instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and pushed Sage Mode to its limit, barely avoiding being flattened by the pressure. The devouring demon wolf, however, failed at once and vanished in a wisp of white smoke. This oppressive force, is this really the 10th floor trial? Yuan An shuddered. It's practically designed to be impossible. The Abyssal Tower's prison held fiends captured in the abyss that could not yet be killed. The beasts on the first 9 floors were strong but beatable, so Yuan An had always suspected the Xinxiao Alliance of exaggeration. Now he understood anything sealed here was a true archdemon. Under such oppression, forget fighting. Remaining standing for half an hour would prove one's iron will. If he lingered, the invisible weight might crush him to dust. He decisively crushed the spatial jade and blinked away from the 10th floor. Outside, countless spectators waited breathlessly for news of his triumph. The highest record they knew of was only the 5th floor. Clearing the 6th sparked envy and jealousy. Clearing the 7th stirred awe and disbelief. Clearing the 8th left people shocked, questioning their own worth. Clearing the 9th erased all jealousy, leaving only reverence and the hope the challenger would become a legend. Yet a flash of dazzling light burst forth, and Yuan An appeared outside the tower without clearing the 10th floor. The crowd let out a collective sigh. Had they witnessed that floor's carnage, regret would have been the last thing on their minds. Not bad at all. The kid can still stay calm after walking out of the 10th floor, Elder Mu said, hands clasped behind his back, nodding with satisfaction. They knew exactly what awaited on that floor. It was never meant to be cleared by students, only to test how much pressure they could endure. It was now obvious that Yuan An could handle pressure just fine. When he stepped out of the Abyss Tower, Huang Yu was the first to dash over, seizing his arm, worry filling her eyes. Are you all right, brother? Imperfectly fine, he assured her, warmth rising in his chest as he lifted a hand to gently ruffle her hair. Fang Weifeng and the rest of the team arrived a moment later, broad smiles spreading across their faces. Yuan An had single-handedly dragged Shengjing Academy back from the brink. It's nothing, really. I did it for the Academy, Yuan An said with a grin, casually shifting the credit to the Academy. The moment his figure left the Abyss Tower, the final round officially ended, and the standings locked into place. Shengjing Academy, first place. They had slipped to 6th during the morning's 3 trials, but 2 first-place finishes in the afternoon, combined with a hefty points cushion, let them edge past Xinxiao Academy by a single point and complete an improbable comeback. First place, Shengjing Academy, 91 points. Second place, Xinxiao Academy, 90 points. Third place, Linghai Academy, 88 points. Fourth place, Baijian Academy, 85 points. The gaps were narrow, yet the true dark horse was undeniably Shengjing Academy. Only 60 points at halftime, now perched on top, all thanks to one man Yuan An. The individual leaderboard updated at the same time. First place, Yuan An, Shengjing Academy, 100 points. Second place, Huang Yu, Shengjing Academy, 90 points. Third place, Xiaohai, Xinxia Academy, 87 points. Fourth place, Wan Feng, Xinxia Academy, 85 points. Fifth place, Zhao Lin, Linghai Academy, 83 points. In the Academy tournament's 100-point system, anything in the 90s is already rare. The Academy scores looked familiar, but the 100 beside Yuan An's name was blinding, triggering a wave of gasps. Full marks? The Xinxiao Alliance actually gave him a perfect score? He's probably the first in history. Monster. Whether it was his substitute appearance, winning 9 straight matches, or reaching a height in the Abyss Tower no one else had touched, Yuan An's performance was beyond dispute. He had single-handedly hauled Shengjing Academy from the depths to the summit. No one questioned his top ranking. Atop the tower, Chief Referee Bai Jingtian raised a sound amplifier, his voice rolling across the arena like thunder. After review, the final results of this year's Academy tournament are as follows. Academy standings. First, Shengjing Academy. Second, Xinxia Academy. Third, Linghai Academy. Fourth, Baijian Academy. Individual standings. First, Yuan An of Shengjing Academy. Second, Huang Yu of Shengjing Academy. Then came the rewards everyone cared about. 1. Every student from the top 4 academies may enter the God's Dominion for 1 training session. 2. All competitors from the Champion Academy will receive personal instruction from the Divine King. 3. The runner-up academy will be coached by the first commander. 4. The third-place academy will be coached by the second commander. 5. The top 5 individuals earn a visit to the Xinxia Alliance's Ability Library for advanced study. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've taken first place in the Academy tournament and earned 100,000 energy points. As chief referee Bai Jingtian announced the final result from the dais, a crisp system alert rang in Yuan An's mind. The 100,000 points were credited instantly. A tremendous surge of power coursed through his body, leaving him invigorated. I knew the top prize would be worth it, he thought with a grin. The windfall was enough for him to fuse the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at once. Once the fusion succeeded, his strength would soar again. The tournament was over, but the curtain hadn't fallen yet. Tradition required a full award ceremony afterward. 1. The top 4 academies would be granted free entry to the domain of the God's Trial. The domain, controlled by the Xinxiao Alliance, is a secret realm where past masters of the Xinxia Empire rest. Spirit energy is dense, insights into universal laws lie everywhere, and every visitor has a chance to inherit an ancient legacy. 2. Records show that 3 prodigies once obtained full inheritances there, their cultivation shooting from Tier 3 to Tier 5 and propelling them into the ranks of the greats. Even a partial inheritance is said to benefit one for a lifetime. 3. All tournament prizes will be distributed in Qilan City. Everyone is to assemble there in 5 days. Bai Jingtian's booming voice carried these announcements across the arena, marking the close of this stage of the competition. Cannons thundered, fireworks blossomed against the blue sky, sparks rained down, and the academies withdrew in orderly lines. The Shengjing Academy contingent was about to leave when Bai Jingtian strode over, his gaze fixed on Yuan and Dean Fong. May I borrow your student for a moment? He asked with a gentle smile. Borrow me? Yuan An's heart skipped a beat as he wondered what the man was up to. Fong Weifeng nodded without hesitation. Whatever Commander Bai needs, feel free. Yuan An, go with him. Understood, Yuan An replied, following Bai Jingtian away. Before they left, Bai Jingtian added, Dean Fong, you can return to the academy first. When we're finished, I'll escort him back myself. Thank you, Commander Bai, Fong Weifeng said, cupping his fists. The surrounding students watched Yuan An walk away, their eyes full of envy. A private meeting like that was a privilege reserved for the truly outstanding. Bai Jingtian led the way in silence, Yuan An close behind. They passed through the empty stands and climbed the tower. The square had emptied out, leaving only a gray-robed elder on the platform. Senior Mu, Yuan An is here, Bai Jingtian said respectfully. Yuan An clasped his fists. Student Yuan An greets Senior Mu. Although they had never met, he reasoned that anyone who commanded such respect from Bai Jingtian could only be the Divine King himself. Sit, Senior Mu said kindly, pouring a cup of hot tea for him. Yuan An accepted it with both hands, though the faint pressure emanating from the elder made him even more cautious. May I ask why Senior Mu wishes to see me? He asked frankly. Senior Mu nodded. Then he'll be direct. You reached the 10th floor of the Abyssal Tower. Tell me, Hat, did you see there? Yuan An had not expected that this was what they wanted to discuss. After a brief pause, he admitted, I saw many abyssal foes that have been sealed away. They're incredibly powerful, and am no match for them. Ha ha ha, of course you're not. Master Mu laughed heartily, flicked his sleeve toward the base of the tower, and said, What's sealed down there are the archdemons we've dragged out of the abyss over the years, but couldn't destroy. Every one of them has brought terrible suffering to humanity. His smile faded and his gaze turned steady. In all these years, you are the first person to reach the 10th floor of the abyssal tower by your own strength and see those creatures with your own eyes. Since you know how strong they are, remember this: do not share what you saw on the 10th floor with anyone. Yuan An nodded obediently, raising no objection. Master Mu continued, I also hope this experience spurs you on. Grow stronger and become a pillar of the Xinhua Empire as soon as possible. He then shifted topics. Feng Weifeng told me you're the only survivor of the student team that sabotaged the abyssal teleportation array that year, correct? Yes. Yuan An answered without hesitation. And you were captured and taken into the abyss, escaping only after great effort? I guess I was lucky, driven by a strong will to survive. Did you learn anything useful in the abyss? Even Bai Jingtian leaned closer, intrigued. Few people ever returned alive, so every word mattered. Yuan An thought for a moment. I was held in a demon general's camp where many other humans were imprisoned. From what I gathered, they were studying our weaknesses. Back in Long City, I wasn't the only one taken. He had been fighting for his own life and couldn't dig deeper. Master Mu nodded thoughtfully. In recent years, many have indeed been abducted. We study them. They study yous. It's no surprise. Know your enemy and yourself, and you'll never be defeated. He lifted a hand to end the conversation. That's all for now. I've kept you long enough. Jingtian, see him back without delay. Yes, sir. Bai Jingtian escorted Yuan An down the tower. As they stepped outside, Yuan An spotted Huang Yu standing gracefully under a tree. A light breeze lifted her hair, and a bright smile lit her face. Xiao Yu, why haven't you left yet? He asked in surprise. I was waiting for you. Huang Yu slipped her arm through his, then bowed politely to Bai Jingtian. Commander Bai. Bai Jingtian nodded with a smile. Since you're here too, I'll escort both of you back. The other trainees were long gone, and the area around the tower was quiet. Bai Jingtian accompanied them to the teleportation tower and told the guards, see that they reach Shengjing Academy safely. Goodbye, Commander Bai. Goodbye, Commander Bai. They waved in unison as they took their leave. Bai Jingtian raised a hand, a smile on his lips. See you in Qilin City in 5 days. Fuse it. Deducting 100,000 energy points. Initiating fusion of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan 10%, 2050, 80-100. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan synchronized. Level up. Tier 3, Stage 10. When the system prompt faded, Yuan An slowly opened his eyes. Inside the scarlet iris, a 6-pointed star rotated in silence, releasing a cold, bottomless power that seemed to pierce the air. For an instant he glimpsed endless possibilities before these eyes. No enemy could hide. So this is the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The raw strength made his heart pound, his breathing quicken. With these eyes his combat power had soared. If he entered the Abyss Tower's 10th floor again, he could finally show what he was truly capable of. He still wasn't strong enough to overwhelm those monsters. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was formidable, but it wasn't omnipotent. Bro, are you still in bed? A crisp knock sounded on the door, followed by a girl's voice. Yuan An collected his thoughts, his pupils fading back to normal. Reluctantly, he sat up. Yesterday, they had just returned to Shengjing Academy after the Inter-Academy tournament in Lihua City. He and Huang Yu were both students of Xiaoshuling. Because they shared the same teacher, they also shared a dorm. Yuan An's apartment had a living room and 3 bedrooms. When Huang Yu arrived, she moved into the room opposite his, so morning knockups had become routine. The door isn't locked, come in. He burrowed under the pillow again. It was a rare day off. Who wanted to wake up early? The door creaked open, and Huang Yu tiptoed inside. Seeing him still in bed, she wrinkled her nose and complained. It's late, and you're still asleep? You're such a lazy pig. Aren't we on break? Why should a student get up at dawn? Yuan An half closed his eyes, relishing the pleasure of being awake, yet allowed to keep dozing. This feels amazing, he thought. Too much laziness is bad for you. Huang Yu yanked away his quilt, and the cool air jolted him fully awake. Get up, Teacher Xiao, already made breakfast. Fine him up. Driven out of bed by the commotion, he swung his legs to the floor. After a quick wash, they headed to the dining room. Yuan An awake too? Perfect, let's eat, Xia Shuling said with a warm smile, the table already set. She seemed born to cook. She used to bring meals to Yuan An all the time, and with Huang Yu around, she was just as diligent. Teacher Xia, you really love cooking, don't you? Isn't it a hassle? Huang Yu asked curiously. Not at all, Xia Shuling replied. I enjoy it. It's one of my little pleasures. Smiling warmly, Xia Shuling put aside her teacherly airs and chatted easily with Huang Yu. I used to hate cooking, she admitted. But my mom made me learn. She always said that if a girl wants to win a man's heart, she has to conquer his stomach first. Really? Huang Yu's eyes lit up. That's exactly what she said, Xia Shuling replied with a helpless shrug. I did learn to cook and am pretty good at it now, but I still haven't found a boyfriend. A hint of frustration crept into her voice. No way. You're gorgeous, Miss Xia. I'm sure plenty of guys at the academy like you, Huang Yu said sweetly. Xia Shuling's almond-shaped eyes curved into a smile. Little girl, you're even prettier than I am. You'll have more admirers than you can count once you settle in. I don't care about those stupid boys, Huang Yu muttered, her cheeks turning pink. Sitting beside them, Yuan An ate quietly. The two women might be 7 or 8 years apart, but the moment they started talking about cooking and boyfriends, they became instant best friends. A conversation he had no way of joining. I'm full. You two keep chatting, he said, putting down his utensils. His mind was already on something else. The trial tower. Before he was dragged into the abyss, he had reached the 30th floor, locked in a fierce rivalry with Lin Tianqi. No one was challenging him now, but he still couldn't ignore the tower. It was packed with beasts, which meant experience and energy points. Sure, the abyss held even more monsters, but every little bit helped. He had just spent 100,000 energy points and was desperate to replenish his reserves. The familiar tower was as crowded as ever. Yuan An joined the supreme queue, and the waiting students immediately recognized him. Morning, Senior Yuan. Hello, Senior. Good to see you, Senior Yuan. He froze for a second, then smiled and replied, Hi, everyone. Without realizing it, he had been at Shengjing Academy for a full year, long enough for a new batch of students to arrive. The former freshman was now Senior Yuan to almost everyone, thanks to his return from the abyss and his victory in the academy tournament. Even classmates who had enrolled with him greeted him as senior, which felt a little awkward. Yuan An, isn't it? I haven't seen you around the tower in ages, said Mr. Wu, the tower warden, striding over with a bright look in his eyes. You still remember me, sir? Yuan An was surprised. He had only visited the tower a handful of times, and that was a year ago. Don't underestimate my memory, Mr. Wu said, tapping him on the shoulder. You made quite a stir the last time you were here, hard to forget that. Back then Yuan An had bulldozed his way up the floors, attracting half the academy's attention with every level he cleared. No wonder Mr. Wu remembered it vividly. So how high do you plan to climb today? Mr. Wu asked, clearly intrigued. Well, see how it goes. I'll climb as far as I can, Yuan An chuckled. Haha, then let's hope you break the tower's all-time record. The trial tower has 108 floors. Since Shengjing Academy was founded, no student has ever made it past the 70th, much less cleared them all. The tower was never meant to be beaten. It exists to inspire. Most instructors can only gaze up at it and sigh. Today, however, Yuan An arrived. A year earlier, he had already swept through the first 31 floors, so he stepped straight onto the teleportation circle of floor 32. Trial tower, floor 32. Objective, eliminate all monsters. Total enemies, 15. Lowest rank, tier 3, level 2. Highest rank, tier 3, level 7. Current record holder, Lin Tianqi, 1 hour 15 minutes. Begin. Light flared, revealing a battlefield that was both familiar and slightly foreign. Yuan An rolled his shoulders, joints popping. Been a while. Let's see how far I get today. Spirit call devouring abyss wolf. A gray-black abyssal devourer wolf crawled from his shadow, its tier 4, level 1 aura crashing out like a tidal wave. To the wolf, the 15 beasts ahead were tame huskies facing a true predator. It opened its jaws, abyssal winds howled, and one bite at a time it emptied the buffet in seconds. Floor 32 cleared in 3 minutes 10 seconds. First clear reward, 32,000 points. New record bonus, 3,200 points. Floor 33 cleared in 3 minutes 30 seconds. First clear reward, 33,000 points. New record bonus, 3,300 points. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on floor 323 minutes 10 seconds. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on floor 333 minutes 30 seconds. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on floor 343 minutes 50 seconds. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on floor 354 minutes. The loudspeakers echoed across the plaza. Students lifted their eyes toward the tower's peak. Shock, envy, and awe battled on their faces. A year ago, doubts had swirled when Yuan An first broke records. Today, only respect remained. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on floor 404 minutes 59 seconds. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on floor 505 minutes 59 seconds. Congratulations to Yuan An for setting a new record on floor 606 minutes 59 seconds. Congratulations to Yuan An for the first clear of floor 6, 27 minutes 30 seconds. The previous all-time best had stalled at floor 61. Yuan An calmly moved the mark to 62. He was no longer merely breaking record, she was defining new heights. The uproar finally drew the instructors from their offices, and even Feng Weifeng, who had been sequestered away studying the tower's array, emerged. If Feng Weifeng was alarmed, the event was anything but ordinary. It had been ages since anyone had pushed the trial tower to a new height. When the cadets outside the plaza discovered that today's challenger was Yuan An, their curiosity instantly shifted to a knowing certainty given his current strength. Reaching the 70th or 80th floor was all but guaranteed. Congratulations to Yuan An for the first clear of floor 70. Time, 8 minutes 59 seconds. Congratulations to Yuan An for the first clear of floor 80. Time, 10 minutes. Congratulations to Yuan An for the first clear of floor 90. Time, 15 minutes. Record after record scrolled across the projection, and the scattered onlookers grew into a packed, buzzing crowd. Initial surprise quickly layered into sheer, speechless awe. 90 floors. Senior brother Yuan's already at 90. He just shattered the academy record. Unbelievable, most instructors couldn't manage that. Is he really going for all 108 floors? Admiration rippled through the square, and even the fangirls in the corner began their usual rivalry. Senior Yuan is so strong and so handsome, I'm smitten. Oh please. If he's into anyone, it'll be someone with curves like mine. Some people were humbled by his power, while others were already sizing up potential romantic rivals. Fang Weifeng had always believed he understood Yuan An, yet now he was left speechless. He knew the trial tower was no easier than the abyss tower, where the latter tested you with the ferocity of abyssal beasts. The former overwhelmed you with sheer numbers. In his estimation, floor 80 in the trial tower equaled floor 9 in the abyss tower, and Yuan An was already surging past floor 90. Beside him, Director Su adjusted his glasses, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It looks like Yuan An still hasn't played all his cards. He might actually clear all 108 floors. Let's wait and see, Fang replied, his gaze glued to the screen, anticipation burning in his chest. Inside the tower, roots burst from the ground, vines snaked through the air, and dozens of beasts were bound, drained, and reduced to raw experience flooding into Yuan An's body. Yet ordinary beasts yielded miserly rewards, barely a tenth of what abyssal beasts offered. From Tier 3 Level 10 to Tier 4 Level 2 had cost him dozens of floors. If these had been abyssal beasts, had already be at Tier 4 Level 6 or 7. 18 floors left, time to finish this in one go. On every subsequent floor, the beasts never rose above Tier 4 Level 5. The only increase was in their numbers, 20, 30, 40, eventually 50 at a time. As long as their levels stayed the same, more enemies simply meant more experience for him. Congratulations to Yuan An for the first clear of floor 100. Time, 17 minutes. Congratulations to Yuan An for the first clear of floor 105. Time, 20 minutes. Congratulations to Yuan An for the first clear of floor 107. Time, 23 minutes. Congratulations to Yuan An for the first clear of floor 108. Time, 25 minutes. The final line glowed on the display trial tower, 108 floors, fully conquered. In that instant, Sharingan Academy erupted. More than half the faculty and student body had witnessed a tower unbeaten since the Academy's founding finally fall to a current student. Yuan An had just written his name into the history of Sharingan Academy. Cleared it? When the golden letters at the top of the trial tower lit up, everyone who witnessed the moment held their breath at once. Yuan An had become the first student in history to conquer the tower. Inside the observation room, Fang Weifeng let out a rare, quiet sigh. The kid actually did it. He had set the tower's difficulty himself and knew exactly what it took. In theory, one needed to be at least 4th tier, level 8 to push through all 108 floors. Depending on ability type, someone might scrape by at level 5 or 6, while others would need 9, 10, or even the 5th tier. Regardless, Yuan An had proved he was the first to reach the end, a feat worthy of the Academy's annals. Fang Weifeng nodded to himself. This kid would one day be humanity's pride. Inside the tower, Yuan An rolled his neck and shoulders, feeling unexpectedly light. That's it. Not as hard as I thought. A pillar of clearance light appeared and safely carried him outside. The moment he landed, he froze. A solid wall of teachers and students, easily more than 1,000, had packed the area around the tower. Sharingan Academy rarely saw such a crowd. Even the air felt heavy with anticipation. Yuan An muttered, "What is this orientation night?" Then he stepped forward. Mr. Wu, the tower's usual guard, had left his post and strode over with a broad grin. "Yuan An, congratulations. You are the first student here to clear the trial tower." "Thanks, Mr. Wu," Yuan An said, blinking. Then his tone turned playful. "Since I'm the first, shouldn't there be a special reward?" By Academy tradition, the pioneer was owed a hefty prize, so he asked without hesitation. Mr. Wu's smile stalled, and after 2 awkward seconds he mumbled, "Well, when the tower was built, there was a reward. But no one ever got past the 80th floor, let alone cleared it. The prize just sat there until the headmaster redirected it elsewhere, and it hasn't been replaced." Yuan An's face clearly conveyed, "You've got to be kidding me." Fang Weifeng had basically appropriated, one might say, embezzled the reward, and Mr. Wu was covering for him. He thought a moment. "So can I go ask the headmaster to give it back?" "In theory, yes, but I wouldn't dare," Mr. Wu answered solemnly. Yuan An shrugged. Forget it, a much trouble. He honestly didn't care. Clearing the tower had already netted him a 2-level jump and a pack stuffed with 200 or 300 demon cores. That was the real haul. Anything else was just icing. The sea of spectators watched as he emerged from the tower. They parted to open a path for him, eyes filled with profound respect, and silently saw him off. The sky had already faded into dusk. Yuan An didn't linger at the academy. He headed straight for the three-bedroom dorm that doubled as their apartment. As he walked down the hallway, motion sensor lights flicked on one after another. He fished out his key, unlocked the door, and a warm glow greeted him. Welcome back, bro. Huang Yu had shed her school uniform and now stood in the living room wearing a pale blue apron. She tossed a cleaning cloth over one shoulder and lifted her chin with playful pride. On the dining table sat 4 dishes and a soup. Glossy tomato andic, lightly golden shredded potatoes, peppery pork slivers gleaming with oil, a plate of carefully arranged chilled cucumber, and a pale seaweed andic drop soup. Steam rose gently, carrying a mingled aroma off well. At first glance good food. Dinner's ready already? Did teacher Xia make it? Where is she? Yuan An slipped off his jacket and glanced toward the kitchen, but Xia Xuelin was nowhere in sight. It's not from teacher Xia, Huang Yu whispered, putting on a secretive air. Not her. Then you must have boxed it from the cafeteria. Why use our own containers? That's just more dishes to wash. He pulled out a chair and sat down. The dorm felt like a small home, which he loved except that no one cooked regularly. Honestly, bro, how can you be so slow? I made it. She pouted, eyes shining with tiny sparks of disappointment that he hadn't guessed. You cooked? His chopsticks paused midair. He inspected the spread. Undissolved sugar crystals dotted the tomatoes, coarse salt clung to the edges of the peppers and pork, and the potato shreds varied wildly in thickness. Every detail warned him this meal was hazardous. You don't trust my skills? Huang Yu planted her hands on her hips, brows knitting. Memories flashed through his mind. Huang Yu, adopted by the Yuan family, had always been eager to help, but her first attempt at cooking 2 years ago ended with an exploding pan and oil spraying everywhere. Yuan Zhen and Su Xian immediately banned her from wielding anything hotter than dishwater. Instinctively, he glanced at the kitchen thankfully. The cabinets were still intact. She noticed the look and huffed. I had a crash course with teacher Xia today. Huge improvement. She even said him a quick study. Then why isn't teacher Xia eating with us? Yuan An cut straight to the point. The dean called her away last minute, something about you clearing the trial tower. Huang Yu said, finally serious. I made this to celebrate. Celebrate? Or serve as test subjects? Yuan An wasn't sure. Seeing his hesitation, she shifted tactics, clinging to his arm and giving it a gentle shake. Come on, just taste it. My first real meal, you have to encourage me. Her voice was as soft as cotton candy. All right, I'll try. Just stop shaking me. He drew a deep breath and chose what looked safest, the tomato andic. In theory, it was hard to ruin. The golden egg coated in tomato sauce smelled fine, so he took a bite. The texture was acceptable, but a burst of coarse salt and unmelted sugar hit his tongue at the same time, colliding with unexpected sourness in a bewildering assault. His brows knitted involuntarily. Well? Huang Yu clasped her hands, eyes brimming with hope. It's pretty good, Yuan An managed, though the words nearly stuck in his throat. It's pretty good. After forcing down a bite of egg, Yuan An offered his verdict, struggling to keep his expression from betraying him. What looked like an ordinary piece of egg was really a jumble of salt crystals, bits of shell, and chunks of sugar, like cramming every flavor in existence into one mouthful. Even the king of hell was probably waving him over. Yuan An calculated privately. If he finished the whole plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes or any other dish on the table, he'd most likely end up in the hospital. Really? Then try the other dishes, have some chicken. Huang Yu cheerfully deposited a piece of chicken into his bowl. Xiao, I just ate outside. I'm already stuffed. Yuan An turned away, not even willing to look at the chicken. Huh, how could you be? Even if you're full, one bite won't hurt. Huang Yu pouted, but her eyes stayed hopeful. Yuan An cleared his throat. Studies show overeating is bad for the stomach. Fine, if you want to eat it, I will. Rejected twice. Huang Yu sulked and popped the chicken into her own mouth. Wait, Yuan An tried to stop her. Too late. The moment she bit down, her whole face froze. A beat later she gagged and spat it out, her brows twisted in agony. That's awful. The dark red coating alone proved the chicken hadn't even cooked through. Maybe it's just this piece. We'll try something else. Defiant, Huang Yu sampled every dish on the table in rapid succession while Yuan An reached out in vain, watching her expression grow more tragic each time. At last, she picked another piece of egg from the tomato scramble, crunchy shell, sugar and salt exploding together, and immediately retched, her complexion shifting through every color imaginable. So everything is this bad, her voice cracked. Why didn't you say anything? You even swallowed a bite. Ahem, first attempt at cooking. I couldn't crush your confidence right away. Yuan An kept his tone gentle. Tears welled in her eyes. To spare her pride, had willingly eaten that mouthful of culinary disaster. Go, thank you. Silly girl. He ruffled her hair, gaze earnest. But promise me no more cooking, okay? What? First moved, she suddenly caught the insult and bristled. You think my food tastes horrible? Her little fangs flashed like an angry kitten. Yuan An twisted the knife on purpose. You seriously can't tell? Ah, I'm going to bite you. Huang Yu lunged, determined to leave teeth marks on his arm. Hey, easy. Gentlemen settle things with words actually, no biting either. While pleading, Yuan An moved swiftly, pinning her onto the couch in 2 quick motions. Let me go? Huang Yu's wrists were pinned, leaving her unable to move. Heh, still think you can take a swing at me? Now you know how tough I am, right? Yuan An doesn't show mercy. The boy lowered his voice, a mischievous grin on his face. Humph, once I get free I'll bite you to death. Huang Yu gritted her teeth and twisted her slender arms with all her might, but she couldn't break his hold. After several futile attempts, she finally stopped, her stubborn eyes still blazing. If you won't admit defeat, I'm not letting go. Yuan An teased, leaning closer. I'm not giving in. The girl huffed. Their position was unexpectedly intimate. Yuan An was half laying on top of her, trapping her between the sofa's cushions and the crook of his arm. A faint, graceful scent drifted into his nose with each breath, making his mind waver. Only then did he notice how much she had changed delicate features that couldn't hide her stubbornness. A petite collarbone setting off a snow-white neck, and beneath it, youthful, shapely curves. Somehow, the little tomboy had turned into a striking beauty. Huang Yu felt his gaze and realized how close they were, a blush slowly spreading across her cheeks. Yuan An cleared his throat, shifted his eyes away, and released her wrists. All right, enough fooling around. They'll go make dinner again. He cleared the leftovers from the table and headed into the kitchen. He didn't cook often, but he had inherited a bit of his parents' skill, enough to make something edible. Back in the living room, Huang Yu sat on the sofa with her knees hugged to her chest, her still warm cheeks resting on her arms as she secretly watched the busy figure in the kitchen. Dinner turned out to be only a minor interlude. After they ate, Yuan An took a quick shower and returned to his room. System, convert all the demon cores I collected today into energy points. The prompt sounded at once. 20 Tier 3 Level 5 demon cores, 15 Tier 3 Level 6 demon cores, all sold. Total gain, 76,543 energy points. Over 70,000 points, not bad. Yuan An felt satisfied, remembering how hard he had worked to clear the trial tower all day. Since the Mangekyo Sharingan was still locked, he opened the mystery shop instead. The list refreshed. Forbidden Technique, Edo Tensei 30,000 points. Forbidden Technique, Immortal Reincarnation 25,000 points. Sealing Technique, Reaper Death Seal 30,000 points. Sealing Technique, Evil Sealing Method 10,000 points. Summoning Technique, Quintuple Rashomon 10,000 points. Forbidden Technique, Spirit Separation 10,000 points. Every item was powerful and pricey. After a moment's thought, Yuan An decisively bought Edo Tensei, the Evil Sealing Method, Quintuple Rashomon, and Spirit Separation, spending 60,000 points in a flash. Seeing only 15,000 points left, he shrugged. Wow, broke again. With too little left for more forbidden jutsu, he switched to the Wood Release tab, and finally redeemed Wood Release, Deep Forest Emergence. No money, no worries. He closed the system interface, feeling strangely light. As he organized his gear, he began to look forward to the upcoming trip to Qilan City. It was the heart of the Xinxiao Alliance and the Xinxia Empire, where he would receive his official reward. If he could gain even a sliver of fortune or inheritance there, the benefits would be limitless. 5 days slipped by in a flash. During that time Yuan An and his companions let themselves relax completely. Only on the morning of the 5th day, after a summons from Dean Fong Weifeng, did they pack their gear, gather at the academy gate, and head straight for Qilan City. Qilan City lies in the northern reaches of the Xinxia Empire. It is the royal capital, the empire's very heart, and a gathering place for its most terrifying powerhouses. The trip from Shengjing Academy was even longer than their previous journey to Lihua City. Before dawn they stepped into a spatial corridor, bands of light rippling around them while wind roared in their ears. It was nearly noon when the transfer tower's signature silver dome finally appeared on the horizon, and they touched down, steady and unscathed. Welcome, Dean Fong. Waiting outside the tower was Bai Jingtian, chief judge of the academy tournament and commander of the royal capital's forces. Fong Weifeng strode forward and shook his hand. Commander Bai, thank you for meeting us in person. Only 40 students and the 4 deans had come 44 people in total. Since they were here merely to collect their rewards, a larger entourage was unnecessary. Everyone's accounted for. Senior Mu is waiting up ahead, Bai Jingtian said, leading the group onward. Qilan City was broad and imposing, lined with towering buildings and patrolled by fully armed guards. At the end of the main avenue rose a magnificent palace, its ridged roof sharp as a blade. Atop it stood a colossal stone Qilan, its bronze body glinting coldly in the sunlight, like a slumbering divine beast ready to open its eyes at any moment. So this is Qilan City. A newcomer whispered in awe. Even Yuan An felt the overwhelming pressure and momentarily lost himself. They passed through a vast corridor where battle patterns and mythical creatures were carved into stone columns, lifelike in the dim torchlight. At the end of the hall waited Senior Mu, his crimson robe pooling around him. Though his hair was white, his eyes were bright and his presence sharp. Heh, you're all here. The 4 deans greet Senior Mu, they said, cupping their hands. Greetings, Senior Mu. The 40 disciples echoed. Good, rise. His voice was brisk. No need for pleasantries. Let's begin. With a flick of his sleeve, clouds churned above the hall and a phantom landscape unfolded. A desolate battlefield of swirling sand and scattered bones hovered in midair, radiating a chilling aura. This is the realm of the gods, Senior Mu announced, sweeping his gaze over them. Buried there are all the heroes who have given their lives for the Xinxia Empire over the last 1,000 years. They guarded the empire in life and protected in death. Inside, you may pay your respects at their graves. If a precursor acknowledges you, you may inherit their lives' power. His tone hardened. If you feel no resonance, you may not profane the site. Any violation will be severely punished. Each of you has 7 days. If you fail to obtain a legacy within that time, the formation will eject you automatically. Is that clear? Clear. They answered in unison. Very well. That is the basic reward for everyone, Senior Mu said with a nod. In addition, there are separate prizes for the top 3 teams. First place, Shengjing Academy, come with me. He turned toward a side hall, his crimson robe trailing like flowing clouds. Yuan An, Huang Yu, and their teammates hurried after him. Students of Xinxia Academy, come with me. As soon as Bai Jingtianth Empire's first commander finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and led the Xinxia pupils toward a distant passage. Linghai Academy, over here. The Empire's second commander appeared next, a silver mask covering his face and eyes as sharp as blades. With a single gesture, the students of Linghai fell in behind him. This privilege was reserved for the top 3 academies, private instruction from different masters. Beneath that spotlight, only Warfront Academy was left standing alone. Dean Fu, how does it feel? Never thought it would be your Warfront Academy that got kicked out, did you? In the center of the plaza, Fong Weifenged of Xinjing Academy deliberately stopped, leaned against the railing, and mocked Fu Lingtian with lazy satisfaction. Don't get too full of yourself, Fong Weifeng. Fu Lingtian's face shifted from livid to pale. It felt as though a boulder were lodged in his chest, yet he couldn't find a single retort. He had assumed Xinjing would be the one eliminated. Who could have guessed they would surge ahead at the last second? Now the tables had turned, and he had no choice but to swallow his frustration. Elsewhere, Yuan An and the others followed closely behind Elder Mu. The corridor twisted beneath their feet, vermilion pillars and bluish flagstones flashing by. Through the occasional open courtyard, sunlight shimmered on a lake while trees and flowers flourished. Their steps were light, but no one dared speak for fear of missing a single word. You placed first in the tournament, so you have earned my guidance. Listen well. Elder Mu walked unhurriedly, his voice steady and clear. When you reach the divine realm, never let arrogance cloud your judgment. Choose an ancestral tomb that matches your own strengths. If you favor ice, seek an ice master. Some tombs belong to those who weren't the strongest overall, yet their mastery of a single branch is unparalleled. The mightiest is not necessarily the best fit. The best fit is what truly matters. Understand? Yes, sir. The reply was unanimous. Good. My instruction ends here. Prepare to enter the divine realm. Elder Mu moved on, and the students suddenly found themselves back at the plaza where they had started. That's it, that was the guidance. The mighty God King had offered only a handful of sentences. The revelations and breakthroughs they had imagined were nowhere in sight, just that brief stroll. So even a God King can be this unreliable. Yuan and remembered how the level 108 trial reward had been pocketed by the dean, and sighed inwardly. All right, you're young. Off you go. Elder Mu barked, shoving Yuan and toward the swirling vortex. The others rushed after him, afraid of being left behind. The transition felt as light as drifting through clouds. In an instant, Yuan An's surroundings changed. On his left, birdsong, blossoms, and shaded groves bordered a glittering lake. On his right lay a solemn battlefield of shattered walls and broken weapons. 2 starkly different landscapes stretched beneath the same sky, but what stunned him most were the endless rows of gravestones vanishing into the horizon, silently proclaiming past glory and present desolation. So this is the divine domain, Huang Yu murmured as she watched rows of headstones rise and fall through the thin mist, stretching all the way to the horizon. Although it was clearly a graveyard, the place felt anything but gloomy. Every inch of soil gleamed with solemn light, sanctified by the fallen heroes buried here, warriors who had given their lives for the Xinxia Empire. Even as bleached bones, heroes inspired awe, not fear. Yuan An's group arrived last. Students from the other 3 academies were already weaving among the graves, eager to find a monument willing to grant them its legacy. A slab of dark blue jade stood at Yuan An's feet, its bold characters carved in ink-black strokes. Ancestor 1 Hongjun. Tier 5, Level 7. Class A, Lightning Ability User. Grand Commander of the Swift Strike Army. Fell in the First Beast War, Xinxia year 1050, after slaying countless foes. Just a few lines revealed rank, power, and record at a glance. Those interred in the divine domain were either unmatched in strength or legendary, and Maritini inheritance from them would be priceless. Yet the tomb's occupant had to approve. When a legacy chose its heir, both parties would sense the resonance. Yuan An waited quietly before one Hongjun stone, but nothing happened. He thought to himself that the ancestor likely favored lightning wielders, and he possessed no such gift. A legacy from a mismatched element was of little use. Let's honor the forebears on our own and seek our inheritances, Yuan An told the others. All right, they answered in unison, fanning out to look for graves that felt compatible. Huang Yu stayed close to her brother and asked curiously, so you need to find a wood element or inside-eye ancestor, right? Probably. Wood and inside-eye talents are rare, though, Yuan An replied, recalling how few records of such powers existed in the chronicles. I won't get my hopes up. On the other hand, ice, wind, and water are common. You should seize the chance. The more common an element, the more likely a powerhouse left a legacy. Got it, the girl said, nodding vigorously before studying each headstone one by one. The divine domain sprawled far and wide, holding the remains of more than 1,000 predecessors. Walking along a row of monuments, Yuan An found that few matched one Hongjun's lofty Tier 5, Level 7. Most stones read Tier 5, Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, or Level 4. Now and then he even saw a tier for veteran fighters who, though not at the absolute pinnacle, had earned the honor through irreplaceable feats. For example, Ancestor Huang Yun, Tier 4, Level 1, Class A, Healing Ability User, Chief Healer of the Swift Strike Army. Saved the first God King and 2 successive Grand Commanders from fatal wounds. Passed away, Xinxia year 1070. Healers usually served in support roles and rarely matched the battlefield legends inscribed on neighboring stones. Even so, Huang Yun's life-saving skill had pulled the first God King and 2 generations of commanders back from the brink, an achievement worthy of a place in the divine domain. Yuan An continued down the path, yet not a single ancestor of the wood element or spirit, a line or any other lineage responded to him. People around him were already succeeding, but no one felt pressed for time. They had an entire 7 days, plenty to pay respects to every tombstone in turn. The rules were forgiving. You weren't limited to one ancestor's call. If several reached out, you could weigh your options, unless multiple ancestors explicitly named you. In the end, you could inherit only one legacy. The whole ritual felt like a gamble. If you hesitated and walked away, the ancestor who had just acknowledged you might favor the next supplicant, and once that person accepted, your chance would vanish forever. The thought left Yuan An uneasy. Head bowed before 30 or 40 tombstones without getting even a whisper of a reply. Could this vast divine realm hold no one who resonated with him? The notion pressed on his chest like a stone, each step growing heavier. With nothing else to do, he pushed forward. He left the serene altars nestled among rivers and mountains and stepped onto an ominous ancient battlefield. Tattered banners snapped in the wind, and the air still seemed to taste of smoke and blood. At its heart stood a solitary dueling platform, empty but for one tall tombstone impossible to miss in the desolate expanse. Lifting his eyes, Yuan An read the inscription. Ancestor Han Xingyin Tier 6, Level 9, Grade A Ice Element Esper, High Commander of the Windrider Legion, killed 2 abyssal demon generals, crippled the second king of the abyss. Fell in Heavenly Xia year 1470. Tier 6, Level 9. Yuan An blurted. In the human world, a Tier 5 combatant was already formidable. Tier 6 experts were rarer than phoenix feathers. History recorded only one Tier 7 Esper, first divine king of Heavenly Xia, born of humanity's united destiny. No one had reached Tier 7 since. The ceiling was Tier 6, Level 10. For someone who wasn't a divine king to stand at Tier 6, Level 9, and have maimed demon kings and slain generals, that was the pinnacle of any era. No wonder she commanded a platform all her own. He wasn't the only one who noticed. Countless eyes fixed on the stone. Fu Xuemei of Battle Academy was especially elated. She herself was a Grade A Ice Esper. The match felt tailor-made. Heart hammering, she stepped up, offered incense, and bowed low, her reverence palpable. The crowd held its breath. A faint ice-blue shimmer spread across Han Qingjian's tombstone, the unmistakable sign that the ancestor was willing to connect with Fu Xuemei. Senior Han, answered Xuemei. My god, that's a Tier 6, Level 9 legend. The Battle Academy students whispered. If Fu Xuemei gained Han Qingjian's legacy, she would skyrocket overnight. Their academy had suffered one defeat after another in recent contests. If she succeeded, Battle Academy might well leave this divine realm as the biggest winner. Yuan An stood beside the stone steps, his gaze fixed on Fu Xuemei. Surprise washed over him, but envy ran even deeper. The legacy of a rank 6, Level 9 powerhouse would tempt anyone in the entire Xinxiao Empire. He nodded to himself. Fu Xuemei really was worthy of such a terrifying predecessor's attention. The plaza around the tombstone buzzed with voices, yet an undercurrent pooled beneath the steel engraved with Han Xingyan. Drawn closer, Huang Yu brushed a hand over the drifting, icy mist and read the inscription, the strongest ice ability user in the Empire's history. Her eyes lit up. An ice legacy held the same allure for her. Relax, something even better will come your way, Yuan An murmured, noticing her expression and lowering his voice with quiet certainty. Just then, a gentle white beam flared atop the monument and shot straight toward Fu Xuemei. Everyone held their breath, ready to witness the legacy's descent. Mid-flight, however, the column of light veered sharply, pierced the crowd, and streaked toward Huang Yu on the outskirts. The beam cut through every barrier before sinking into Huang Yu's body. Silence slammed over the square as everyone stared at the slender girl. The legacy was supposed to land on Fu Zumai. Had it changed course? And Huang Yu hadn't even stepped onto the platform. The light had sought her out. Fu Shumei stood frozen, having braced herself to receive the power only to have it ripped away like a bucket of ice water. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Inheritance was a two-way choice. Trainees sought compatible predecessors, and those predecessors chose their most promising heir. Han Qingyan, acknowledged as the Empire's greatest ice adept, would hardly settle for second best. Fu Zuimai's rank ice talent met the threshold, but the moment an shrank like Huang Yu appeared, the outcome was inevitable. Who would forego greater potential? Huang Yu herself was bewildered. She could feel the chills settling within her, yet she had no idea why it had chosen her. Huang Yu, how dare you steal my legacy? Fu Shumei finally roared, her voice slicing the air. Knowing Huang Yu's ties to Yuan An only fanned her rage. She had long resented Yuan An, and losing the legacy sent her fury spiraling. Senior sister Shumei, I didn't. Huang Yu stepped back, voice wavering. Though she had shown in the tournament, she was still a girl who had entered the academy 2 years early, kind-hearted and not yet hardened. It felt as if she truly had done something wrong. After all, Fu Shumei had summoned the light first. Come on, Miss Fu, don't go tossing blame because you're upset, Yuan An said, shielding Huang Yu. His tone was calm, but razor-sharp. Don't tell me you've forgotten the rules of the divine domain. Inheritance is a decision that takes two. You've set your sights on senior Han Qingyan, and she has certainly noticed you. But until the ritual actually begins, no one can claim that inheritance as theirs. Yuan An's voice was icy as he locked his cold, star-bright eyes on Fu Shumei, making no attempt to hide his contempt. They already had a history, and now that she had humiliated Huang Yu in public, he had no reason to show her the slightest courtesy. Xiao Yu didn't steal anything from you. The senior sought her out on her own. By your logic, are you planning to blame the senior for that choice? He pressed forward, every word a sharpened blade. But everyone saw it was me who triggered the resonance first. Fu Zuimai's fists tightened until her knuckles whitened. If Huang Yu hadn't shown up, that inheritance would be mine. The legacy of the greatest ice wielder in history was right in front of her, and she could practically taste it slipping away. With that power, she would soar. Too bad there's no what if. Yuan An let out a cold laugh. Right now the senior believes Xiao Yu is the better fit. If you're unhappy, are you going to break the rules and cause trouble here? His tone shifted, laying the rules bare and giving no ground. Fu Zuimai's chest heaved, her face flushing crimson. Tension crackled through the silent square. Students from Baijian Academy were gathering behind her, waiting for her signal, while those from Shengjing Academy lined up behind Yuan An and Huang Yu. The air felt like a taut wire ready to snap. Maybe we should give the inheritance to senior sister Shumei. Huang Yu tugged at Yuan An's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper, eyes full of apology. She was kind-hearted and hated taking what others believed was theirs. Silly girl, this isn't something you can simply hand over. Yuan An sighed softly, speaking low for her ears alone. The senior chose you. At this point only you can receive it. Even if you refused, someone else might still fail. If you give in out of sympathy, you'll only hurt yourself. He faced Fu Shumei again, raising his voice. So, will you step aside and look for another legacy while you still can, or start a fight here and lose your qualification altogether? The words were calm, but carried serious weight. Fu Shumei bit down hard, fury boiling, yet she understood the stakes. Baijian Academy's students waited in silence. Shengjing Academy stood ready to defend. One wrong move, and she could lose everything. Fine. Huang Yu, Yuan An, they'll remember this. She swallowed her anger at last, and turned away. We're leaving. The Baijian students dispersed in hurried steps, their retreating backs still radiating unwillingness. With the crowd gone, the plaza quieted again. Huang Yu's brow furrowed. Brother, do you think we went too far? Yuan An turned to her, his expression more serious than ever. Xiao Yu, remember, being too kind in a dangerous world isn't a virtue. Learn when to keep your kindness in check. You did nothing wrong. The senior chose you because she trusts your ability. If you reject her out of guilt, you'll betray that trust. Understand? Huang Yu listened carefully, then nodded hard. I understand. Only then did Yuan An raise a hand to gently ruffle her hair. Good. Go get ready. A legacy from a tier 6, level 9 powerhouse is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Envy flickered in his eyes, quickly hidden as he smiled. But if it's Huang Yu receiving it, well, that's still keeping it in the family. Huang Yu stepped up to the gravestone and respectfully lit a stick of incense for the elder Han Qingyan. He bowed devoutly and said, Honored predecessor, I, Huang Yu, accept your legacy. Wisps of smoke spiraled upward, and a faint sandalwood scent spread on the night breeze. He inhaled deeply, knocked his forehead against the stone 3 times, then sat cross-legged on the cool flagstone and closed his eyes. In the next instant, A gentle halo rippled across the tombstone, flowing through the air like water until it wrapped around him. That glow was guided by the remnant will of Han Qingyan. An inheritance was, at its core, consciousness linking with consciousness. Huang Ye's mind would be drawn into that ancient mental sea to face a trial. If he passed, he would gain the full power of a 6th-tier, 9th-rank cultivator. The time required varied wildly. Some returned in 3 or 4 days, others sat for months, and both were considered normal. Only when the halo stabilized did Yuan An finally exhale. He glanced at Huang Yuno shielded by special rules that barred almost any interference, then turned away from the platform. I have to hurry up and find one too, he muttered. He had been in the domain of the gods for days and still hadn't met a single elder willing to answer him. Yuan An's aptitude was plain for all to see. Grade spirit I and grade wood affinities. Maybe that was why he couldn't even qualify for a trial. He could hardly believe these ancient heroes were judging people by appearances as well. The thought made him rub his temples in frustration. Come on, seniors, throw me a bone, will you? 3 more days passed. Long stone paths, vine-covered archways, gravestones arranged in perfect squares. Yuan and had circled the entire domain of the gods 3 times, reading every inscription, and each monument remained silent. Were there truly no spirit eye, or would elders hear? Or did his double F rating drive them away? If it was the latter, he'd love to sneer at them in person. So even the honored dead are that pragmatic? The final day of the deadline loomed. Without an inheritance, he would be expelled automatically. Everywhere he looked, other candidates regardless of talent had managed to secure something. Some legacies were mediocre, but at least they were chances. By comparison, Yuan An was like a headless fly, bouncing between tombstones without even the right to choose. Forget it, he sighed. He still had his system. An inheritance would be nice, but it was only icing on the cake. Instead of wasting energy, he'd rather stay by Huang Ye's side and leave together when time was up. He returned to the platform. Huang Yu had held the same posture for 3 full days, without any outward change. Others who had entered their inheritances a day after him were already waking, but those were mid to low-tier trials, nowhere near as hard as a 6th-tier, 9th-rank legacy. Huang Yu would probably need several more days, Yuan An thought, so he sat down to keep watch. Bored, his gaze wandered around the platform. A gust of wind parted the grass at the edge of the stone slab, exposing a sliver of pale gray rock. Yuan An froze. Was that another gravestone? It wasn't hard to find. Everyone had just assumed Han Qingyan's was the only tomb near the platform, so no one ever looked closely. The weeds hid it perfectly, and a mental blind spot did the rest. Yuan An pushed the grass aside and stared at the concealed marker, a strange premonition stirring inside him. He had never expected a second tomb to be here at all. Yuan An walked over, pushed aside the weeds, and made out the inscription. Ancestor Susanoo, Tier 5, Level 1, Grade A Fire-type Esper, Squad Leader of the Windrunners. Fell in Xinya year 1470 alongside Grand Commander Han Qingyan. He brushed away more weeds, clearing the headstone until it was spotless. A soldier who gave his life for the nation deserved proper honor, not a neglected grave choked with grass. All at once, the stone flared crimson, a torrent of heat crashing into Yuan An. The next moment his consciousness was dragged into a dim, gray mental sea. Kid, I've finally been waiting for you. A burly man in armor materialized before him, the lingering spirit of Susanoo. Centuries of silence erupted into raw excitement. Yuan An stared at him, lost for words. Senior, your power is fire, but it would type with spirit eye. Is this inheritance really compatible? I know it's a mismatch, Susanoo said, waving a massive hand. But you're the first person in hundreds of years to come near me. If I wait any longer, they'll go crazy. Scratch that. I already am. Somebody has to inherit. But I'm still double F, Yuan An reminded him. No problem. Hushan's thick brows shot up. I wield nether flame. It's fire, but it isn't picky. Any Esper can command it. Nether flame burns souls and has felled countless abyssals. Back in the day, I stacked mountains of enemies with it. His mood flipped, and he roared. I don't know which turtle's pawn dumped me in this godforsaken spot. Nothing but weed, so I couldn't find a successor. Yuan An cleared his throat, cutting the rant short. Since you value me so much, it would be rude to refuse. Inside, he was thrilled. None of the other tombs in the divine realm had chosen him, and now someone was practically forcing an inheritance on him. How could he say no? Susanoo gave him a once-over, then erupted again. A double F got in here? Is this what the Xinxia empires come to? They let trash like you enter the divine realm? Seriously? Yuan An nearly walked off. I can leave. No. Susanoo waved dismissively. We're both trash passing to trash. Sounds about right. The air hung awkward for a beat. Then Susanoo straightened, barking, enough chatter. Let's start the inheritance. Susanoo was still muttering curses, but his hands never slowed. He raised his hand, opened his palm, and a tuft of violet fire leapt to life. The flame was so dark it resembled midnight thunderclouds, pulsing with something sinister. Every flicker felt like a needle stabbing at Yuan An's very soul, and waves of heat rolled off it so thick the air rippled and the ground warped. This is nether fire, Susanoo rasped, his voice low. Born in the deepest abyss, it can scorch a soul or purge abyssal power. Nothing works better against creatures from the deep. He drew a long breath, his gaze shifting between the flame and Yuan and him passing nether fire to you. Whether you can absorb it or not is up to fate. With that, he slowly extended his hand. The violet blaze slid away from his palm, trailing a burning tail until it hovered before Yuan An. Ding. Flame detected. Nether fire. Can be absorbed to enhance Amaterasu. Absorb? A free boon like this? Who would say no? Yuan An almost danced as the system prompt popped up. Hushanha, still uneasy, kept lecturing. Wrap it with spiritual energy. Guide it. Don't force it. Treat it like your girlfriend, gentle, patient, sincere. Then ITLL respond like one warm and soft. What a lousy analogy, Yuan An muttered. By the way, kid, do you even have a girlfriend? A stab, cold to the bone. Yuan An nearly spat blood. Did the old man really have to twist the knife? Seeing his silence, Hushanha sighed. Look at you, single as a stray dog. Another stab. Yuan An decided the elder's sole purpose was to hurt his feelings, so he ignored him and let the system start the absorption. Hushanha kept rambling. Kid, don't worry about women. A man's ambition lies in cuff in distant lands. Once you've earned enough glory, if you still can't find a girl, ask your god king for one. Hell. He cut off. He stared, wide-eyed, as Yuan An lifted his hand and, as casually as sipping water, drew the nether fire into his body. Ding. Nether fire absorbed. Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu upgraded. Can now summon black flame and nether fire simultaneously. What? You absorbed it already? Hushanha rushed over, circling Yuan An in disbelief. Is that a problem? Yuan An asked mildly. How could you do it in one go? I roasted in the fiery abyss for an entire year to tame it, Hushanha sputtered. Most people lose half their life trying, and you did it in the blink of an eye. He simply couldn't process it. Yuan An smiled gently. Maybe my talent's a bit higher, or maybe Netherfire thinks we're a better match. His tone was calm, each word a jab. Besides, you did stab me twice just now. Hushan's expression went utterly blank. His prize trump card had been taken so casually that his chest felt stuffed with cotton, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't shake the feeling of being wronged. It's good that you've mastered the nether flames so flawlessly. I'm handing my legacy to you, now use it to protect the Xinxia Empire and safeguard humanity. Hushan's voice was rough but steady. A faint smile curved his lips as he met Yuan An's gaze through the ghostly glow, his eyes filled with satisfaction and expectancy. A rush of heat spread through Yuan An's chest. Every ancestor before him had fought and bled for the Xinxia Empire and for all mankind, resting here in eternal sleep. In that instant, he understood he was inheriting not only power but also a solemn duty. Senior, thank you. Yuan An drew a deep breath, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply. Kid, farewell. Hushan's final words dissolved along with his fading consciousness into sparks of light that scattered through the darkness. As the glow receded, his figure vanished, leaving only his unseen resolve and the nether flame that flowed into Yuan An's body. The light shifted, and the world snapped back to normal. Yuan An rose to his feet to find Hushan's gravestone standing silently, as if everything had been an illusion. Yet the scorching flame and the will behind it still burned fiercely within him. He looked around. The vast divine realm was empty. The other trainees, even Huang Yu on the stone platform, were nowhere in sight. Seriously? Everyone's already gone. He ruffled his hair. It felt like I was in there for less than an hour. While he muttered, a low hum rolled across the sky. A column of light from a teleport array descended and swallowed him whole. Outside the divine realm, sunlight was bright, but the air strangely still. When Yuan An landed, only 2 fully armored guards remained at the gate. One stepped forward. Looks like you completed your inheritance as well. Yeah, how long was I inside? Yuan An asked, uneasy. A month. A month. Yuan An nearly leaped in shock. It felt like less than an Horthatson saying. The guard was unfazed and simply gestured. Since you're done, come with me to see His Majesty. Right, thank you. Yuan An nodded quickly. They walked down a corridor, and before long they reached a study. The guard stopped outside and announced loudly, Your Majesty, the last student from the divine realm has emerged. An aged yet gentle voice answered from within, Send him in. Yuan An pushed the door open. Bookshelves towered around him, packed with scrolls and tomes. Elder Mu looked up, removed his reading glasses, and closed the ancient text in his hands, a warm smile spreading across his face. Yuan An, you're the only one who stayed in the divine realm for a full month. Yuan An scratched his head, embarrassed. I have no idea why it took that long. He was honestly a bit frustrated. Elder Mu let out a hearty laugh. I'm not blaming you. The duration of an inheritance varies from person to person, long or short. It doesn't determine its value. Relieved, Yuan An remembered his next goal. So, now that I've completed the inheritance, can I go back? What's the rush? Don't you want to use your chance to study in the library? Elder Mu narrowed his eyes in reminder. Oh right. Yuan An slapped his forehead. I still have 1 entry pass to the library. The top 5 finishers in the Academy's tournament were granted access to the Xinxia Alliance's Psychic Arts Library. Even with his system, Those rare techniques were priceless to Yuan An, and he had no intention of missing them. Elder Mu stood and clasped his hands behind his back. Come, they'll take you to the library. The library is a repository of ability tomes, a priceless treasure to humankind. The Xinxia Alliance's library gathers every extraordinary power in the Empire, mighty, rare, and exhaustive. Finding a skill that suits you can propel your strength forward overnight. They arrived. Master Mu led Yuan into a massive, semicircular building. 10 stories of gleaming white walls glittered under the sun, far grander than the library at Shengjing Academy. Magnificent, Yuan An breathed. A library is for learning, not sightseeing. Master Mu reminded him with a smile as he pushed the doors open. Greetings, Divine King. The gatekeepers saluted. Inside, the grandeur only grew. A soaring dome bathed the hall in light, and rows of towering shelves stood like a forest. Book spines, color-coded by element and rank, were arranged with surgical order. Each floor was further divided into dozens of sections for easy reference. Wood type and spirit eye skills are on every floor in Section 3 Row 12 and Section 28 Row 32, Master Mu said. You have a full day to choose, but you may take only one book, so choose wisely. Yes, sir. After bidding Master Mu farewell, Yuan An drifted alone through the sea of books. Skills on the same floor shared a similar grade. The higher the floor, the stronger the power. After a cursory glance at the ground level, he went straight to the top, the 10th floor, reserved exclusively for forbidden tier abilities. The forbidden tier is the highest rank known. Yuan An had already mastered one such skill at Shengjing Academy. Now, in the Alliance's main library, he naturally wanted another of equal caliber. Lower tiers were everywhere and held no allure. Stepping onto the 10th floor, he found the space unexpectedly open. Only 5 shelves remained, each carrying no more than 30 or 50 heavy volumes. Yet their significance dwarfed everything below. They were all forbidden tier tomes. Yuan An's pulse quickened as his eyes flashed over the spines. Clone Branch Soul Split forbidden. Beast Mastery Branch Bloodline Pact forbidden. Spirit Ear Branch 1000-Mile Insight forbidden. Ice Branch Frozen Inferno forbidden. Each was a treasure. He longed to take them all, but he had permission for only one. Crafting an ability tome is extraordinarily difficult, and each book carries a strict limit on how many times it can be studied. Once that quota is reached, the book becomes useless. For the forbidden tier, the limit is harsher still, only 3 learners. After 3 have studied it, the tome is destroyed. Because of this, the Xinxiao Alliance enforces tight quotas. Without them, the collection would have been opened to everyone long ago. If only I had a few more slots, Yuan An lamented. Though the forbidden tomes were many, not all were offensive. Some were labeled forbidden because their effects were too unusual or because they posed grave risks to the user. Certain abilities reach the forbidden tier purely because they are too specialized or too likely to harm the practitioner. Therefore, a forbidden class ability isn't automatically the best choice. You still have to pick what suits you. Yuan An traveled back and forth between the shelves, leafing through dozens of ability manuals whose covers were wrapped in special material. After repeated deliberation, his gaze stopped on a Redan black volume that seemed to be radiating heat summoning series, Infernal Karma Fire Forbidden. Infernal Karma Fire, as its name implied, used crimson lotus flames of karma to create a hellish domain that scorched every enemy within range. At the same time, it could summon the mysterious creatures that dwelled in that inferno. This fire damage plus summoned allies combination was why it belonged to the summoning series, and it was exactly what made it so terrifying. Yuan An thought, area damage and summon support perfect for me. He took the book down and walked quickly toward the exit on the 1st floor. In the lobby, Elder Mu stood with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting. When he saw Yuan An, he smiled. Already found his suitable ability? It's only been half a day. Yeah, there wasn't much to choose from. There are only 30 or 40 forbidden manuals in total, so it didn't take long. Yuan An handed the book over. Take a look. Summoning series. Infernal Karma Fire. Elder Mu remained calm until his eyes landed on the word forbidden. His eyebrows shot up. A forbidden class ability? You chose a forbidden class ability? Do you know how hard it is to learn? His shocked voice echoed across the hall. Even in the Xinxiao Alliance, you need to be at least tier 5 before you can try. What tier are you now? Tier 4, stage 1, Yuan An answered honestly. And you think you can handle a forbidden ability? Elder Mu was incredulous. I've already mastered one forbidden ability, and it went fine, Yuan An said with an innocent shrug. You've already mastered a forbidden ability? Elder Mu was even more stunned. Which one? Water series, Genesis Star Rain. Genesis Star Rain. Aren't your innate talents wood and mystic eye? How did you learn a water ability? I'm not sure. I just did. Yuan An glossed over if truth couldn't be revealed yet. So you're confident about this summoning ability too? Elder Mu narrowed his eyes. I think so. I've trained in spirit link techniques, which are close to summoning, and the system says I can learn it. Elder Mu fell silent, his gaze shifting between Yuan An and the book. At last he took a deep breath and reminded him. Remember, chances to study a forbidden manual are extremely rare. Successful or not, Each book can only be attempted by 3 people. If you fail, that slot is gone. I'm certain, Yuan An said firmly. Elder Mu thought for a moment, then turned and called, Teacher Wang, make him a copy. The librarian, Teacher Wang, took the original and walked to a dedicated copying platform. Arcane patterns glowed like a teleportation array, and a few minutes later a duplicate that emitted a faint energy pulse dropped into Yuan An's hands. The process consumed one of the book's 3 learning attempts. Thank you, Elder Mu. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Yuan An bowed and stored the copy in his spatial ring. Elder Mu's eyes shone, his tone more solemn than before. Yuan An, I hope you master this art, and I look forward to the day you're strong enough to defend the Xinxia Empire. Yuan An straightened his back and nodded vigorously. I will. I won't let you down. Yuan An had never imagined that while he spent only a short while in the realm of the gods, an entire month would pass in the outside world. When he left the trial grounds, he realized he was the last one out. The other trainees had long since gone home. Fortunately, being late had its perks. The God King level powerhouse Elder Mu escorted him personally. Although a God King stood far above ordinary people, Elder Mu waited beneath the teleport tower without the slightest hint of aloofness. He casually patted Yuan An on the shoulder and smiled like the kindly neighbor next door. Yuan An's respect for him soared. Yuan An, study hard when you get back. Next time I see you, I expect you to have mastered Hellfire Inferno. I will. Thank you, Elder Mu. The boy waved, and the tower's silver light swallowed his figure. Shengjing Academy. The moment he arrived, Yuan An hurried to report to Headmaster Fong Weifeng. After listening, Fong merely nodded. Returning safely from the realm of the gods meant everything had gone as planned. With the paperwork finished, Yuan An headed for the dorms. From a distance, he spotted 2 people in front of the building. Huang Yu and a male student whose name he couldn't recall. The boy was holding an enormous bouquet of pink roses. Is that guy about to confess to Xiaoyu? Alarm bells rang in Yuan An's mind, and he ducked behind a corner to watch. Xiaoyu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Chu Tianming held out the flowers, as solemn as if he were making a vow. Huang Yu blinked, then regained her composure. Senior Chu, I'm sorry. I don't want to date anyone right now, so please forgive me. Her reply was crisp, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Chu Tianming deflated like a punctured balloon, but still tried one last time. Then if you ever change your mind, embarrassment caught up with him mid-sentence, and he gave a wry smile. I understand. He turned and walked away, his lonely silhouette almost heartbreaking. Behind the wall, Yuan An nodded approvingly. A clean rejection. If Xiaoyu had accepted, he would have jumped out and broken them up on the spot. Once Chu Tianming was gone, Huang Yu remained where she was, standing quietly in the early autumn breeze. Her pale blue dress hugged her slender frame. Her skin was fair as snow and her lips soft as cherries, a watercolor brought to life that drew lingering glances from passing students. Bro, you can come out now. The clear call made Yuan An jolt. She had noticed him all along and stayed behind on purpose. He cleared his throat, straightened from his crouch, and dusted off his pants as if nothing had happened. Not bad. If you could sense me, that inheritance must have done wonders for you. Not really, Huang Yu blinked. You were just squatting there so conspicuously like someone using a roadside toilet. Yuan An nearly choked. Was it that obvious? Yuan An let out a frustrated sigh, then deliberately changed the subject. Who was that just now? He looked familiar. Huang Yu withdrew her gaze from the courtyard gate and answered seriously. His name is Chu Tianming. You were in the same arena during the academy tournament. Have you forgotten? Of course I haven't forgotten. The name just slipped my mind. That's all. Yuan An forced a laugh, dodging her questioning eyes as he pushed open the wooden door. It's windy out here, let's head inside. A cold gust rustled the bamboo outside as they slipped into the house. Once the door closed, Huang Yu got straight to the point. Senior brother Chu just confessed to me. Oh, and did you accept? Yuan An asked, feigning ignorance. You heard everything, didn't you? Huang Yu's eyes gleamed with mischief. I didn't hear a thing, I only just arrived, Yuan An said evenly. Admitting it would be the same as confessing had eavesdropped, and he wasn't that kind of person. I turned him down. How did you refuse? I told him I already liked someone else. Wait, what? That's not what you said out there. The moment the words left his mouth, Yuan An realized had stepped right into her trap. The triumphant curl of Huang Yu's lips told him she'd noticed. Desperate for a distraction, Yuan An switched topics. Business. Xiaoyu, you've received Senior Han Qingjian's legacy, right? How does it feel? A 6th tier, 9th rank inheritance is no small matter. Yes, I have it. My ice ability has grown a lot stronger, and I can control it with far more precision now. She raised her hand. Mist spread from her fingertips, cold energy swirling into her palm. Petal by petal, an ice rose slowly bloomed, every delicate vein etched in perfect clarity. The frozen petals caught the light like a tiny crystal sculpture. Incredible, Yuan An breathed. Ordinary ice wielders could throw up a wall or summon a beast without much trouble, but crafting something this intricate demanded exquisite control. Huang Yu hadn't been able to do that before. Now she formed it effortlessly, proof of a true transformation. Better yet, an inheritance wasn't a one-time boost. She could keep studying it and deepen her command of ice. Brother, did you inherit Senior Hushan's netherflame? Huang Yu dispelled the rose, curiosity dancing in her eyes. How did you know mine was the netherflame? Yuan An raised an eyebrow. She giggled. Because Senior Hushanha once fought side by side with Senior Han Qingyan. In her legacy, I read about the netherflame. She also said my netherchill and Senior Huss netherflame both originate from the abyss together, they're even stronger. Is that so? Senior Hu never mentioned it to me. Yuan An murmured, thoughtful. That means one day I can fight shoulder to shoulder with you, she said, her eyes shining. Yuan An's back to? Perfect timing, try the cake I just made. Carrying a three-tiered cake, Xia Shuling appeared in the dorm right on cue. Miss Xia, here to feed us again? Huang Yes eyes lit up at the layers of cream and jewel-colored fruit, and she dashed to the door. Though Xia Shuling was their teacher, she acted more like an older sister, constantly looking after Yuan An and Huang Yu and bringing them treats every few days. I just learned to bake yesterday, so you two can be my guinea pigs and well count it as a little celebration for Yuan An's inheritance, too. She set the cake on the table, smiling so broadly that her eyes curved into crescents. Thanks for the treat, Miss Xia. Yuan An took the knife and efficiently cut the cake into 3 slices. Huang Yu couldn't wait. She speared a piece with her fork. This is amazing. Her eyes went round as she lavished praise on it. Yuan An tasted his share and was genuinely impressed. Miss Xiao, are you sure you only learned yesterday? Cross my heart. I just followed the book step by step. This is only the second cake I've ever made. Flattered, Xia Shuling looked completely satisfied. Yuan An muttered, so some people can bake this well on their first try. I always thought beginner's food would be. Huang Yu caught the implication instantly. Her eyebrows shot up and 2 little canine teeth peeked out. Bro, what's that supposed to mean? Are you talking about the meal I cooked last time? Ahem, that's not what I meant. Yuan An turned away, guilty. It is. Huang Yu pounced, nibbling his shoulder again and again. I'm going to bite you to death. Hey, stop biting now, I'm covered in drool. Yuan An dodged frantically. Beside them, Xia Shuling squinted at the lively pair and laughed until she could barely close her mouth. Yuan An spent only one day resting in the dorm. Early the next morning, a messenger from Fong Weifeng asked him to come over, and Huang Yu went along. What does Dean Fong want with us at this hour? Huang Yu whispered as they walked. What else? A chat, a pat on the back, and the usual don't get cocky lecture. Yuan An shrugged. Given their results, the academy really should announce their achievement. They soon reached the dean's office. Dean. Oh, you're here. Fong Weifeng had been frowning over a pile of mission forms, but when he looked up and saw them, warmth spread across his face. What can we do for you, Dean? Nothing major, just wanted to discuss the academy tournament. He straightened, sounding official. Your scores have topped our all-time record. That deserves praise. But remember, don't let success go to your heads. Stay humble and keep working hard, understood? At that, Yuan An nudged Huang Yu, his look saying, see? I told you. Huang Yu almost burst out laughing. Dean Fong had repeated Yuan An's prediction word for word. What's so funny? Fong Weifeng asked. Fong Weifeng noticed the smiles the two of them were trying to hide. What is it? Something amusing? He asked casually. It's nothing. Just a little joke, Yuan An replied, still grinning but giving no details. Fong Weifeng let it go and moved on. By the way, Yuan An, did you finish the inheritance in the realm of the gods? Yeah, I did. I inherited Senior Hushan's netherfire, Yuan An said with a nod. Excellent. Fong Weifeng nodded, then pulled the top sheet from a thick stack of mission briefs. Perfect timing. I have a job for the two of you. Yuan An felt his stomach sink, so they hadn't been called in for praise after all. Huang Yu, on the other hand, sat up straighter the moment she heard the word mission, her eyes shining with anticipation. Fong Weifeng spread the sheet out on the desk. We paid a fortune to buy a batch of demon core weapons from the Xuanwu Empire. They're powerful enough to fend off a swarm of Tier 4 beasts. They should have been shipped here safely, but they were hijacked at the border between the Los Empire and the Gulan Empire, and now they've vanished. You two will leave with an operations division squad and get them back. They were supposed to head out yesterday, but Yuan An, you only just got back, so I held the mission. He handed the brief to Huang Yu. Yuan An's mouth twitched. Thanks for being so considerate, headmaster, he thought sourly. Urgent job, yet he waited just to rope me and unbelievable. Go pack. You leave at 7 tomorrow morning, Fong Weifeng ordered. Understood. They answered in unison. Back at the dorm, Yuan An flopped into a chair, looking like the life had been drained out of him. Head barely returned and was already being sent out again. How depressing. Huang Yu was practically bouncing with excitement. Since entering Shengjing Academy, she'd been tied up with the tournament and hadn't done a real mission. Now she'd finally see action. Bro, we can finally go on a mission together. She squealed. What's there to cheer about? A mission isn't a vacation, it's dangerous, Yuan An said, dousing her enthusiasm. Haha, Huang Yu just grinned, refusing to be discouraged. They weren't leaving until morning, so they still had the night to rest. The weather, however, had other plans. A drizzle at dusk turned into a torrential downpour while Yuan An was in the shower, thunder booming so hard the windows rattled. Thunderstorm before a mission, great omen, he muttered as he climbed into bed. the oppressive air making him dread tomorrow even more. He was about to turn off the light when someone knocked softly and eased the door open. A small face peeked in. "Bro, are you asleep?" "Just about." "What's up?" Huang Yu stepped in wearing a fluffy bunny onesie, the long ears flopping with each movement. Her face was pale, and she was twisting her fingers together. "The thunder am scared," she whispered, so quietly the rain almost swallowed her words. "Can I sleep with you tonight?" Seeing the girl's face go pale with fear, Yuan An suddenly remembered Huang Yu was terrified of thunder. More precisely, she dreaded nighttime storms. The night her birth parents abandoned her in the pouring rain, the crash of lightning carved a lasting scar into her heart. Even after Su Xian adopted her, the fear never faded. Whenever thunder shook the house, she would squeeze into Su Xin's bed. Tonight they were at the base, and there was nowhere to run. Yuan An had considered sending her to Xia Shuling, but one look at her trembling legs and bloodless cheeks told him she wouldn't even make it to the door. Fine, clearly not an option. He nodded. "All right, get in." Like a startled kitten, Huang Yu dove under the covers. Warmth closed around her thin body, and the shaking slowly eased. Yuan An slid his pillow halfway toward her. "Feeling better? If you're not scared anymore, get some sleep. We've got a mission in the morning," she murmured. Yet the next clap of thunder made her flinch. She instinctively grabbed his arm and hugged it to her chest. Before Yuan An could speak, she whispered, "When I slept beside you before, I always held on like this." He gave a small cough, but didn't pull away. "Okay, I'm not complaining. But, Xiaoyu, if you're this afraid of thunder, what'll you do if tomorrow's mission is in the same weather?" Her newly returned color drained again, and she clutched his arm even tighter. Yuan An hurriedly waved a hand. "Kidding, just kidding. Studies show thunderstorms usually pass pretty quickly." "Really?" She looked up, half convinced. "Really?" He met her gaze with what he hoped was convincing sincerity, silently cursing himself for opening his mouth in the first place. Could you hold me?" she asked, curling in on herself, still trembling. After a brief pause, Yuan An opened his arms and drew her gently against him. She instinctively burrowed closer until she was almost hidden against his chest. She was surprisingly small. He cradled her easily, catching a faint, clean scent from her hair, soft and warm, sending a strange flutter through him. Held like this, Huang Yu's breathing soon evened out, and she slipped into deep sleep. Dawn broke. "Oh no, we're going to be late." Huang Yu burst from the room, gear in hand, her ponytail swinging behind her. Yuan An followed on her heels. "Only because you wouldn't get out of bed." When they'd woken, it was already 6:30. They'd raced through brushing teeth and washing up, skipping breakfast entirely. A fast jog later, they skidded to a stop at the teleportation tower right at 7. "Not bad. Cutting it that close?" Fang Weifeng glanced at his watch. 7 on the dot. Cough, cough. "We're simply making the most of every second to recharge, so we can tackle the mission in peak condition." Yuan An raises a hand in an exaggerated rest gesture, speaking with the solemnity of a general delivering orders. "You overslept, quit trying to make it sound noble." Fang Weifeng snorts, shooting him a sideways glance and exposing the truth without mercy. Thick-skinned as ever, Yuan An just laughs awkwardly, dusts himself off, and pretends nothing happened. Huang Yu, however, flushes to the tips of her ears, bangs failing to hide her embarrassment as she lowers her head. "All right, everyone's here. Let's move out and get this done." Fang Weifeng checks his watch, unwilling to waste another second on petty matters. The 6 regular members of the operations division have assembled, with Yuan An and Huang Yu. 8 agents stand ready. "If you're set, depart." The leader is a curvaceous woman wearing a black cat mask that hides most of her face, revealing only a sharp jawline. At her command, the group answers, "Yes, ma'am," and strides into the teleportation tower. A flash of white light erupts, and a high-pitched hum echoes in their ears. Inside the transit corridor, the woman's voice rings through everyone's mind. "Our mission is to retrieve a stolen demon core weapon. It disappeared on the border between the Los Empire and the Gulen Empire, so suspects could be from either nation." Her tone is calm, yet commanding. "We'll split into 2 teams. Black Cat, White Bear, Black Bear, and Yuan An will search the Los side. White Cat, Black Snake, White Snake, and Huang Yu will search the Gulen side. Any questions?" "None." All 8 reply in unison. Black Cat nods slightly, sealing the assignments. Light fades, solid ground returns, and the team lands on a broad gravel road. The teleport beacon the escort unit left behind, in the exact center of the incident. Dense forest lines both sides. Branches that should have intertwined now lean at odd angles. Charred scars slash across splintered trunks, and the air still reeks of burnt wood. A fierce battle raged here not long ago. "Survey the scene," Black Cat orders with a raised hand. The team scatters instantly. To these veterans, the clues are obvious at first glance. 1. The escort's hovercar is gone, meaning the attackers took both the weapon and the vehicle. 2. Burn marks, lightning scores, and twisted wind shear cuts mingle on fallen trees, proof the enemy commands at least wind, lightning, and fire abilities. 3. The site is remote, with no witnesses, so the enemy's escape route remains unknown. Within minutes, The summary is complete. Only Huang Yu and Yuan An still stand where they landed, able to deduce little beyond there was a fight. They trade helpless looks, and Huang Yu murmurs, expertise really is its own thing. Black Cat responds with a quiet and adds fresh intel. After the attack, the Dean asked Los and Gulen to cooperate. We've confirmed the enemy didn't leave via the road but slipped into the surrounding mountains. Both nations report a bandit group active in this range, likely are culprits. The escort team included 1 Tier 4 Level 3 and 2 Tier 4 Level 4 operatives. Anyone who could ambush them is either stronger or more numerous. Stay sharp. Report any findings immediately, and do not engage alone. Understood. The squad answers in unison. The first team heads into the mountains on the low side, while the second moves toward the Gulen border. Moments later, the forest canopy swallows their figures whole. Yuan An's squad had been dispatched to recon the mountain range that marked the Los Empire's border. The slope was long and steep. Waist-high grass clung to the 4 men's legs, each step feeling like yanking a boot out of a thick carpet. Following the preset formation, the captain, Black Cat, moved at point with Black Bear, while Yuan An and White Bear brought up the rear about 10 meters behind, giving the two elements room to cover one another. Didn't expect to run a mission with you, Junior. Quite an honor, White Bear muttered, keeping his voice low. You know who I am. Yuan An rarely dealt with the enforcement division and sounded genuinely surprised. Know you? You're the Academy's rising star. Who doesn't know you? White Bear chuckled, and Yuan An's pale ears flushed at the praise. You're exaggerating, senior. I'm hardly a star, Yuan An said modestly. Not at all. Even the girls in the enforcement division talk about you handsome, strong, easygoing. I almost have a crush myself. You have a crush on me. Yuan An nearly tripped over his own feet. White Bear waved both hands. Figure of speech, figure of speech. My tastes are perfectly normal. But now that I've met you, I can finally chat up those ladies without sounding like a poser. If you're interested, I could introduce you plenty of fair-skinned beauties around. He bumped Yuan An's shoulder. They'll pass. Don't be so quick to refuse. Masks or not, the enforcement girls take good care of their skin. Plenty of lookers. Take our captain. This is my first mission with Black Cat, but she's famous in the division. Look at that chest, that waist, you get the idea. Doesn't she get your blood pumping? Yuan An glanced ahead. Black Cat was tall and lean, her armor and bodysuit outlining generous curves. He thought, maybe the chest is a bit much. Seriously? Someone's complaining about too much up top? Prefer them flat? White Bear blurted. Not flat, just balanced, Yuan An answered, realizing the topic was slipping into dangerous territory. Both men kept their voices low, half afraid Black Cat might overhear, half excited by the risk. I say the bigger the better. White Bear clicked his tongue, then sighed. Shame her hips aren't as impressive. My mom always said a woman with wide hips makes good babies. Yuan An's brow twitched. Shoo, senior. Eyes open, mouth shut. Right. White Bear finally fell silent, lightening his steps. The range rolled on, weeds swaying like waves. After about an hour of climbing, sweat trickled past their headbands. Suddenly they reached a flat stretch where the tall grass had been crushed, crossing the slope in tangled tracks as though some large creature had passed through. The 4 immediately tightened their formation, scanning every fissure in the green sea. Only after confirming no one lay in ambush did they begin their investigation. The grass lay flattened in every possible direction, north, south, east, and west, pressed down by the exhaust of a passing hoverbike. Half crouched at the edge of the clearing, Jaimeo took one look and made her call. Whenever an executor squad deploys, the lineup is tailored to the mission assault types, defenders, scouts, and so on, and today they needed a scout. That was her job. In terrain this dense, no one rides a hoverbike unless they have to. So her words confirmed the bandits had indeed come this way. So they headed in that direction? Baixiong raised his eyes, checking the lay of the land. Jaimeo didn't answer. Instead, she drew the short knife from her back sheath, pressed its tip into the damp soil, and flicked the blade. The metal vibrated with a note so low it was almost inaudible. She closed her eyes, held her breath, and went still, a hunter in wait. What's the captain doing? Baixiong whispered. How would I know? Yuan An muttered. It was his first day meeting Jaimeo. Her methods were a mystery. The two exchanged nervous glances and fell silent under her intense focus. Seconds later the vibration stopped. Jaimeo opened her eyes, slid the knife away, and fixed her gaze on the mountains to the southwest. They're in a canyon just beyond that ridge. How can you be sure? Baixiong's eyes widened. Baixiong answered for her. The captain's a spirit ear. Normal conversation? She can pick it up flawlessly from a kilometer out. Within 500 meters, she hears you breathe. Seriously? Yuan An had never heard of such an ability and couldn't hide his amazement. In open combat it might seem unimpressive, but for reconnaissance it was a cheat code. Eavesdropping on enemy chatter from a kilometer away made intel gathering trivial. Jaimeo refocused and started handing out assignments. Baixiong, Yuan An, you two take point. Why us? Baixiong blurted. I scout. Baixiong covers the rear. That leaves you two for the front. That's the official reason. Her voice was even. And the unofficial reason? Xiong couldn't help himself. Her eyes went cold. I'm done hearing anyone comment on my body behind my back. The air froze. Xiong and Yuan An replayed their hushed remarks from 10 meters earlier, everything they thought she hadn't heard. The phrase public execution echoed in both minds. My chest, big or small, is none of your business, you won't be touching it. My waist, thick or thin, is none of your business, you won't be holding it. My ass, good for bearing children or not, is none of your business, I won't be having kids with either of you. Each sentence landed heavier than the last, and their heads sank lower with every word. In short, pray this mission goes smoothly, or it'll twist your heads off. Clear? Her final line hit like a hammer, sending a chill down their spines. Clear. They barked in unison, then bolted to the front of the column, still trading blame as they ran. He Mao pushed Yuan An and Xiong to the front, then turned to Xiong. Use a message talisman to alert Squad 2 that we've found the target. Tell them to meet us, she ordered. Understood. With a flick of his wrist, Xiong produced a sheet as thin as a cicada's wing. He poured spiritual power into the words target confirmed, converge at once, folded the talisman into a paper butterfly, and released it. Glimmering with light, the butterfly beat its wings and soared into the sky. Move out. He Mao gave a nod. This time Yuan An and Xiong led the way while He Mao and Xiong covered the rear. Thorny undergrowth snagged at their clothes, and every step on the dead leaves and weeds stirred a dry rustle. We're finished, junior brother. Caught in the act, dead for sure. What now? Xiong whispered, voice quaking. Why ask me? You started that conversation, remember? I'm the victim here. Yuan An muttered. If Xiong hadn't pressed him, he would never have talked about those twisted rumors. Xiong's face drained of color. How was I supposed to know she's spiritier class? He had thought their gossip was safely out of earshot. Instead, Shed heard every word. He wished he could melt into the ground. Quit talking. The captain can still hear us, Yuan An warned. Right. Xiong clamped a hand over his mouth. He Mao said nothing, and the group fell silent. After cresting a ridge, they reached the bandits' Hideoyuta narrow valley. Two matte black skimmers sat at the throat of the pass, the very transports hijacked from the enforcement division. This is the place. Hidden behind shrubs, He Mao closed her eyes and listened. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. 10 humans, plus the heavy breathing of 3 spirit beasts, 13 targets in all. 10 people and 3 beasts. There are only 4 of us. We can't win a straight fight, Xiong whispered. I've called Squad 2. We strike when they arrive, Xiong replied. Xiong felt a little better. Suddenly Yuan An pointed into the valley. Wait, they're on the move. Through the leaves they saw the bandits hurry out, packs bulging, leaving the skimmers behind. They're retreating? Xiong blinked. No, they spotted us, He Mao said, frowning. They're moving the weapons through a hidden path. They know these mountains. If they vanish now, we'll never find them again. With only 4 people, a heating clash was unwise, yet letting the weapons go was unthinkable. Keep them busy. Yuan An burst from cover. Senior brother, after them. I'm with you. Xiong gritted his teeth and followed. He Mao and Xiong exchanged a glance, then sprinted after their teammates. The bandits knew every twist of the terrain, vaulting over rocks and weaving between trees. Yuan An and Xiong, lashed by leaves and clawed by branches, stumbled after them, and the gap widened. They were losing ground. Junior brother, I'm tossing you over, hold them off. Xiong shouted. What? Yuan An barely had time to blink before Xiong hoisted him high. Senior brother, wait. No time. Go. Veins stood out on Xiong's arms as he stamped the ground, and, pivoting on Yuan An's ankles, hurled him like a shot put. Wind howled past Yuan An's ears. He tasted real flight along with the sting of branches lashing his face. The advantage was obvious. His airborne speed outpaced the bandits, and he landed squarely in their path. Huh. He spat out a twig that had found its way into his mouth. Bloodlined welts streaked his cheeks, yet he grinned. Greetings. Nice to meet you. The bandits froze at the skyborn arrival, then recovered. He's from Shengjing Academy, kill him. One barked. They attacked at once. Earth art, surging ground. The soil erupted, jagged spikes burst upward. Wind art, hollow jade. A barrage of air bullets screamed toward Yuan An's flank. 2 fourth-tier, first-rank adepts struck together. Yuan An's hands blurred through seals. Wood style, birth of the world tree. The dense forest sprang to life. Thick vines surged, swallowing both assaults, then rose into a green wall that ringed the bandits, sealing every exit. Startled by such savage wood power, they hesitated half a beat, then cast again. Fire art, scorching plains. Wind art, sky-rending storm. Flames, whipped by wind, crashed against the barrier meant to incinerate it. They misjudged Yuan An's technique. Common fire couldn't consume these trees. The wood absorbed the flames, turning the vines into blazing whips that struck back twice as hard. Sensing danger, the bandits abandoned restraint. Lightning art, thunderburst. Fire art, scorching plains. Wind art, sky-rending storm. Multiple elements detonated, the deafening blast finally shredding Yuan An's forest domain. Charred debris and acrid smoke filled the grove. But Yuan An only needed that much time. Hey Mao and the others had reached the clearing's edge. You're not getting away. Surrender now. Xiong roared. Whether the enemy was cowed was unclear, but Yuan An flinched at the volume. Did you have to yell that loud? It's called intimidation. Tactical, Xiong replied solemnly. Yuan An. Huh. Think we're the ones surrounded? Notice anyone missing? Sneered a bandit with the center part. It's you who should surrender. Leaves rustled behind Yuan An's team. The missing bandits emerged, hefting a demon core cannon, Xingjing Academy's own heavy weapon now aimed at its former owners. You're the ones surrounded, not us. You're the ones who are surrounded. The man with the center-parted hair curled his lips into an icy smile, his gaze sliding over the four of them. Behind him, his crew untied a massive bundle and pulled out one squat cannon after another, each half a meter long with a muzzle more than 10 centimeters wide. The pitch-black demon core barrels looked like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. These cannons are a Xuanwu Kingdom specialty. They run on demon cores, compressing the core's spiritual energy and blasting it out in a raging torrent. The higher the core's grade, the more devastating the shot. Worse yet, the weapons amplify that power, feed them a Tier 3, Grade 1 core, and the blast will nearly hit Tier 3, Grade 2. Normally they sit on city walls as main batteries. Tonight, every barrel was leveled at 4 insignificant Academy enforcers. If I'm not mistaken, your priceless Sharingan Academy bought these beauties from Xuanwu, didn't it? The bandit chief rasped with a chuckle. Since you know them so well, you should already understand their bite. Sharingan Academy? Let's see whether your flesh and blood are tougher than demon core steel. As the 8 muzzles swung toward them, the team's breaths caught. Captain, what now? White Bear whispered. Black Cat sized up the formation in a heartbeat. They've split into 2 ranks. If we hug one flank, the other won't dare shoot. Close in 0 distance, make them think twice. Understood. For pairs of eyes met, strategy set. Enough talk, fire. The bandit chief barked. 8 barrels flared electric blue, energy building to the brink. Charge. Black Cat roared. The 4 shot forward like arrows, straight at the bandit chief only 50 meters away. But in that short span, which was faster the cannon round or a human sprint? The answer was obvious. Beam them. Both flank batteries fired first. Scorching blue lances ripped the air. Yuan An skidded, hands flashing through seals. Summoning art, Rashomon. The ground heaved as a colossal gate carved with a demon's face burst upward, its gaping maw swallowing the rear 4 shots whole. The 4 beams from dead ahead struck next. White Bear bellowed, muscles swelling, bones cracking like thunder. Bestial form bear. He crossed his fists and met the torrent heat in. The blast detonated, stone flying, but the bestial bear bloodline is famed for brute force and defense. Against 4 Tier 3, Grade 7 cannons, his Tier 4, Grade 4 body held. 50 meters gave the enemy only that one volley. Black Cat and Black Bear used the gap to crash into the bandit line. Unlike White Bear, Black Bear was pure power. She didn't carry a standard short blade, but a broad-backed saber weighing nearly 80 Gene. One glance at its thick spine told the tale. Once it swung, the keen edge came down with terrifying weight. In her hands, that 80 Gene blade felt as light as a wooden staff. The bandit in front, unaware of what he was up against, swung his paired blades up to meet Black Bear's descending saber. The dull crash of metal rang through his skull. With a single blow, both gleaming knives snapped, shards spraying through the air. The massive backlash ripped down the blade and slammed into his arms. He staggered, bones nearly splintering from the shock. Boom. The saber didn't slow, carving into dirt and rock, blasting a trench into the ground. Gravel erupted, and even the mountainside seemed to shiver. Damn, that's brutal. Yuan An and White Bear hissed in unison from the shadows. At first glance, Black Bear was a girl, smaller than White Bear, barely a little miss by size. If the face beneath her mask were a touch more delicate, she'd pass for a straight-up lowly. Who would have guessed that such a slender frame hid this kind of explosive power? White Bear's heart tightened. Don't underestimate any girl from the enforcement division. Not a single one. The thought flashed by. The fight didn't slow. White Bear went full beast, fur bursting from his skin as his body swelled into a towering, upright Black Bear. He roared and crashed into the melee, hitting the ground so hard dirt fountained up. A few bandits stumbled back, cowed by the sheer force. He zeroed in on an unlucky Tier 4, Level 1, clamped a paw on the man's shoulder, and swung a massive bear fist at his face. Feel the power of the bear. The power of the bear. The power of the bear. Each punch cut the air, bone cracks and screams overlapped. The harder he hit, the more hyped he got, bellowing to the skies as his IQ seemed to sync with the beast form. By contrast, Black Cat was composed. As a spirit ear type, she wasn't built for heat and brawls. Short blade in hand, she wove between brush and trunks, hem whispering against leaves. Sparks spat where steel kissed steel, the ring of metal stringing into a bright line. Clang. After another hard clash, the windusser across from her seemed to decide she had no obvious offense. He hopped back, cheeks ballooning wind art, hollow beads. A hail of tight-packed air bullets poured out like a rippling volley. Black Cat moved lighter than smoke, flickering side to side as every shot missed. She flicked a few diamond-shaped darts in return. Cold light cut the air, he twisted aside, and the darts, riding their own gust, pinned into a nearby trunk. So you really don't have an attack ability? They'll take you hostage first, he sneered. Not necessarily, Black Cat smiled. Boom. The darts blossomed into fire, a blast tossing up dead leaves and dirt. The Windusser slammed into a tree and slumped, out cold. Black Cat gave her blade a tiny shake. No attack ability doesn't mean no attack power. Elsewhere, 6 bandits and 2 demonic beasts went down after a brief, brutal exchange, no fight left in them. White Bear's hands were slick with blood as he panted. See? They're all soft. A few hits with the power of the bear, and down they go. Only then did they remember Yuan An on the other side. When they rushed over, had already trussed the remaining 4 like Zhongzi and was dusting off his hands. They don't seem nearly as tough as the intel suggested. He frowned. They're tier 4, levels 1 and 2, but their actual combat strength is pathetic. Bandits raised in the wild don't get systematic training in advanced abilities, Black Cat said. Their foundations can't compare to ours. White Bear chuckled, basking in it. Black Cat turned to Black Bear. Tell second squad not to climb up. Have them hold at the foot of the mountain and receive us. The fight's over. No need to drag them up here. Got it. Black Bear started to send the message. Snap. A paper butterfly folded from a spirit talisman rode the wind into her palm. She opened it, and her pupils tightened at a glance. Not good. Second squad is under attack. Not good. Second squad walked into an ambush. Black Bear's cry snapped everyone's nerves taut. An ambush? Weren't all the weapon thieves right here with us? We've got the Yao core weapons too who could ambush them? White Bear blurted it out, eyes sweeping the tree line in disbelief. Could there be more bandits than these? We'll know if we ask. Yuan An didn't waste a second. He yanked up a captive, scarlet Sharingan flaring, and slammed him into an illusion, ripping through his memories in one sweep. The intel knifed into his mind, like winter wind. There were far more than 10 bandits. Another 40 plus were dug in on the opposite ridge, which was their real base. 40-something. Yuan An's face went dark. Black Cat and the others were just as shaken. The intel said a dozen at most. How did a whole squad appear out of nowhere? Second squad only had 4 people. If they slammed into 40 bandits, there was no way they could hold. Yuan An spun on his heel and tore down the mountain trail. The others stalled for less than a heartbeat before sprinting after him at full speed. Meanwhile, on the other peak, Huang Yu was the only one left on her feet, stance set. Her 3 teammates lay behind her, barely breathing, unable to fight. Dozens of bandits ringed them in. Her breath rasped from her chest as sweat tracked down her cheek, soaking the fringe on her brow. She measured the gaps in the encirclement with each glance, hunting any thread of escape. 8 bandit corpses littered the ground, 6 sheathed in hard frost. Their ice abilities handiwork. With 3 attributes to draw on, Shed held this long, but the rush of spiritual power draining from her veins told her the clock was almost out. Didn't expect you to be a triple attribute user. First I've seen. The bandit chief sauntered out, a broadsword on his shoulder and a black patch over his right eye, voice rough with a hint of leer. Triple attribute, tier 3 level 4, and you dropped 6 of my tier 3 level 12 boys. You hit hard, but you're spent. Give it up. You've got a pretty face, and I haven't seen a girl this delicate in a long time. I won't kill you. Huang Yu said nothing, gaze threading through the mesh of bodies and blades. She needed not just to punch a hole through, but to haul her wounded out with Heron. Almost impossible ask. When she didn't answer, the chief's tone turned to ice. If you want yield, you die. Finish her before Xingjing Academy's reinforcements arrive. 2 tier 4, level 1 bandits stepped forward at once, one lifting a spear across his body, the other gliding in with a short blade, footwork steady. Huang Yu tightened her standard issue knife, tapped her toe, and surged to meet them. A hard gust tore past, as edge met point in sparks. They already outclassed her by a minor tier, and were fresh besides, while her power was nearly dry and her movements had begun to drag. In just a few exchanges, fresh wounds opened across her body, and blood began to seep. Her breath grew heavier, her body leaden, and the last threads of spiritual power inside her were about to give out. Gun Gale, Soul Shear. The tier 4 ability user stamped and leapt, the air shrieking as a spiral of razor force gathered at his spear tip and drove straight for her. Another ice shield. Huang Yu forced out the final trace of cold, shaping a thin shield before her. Ghostly blue frost lines rippled across the ice then, in an instant, shattered. Boom. The spear punched through, shards and cutting wind spraying as the tip lunged for the space between her brows. A shock hit her heart. She twisted at the last moment, still a beat too slow squelch. Cold light bit into flesh as the spear punched through her right shoulder. Fire-hot pain burst out, blood sprayed from the wound. She clenched her teeth and reeled back several steps. Weakness and agony tangled together, her vision clouding, breath breaking into stutters. Is this it? She murmured, watching that blood-slick spear come for her again. She didn't even have the strength to lift her hand, her body swaying on the edge of collapse. In that instant, a figure flashed to her side and caught her waist with one arm. Almost simultaneously, a surge of scarlet energy erupted, forming a blazing fist several meters wide that slammed down from above. The Tier 4, Level 1 spearman didn't even manage a scream before he was pulped. Go. Huang Yu looked up and finally saw who held her Yuan An. It's okay, Xiao Yu. I'm here. Yuan An's voice dropped to a hush as he wrapped her tight. His gaze swept over her arms scored by gravel, the blood-soaked front of her clothes, and the through hand throw in her shoulder still bubbling red. His expression went iron cold. Huang Yu forced a wan smile, but her eyelids sank, and she slumped into his arms, unconscious. Yuan An held her and slowly lifted his head. The bandits still circling met his eyes and felt a volcano of fury roil in their depths. For the first time, he said, voice low, I am furious. You dared hurt Xiao Yu like this, now die. Scarlet energy boiled again, surging from him in a torrent and coalescing in a heartbeat into a half-formed Susanoo towering over 10 meters tall. Flaming bones and phantom armor glowed blood-red in the night, stunning the bandits into momentary silence. What the hell is that? Reinforcements from Shengjing Academy? Just him? How arrogant. The chief's bark snapped them back, scorn replacing their shock. Yuan An didn't waste another word. Susanoo's twin arms crossed, fingers flashing through intricate seals. In the next breath, black fire bloomed from nothing, spreading out from Susanoo like a heaving sea of night, swallowing every bandit in its reach. Taboo, hell of karma flames. Using Susanoo as the medium, he called down a forbidden power. Wherever the black fire spread, the temperature spiked to a depthless, hopeless heat. It was Amaterasu laid across a wide field by the hell of karma flames, faster and more savage than a direct cast. Screams ripped the air as the touched were seared by the black blaze, bodies charring and cracking in gruesome ruin. And the terror of this domain was far from over. In the depths of the dark fire, unseen shades slipped like reapers, passing soundlessly through each bandit, severing vitality and reaping souls. It harvested everyone trapped within the karmic inferno. Squelch. SCZ. A shadow moved through the blazing hell of karma flames, its scythe of fire carving a searing red arc as it reaped lives like a grim reaper. Screams flooded the valley. The bandit chief took one look and knew the line had broken. He spun to flee, only to slam into a giant palm dropping from the sky. Leaving? Did you ask me first? A violet-blue Susanoo hand closed around him and hoisted him up before Yuan An. You little punk, let me go. The chief roared and thrashed, but his Tier 4, Level 4 strength was an ant against that colossal grip. Let you go? In your next life. Yuan An's eyes went cold, fingers tightening thump. A red mist burst out, and the chief collapsed into formless pulp. All of you die? Susanoo's bony arm swept out. With the hell of karma flames raging underfoot, the remaining bandits turned to ash in a heartbeat, their wails snuffed out. Only then did Black Cat, White Bear, and the others arrive. Faced with a sea of fire and fields of charcoal, with Yuan An standing like a demon of war, they froze. They knew he had once escaped the abyss alone, but seeing this with their own eyes still shook them. Yuan An, don't kill them all. Leave a few alive. Black Cat snapped back to herself and shouted. Yuan An reined in the killing intent, grabbed 2 half-dead bandits, and tossed them at the team's feet. The rest blew away as ash. Xiao Yu's hurt. I'm taking her back now. He cradled Huang Yu in his arms, the girl slick with blood and pale as paper. No wonder had gone so hard. Black Cat hurried over for a quick check and said grimly, she's badly injured. She won't make it back to base as she is. I know a bit of healing. Let me stabilize her first. Really? Yuan An's eyes lit. Yeah, find a flat spot. Black Cat pulled items from the field kit on her back. Yuan An picked a large flat boulder and laid Huang Yu down gently. Black Cat took out 3 healing talismans and pressed them to the through hand throw in Huang Yu's shoulder. Her hands flew through seals, then settled over the slips. Pale green light welled up, flesh knitting visibly as the bleeding stopped at once. Done. The worst wound is sealed. She's out of immediate danger, Black Cat explained. These talismans were Execution Division exclusives, rare and costly, but excellent for stabilizing non-fatal injuries. Good. Thanks, Captain. Yuan An exhaled, tension easing. With the bleeding stopped, the danger dropped sharply. Listen, Black Cat said, we only have 1 return teleport talisman. Wait until we finish the cleanup, then we'll all go back together. Got it. With Huang Yu stabilized, Yuan An's urgency eased a notch. Black Cat nodded and turned to join the others in sweeping the field. White Bear and Black Bear had already helped the 3 lightly wounded enforcers back to their feet, then casually trussed up the 2 surviving bandits. The air still smelled of scorched earth, and all that remained was a heap of blackened debris incinerated by Amaterasu. White Bear nudged the ashes with his boot and clicked his tongue. That kid's ruthless took out the whole lot by himself? What did he even need us for? The bandits' main camp lay hidden inside a deep cave at the mountain's base. After Black Cat's team quietly dealt with the outer sentries, he led a few men inside. Yuan An stayed behind to watch over Huang Yu and the other injured. Huang Ye's wounds had been hastily staunched, yet she was still unconscious. Most of the fabric across her chest was soaked a dark, alarming red. Yuan An gently brushed the stray hair from her forehead, eyes full of guilt and worry. Had he known the mission would be this dangerous, he never would have let her leave his side. If anything happened to her, he had no idea how he would face himself. Moments later, Black Cat emerged from the cave, pushing a small cart piled high with demon core weapons cannons, repeating crossbows, grenades, all of them gleaming with a cold blue light. Yuan An's pupils tightened. All of this is ours. Isn't that a bit much? By Shangjing's city defense standards, a single city fielded 5 demon core cannons, 20 crossbows, and 100 grenades. A quick count showed 3 or 4 dozen cannons here, 50-odd crossbows, and several hundred grenades, enough firepower for a small nation. Black Cat brushed the dust from a cannon barrel. Not all ours. They've been stealing shipments meant for other places and stockpiling everything here. White Bear's eyes shone. Let's take it all back. This is a gold mine. Black Cat shook his head. There's too much. Half our 8-man squad is injured. We'll be lucky just to get the wounded home. Everyone hesitated, reluctant to leave the hall, yet unable to move it. Yuan An suddenly stepped forward. Simple, we take everything. He flashed through a string of hand seals. Multiple wood clone technique. A swirl of wood chips filled the air, and 20 wooden clones appeared at once. Each clone moved briskly, hoisting cannons, crossbows, and crates until every last weapon was neatly shouldered. The others stared, stunned. White Bear scratched his head in envy. You've got clone abilities too? What else are you hiding? With the weapons secured, it was time to interrogate the 2 captured bandits. White Bear loomed over them, voice cold. Why steal from us? Ashen-faced, they confessed everything. They wanted to set up their own little kingdom, and robbery was the quickest way to get weapons. White Bear snorted. And you thought a few cowards like you could pull that off? With no further intel to gather, the wooden avatar hauled every demon core weapon down the mountain, while Black Cat and the others each guided an injured teammate along the trail. Yuan An brought up the rear, tightening his arms around Huang Yu. The path was steep, and he took each step deliberately, terrified of jarring the girl even slightly. When they reached the highway at the foot of the mountain, White Bear, already winded, returned from the ridge and wrestled the 2 hoverbikes they had hidden earlier back onto the pavement. The bikes had been meant to carry the demon core weapons, but their haul had grown absurdly large. 2 vehicles were nowhere near enough. Casting about, Black Cat grabbed several thick logs and lashed them between the bikes with stakes and rope, fashioning a rough wooden frame. The weapons were stacked in precise rows, and one bike instantly became a makeshift trailer. As long as the lead bike supplied spirit energy, the rear sled would glide behind at full speed toward the spot where their temporary teleportation talisman would function. Yuan An sat in the back seat of the second bike, clutching the unconscious Huang Yu to his chest. Her bleeding had stopped, yet the loss of blood had left her ghost pale, her face almost translucent. He brushed a cool fingertip along her cheek, his heart clenched as though by an invisible hand. Junior brother, try not to worry, White Bear called from the passenger seat, glancing over his shoulder. Her vitals are stable. Once we get her back to the academy, this kind of injury is nothing. I've seen people lose arms and legs on missions, most of them. He paused, then added, granted, not many made it in the end, but our academy's healing arts are first-rate. Yuan An fell silent, unsure whether White Bear was comforting him or making things worse. Senior brother, maybe close your mouth, Black Cat snapped. White Bear blinked. So quick to break my heart. Shut up. No one believed a word White Bear said, yet the banter cut the tension in the cabin. The 2 hoverbikes thundered along and were almost at their destination. Then, whoosh, a scorching fireball plummeted from the sky and smashed into the road ahead. Boom. The blast hurled a cloud of dust skyward, carving a crater so deep its bottom was invisible. Black Cat slammed the brakes. The bike shrieked to a halt an inch from the edge, inertia flinging everyone forward as the guardrails rattled. They leapt out without wasting a second, ears catching the rustle along the surrounding cliffs. Dark figures filed onto the slopes on both sides, and synchronized footsteps rang out before and behind. These were no common bandits. Identical bronze armor, perfect formation, clearly trained soldiers. The Gulen Empire's troops. They recognized the uniforms at once, and the numbers were staggering, 100 on every side, 400 soldiers in all, closing the ring. So this is Shangjing Academy, one of the Xinxia Empire's 4 great academies. From the ranks stepped a man in silver armor, a chill lance in hand, his expression stern. I'm impressed you wiped out a bandit nest of several dozen. Black Cat narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Third commander of the Gulen army, by Yegawei, the silver-armored man replied in a low voice. By Yegawei. Their faces blanched. 5th tier, level 10, the strongest warrior in the entire Gulen Empire. What was someone of his caliber doing in these backwoods, and with 400 soldiers at his back? Yuan An had also climbed off the bike, still cradling Huang Yu as tightly as ever. Even by Yegwei's rank caught him off guard. Tier 5, level 10, an even greater threat than an abyssal demon general. With 400 fully armed Gulen soldiers at his back, Not even a perfect Susanoo would guarantee survival. Forcing down his shock, Black Cat asked in a low voice, Commander Bai, what exactly are you after? Leave the beast core weapons in your lives. Bai Yegui's tone was calm as he raised his spear. A flash of cold light at the tip sent a chill down everyone's spine. So the commander intends to rob us? Black Cat fought to stay composed. Panic would only speed their deaths. Bai Yegui had blocked the road with 400 troops. His goal was obvious: the cache of beast core weapons. Gulen might boast a powerhouse like Bai Yegui, but he was the only one. Beyond him, they couldn't muster even a tier 5, level 5 fighter, leaving the Empire's overall strength feeble. Without his support, Gulen would have been carved up by its neighbors long ago. These beast core weapons were rare heavy firepower. If taken home, they would vastly bolster Gulen's military. A sudden thought struck Black Cat. I get it. That bandit stronghold, you've been backing them, haven't you? You let them hijack core shipments at the border, then pass the loot to Gulen. Otherwise, how could such a large den sit on Gulen's frontier without anyone caring? Executors from Shangjing Academy really are quick on the uptake, Bai Yegui said flatly. That's why you all have to stay. Gulen and Shinzio were already on the brink of war. Only a thin veil of civility remained. Tonight, that veil would be torn to shreds. 400 Gulen troops plus the Empire's top fighter against a handful of executors. This wasn't overkill. It was shelling mosquitoes with mortars. The air seemed to freeze. Faces turned ashen. Yuan An cursed silently. This looked even worse than the battle in the abyss. Gulen troops kill. Bai Yegui leveled his spear. The armored soldiers roared and charged like a black tide. Afraid of detonating the beast cores, they held their ranged abilities and closed for melee. Strength types and beast shifters surged forward, superior in both number and power. The average soldier was tier 4, level 1 or higher. Don't bother blocking, there's enough firepower to send us straight to heaven, someone whispered hoarsely as fists and blades filled the sky. At the last second, Yuan An stepped forward. His Mangekyo pattern spun wildly, scarlet eyes warping the air. Kimui. Space rippled, opening like a giant maw ready to swallow everyone. Spatial ability. Bai Yegui sensed the Kimui surge instantly and thrust his spear at Yuan An. But in the blink of an eye, twin Kimui vortices sucked every ally into pocket space, leaving only a swirling vacuum. Bai Yegui's strike pierced empty air. A spatial talent of this caliber miscalculation, he muttered, withdrawing his spear, eyes cold. Had he not underestimated them, Yuan An would never have escaped. The people were gone, but the beast core weapons remained. Men, take everything. Yes, sir. Bai Yegui wanted the weapons most. Killing them would have been incidental. Letting them flee was acceptable. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.